Mysterious spatial rifts appear across the world, and from within them emerge incredibly dangerous mutated beasts. To survive, humanity began awakening the gene codes of these mutated beasts. Each person could only awaken a single mutated beast template, its power assessed by nuclear value. But our protagonist can awaken an unlimited number of mutated beasts, and his very first mutated beast, Godzilla. His nuclear value is so astronomically high that even the World Alliance's system crashes repeatedly, unable to analyze his abilities. With merely 10% of the Godzilla gene code's power, he became the top scorer of the entire nation. His second mutated beast is the colossal Titana body, standing a full kilometer tall. Not only that, he can fuse multiple gene codes together, eventually becoming something so bizarre that even the narrator has no idea what it is. But enough exposition, let us begin. The story begins inside a spacious classroom. Banners hang high on the walls, their slogans blazing with encouragement for the upcoming university entrance exams. Daihuo's eyes are filled with confusion. Have I really gone back to before the high school graduation exam? What the hell just hit me? At this moment in Xia Country and City First High School, Class 73, Daihuo slams his desk and shouts, startling everyone. He clutches his head, his face twisted in horror. What kind of godforsaken plotline is this? If I'm going to regress, at least send me back to after I enrolled in university. For those unaware, humanity on Blue Star has long faced a cataclysm known as the Secret Realm Incursion. The beasts within are far fiercer than any ordinary creature. Secret realms connect to another world dimension, teeming with terrifying mutated beasts. These creatures exploit the rifts of the secret realms to invade the human world. The most powerful among them can annihilate entire nations, threatening all of human civilization. To combat this threat, humanity developed the mutated beast gene system, injecting specialized gene codes into the human body to awaken monster templates and unlock innate bloodline talents. Only martial artists of this caliber can safeguard the whole of human civilization. A single bearer of a mutated beast gene code can fight entire hordes of monsters on their own. This naturally elevated martial artists far above ordinary citizens in both status and privilege. All of Blue Star entered an era where martial prowess reigned supreme. Everything else was inferior. Only the path of combat mattered. Strange notifications flash across the system, displaying cryptic messages about world transmigration. At that moment, mechanical sounds echo within Daihuo's mind. He clutches his head and thinks, Daihuo, a high school student. The entire class turns to stare at Daihuo and bursts into laughter. Look at that trash. Daihuo is daydreaming again. A good-for-nothing like him actually wants to take the university exams. Tong whips around, her face dripping with contempt. Just drop out and go home already, you loser. Be a bottom-rung laborer, or just hide at home until you die. Daihuo thinks furiously. So it's true, every protagonist's story starts with bullying, and there's always a ringleader. He rests his chin on his hand in thought. The original host's reputation in class was terrible. His parents perished in an accident during his 11th year of school. That left the original host with no heart for training or studying. As a result, his once decent grades plummeted, turning him into the eyesore of the entire class. So that's how it is. Tong glares at him, her anger flaring. What are you looking at? This is a martial arts class, you know. You want to fight? Daihuo feels utterly wronged and thinks, was I even looking? I was just lost in thought. The original host didn't study hard, and now I'm the unlucky sap stuck dealing with the fallout. The teacher stands at the podium, shouting to rally the students' spirits. Is everyone ready? The gene modification injection is about to begin. Believe in yourselves. 3 years of grueling training, pushing your chi to the limit for this day. As for those of you who slacked off, Daihuo props his chin on both hands, musing with a faint smile. How ridiculous. The original host didn't train hard. Should I be embarrassed? A dangerous grin spreads across his face. But since I've inherited this body, I might as well help him clean up the trash first. All the students gather in a large room. 4 boxes sit neatly arranged on the desks as the students chatter among themselves. What gene code do you think I'll awaken? Could be a Tier 3 flame salamander, or maybe a Tier 4 ancient sea dragon. I bet I'll get a Tier 1 fart beast. Suddenly the boxes spring open. A wisp of white mist rises, and inside each are vials filled with a blue liquid. These are the gene awakening serums, containing the complete genetic sequences of mutated beasts that martial artists have painstakingly collected over the years. The teacher picks up a syringe filled with the blue liquid and explains its function. Once injected, the body will absorb whichever gene code resonates with it and begin the awakening process. The stronger the body, the more powerful the mutated beast template one can awaken. No rushing, everyone. After the serum is injected, the gene awakening begins. Your body must accept and channel this power. When I call your name, come up and receive your serum. The serum courses into their bodies, and each student begins radiating energy in different colors. Dai Huo glances around. After they injected it, they all started acting weird. It looks incredibly painful too. Looks like this thing isn't easy to handle. He grits his teeth and injects the serum. Screw it, full send. His eyes widen, but nothing happens. He stares at the teacher. Teacher, am I seeing things or did I get a fake? The teacher stares back helplessly. Dai Huo, it seems like you haven't changed at all. A burst of laughter rings out its tongue. She saunters over, her voice dripping with mockery. Look, everyone, Dai Huo failed to awaken. She leans in and pokes his face. A martial artist who can't awaken, that's like a bird without wings. Isn't little Dai Huo here just waiting to die? Isn't that just perfect? Exactly what you wanted, right? No need to become a martial artist anymore, just crawl home and wait for death. Dai Huo thinks furiously. This girl is insufferable, so she's the ringleader who bullied me all along. Right at that moment, a sensation surges through his body, and the system's voice echoes in his mind. Tong Tong stares at him, bewildered. What are you doing? You failed to awaken, just accept it. What's with the act? Dai Huo tries to warn them. You guys should move back. She frowns. Move where? He warns again urgently. If you don't move now, it'll be too late. At that moment, a monstrous entity erupts from Dai Huo's body, sending Tong Tong flying. The shockwave from Dai Huo's body blasts every nearby student away. The students scream in turns. That shockwave was insane. Who awakened something like that? I can't withstand this aura pressure. Qingzhu spins around in shock, her eyes darting toward Chuzhou. She thinks, is there someone even stronger than me? The system's voice echoes once more. Legendary Godzilla gene template. Bloodline ability atomic breath. Pulse bloodline atomic energy absorption. Evolution form burning Godzilla activated only at 100% compatibility. Current compatibility 3%. He rises unsteadily. Legendary Godzilla template, the boundless monster template. He stares at his palm. Could this really be the golden finger the system gave me? Some students eyed Dai Huo with newfound wariness. That was all Dai Huo. He blasted everyone around him away in an instant. Tong Tong lies unconscious after being flung across the room. The students murmur. Wang Tong Tong got blown away too and she'd awakened a Tier 2 fire lizard. How terrifying must his mutated beast be? Dai Huo walks forward with a sheepish grin. Sorry about the commotion. My awakening was a bit intense. I did tell everyone to move out of the way. Above. On the wall, a speaker crackles to life. All Year 12 students have completed the gene injection. Please proceed to the stadium for bloodline testing. The gene breakthrough testing device can identify one's mutated beast template and martial proficiency level. The information board lights up. Li Xinyuan from our class awakened the Tier 3 Hornet Genian insect type. Lucky him. Before awakening, he was only average. Now he's jumped straight to the top tier. Bloodlines truly defy all logic. Chuzhou lives up to his reputation as the perennial top student of the grade. Not only is he a Tier 9 martial apprentice, but he's also awakened the Ice Worma Peak Tier 3 bloodline. The top scorer title for City is as good as his. At that moment, Qingzhu's information flashes on the board, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Look, Miss Liu is also a Tier 9 martial apprentice. I wonder what she awakened. A rare Tier 4 bloodline. Whoa, Qingzhu is definitely taking first place. A Tier 4 bloodline mutated beast once it reveals its true form. It can devastate more than half a city. Ordinary martial artists are nothing but ants before it. To even stand against such a creature, one would need to be at least a grandmaster. Dai Huo strokes his chin in thought. The monsters everyone else awakened were all rank 3 or rank 4, so why was his rank A? The next instant, a loudspeaker announcement for Class 127 blares through the hall, startling Dai Huo. Does it really have to be this dramatic? All students look at Dai Huo. A voice rings out through the speakers. That shockwave just now was insanely powerful. Who knows, he might become a great figure someday. I need to get close to him now. Maybe I can latch onto his coattails later. A student thinks to himself. This world truly worships the strong. He steps into the testing device. Everyone gazes at Dai Huo with admiration. Now it's his turn. The aura he displayed was clearly no ordinary bloodline. What kind of power could produce an effect like that? It had to be something incredibly formidable. This time, and City First High School is about to make headlines. At the back of the line, Chu-jo watches Dai-Huo, a thought crossing his mind. So his name is Dai-Huo. He's certainly someone worth watching. Dai-Huo's information panel appears on screen, leaving many people baffled. Class 127, Dai-Huo Martial Apprentice. Rank 3 Bloodline Unknown Beast. The crowd of students bursts into laughter. Rank 3 Martial Apprentice? My little brother in middle school could beat him, and an unknown bloodline. Don't tell me there's nothing there, that's not even worth talking about. What kind of decent awakening could a rank 3 even produce? How embarrassing. Getting our hopes up for nothing. Dai-Huo really is just trash. After all, a good-for-nothing will always be a good-for-nothing. Dai-Huo steps out thinking, just as expected, Godzilla wasn't detected by the scanner. The infinite monster template prompts remain hidden. Monster, as he ponders, the system panel flickers into view. Infinite monster template upgrade guide complete missions, or raise fame to gain additional extraction time. Current extractions of living monster templates data. Dai-Huo smiles to himself. His template may be different from everyone else's, but it's far more interesting. Dai-Huo's expression turns fierce as he murmurs, as long as I meet the conditions, I can extract and use monster templates infinitely. Doesn't that make me the king of monsters? And City First High School. The teacher takes a sip of tea and turns around. What was that? You want to take leave to study at home, and only come back when the university entrance exams start. Oh, and you think I'll believe you'll actually study properly at home? Dai-Huo speaks with a look of absolute determination. Teacher, I truly want to improve. I know I've fallen far behind. If I want to make progress, I need an intensive training regimen. If I follow the same pace as everyone else, I'll never catch up. The teacher's face darkens. Dai-Huo, you should know the only path to becoming a martial artist runs through the gates of a university. I know you've awakened a bloodline, but your foundation is non-existent. You won't pass the university entrance exam. So prepare yourself to repeat the year and try again. There's no need to rush. Dai-Huo's eyes shimmer with conviction. Teacher, only by sprinting full tilt can one truly improve. What you might not know is that I've awakened a powerful bloodline. With dedicated training, I'm certain I can succeed. Look into my sincere eyes, teacher. I'm not lying to you. The teacher flinches, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Indeed, very sincere. Fine. If it doesn't work out, you'd better come crawling back next year and obediently let me tutor you. A facility known as the Heicheng Martial Artists Center. Dai-Huo mutters as he walks. The house my parents left me can be pawned for around 6,000. Add in the accident compensation over 1,000,000 yuan. And I've actually got a decent amount of capital to work with. First priority, raise my martial artist rank. Second, increase compatibility with the Godzilla template. He ponders the system's mission details. According to the infinite monster template, each template starts with only one compatibility point upon awakening. But the legendary Godzilla has 3. Where did the extra 2 come from? The image of a syringe filled with a genetic enhancement serum flashes through his mind. The answer is clear: gene boosters can absorb awakening energy to grant additional compatibility points. Dai-Huo grins as he walks. This means the genetic technology in this world can directly upgrade his template's capabilities. Compared to grueling, exhausting training, pouring money into gene drugs to power up is far more suited to him. He murmurs, I need to get my hands on gene-strengthening drugs, and fast. He arrives at the entrance and swipes his student card on the scanner. His eyes widen as he takes in the sight before him. Martial artists walk to and fro, while faint phantom beasts flicker behind their bodies. Dai-Huo thinks to himself, everyone here has awakened a bloodline. After awakening the legendary Godzilla template, he gained a unique ability. A singular perception, life force magnetic fields. The phantom beast behind Dai-Huo's back fades as he sinks into deep thought. Godzilla can perceive the life signals emitted by all living creatures through their biomagnetic fields. I can clearly sense their blazing hot blood burning like furnaces, and the roar of beasts echoing within these martial artists' bloodlines. Dai-Huo breaks into a smile. Martial artists with beast bloodlines. I can barely contain the fighting urge surging through my body. After all, the legendary Godzilla is the king of the monster world, the emperor. Yes, it yearns to conquer every creature on this earth. But right now, I'm just a newcomer. I can only endure the boiling fury within my bloodline for now. Once I stabilize and grow, I'll unleash the true power of the king of monsters. Suddenly, someone taps his shoulder, startling Dai-Huo. A voice rings out. Hey there, buddy. Dai-Huo turns around. A beautiful young woman stands before him. Stop staring at people like that. Dai Huo says, "Sorry, miss, I didn't mean to." The young woman replies, "It's fine. You just awakened your gene template recently, right? Not being able to control your power is perfectly normal at this stage. What brings you to the martial artist center?" Dai Huo says, "I came to buy gene drugs, but this place is so huge. I haven't been able to find the right spot yet. Miss, could you point me in the right direction?" She says, "Looking to buy gene drugs. Do you need them urgently?" Dai Huo asks, "Yeah. Is there something I should watch out for?" The young woman shakes her head. "Not exactly. On one hand, these drugs aren't cheap. On the other, the body builds resistance very easily. The effect diminishes with each use." She raises a finger. To maximize effectiveness, most martial artists use their bloodline power to break through a bottleneck first, then use the drugs as a catalyst. How much does a single vial cost? At your current stage, you can only use basic consolidation drugs. Those run about 400 yuan per vial. Dai Huo nearly chokes. He thinks, "Damn, even if I pull out every last cent, I can't even afford 5 vials. Do you know anyone who could get me a discount?" The young woman pulls out a business card and hands it to him. "Here, take my card. If you get a referral from an experienced martial artist, you might be eligible for a discount." Dai Huo turns to leave and bids farewell to the young woman. "Thank you so much." The young woman waves goodbye. "If fate brings us together again, little buddy." Her green eyes follow him as she smiles. Then Dai Huo heads to the checkout counter, before swinging by the weapons store declaring he'll go on a mad shopping spree. The system chimes, legendary Godzilla template compatibility 3% 4%. Host Dai Huo overall physique 8 10 15. Martial apprentice rank 7. Dai Huo collapses to the ground, utterly spent, and groans. Now this is the thrill of leveling up, but every time I inject gene drugs now, my physique only goes up by 2 points. By the time I use the last one, it'll only increase by a single point. It seems that as my physique continues to climb, using this method to strengthen myself will only get harder and harder. But this is already pretty incredible. In just over 10 minutes, I've achieved what others spend 3 grueling years of training to accomplish. And this is only my body's normal state. If I activate the bloodline power within my body, he looks at his palm and grins. The position of top scorer at the university entrance exam isn't necessarily out of my reach. If I cheat this hard and still can't beat those so-called geniuses, then what's even the point of having a cheat? Destination Secret Realm. The display reveals a series of islands divided by tier. The Secret Realm rifts are divided into 6 tiers S rank down to E rank. The higher the tier, the more powerful the mutated beasts within. The mutated beasts inside an S rank Secret Realm are beyond humanity's ability to control. Once they breach into reality, they will bring catastrophic ruin upon all of humanity. And City Secret Realm 3, E rank, Dai Huo strolls along with his hands stuffed in his pockets. Fewer people here than I expected, probably because this secret realm was discovered ages ago. It's an old one-all. The treasures inside have already been looted clean. Dai Huo speaks to the gatekeeper. "Hello, I've reserved a spot." The gatekeeper responds, "Sign the life and death waiver first. Here's your entry pass." Before Dai Huo stands a blue gate. "So this is the rift to the secret realm," he says with a grin spreading across his face. "This is the beginning of my journey to become the king of beasts." Dai Huo lets out a shout and charges straight into the gate. "Here I come." The moment he steps through, it feels like plunging into a lake of water. A heartbeat later, Dai Huo lands. Dai Huo finds himself standing in a dense forest. Above him, the sky is filled with massive, looming planets. He looks around and murmurs, "The textbooks describe what secret realms look like, sure, but nothing compares to seeing it with your own eyes. Truly magnificent." He walks and talks, completely unaware that a rabbit has appeared behind him and beyond it. A vast blue sky stretches out. An info panel materializes level 1 magical beast saber-toothed rabbit. The creature bares its fangs and unsheathes its claws. It lunges at him at blistering speed. In that instant, Dai Huo thrusts out his hand and seizes the rabbit by its skull. He grins, "Foolish creature, did you really think I couldn't sense you?" The info panel flashes template ability rebirth of life. Dai Huo crushes its head without a shred of hesitation. Where the rabbit once was, a magic core now rests in his palm. Dai Huo says, "A common white-grade magic core from a saber-toothed rabbit sells for around 1,000. Earning 1,000 within minutes of entering. Not bad efficiency at all. Most people work themselves to the bone for an entire month and only earn 3,000. Dai Huo holds the magic core up to examine it. A shadow darts past behind him. Harvesting cores from level 1 magical beasts is pointless. I need to target at least level 2 or above. A magical beast emerges and an info panel appears. Level 2 Magical Beast Corpse Cocoon Beast. Dai Huo draws his blade and grins. Speak of the devil. Inside Secret Realm 3 of An City, E-rank Dai Huo is trading blows with the Corpse Cocoon Beast. He glances at it and thinks, I've read the Magical Beast Encyclopedia, compared to the hardened armor on its back. The belly is clearly the weaker point. Right on cue, the beast curls into a ball and hurtles toward Dai Huo. In that instant, he channels power through both hands, generating a brilliant blue glow. Martial Dao. A beam of blue light erupts from his palms and rockets straight at the beast. The beast fires two of its fangs, spinning at vicious speed toward him. He watches, eyes widening. It can launch its teeth too. He tilts his body and dodges the two fangs, streaking toward him with a swift, fluid evasion. Dai Huo roars in fury. Damn it. He curses at the beast. Do you have any idea how much this jacket cost? He stares at the beast, falling deep into thought. With his current level of martial cultivation, he simply cannot defeat the Corpse Cocoon Beast without a powerful martial technique to back it up. No matter how deep the chi and vitality within his dantian, he cannot unleash even half its true power. The previous owner of this body was far too lazy, can only rely on brute strength. At that moment, the veins around his eyes bulge as he lets out a thunderous roar. His bloodline stimulus activates. His eyes transform into a piercing, inhuman blue. The phantom of a demonic beast manifests, and his hands morph into a pair of razor-sharp claws. The beast opens its massive maw. Dai Huo stomps his foot and rockets toward it like a bullet. Gashes of blue light carve across the beast's body, and strips of flesh tear apart along the cuts. He phases clean through its body. White smoke rises from him as he murmurs. Once his physique score surged to 21 points, he had more than enough power to handle a level 2 magical beast. To undo the transformation, he must expel the thermal energy building within. His body makes him feel like a living jet engine. Dai Huo glances at the blade he just bought and sighs. Brand new Dao, already corroded by the Corpse Cocoon Beast's toxin. A 250,000 yuan piece of gear completely useless against a level 2 magical beast. The quality is garbage. He needs to get something better. He rubs his growling stomach and mutters, First hunt, and I've already burned through all my stamina. I'm starving and I didn't even bring any rations. He catches a whiff of something and exclaims, What's that smell? It smells incredible. He stares at the magic core, lost in thought. It's the Corpse Cocoon Beast's magic, coring. The aroma emanating from it is utterly tantalizing. He opens his mouth, pops the magic core in and swallows. Whatever. He swallows the core whole. The core gradually dissolves within him. A system notification rings out. Dai Huo's body erupts in a pulse of blue light. As the message materializes, template compatibility has increased. Dai Huo exclaims in elation. I spent hundreds of thousands on a single compatibility potion and only gained 1%. But eating this one green magic core gave me a 0.3% boost. 3 or 4 of these would equal an entire potion. What the hell? That means the white magic core from that saber-toothed rabbit must grant at least 1% compatibility too. Dai Huo nearly cries, Money, oh the money I wasted. He raises 2 fingers glowing with blue light and presses them against his forehead. Turn grief into motivation. Tonight, Dai Huo is going to hunt until he's satisfied. Then, waves of energy begin radiating outward in all directions. The life field activates. The system notification rings out. Template Demon Emperor Dialogue Compatibility 9%. Comprehensive Physique 158. Dai Huo casually strolls out through the exit gate. Now that his compatibility has reached 9%, swallowing white magic cores no longer boosts compatibility. It seems the only option left is to sell them for cash. The collector's eyes go wide when he sees the pile of magic cores. 20 white magic cores and 1 green magic core. Is this for real? He's just a high school student, and he hunted this many magic cores. Seriously? He turns and walks away, leaving a trail of awestruck gazes in his wake. According to government regulations, hunters must surrender a portion of their harvest. For every green magic core obtained, 5 white ones must be handed over. Here, near another gate, a group of people are gathered, deep in discussion. Manhwa says, Last time we scouted this location, we managed to pinpoint the approximate position of the blood jade fruit. But since old Chen was injured by a beast, he can't join us in the secret realm this time. Ziohar asks, So we're down to just 5 people. Xiao Wu places his hand on the table and continues, That's right. But the regulations require a minimum of 6 people to enter the D-rank emergency secret realm. Manhwa turns and points at a youth wearing a cap. No worries. I've contacted an agent and he's introduced us to a new recruit. Dai Huo, picking his nose while pointing toward Lin Ha, thinks, since I'm still just a student, I don't qualify to enter D-Rank's secret realms, so I had to find a black market broker to forge a fake identity. A fake persona just to join a team, and it cost me 100,000. Damn black market scammers. Lin Ha asks, you're De Shiyao, a 9th stage martial apprentice, correct? Dai Huo nods, that's right. Lin Ha says, De La La. That name doesn't quite roll off the tongue. Dai Huo sighs, exasperated. Can't be helped, just call me whatever you want. The two stand face to face. Lin Ha shrugs. Whatever, it's just an alias anyway. With his 9th stage martial apprentice cultivation in tow, the whole team boards the vehicle and heads for the gate. The scene that materializes before them is a vast, boundless desert. As everyone chats amongst themselves, Dai Huo gazes out the window with a bored expression and thinks, last time it was a tropical rainforest, this time a desert. Looks like the other side doesn't match up with the worlds I've already been through. Right at that moment, several beasts appear behind them. Huda shouts to the captain, Captain, San Meisthi are charging at us. The captain orders, Huda, handle them. He complies instantly. He spins around and hurls several stars that streak toward the beasts at blinding speed. The beasts are obliterated in an instant. The entire team races across the desert at breakneck speed. Huda turns back and reports, done. Dai Huo thinks that Marshal Techniquethos throwing stars detonate like bombs upon hitting their targets. That guy doesn't waste words, huh? At that moment, along the road ahead, several planetary formations and a massive oasis come into view. Everyone dismount and head toward that oasis on foot. Dai Huo asks, why aren't we driving any further? We're still some distance from the oasis. Lin Ha replies, because the monsters in the oasis are extremely sensitive. The sound of the off-road vehicle will definitely be detected. Let's assign tasks as we move out. Lin Ha speaks up, assigning roles to each team member. Zio Zia, throw a flashbang to lure that creature out. Zio Wu and Huda, the two of you set up traps. Old Liu and Nightstrike hold the line. I'll handle the frontal assault. He points at Dai Huo and says, as for you, stand back and observe. Dai Huo replies flatly, sure. At that moment, something luminous rockets straight into the sky. It detonates, scattering into dozens of glittering fragments. The stun grenade is laced with pheromones from high-level magical creatures, tricking nearby beasts into believing their territory is being invaded. Just as planned, a ferocious beast comes barreling out at full speed. Magical beast, 2nd-tier Earth Dragon. Everyone heads up, newbies, be careful. The magical beast is here. A shadow, the silhouette of a man, glides past the crossroads where Huda waits. The figure picks up a blade, a shaved-headed thug grins and licks the steel. Enormous celestial bodies materialize in the air. Lin Ha fights the mutated beast alone. The instant he puts it down, two figures rush over. One shouts, Captain Lin. The other reports, the Earth Dragon has been dealt with. Lin Ha smiles and holsters his weapon. Let's go find the blood jade fruit. Without warning, the mutated beast's claw lashes out at him from behind. Captain Lin, watch out. Someone leaps skyward. Dai Huo appears in a blur, cold as ice, and channels a pillar of raw power straight into the mutated beast. Lin Ha whips around, his face pale with shock. He's only a 1st-tier martial apprentice, yet he actually shook a 2nd-tier magical beast. Zio Zia sprints over. That move was insane. Zio Zia claps beside Dai Huo, eyes wide. Your Tidewolf Mountain Fist is seriously overpowered. Zio Wu throws an arm around Dai Huo's shoulder. He actually killed a 2nd-tier magical beast just like that. Lin Ha watches from the side and says, thank you for saving me. From now on, we're friends. Dai Huo stands at the center, expression placid. It was nothing. Someone lets out a triumphant shout, hoisting a blood jade fruit high above their head. Found at the blood jade fruit. Zio Zia points at the blood jade fruit. This time we also scored the Earth Dragon's beast core. Not a bad haul at all. Zio Wu rests his hands on his knees, tilts his head up and asks, is this red lump really worth that much? Dai Huo watches from a distance, drooling. He thinks to himself, that looks like it could be the legendary Saint Maiden Fruit. Lin Ha laughs. Although it was a bit dangerous this time, we managed to defeat the Earth Dragon and recover the blood jade fruit. Lin Ha suddenly lets out a pained cry. Hudu has driven a blade into his back from behind. No matter what you plan, it's useless, Captain Lin. He sneers. Zio Wu and Zio Zia scream in unison. Captain Lin, old Liu shouts in alarm. What's going on? Lin Ha swings his arm behind him, demanding an answer. Huda, what the hell are you doing? A tall, burly figure strides over beside Huda. What am I doing? Take a look, isn't it obvious? Naturally, he's doing what any smart man would, making himself rich. A voice rings out from the shadows. Huo Peng, Dai Huo turns to Zio Wu and asks, "You know this bald punk?" Zio Wu clenches his fists, knuckles cracking. Huo Peng, that bastard, makes a living robbing the spoils martial artists collect in secret realms. And now he's set his sights on us. Bastard! Lin Ha's body trembles violently. The blade is poisoned. Huda, you traitor, how did you know this location? Even my own teammates only learned the blood jade fruit's coordinates when we entered this secret realm. At that moment, Dai Huo recalls the flying dart. He hid his presence on the dart. Huda's expression shifts. You're smarter than you look, huh? Ta Sila, you're still just a student, aren't you? The college entrance exam is right around the corner. Instead of studying properly at school, you follow the black and white impermanence on a venture like this. The hairs on Dai Huo's neck stand on end as he replies coldly. That's right, the exam is coming up, and I'm very much looking forward to claiming the top scorer title. Huda hurls his weapon at Dai Huo and roars, "Arrogant." Dai Huo catches the flying dart between two fingers without flinching. "A fence-sitter like you dares to bark before me. Now that's what I call arrogance." He crushes the weapon to dust in his palm. "How noisy, let me put this piece of trash down." Huo Peng cranes his neck forward, eyes gleaming. "This brat is interesting. Who do I want this brat's head?" Huda complies instantly, lunging at Dai Huo. Dai Huo tenses his body and instantly conjures a barrier to absorb the blow. In the next heartbeat, no one stands before Dai Huo. Someone shouts a warning. Ta Sila, be careful, Huda has vanished. A split second later, Huda materializes. The voice cries, "Above you." Dai Huo swiftly forms a hand seal at his forehead. Perfect timing, let me test out my newly comprehended skill. In the next instant, he unleashes a surge of earthen core energy that rips straight through Huda's body. Lin Ha's jaw drops. A single move killed Huda. Is he really just a martial apprentice? Dai Huo blows the dust off his hand and turns his back coldly on Huda's falling corpse. Huo Peng points in shock. "Gene technique, you're a descendant of a major clan." Dai Huo's silhouette radiates killing intent as his true power reveals itself. "Clan, I am of the Daimara bloodline. Now are you going to kneel and beg for mercy?" Huo Peng unleashes his full power. "Kid, even with a gene technique, you can't bridge the vast gap in martial cultivation." The next second, a ferocious bear materializes behind him. His bloodline surges to life. Berserk power floods through every sinew of his body as he charges at Dai Huo like a savage beast. Executing the mountain-crushing peak technique, Dai Huo drops low, deflecting the assault and striking at his opponent's legs first. Huo Peng's arrogant roar follows, "My legs." The instant his opponent raises his guard, Dai Huo leaps skyward. Huo Peng vaults after him. He brings both massive palms crashing together toward Dai Huo. A second-tier martial artist truly is something else. My atomic breath couldn't even melt through his ankles. Huo Peng's palms clap together like swatting a mosquito, but suddenly, Dai Huo materializes behind him. "Strike, is that all you've got? Now it's my turn." Dai Huo clenches his fist, radiating a bone-chilling frost. Hundreds of punches rain down on Huo Peng's body in rapid succession. He is beaten flat into the ground. The onlookers stare in stunned silence. "So strong, so incredibly strong." Huo Peng's face twists in agony. "Your gene technique carries poison? How utterly despicable. A wicked martial artist like you will face retribution. I curse you." Dai Huo's face darkens, his eyes gleaming with cold, killing intent. "People who have cursed me only grow more numerous by the day. What makes you think you're anything special?" Scene change, the center of an city. A grand event is underway at the stadium. "Greetings, students. This year's Martial Arts University enrollment examination is about to begin. First, I wish you all prosperous martial fortune," the MC proclaims from the stage without pause. The university exam follows a tournament format. Contestants battle in pairs, and the winner advances to the next round. The examination spans 3 days, with the first 2 days dedicated to the preliminary rounds. High school students will take part in the examination on the 3rd day. Across the massive display board, symbols flash into view. Each student in the preliminary round must fight 3 matches. Those who advance to the elimination rounds will continue fighting. Guntle, a champion of this year's university examination, is crowned. The MC's face is brimming with excitement. You carry the future of humanity upon your shoulders for yourselves and for all of mankind. Show your true strength in this university examination. I hereby declare and city's university examination officially begun. Scene change to Arena No. 1-2 contestants charge at each other, clashing head-on. Scene change to Arena No. 6-2 other contestants are battling as well. Scene change back to Arena No. 6. Only a single figure stands there. The MC's voice echoes out. It seems arena number 6 has encountered an issue. One contestant is late and has yet to arrive. The MC adjusts his mic. Let me check. Both scheduled combatants are Wang Tongtong and Dai Hu from City First High School. Right now, only Wang Tongtong stands on the arena. According to the rules, if Dai Hu still hasn't shown up after the match officially begins, he will be deemed to have forfeited. Tongtong places her hands on her hips and speaks up. That Gene assembly where he humiliated Methats, a shame I'll carry for the rest of my life. I was planning to use my blazing fire salamander to thoroughly humiliate Dai Hu, but that weakling won't even show his face. How utterly disappointing. In the stands, the crowd grows impatient. Seriously, he doesn't even dare show up for the university exam. He's definitely at home, hiding under his blankets and trembling. Someone like that isn't even worthy of attending middle school. He should just go sweep corpses off the streets. At that moment, the referee blows his whistle. Time is up. Dai Hu of City First High School. Suddenly, the crowd below spots something is hurtling this way. A bearded man speaks coldly. Such tremendous momentum. A lone green sphere plummets from the sky. Is that a person? Dai Hu's luminous green eyes blaze. As he hurtles downward, what kind of immense power allows him to soar through the air like this? The next second, he slams into the ground with earth-shaking force, sending Tongtong stumbling backward. She tenses up, guarded. What kind of stunt is this? The next second, something flashes before Tongtong's eyes, and the next instant, she is sent flying. Dai Hu shields his eyes and feigns concern. You all right? Almost sent you to meet your maker. Tongtong lies unconscious on the ground. The MC's voice rings out. Dai Hu wins. Hearing this, his face is full of bewilderment. I actually won, just like that. The crowd flips their attitude as fast as flipping a pancake. This Dai Hu is actually really strong. One kick and the opponent is done for. What an absolutely badass way to win. Could that be the legendary move striking from the heavens? A system notification suddenly chimes, and Dai Hu's expression darkens as he speaks. Captain Lin gave him the blood jade fruit as thanks, but the fruit requires a bit of time to fully enhance one's physique. From here on out, the real show is about to begin. The rankings quickly climb higher. Next match, Dai Hu throws a kick. Long Tao of City Fourth High versus Dai Hu of City First High. Dai Hu wins. Once again, he flattens his opponent with a single kick. Long Tao of City Third High versus Dai Hu of City First High. Dai Hu wins. The crowd erupts in jubilant cheers. Dai Hu is way too strong. Every single match ends with just one kick, not a moment wasted. Truly a superhuman one-kick finish. Dai Hu clenches his fist. Dai Hu of City First High. 3 wins out of 3, advances to the third elimination round. Scene changed to a room inside. A voice calls out, Student Dai Hu, how about looking into Dongshan University? Dai Hu suddenly has a swarm of fans. A girl calls out, Dai Hu, join the Sinoa faith. Another person says, Student, although our school is a private university, we offer generous scholarships and tuition subsidies. Would you like to learn more? Others crowd in. Student Dai Hu, our university desperately needs a powerful martial artist like you on campus. The person in blue pushes forward. Student Dai Hu, do you have a dream university in mind? Hearing this question, he turns around. A dream university. Dai Hu grins brightly and points at himself. Sorry, but I intend to get into Flower City University. The next second, the crowd disperses. Someone sneers. He's only made it to the semifinals and already has an attitude like this. When he gets face-slapped back to reality, he'll come crawling to us. Student Dai Hu, if you fail, remember to contact me, okay? Hearing this, he jolts. You can't be serious. You don't believe in me at all. But he can't really blame them. Flower City University, finest martial arts institution in all of Xia country. Ranked in the global top 5, it is sacred ground in the hearts of every martial artist. A cunning smile spreads across his face. After all, a second-tier city like City. Only a handful of top-ranked individuals even qualify to set foot in that sacred institution. Well, in the end, martial artists speak with their strength. Just wait until I claim the championship, then we'll see what you all have to say. Suddenly, 2 people stride in with cold, expressionless faces. Student Dai Hu, please cooperate with us. We need to verify your martial apprentice rank. The attendant picks up the scanning device, eyes wide with shock. Martial apprentice, 9th stage. Student Dai Hu, just half a month ago you were clearly only at martial apprentice, 3rd stage. Hearing this, he stares at them with suspicion. There's no way someone could progress that fast in such a short time. So what you're saying is you suspect me of cheating. The man continues. After investigating, we discovered that after leaving school, You've been frequently visiting E-class secret realms. Why would you venture into such dangerous places before the exam? Dai Huo composes himself, steadying his breathing before he speaks. Before my father left, he left me these words. If you wish to surpass humanity, you must abandon what it means to be human. So I kept entering secret realms to fight. In every battle, I shattered through my own gene locks. Those words leave the two men gaping. What? You're saying you broke through gene locks on your own? The next second they sprint away, shouting, "This can't be left alone, we'll have to report this immediately." Right now, hearing this, Dai Huo felt goosebumps crawl across his skin. A strange feeling washed over him as if he had inexplicably become a person of special surveillance. Dai Huo sat watching the interview. The camera panned to a father, "Give it your best, son." Then shifted to the mother, "Just do your best, sweetie." The camera moved to another person. "Old Wang, once you get into a Tier 1 school, we'll throw a celebration feast for you." Dai Huo leaned back and muttered, "They're even doing live interviews with the contestants' parents and relatives." He looked up and sighed. "Seems like there's no one around to push me to strive harder." There truly was no one who cared about a lonely orphan like him. His teacher was doing her utmost to cheer him on. "Come on, Dai Huo, you can do it." On the combat stage, Dai Huo gazed at his opponent with cold indifference. The MC's voice boomed across the arena. First preliminary round of City's #1 high school Dai Huo. Facing him is Luo Xuan from City's No. 3 high school. Luo Xuan stood there with an arrogant air. "That's Luo Xuan. I remember ranked first among the entire third-year class of #3 high school. Luo Xuan's cultivation base is at the 8th rank of martial apprentice. He's awakened a rare second-rank demon bloodline, and both his parents are martial artists. His opponent is done for." Dai Huo scratched the back of his neck and said flatly, "You make the first move." Hearing this, Luo Xuan's veins bulged with fury. "Do you even know who I am?" Knowing or no teat won't change the outcome of this match. In the next instant, he underwent his beast transformation. "You're not wrong about one thing, the outcome is that I will win." He then lunged toward Dai Huo. "Let's hope your luck holds out so you don't end up dying right here." His claws closed in on Dai Huo, but Dai Huo coldly intercepted the attack with a single block. The impact was decent, though still far weaker than the blow from that bald brute before. Luo Xuan's face drained of color. "My hand." In the next instant, Dai Huo raised his arm high and slammed his opponent down with crushing force. Dai Huo wore a sinister grin, looked nothing like a mere exam contestant. The MC's voice rang out clearly, and City's #1 high school Dai Huo wins. Luo Xuan lay unconscious on the ground. Another one-strike victory, and the one defeated was none other than the top seed, Luo Xuan. Gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd. "No way, Luo Xuan's aura looked so overwhelming. How did he end up flat on his back in the blink of an eye?" Dai Huo had just shot straight to the top of the livestream rankings. His composure was as effortless as a true master's. His strength is on a completely different level from the other contestants. The gap is just too vast. "He's so handsome, I want to have his children." The crowd erupted in cheers. Though he used his hands this time, it was still just a single move. Absolutely monstrous. No wonder they call him the one-kick Superman. "Dai Huo, I love you. Dai Huo will definitely make it to the finals." Luo Xuan was carried off by medics. Chuzhou stood with cold composure, calling out his name. He narrowed his eyes. "No wonder he's the man I've had my eye on. I will defeat you in the finals." Sinkuto, the online admissions office of Flower City University. Someone shouted, within half an hour, "I want every last piece of data on him." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the second round of the promotion bracket was heating up. A live comment flashed across the screen. "The battle between two genius beauties. No, this is worth watching under my real name." Kai Xiaoling was hailed as the queen of City's #2 high school. She pointed and sneered. "Miss Liu of the Liu clan, I truly despise that robotic expression of yours." Qingzhu stood in silence across from her. Liu Qingzhe, the ice flower of City's #1 high school. The comment section exploded with excitement. "Come watch two gorgeous women duke it out." The boys in the crowd jostled for a better view. The whistle blew. The match began. Xiaoling lunged at her opponent. Fine, let me see how you hold up once I slam you into the ground." Qingzhu coldly unleashed her technique with Liu clan's secret art, Fu Bai Xuan. A wave of force coiled around Xiaoling's legs and sent her flying in the next instant. Xiaoling landed like a wild beast, her eyes blazing. "Get serious with me." Qingzhu struck again. Xiaoling's eyes widened in alarm. Damn it, I walked right into her trap. She panicked. Her arms were ensnared by a churning air current binding tight. She couldn't pull free. In the next instant, a streak of power slashed across Xiaoling's face. Witnessing this, The MC cried out in excitement. A Xuan Wang martial technique. A high school student has actually mastered a Xuan Wang grade technique. With talent like this, she doesn't even need to prove herself through the college entrance exams. Could be admitted straight into Flower City University. A ferocious tiger materialized behind Xiaoling and charged at Qingzhu with savage force. The MC's voice rang out. This young lady actually possesses a king-rank, third-tier bloodline of the Phantom Tiger King. A king-rank bloodline is incredibly difficult to control, it alone one of the Phantom Tiger lineage, which is notorious for its ferocity. This young lady's future is boundless. Xiaoling declared with a competitive fire. Release the Nether Sparrow bloodline. No. Qingzhu replied coldly, this is enough. Those words ignited Xiaoling's fury. This is enough. You think you can defeat me with mere martial techniques alone? In the next instant, the two clashed in a fierce exchange. Qingzhu deflected her opponent's attacks with fluid ease. Xiaoling aimed a sweeping kick at her opponent's lower body. Qingzhu's eyes blazed as she effortlessly caught the strike. The two fought like a raging tempest. The MC's dramatic voice thundered. The martial techniques of Liu Qingzhu and Kai Xiaoling are colliding with incredible intensity. The arena is engulfed in dust and debris. On the stands, the crowd is beside themselves. Who on earth will win? Moments later, Xiaoling's rigid figure emerged through the settling dust, was still standing on the stage. The MC's voice faltered with uncertainty. Wait, Xiaoling's eyes have gone vacant. The MC's voice surged with emotion. Kai Xiaoling's strength is completely spent, is falling. Liu Qingzhu was still standing on the stage. Qingzhu stood in cold silence beneath the MC's proclamation. With nothing but martial techniques, she had defeated Kai Xiaoling. Also at the 9th rank of martial apprenticing, she's awakened a king-rank bloodline. No wonder she's hailed as a once-in-a-century genius maiden. Liu Qingzhu's name shot to the top of the trending comments. Goddess Liu is on another level, absolutely peak. The rest of us can only watch and weep. I told Yaoshi's the top scorer of Incity. Who could possibly stand against her? Someone in the comments says she's the valedictorian of Incity. Do you guys even know what bloodline she awakened? It's the 4th-tier Nether Sparrow bloodline. A comment shot to the top. 4th-tier bloodline, what kind of monster is she? The vast majority of martial artists wouldn't stand a chance against her. The giant screen displayed the draw for the bracket of the 8 Kings tournament. Dai Huo stood before the drawing table with cold composure. Up next is Dai Huo from Incity's #1 high school, drawing his lot. Dai Huo drew the a lot. Luo Su, a tall and imposing figure, held up his own a lot and said, I drew A as well. Looks like we'll be facing each other. My name is Shen Guan from Qingfeng Private High School. Dai Huo listened and responded with cold indifference. Dai Huo, Incity's #1 high school. Luo Su then pointed to the side. We're set for the second match, so let's watch their first match together. The MC's voice suddenly rang out. First match of the quarterfinal promotion, round. Luo Su of Qingfeng Private High School versus Chu Zhou of Incity's #1 high school. Chu Zhou appeared on the large screen with cold composure. Luo Su was formidable. He was a repeat student, fighting for his chance to enter Flower City University this year. He had achieved extreme mastery over his awakened bloodline. But against Chu Zhou, he stood no chance of resistance. Chu Zhou's cold expression appeared on screen. Dai Huo recalled the name and immediately responded. That's right, as from our Incity's #1 high school too. Don't you know him? Don't you know? The MC's voice cut in. Incity's #1 high school Chu Zhou wins. On the other side, the principal of Qingfeng Private High School trembled with rage. Damn it all, we lost right out of the gate. Dai Huo turned to his opponent and asked, That Luo Su, how does he compare to you? Luo Su scratched his head and laughed. Compared to me, I'm the chief martial champion of Qingfeng Private High School. In terms of combat strength, even if you combined 2 of my fellow schoolmates, they still couldn't beat me. His eyes then sharpened in the next instant. Actually, in this college entrance exam cycle, I believe you are my strongest opponent. Lu Su sweeps his gaze across the arena, sizing up his opponent. I've had sharp instincts since I was a child. I can sense it, Dai Huo. You're like a dormant volcano. There's a colossal beast lurking within that body. Snapping back to the present, Lu Su grins and jabs a finger forward. Let's go. Come on, it's our turn. The two of them stride swiftly onto the arena stage. The MC's voice thunders through the speakers. Quarterfinals match 2. Standing face-to-face with a stark contrast, in Build Shen Guan of Qingfeng Private High versus Dai Huo of Incity First High. Under the blazing stage lights, the MC's voice reverberates across the arena. The quarterfinal match of the Incity University martial examination rages on, electrifying the crowd. Both sides clash ferociously. Dai Huo, against Shen Guanthaire's strength perfectly matched. The blinding flash of power forces the spectators to shield their eyes. Lu Su grits his teeth and snarls. "A no splitso, this is the power of your bloodline." His fighting spirit blazes as he speaks. Truly Bizarrate can directly target and destroy cells. Meanwhile, Dai Huo thinks to himself, Shen Guan has woven his martial qi into a protective barrier around his body, completely blocking the nuclear radiation from penetrating. His eyes gleam. What a magnificent martial technique. The one before me is a monster truly worth conquering. Lu Su instantly unleashes his full power. Then, let me show you the martial technique passed down through generations of our Shen clan. A giant python opens its maw-wideth zingy fist form. In the next instant, two fists shoot out like cannonballs. Lu Dai. Dai Huo's expression shifts instantly. Too fast, a devastating punch rockets straight for his gut. The MC's voice erupts. Incredible power. Dai Huolong hailed as the one-leg Superman takes a direct hit for the very first time. The blow forces him to cough up a mouthful of blood, a testament to just how fearsome Shen Guan's zingy fist truly is. Dai Huo staggers backward, clutching his abdomen. But Lu Su doesn't relent, charges forward with a roar. Where do you think you're going? Dai Huo barely steadies himself and braces for the onslaught. He clenches his teeth, thinking Shen Guan doesn't just deal physical damage, weaves martial qi directly into his strikes, inflicting compounded trauma. His previous opponents were all weaklings. He's never faced a battle-hardened martial artist like this. While he's still lost in thought, a hand snakes around from behind. Lu Su materializes at his back and locks a vice grip around Dai Huo's neck. You're only half right. I don't just infuse martial techniques into my body, I can also seal your techniques, leaving you completely unable to use them. Then Lu Su coldly hurls his opponent high into the air. Lu Su springs from the ground, launching himself skyward and sending Dai Huo hurtling even higher. He strikes his opponent relentlessly, giving absolutely no quarter. Dai Huo raises his arms to shield his face. Lu Su's voice thunders. Dai Huo, you cannot defeat me. A colossal column of force comes crashing down next. Lu Su laughs heartily. The MC's voice booms. Shen Guan unleashes a relentless barrage of techniques, leaving Dai Huo with no strength left to counter. Two medics rush to the edge of the stage. The standby medical team prepares to enter. Shen Guan's earlier combination, fusing his zingy fist form with that devastating assault, would have cost an ordinary martial artist half their life. It seems the victor has been decided. Shen Guan of King Feng Private High takes the match. The smoke slowly dissipates. Suddenly, Lu Su's eyes snap wide with alarm. A figure emerges from the haze, radiating an overwhelmingly fierce aura. A massive claw bursts through the dust. Dai Huo speaks, "You really are strong." His body erupts free from the rubble. His bloodline fully awakens, his eyes blazing with primal light. As a reward for being the first to witness this form of mine, the MC's voice explodes with shock. A mutated beast true form. Who would have thought that in a backwater-like city? Besides Liu Qingzhu, a martial arts prodigy, there would also be a bloodline genius of this caliber. Lu Su's eyes widen in utter astonishment. Dai Huo advances in his mutated beast true form. Lu Su's voice trembles. Your bloodline awakening has reached such a caliber as this. An old man with a long beard grimaces, the MC's grating commentary piercing his ears. Each judge is equipped with a monitoring earpiece to track the contestants in real time. His expression changes drastically the moment he sees the nuclear value reading. What the hell is going on? The atomic radiation has exceeded the threshold. A massive energy sphere materializes above the arena. The MC announces, it appears Judge Dai has discovered an anomaly in Dai Huo's mutated beast true form. The crowd erupts in frantic chatter. So this is Dai Huo's awakened bloodline. That is so badass. Does anyone know which mutated beast bloodline he awakened? I'm from First Hyeven. We heard that nobody knows which bloodline he awakened. A mutated beast this powerful, and nobody can identify it. Dai Huo's eyes gleam with cold calculation. Looks like Blue Star doesn't have creatures like that. No wonder they have no idea. Lu Su notices his nose starting to bleed again. It seems my martial qi barrier can no longer withstand Dai Huo's energy. I can't afford to drag this out any longer. He immediately awakens his own mutated beast bloodline. The MC's voice thunders once more. Yet another King-grade Tier 3 bloodline. This year's university exam is truly a gathering of titans. Dai Huo stares at his opponent coldly. Both sides lunge at each other in a blur. A surge of green power erupts. Lu Su's arm screams in agony. If I hadn't deflected that force in time, my entire arm would have been shattered. He'd been boasting just moments ago. The face slap lands painfully hard. Dai Huo steps forward and speaks. You've been excellent, truly, Shen Guan. But unfortunately, nothing can change the outcome. Lu Su clenches his teeth. Neither he nor Dai Huo has gained the decisive upper hand. The MC's voice booms once more. Match 2 of the university exam quarterfinals. Who would have thought we'd witness a king-grade Tier 3 bloodline? Moreover, his opponent wields a powerful, unidentified, mutated beast bloodline. This is an extraordinarily rare spectacle. Lu Su's heart is in turmoil. Dai Huo's true strength after his awakening is truly, unfathomably deep. He has no way to gauge Dai Huo's techniques anymore. His only option now is to retreat in order to advance. At that moment, Dai Huo suddenly lunges in. The towering figure shows no hesitation. He surges forward, his massive claws aimed straight at his opponent. Lu Su strikes back in retaliation. His arms coil around, wrapping up the opponent's limbs. Lu Su slips behind and says, "As expected, I couldn't hold you, but my real goal was to get behind you." He leaps upward with explosive force, but Dai Huo's feet plant firmly as a massive pillar of light erupts above his head. Lu Su's foot comes crashing down like a titanic stone pillar. He lands a moment later then freezes, his eyes locking wide in disbelief for several seconds. Dai Huo stands there, arms crossed, utterly unfazed. A heartbeat later, he lifts one foot. "No, it's my turn." Dai Huo gathers his strength as a fierce green radiance erupts around him. Just as he's about to charge, Lu Su suddenly drops to his knees, bows his head, and says, "Brother Dai, I surrender." Dai Huo's jaw drops in shock. "Bro, I was all powered up and ready to go. How are you gonna do me dirty like this? This is gonna leave me feeling so damn unsatisfied." A moment later, he loosens his fists. "Forget it." He lets out a massive belch. "Suppressing all this energy inside me is still so uncomfortable." He then reverts to his human form. After all, by regulation, once one side surrenders, the other forfeits the right to attack. The MC's voice rings out, the match is over, and City First High Dai Huo wins. The crowd of fans erupts into deafening cheers. Bro Dai is an absolute beast. Bro Dai is insane. Bro Dai is the GOAT. Online, netizens flood every comment section, buzzing about the match. His image rockets straight to the top of the trending searches. Dai Huo's fan group on top named XXXXX trends instantly. The top 3 groups fill up in seconds. Every fight meticulously recorded and shared. Want to see all of Dai Huo's university exam fights? Follow me. His devastating and spectacular moves go viral across the internet. This year's top scorer of the university exam is definitely our bro Dai. Chu Zhou, who even is that? Even Liu Qingzhu isn't a match for bro Dai. Over in the VIP seats reserved for King Feng Private, a man nearly blows his top with rage. Lu Su actually lost. I bet everything in that boy. He screams, jabbing a trembling finger at Lu Su. "How dare you surrender? Do you have any idea how much money we've poured into your training? You ungrateful white-eyed wolf. If you don't pay back every last cent, don't even dream about setting foot in a university." Thud, Ran Liuasu slams his hand firmly onto the man's shoulder. "What do you think you're doing?" Liuasu looks at the man and speaks. "I couldn't withstand even a single one of those techniques. To avoid damaging my body's foundation, I had no choice but to concede. If I hadn't conceded, could you have stepped up and forfeited on my behalf? As for the training subsidies on my account, I'll pay them back, slowly, over time. But you should know this, you can never threaten a martial artist far stronger than you." Hearing this, the man's face drains of color. All right, you have a point." The 4 strongest fighters appear on the giant screen. The MC's announcement echoes across the arena. After a fierce round of competition, the top bracket of this year's National Martial Examination has officially been revealed, and City First High School emerges as the undisputed victor. They've monopolized 3 out of 4 seats. The school leadership of City First High School sits grinning from ear to ear. Old Liu has dedicated so many years to this school, perhaps it's time he gets promoted. The teachers from M are overjoyed. Dai Huo is incredible. The MC's voice rings out as the semi-final draw ceremony begins below. Dai Huo glances at his lot with a science A, then Qingzhu holds up her own lot and says, "I'm also A." Moments later, the MC announces the first semi-final match of the National Martial Examination and City First High School Shodan Dai Huo versus Liu Qingzhu. The moment the announcement drops, the online comments explode. "I've been dying to see them fight. The greatest battle in the history of an city's martial examination. Go Goddess Liu," the crowd roars. Dai Huo looks at his opponent with a sheepish expression. Qingzhu eyes the coming battle with fierce anticipation. The most anticipated duel of all time. Brother Dai will definitely win. Qingzhu stands aloof and composed. her power coiling around her like an invisible shroud. Personally, I think Goddess Liu has the bigger edge. Word has already leaked that she's mastered 2 Xuan Wang martial techniques. With just that alone, she crushed King Tier bloodline participant Kai Shaoling, and her Nether Sparrow bloodline hadn't even fully awakened at that point. Dai Huo, for his part, is no slouch either. He also possesses a King Tier 3rd rank bloodline, already forced into awakening through sheer pressure. Although Dai Huo's bloodline seems remarkably potent estimated at the 4th tier, as well, still falls short compared to Goddess Liu, who also carries a 4th tier bloodline, and on top of that, boasts a profoundly deep martial arts foundation. Online, every comment seems to agree. The scene shifts to the semi-final arena. The crowd roars endlessly, voices thick with wagers filling the air. And City First High School, Liu Qingzhu, and City First High School. Dai Huo, the referee's shout tears through the noise, begin. Dai Huo stands with his hands stuffed in his pockets, utterly indifferent. Qingzhu shields her face against the sheer force of his aura. From the swirling dust, 2 glowing eyes emerging, she jolts, her gaze sharpening to a razor's edge. Dai Huo, I hope you're strong enough. The moment the match begins, Dai Huo unleashes a massive surge of power that blankets the entire arena. Voices ring out across the stands. What's happening? What's going on? I can't see a thing. The MC shouts with wild excitement. The Liu clan's prodigious genius, Liu Qingzhu, faces off against this year's dark horse of the national martial examination. How will Dai Huo handle this? Let's wait and see. Could Dai Huo actually trigger a bloodline awakening? Within the white smoke, Dai Huo stares at the dark silhouette, contemplating that Liu Qingzhu's martial prowess far exceeds his own. With those miraculous techniques at her disposal, no matter how overwhelming his strength, he cannot land a single wound on her. His gaze does not waver. A martial genius of this caliber possesses an incredibly sharp battle IQ. The longer the fight drags on, the worse it gets for him. He must end this in one decisive blow. Without hesitation, he launches the Lashin fist, throwing a devastating punch straight forward. Across from him, Qingzhu clasps her hands together, attacking head-on. Then I'll counter with a defensive technique. But Dai Huo surges forward with terrifying force, ducking low. Seeing his approach, Qingzhu's lips curl with a hint of mockery. Despicable as bluffing. His movements flow with expert precision, his lips call out fist. But the real attack comes as a vicious whip strike. A gaping maw lined with countless razor-sharp fangs tears open as Dai Huo descends from above, fist cocked and ready to slam down. While Qingzhu braces with both arms to block, a flood of comments flashes across the screen. That damn Dai Huo actually bluffed. Where's his martial honor? Poor Goddess Liu. All is fair in war. A true martial artist never holds back. Dai Huo has the upper hand. Oh no, Goddess Liu's rhythm has been completely thrown off. A punch slams into Qingzhu's midsection. Dai Huo's pursuit is relentless. Liu Qingzhu finds no opening to escape. She crosses her arms into an X-guard, but Dai Huo's technique sends her hurtling backward. At last, she manages to break free. A razor-sharp claw materializes. Qingzhu whips her head back, but it's not that easy. She dodges the devastating strike at the very last instant. Qingzhu's eyes go wide. The claw strike crackles with martial energy. She vaults upward to dodge the luminous blast where the light erupted. An explosion rips through the air. But in that very instant, Dai Huo materializes directly in front of her. He grins savagely. Don't run, classmate Liu. Then he unleashes a relentless barrage of blows upon Qingzhu. She guards with both arms while her mind races. Attacks at this intensity. Doesn't he ever get tired? His stamina is absurd. I possess 2 Xuan Wang martial techniques. One is defensive at Liu clan's secret art, Phantom Flower Mirage. The other is offensive Primordial Chaos Jade Finger. If I could just find an opening to unleash either one, I could escape this onslaught. Qingzhu stands at the very edge of the stage off the abyss. But Dai Huo gives her no opening. She can't hold on much longer. If this continues, she'll be knocked off the platform and lose. Her rose-colored eyes do not waver. There is no other way. A feather materializes from thin air. Dai Huo's eyes lock onto it instantly. Qingzhu's eyes suddenly blaze a brilliant violet. This is her final trump card. Bloodline Awakening. The Nether Sparrow gradually takes form. Something soars high into the air, its wings unfurling wide. Feathers drifting down like spectral snow. A completely transformed Qingzhu emerges. Bloodline Awakening. This is the first time Liu Qingzhu has revealed her mutated beast bloodline to the world. Nether Sparrow, she speaks in a low, solemn voice. Dai Huo, careful. In this form I cannot control my own strength. But Dai Huo shows not a trace of fear. He grins. Oh, really? That's all I needed to hear, because, until now, I've only been fighting at half my power. Now I'm going all out. He growls. Behind him, Kingju hovers in midair and channels the Xu and Wang martial technique Primordial Chaos Jade Finger. Dai Huo refuses to be outdone. A thrilled expression spreads across his face. Atomic Devastation Fist, 2 streams of power roan green, one purple-eyed in a cataclysmic clash. Every soul in the stands is left awestruck. It's too powerful. The impact is too intense I can't even open my eyes. High above, Kingju shields her face against the raging shockwaves. But through her violet-crimson eyes, something catches her attention. Right before her, a figure rippling with coiled muscle emerges, eyes blazing white-hot, jaws gaping wide. The first semi-final of the National Martial Examination. Beads of sweat trickle down Kingju's cheek. This energy fluctuation, something's wrong. The MC's booming voice tears through the arena. What is this? Dai Huo's true mutated beast form, it's actually charging up its power. He narrates the unfolding spectacle in real time. The spines protruding from its back appear to be accumulating a colossal amount of energy. Its fang-lined maw gapes wide. Within it, a blinding light intensifies, crawling steadily toward Dai Huo's jaws. His opponent crouches slightly and unleashes the atomic breath. A searing torrent of blinding light engulfs Kingju's entire body. She uses her wings to shield her body. After a moment, Kingju gently opens her eyes, her latent potential awakening. A blinding green light surges directly toward her. Meanwhile, Kingju struggles to execute the martial reflex, but the host's voice still rings out, loud and clear. This is bad. Dai Huo's breath has been reflected back by the feathers covering Liu Kingju's body. The scene sends a wave of dread through the onlookers. In midair, countless golden light fragments swirl like a honeycomb, while several green beams pierce into its flank. And from the other side, the same. Instantly, the mayor of City Huang, Jingrajuli, materializes. He murmurs softly, "Watch closely. The strongest top scorer in city has ever produced will be born today." Seeing this, the host grows wildly excited. Thank heavens, Mayor Huang is here to shield the spectators. Blood drips steadily onto the floor. Kingju, her clothes shredded, buckles under exhaustion, legs trembling, eyes half open, a streak of blood still on her lips. He shattered the defense of her dark nether sparrow with a single strike. Can I really beat him? Memories of childhood slowly surface, accompanied by a resonant voice. Liu Kingju, you are the hope of restoring the Liu clan. You cannot lose. The ancestors of the Liu clan across every generation are watching you. Do not disappoint us. But Kingju can only stammer out a weak "I." The white-haired woman bears down on her as well. Kingju, I poured everything I had into raising you so that one day you could revive our Liu clan. You must not act on whim. The words leave Kingju momentarily hesitant. Mother and daughter trade sharp words back and forth. Not only must you win this match, you must keep winning, again and again from now on. But mother, I can't breathe anymore. Her eyes brim with anxiety and bewilderment. I'm so tired. Gazing at her opponent, she acknowledges the truth. Dai Huo is truly formidable, his expression utterly unshaken. Facing an opponent this powerful, it's only natural that I can't win. Right, it's over. Kingju rushes forward to attack, exposing a fatal opening. Perhaps Dai Huo can exploit it. Just finish me already. When her strike connects with his chest, Kingju is utterly stunned. Why didn't you dodge? Dai Huo, completely unfazed, replies, Kingju, where has your fighting spirit gone? The words freeze her in place. Dai Huo murmurs, are you even taking this seriously? He raises his fist and swings it hard. I'm going to earn that top scorer title fair and square. Yet Kingju remains rooted in shock. Dai Huo doesn't hesitate, slams his fist straight into her face. He opens his palms slightly, a cold warning. Get serious. Then Dai Huo strikes again and again, each blow punctuated by a demand. Are you getting serious yet? Are you serious? Are you serious? Finally, Kingju snaps. She screams, you bastard. From childhood until now, no one has ever dared strike me like this. She buries her face in her hands. I was already willing to hand you the victory. Why won't you let up? She pours out every last ounce of strength she has left. Stop hitting a woman in the face, you scoundrel. But Dai Huo remains utterly cold. That's right. If you don't want me hitting your face, then get serious. At this moment, Kingju finally unleashes her forbidden Techniqueth blood ignition art. Her true beast form manifests, and arcs of lightning crackle through her eyes. Dai Huo, as you wish, I will come at you with everything I have. Dai Huo watches as Kingju descends toward him. Perhaps she had been waiting for this moment all along, and her true beast form has finally emerged. Now this is interesting. Dai Huo also unleashes his own power without delay. If that's how it is, then I can't afford to hold back either. This technique is also known as the Iron Chi art. It is a body technique born from combining the Iron Chi art with Dai Huo's Demara Beast template known as the Nuclear Light Battle art. He voices his challenge aloud. Let's have ourselves a truly exhilarating fight. Qingzhou no longer intends to yield. She unleashes the Wind-Tier Techniquia blast capable of obliterating everything in its path. The battle has reached a fever pitch. The two strongest fighters clash head-on. Dai Huo, fast as the wind, seamlessly transitions into the Devastation Fist. Qingzhou executes a desperate gambit, drawing all the malevolent energy into herself. She erupts like a madwoman, unleashing every ounce of that terrifying power outward. The two, one above, one below, both pour every last shred of their strength into taking the other down. Dai Huo plants his feet firm and roars, channeling an even more devastating surge of power. His eyes gleam with calculation. You think only you can summon that power. The electric current surges toward her, cracking the ground into jagged fragments. But Qingzhou is no ordinary fighter. She channels every last ounce of strength she possesses, unleashing that same technique once more. This time I will not retreat. Shedding her defenses, unleashing the Liu clan's most powerful Techniquesh, swears to herself. I will face you head-on. Qingzhou unleashes the atomic breath technique to annihilate everything before her. She rages like a madwoman determined to tear the world apart. Bloodline power surging, Qingzhou delivers lethal strike after lethal strike. Any lesser opponent would be obliterated instantly. The dark nether blood spike, and the opposing force nearly merge, as no one can tell who will claim victory. Dai Huo's atomic breath and Qingzhou's dark nether blood spike unleash two cataclysmic attacks upon each other. The commentators are more fired up than anyone in the arena. This is bad. If that kind of power collides, it's beyond anything two martial apprentices can control. Inside the arena, Dai Huo devises another approach, remaining perfectly still and cultivating until the technique reaches completion. The foundation technique's magical formation has been deployed, Earth Vein Divine Wall. This should be enough to take down the opponent. The stone slabs cannot hold firm under forces this overwhelming. Even the spectators outside have to admit the sheer impact is staggering. Was that barrier just now created by the mayor? Is the mayor trying to block the clash between them? If the mayor hadn't intervened, we'd all be caught in the blast. Even Huang Jing himself appears to be deliberating over something. The three Earth Vein Divine Walls, erected far too hastily, cannot hold as firmly as they normally would. In the end, Dai Huo's and Qingzhou's attacks still collide. Who could have possibly imagined that this year's university entrance exam would produce two candidates whose strength defies all comprehension? Qingzhou's hands drip with blood, drop by drop. She clutches her injured arms in agony. The power of her true dark blood beast form has been completely spent. I can't give up, I can still fight. At this moment, Dai Huo's footsteps draw closer, his silhouette looming impossibly tall before her. Dai Huo senses that Qingzhou, in her powered-up state, is far from mediocre as his equal. His attack clearly connected, yet she shows no sign of injury. He even warns her that if the nuclear radiation festering in her body isn't purged, she could be crippled for life. Qingzhou trembles at the mention of such a terrifying consequence. She raises her face in fury, her eyes already glistening with tears. I never wanted to push things this far. Why did you drag me into this fight? Dai Huo quietly sits down in front of her. He enunciates each word so Qingzhou can hear him clearly. Is it truly that you didn't want to fight me? Or are you just too stubborn to admit your own competitive spirit? When we were clashing just now, I could feel your burning desire to win. Now she has no excuse left. She turns it over in her mind and realizes he's absolutely right. He's not wrong. She really did want to defeat him. That's why she dropped her defenses and poured everything into a full-power strike. But what was she even thinking? She clearly hated fighting. She just wanted to end it quickly and beat him. Yet during that clash, she truly felt that exhilarating thrill of battle, not for anyone else but purely for herself. Dai Huo gently reaches out and tucks a strand of hair behind Qingzhou's ear, making her flush scarlet. He places his hand on her shoulder. Your mind was cluttered with stray thoughts during the fight. That's why you lost. Hearing this, Qingzhou lowers her gaze and examines her own hands. The wounds and radiation burns on her arm have already healed remarkably well. Dai Huo can't help but admit it, but you're still the strongest opponent I've ever faced. If we get another chance, I'd love nothing more than a pure, no-holds-barred duel with you. Qingzhou's eyes widen in surprise. Classmate Dai Huo, the mist has cleared. There he is, Dai Huo, still standing on the arena. The semi-final match has concluded. Dai Huo of City No. 1 High School wins. After Dai Huo's victory over Qingzhou, Chu also secures his win as expected, the greatest climax of the City University entrance examination. The battle for the top scholar title is about to begin. A clash between two titans of City Number 1 High School Daihu versus Chu. The live viewership for this match continues to skyrocket. The City University entrance examination final snow begin. Chu wears a cold, expressionless face. I humbly ask for your guidance. Daihu is already locked in his battle stance. Come at me. Chu surges forward, cutting through layers of pressure as if ascending to a higher plane. Daihu stands unmoved, tall and fearless, waiting to receive him. The power of these two, when they collide, becomes a force of terrifying magnitude capable of annihilating everything. Atomic breath. The instant Chu closes in, Daihu detonates his explosive fist at blistering speed, blasting everything away. Daihu doesn't bother hunting for the true body among the clonish, simply bombards every single one with brute, devastating force. Chu struggles to fight back, but his defenses fundamentally cannot withstand Daihu's destructive power. One has to ask, is there truly any martial artist of their generation who can go toe-to-toe with Daihu in close combat? He really is a monster. Since I can't close the distance, I'll drain you from afar. Chu decides to activate his bloodline awakening ability. An ice dragon materializes, its maw unleashing a torrent of freezing frost. Chu has absolute confidence in his abilities and this power. This ice vein bloodline power will take you down in an instant if you're not careful. Commentators have already praised Chu's displayed mountain of ice he conjures, with its soul-freezing might. Truly resembles a living ice dragon. Chu is incredible. Meanwhile, Daihu's fans rally together, chanting for their great demon king to dominate. Others cheer for Chu. Hang in there, ice boy, you can do it. Chu's formidable ice vein power now towers as a mountain of ice across the arena. Daihu is sealed within the ice mountain. Chu's energy gradually depletes, and he suddenly staggers, nausea washing over him. This much freezing power, it's still a heavy toll on my body. Look, the ice mountain has already begun to crack. The ice shatters and releases its pent-up force. Chu's eyes widen in disbelief. How is this possible? How can it be broken so easily? Chu tries to suppress the surging backlash rushing toward him, but everything erupts in a catastrophic explosion. The mighty ice mountain shatters in an instant. Daihu's footsteps come to a halt. Your ice dragon's power has no effect on me. Frost and ice vapor swirl across his body. It seems my element inherently counters yours. At this point, even Chu has to concede the gap in strength is simply too vast. Daihu, receive my final strike. This is the absolute pinnacle of my current martial path. He had originally intended to save this for Kingju, but now he abandons all restraint, channeling every last ounce of power into his ultimate technique sword, Intense Soul Wound. Huang Jing, who has been watching from the sidelines all along, murmurs in shock, sword intent. How old is he? Yet he already commands such power. Chu surges forward with everything he has, launching his remaining strength at his opponent. Drops of blood trickle down from unseen wounds. Daihu has a plan of his own. He thinks, when you get a better sword, then perhaps you'll have a slim chance. He suddenly notices something, a shard of the blade clatters to the ground. His sword shattered. Chu stares at Daihu with disbelief and asks, how much of a chance? Daihu grins, slightly better than a stray's odds. Then Chu raises his hand in surrender. I concede. The City University entrance examination finals, Daihu is the champion. The fan community erupts into deafening cheers upon hearing the news. I knew I wasn't wrong about him. Daihu is just too cool. Though Chu is undeniably powerful, before Daihu he simply doesn't measure up. This dark horse Daihu truly charged all the way to the finish line. I heard he was dead last in his class last year, and now he's dethroned this year's top student to claim the top scholar title. Absolutely inspiring. The difficulty of this year's university entrance examination far surpasses every previous year, yet he conquered every challenge. Daihu is undoubtedly the strongest top scholar in City has ever produced. From this day forward, no one may surpass him. Daihu's fanbase continues to swell. People line up just for a glimpse of him. The commentary and analysis are more heated than ever. Audiences both at the venue and watching via livestream of this year's 24th and City University entrance examination. After 3 days of fierce combat, the martial arts top scholar of the City University entrance examination has finally been crowned. It is none other than Daihu of City No. 1 High School. The interviewer approaches classmate Daihu, may we have a few words? We've heard that your strength stems from years of relentless accumulation and training. Now that you've claimed the top scholar title, is there anything you'd like to say? Dai Huo thinks to himself, as expected of cultured Peeplethy, can even describe my golden finger so eloquently. Before giving his speech, he clears his throat. First of all, I must thank my teacher. It was you, teacher, who didn't abandon me when I was at rock bottom. You encouraged me, and that's how I found the motivation to keep fighting. His teacher, watching on screen, is so deeply moved that she embraces herself. I truly don't deserve your praise, Dai Huo. I was just a teacher afraid of losing his job. I failed to see your potential. I carry real guilt in my heart. Even the principal is here, and I want to. Dai Huo is utterly shocked. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine the principal would be here. The principal raises his hand and makes a gesture. 2. Dai Huo, do a little promotion for our in-city first high school, and I'll award you a 2 million scholarship. The moment Dai Huo hears the word money, his eyes light up like lanterns. I should thank my school, thank my principal. Without your wise leadership, how could we have achieved what we have today? And finally, I want to thank myself. Without my own hard work and brilliance, I absolutely could not have achieved today's glory. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the top scorer title. Reward 1 random monster template draw. He never expected a reward this massive. The top scorer title. Turns out monster templates can also be obtained through system achievements. At this moment in the stadium corridor, fans go absolutely wild. He's coming out. Classmate Dai Huo, did you feel any pressure winning the top scorer title this time? How did you get so powerful in just half a year? Dai Huo, are you heading to Flower City University? Terrified, he bolts. Don't chase me. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Some even rush up to ask directly, classmate Dai Huo, who do you think is prettier, Kingju or Xiaoling? Or do you prefer someone close, or Chu Zhou? Dai Huo absolutely has no intention of answering questions like these, so he makes a swift escape. I don't have time to waste on these reporters. Classmate Dai Huo, wait a moment. Classmate Dai Huo, I have just one more question. At the basketball court in the morning, golden sunlight pours in beautifully. Dai Huo finally breathes a sigh of relief, has managed to shake off those reporters. Monster templates aren't exclusive. Never expected they could also be obtained through system reward draws. No sooner do the words leave his lips than a figure appears. Classmate Dai Huo, congratulations on winning the top scorer title. He freezes in place. More reporters. The man removes his hat and explains, don't misunderstand. I'm not a reporter. I came from Flower City. Let's talk about the gene lock. Dai Huo has never heard of such a thing. The gene lock. I haven't unlocked any gene thing either. All my abilities come from the monster templates. Could this person actually know about my abilities? Who on earth is he? He asks Dai Huo, did you hear about the gene lock from your father? Dai Huo answers immediately, that's right, according to the original owner's memories, that's how it was. The man pulls a document from his briefcase. Classmate Dai Huo, aren't you curious how your father, an ordinary taxi driver, knew a term completely incompatible with his profession? Dai Huo looks at him suspiciously. Was he actually some kind of hidden master? The man then places the documents in front of him. Because your situation is special, Flower City has authorized the partial declassification of certain top-secret documents for your eyes. Dai Huo opens them and studies each page meticulously. It describes a research institute in the field of genetic biology on Blue Star that once reigned as an industry titan. But a catastrophic incident led every nation to hunt them down and seal them off entirely. A massive number of core researchers were forced into hiding, living incognito scattered across cities. Gene lock technology was their flagship project. At this point, Dai Huo can no longer keep his composure. To think you people regard my so-called father as a senior researcher of that institute, and I'm nothing more than their secret research product. What? The man quickly reassures him. Relax. The nation won't give you any trouble. I'm only here to help you understand the situation. After all, you're directly involved and have every right to know. One glance, and it's obvious this man is overthinking things. Buddy, I'm telling you I'm calmer about this than you are. You believe that? But the man keeps going furthermore. You are a key talent under national cultivation. We will always protect your safety. He's been holding back laughter this entire time. So annoying. The more famous you become, the more attention and trouble you attract. This world really is all about power. The man finally bids farewell. Well then, I'll be on my way. Dai Huo has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Finally, he's gone. This round of exams yielded quite the haul. Not only did he secure a spot at Flower City University, but he also received a 2 million scholarship from the principal, plus 800,000 in bonus rewards. Of course, the most important thing is that I get to draw a new monster ability template. He eagerly initiates the draw. I can't wait any longer. Above him, a mysterious circle materializes out of thin air. Daihuo stares up at the spectacle, his eyes wide with shock. A circle so mesmerizing it could captivate anyone who beholds it. Before him looms the bizarre silhouette of a monstrous entity. D-rank template ability, type D-rank superclass colossal titan form. Bloodline ability colossal enlargement up to 60 meters. Superheated steam emission. Evolutionary form elemental titan. Super colossal titan form. Daihuo has never heard this name before. Abilities from different templates can be stacked upon one another. If the super colossal titan form were combined with the berserk demon emperor template, what would happen? It would probably evolve into something like the phantom beast colossus king. In another scene, inside a pitch-black room, Brother Huolong, you mean you have personal matters to settle and won't be taking missions anymore? That's right, I'll wrap up my current schedule. Understood. The ceiling above is already cracked and riddled with fissures. His footsteps alone threaten to bring the entire place crashing down. Moreover, his eyes brim with lethal danger. I regret to inform you that we did not find your brother's body in the secret realm. However, we did discover certain residual traces at the location where his signal last appeared. Upon analysis, traces of nuclear radiation were detected within them. He shakes his head. I already knew the truth. Little brother, I told you, don't go messing around in the underworld. Don't get involved in that life. Why didn't you listen? Mom made me promise to take care of you before she passed. In the in-city finals, Daihuo wins. The man stares at his face for a long time. Daihuo, a once-in-a-generation genius in city. Flower City University will fight tooth and nail for him. But unfortunately, he won't live to enroll at Flower City University. A package arrives at Daihuo's residence. He's curious, was just about to head to the secret realm to test his new template. Who sent this? The sender Chuzhou. According to the Flower City Central Research Institute, a new secret realm rift will open today at 300 p.m. at Gongshi Mountain, on the outskirts of City. The estimated rank of the secret realm is approximately C-class. I intend to explore it. Would you like to form a team with me? After reading those lines, Daihuo is utterly dumbfounded. Seriously, bro, what era do we live in and you're still sending letters? Is this guy a transmigrator or something? At the peak of City's Gongshi Mountain, crowds have been packed in since early morning. Far too many people, at least over 1,000, have gathered. As expected, a newly opened secret realm is always highly sought after. The moment Chuzhou spots Daihuo, he calls out in greeting, "You've gotten stronger again." Daihuo flashes a pleasant, hollow smile. Didn't expect Chuzhou's senses to be this sharp. He had used the reward points earned from the college entrance exams to purchase a few doses of enhancement serums. The treatment raised his gene compatibility with the supergiant transformation template to 35%. It seems even a low-grade monster template has its merits. It delivers rapid results. He turns to Chuzhou and asks, "Which university are you aiming for?" Chuzhou replies hesitantly, "Flower City University." Daihuo responds warmly, "Looks like we'll be classmates from now on." Something about Chuzhou's expression feels slightly off. Suddenly, everyone erupts in shouts. The secret realm's barrier is about to break. The fire drake beasts have appeared. A colossal beast materializes before the crowd, a three-headed vulture that spreads its wings and swoops down, attacking the stunned onlookers below. A martial instructor on the ground thrusts his finger skyward at the beast. The three-headed vulture's screech rallies everyone together. The secret realm is open. Brothers slay that beast and charge in. Dozens of martial artists surge forward in an instant, brimming with killing intent. They gather their chi, unleash their techniques, and lunge toward the creature, as if they've spotted a priceless treasure. The beast cries out in terror, "Not good. I pushed too hard breaking through. We are there so many martial artists. Retreat, retreat, I can't get back." It's trapped. In mere moments, the creature is reduced to a few scattered feathers. The wretched bird is beaten to a pulp, its pained shrieks echoing without end. Indeed, even the early bird can get beaten. The Shushan River secret realm is, in truth, a vast primeval forest. The trees here grow in utterly bizarre formations. Those outside rush in without hesitation. Daihuo also steps forward, entering the realm at an unhurried pace. His bearing is composed and dignified, unhurried, moving with effortless grace. A sudden stench assaults the air. It hits Daihuo's nostrils, making him grimace. The reek of blood is overpowering. Then it dawns on him it's a beast tide. These beasts have been lying in ambush here, waiting for us all along. A horde of ravenous monsters emerges, their faces twisted into skull-like visages. Dark energy shrouds their bodies as they charge, hungry for a fight with the martial artists. On this side, the martial artists rally with equal fervor and rush to meet the monsters, unleashing their full power. Someone shouts, "By national martial law, all martial artists are to prioritize exterminating these beasts and repelling the beast tide." In the heat of battle, one martial artist cleaves a monster's head clean off. Next, a giant serpent has a sword driven straight through its skull by another fighter. It dies in agony. Chuzhou narrows his eyes with razor-sharp focus and raises his ice sword. He channels his bloodline power and cleaves downward at the beast charging toward him, sending a violent shockwave ripping through the air. Suddenly, a beast lunges from behind, aiming to ambush Chuzhou. He detects it, but before he can react, someone yells atomic burst fist. A beam of light streaks across the battlefield and slams into the creature mid-pounce, blasting its internal organs into a gory spray. He raises his right arm to shield himself, dodging the lethal shrapnel from the beast's shattered corpse. Dai Huo rubs his left wrist and glances at Chuzhou. "Watch your six." That rescue saved Chuzhou from certain death, a debt he carries deep in his heart. He murmurs his gratitude. Beneath their feet lie the corpses of slaughtered beasts, their blood and flesh strewn across the ground in a gruesome mosaic. Dai Huo tells him flatly, "The beasts in this secret realm, none of them are worth fighting." His undisguised contempt for these low-grade monsters sends a chill down Chuzhou's spine. Chuzhou's face freezes. He speaks. "Dai Huo has already slaughtered so many. This many already." He realizes the beasts killed by Dai Huo seem to have had their flesh and blood completely dissolved. Dai Huo deploys wide-area nuclear radiation. Watching the bones of the beasts slowly disintegrate on the ground fills everyone with unspeakable dread, a silent, unstoppable devastation. What's most terrifying is that it attacks biological cells directly. At this moment, Dai Huo is no different from a true demon descending upon the mortal world. Everywhere he passes, monsters are annihilated by the atomic radiation emanating from his body. Everyone stares at him, as though witnessing a devil walking the earth. What the hell are they pushing from behind so fast? Could they have a high-level martial artist backing them up? Everyone turns their gaze toward Dai Huo, their minds reeling with the same thought. Isn't he the top scorer of this year's college entrance exam in city? Someone steps forward to answer the question. Another man stands there, still stunned. The top scorer, wasn't he just a martial apprentice? How can a mere martial apprentice kill that many beasts? A young kid behind him pipes up. "You didn't watch this year's exam live stream, did you?" "That's right. What's so interesting about high schoolers fighting each other?" The kid smirks. "Fool, that high schooler could take on 10 men like you." The man shudders involuntarily. Shortly after, a group of martial artists gathers before Dai Huo, urging him to lead the charge against the beasts and drive them toward the top scorer. A sword-wielding fighter stands at the vanguard and rallies the troops. Under the canopy of the forest, the word spread from one person to the next like wildfire. Word arrives from the front lines: the leader of the beast tide has been slain. Everyone erupts in triumphant cheers. "We've won." But they press on, continuing to fight and drive back the remaining beasts. The beast tide begins to retreat. Chuzhou wipes the sweat from his exhausted face after the battle against the beast tide. He lets out a long, heavy sigh. "Phew, thank heavens we survived the first wave." Everyone around him wears the same bone-deep exhaustion. After this battle, of the over 1,000 martial artists who assembled at the start, only 800 remain standing, and many among them are wounded. The loss weighs heavy on every heart, comrades and friends who gave their lives fighting against the beasts. Dai Huo hoists a crystal-bearing boulder onto his shoulder and lets out a weary breath. "Phew, Chuzhou, how the hell am I supposed to carry all these spoils of war?" The sight of a haul so massive it dwarfs even Dai Huo's own body leaves Chuzhou wide-eyed. "Where the hell did you harvest this many beast cores?" Chuzhou produces a small ring and hands it to Dai Huo. "This is my spatial ring. Go ahead and stuff everything in there for now." Hearing this, Dai Huo's grin turns inhumanly wide. "Whoa, a spatial ring worth tens of millions. Didn't expect you to be this loaded, Chuzhou." A mischievous gleam flickers in his eyes. A martial artist announces, "Boss Wu Sen's squad is back." Both of them turn toward the voice. "Lucky, he took out the Lord-class beast. Otherwise, we'd have all been worked to death in the swarm." Everyone gazes in admiration at the towering figure striding toward them. He speaks greetings. "You're the top scorer of City's college entrance exam, aren't you? I'm Wu Sen, squad captain of the Silver Wolf Martial Corps and City Division." He looks down at Dai Huo and extends his hand for a handshake. "I've just heard from my men about your ferocious display out there. I was wondering, would you be interested in joining our martial corps? It won't interfere with your university studies, on the contrary. You'll receive priority resource subsidies. Wu Sen is willing to sign an S-rank member contract with you. Dai Huo lifts his head to meet his gaze. The surrounding martial artists watch the two with eyes gleaming. Boss Wu Sen himself is personally inviting Dai Huo. To join the Corpse Thighs is truly a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Without the backing of a martial corps, an independent martial artist can hardly bear the staggering costs of the martial path. Moreover, the Silver Wolf Martial Corps is one of the largest, an S-rank certified corps. Even an ordinary student from Flower City University might not secure such a position. A short-haired girl with purple hair rides atop a tiger-type mutated beast, approaching from the side. Wu Sen, I told you to slow down, would you sprint ahead like that? She cuts in between the two of them. She looks at Dai Huo. Classmate Dai Huo, join our Chengda Martial Corps instead. She smiles. Our corps may be slightly smaller than Silver Wolf, but I can guarantee you'll receive 15% of the corps, monthly training resources upon joining. The martial artists nearby stare at her with starry eyes and hearts practically floating above their heads. What? Isn't 15% of cultivation resources practically making us shareholders? A high school student driving two major martial guilds to compete and concede THI's Chinese letter LY. Dai Huo picks at his ear, his gaze drifting elsewhere. Sorry, but I currently have no plans to join any martial guild. Wu Sen chuckles softly. As expected, claiming the top scorer of the university exams won't be easy. No worries. Consider this round a chance to make friends. If you ever need anything, just contact the Silver Wolf Martial Guild. We're available anytime. The two shake hands. The Chengda Martial Guild stands ready at your command as well. She speaks, Dai Huo replies, though I can't join, being friends works. Wasn't this the same hand you just used to pick your ear? Dai Huo pays it no mind. Don't sweat the small stuff. Chu Zhou approaches. You've already repelled the beast tide. Now we can start exploring freely. This place is a forest of colossal trees. Let's climb to the treetops to survey the area first. Dai Huo agrees. All right. Dai Huo activates his ability and shoots into the sky. Chu Zhou sprints after him. So fast. The two stand atop the crimson canopy, surveying the surroundings. Chu Zhou stares in shock toward the distance. What is that? In the far distance loom colossal figures. Immense, their details blur beyond recognition. Bodies that massive must tower over 1,000 meters tall. Truly beyond imagination. Dai Huo gazes at them, eyes blazing with excitement. It's not hard to imagine we're still young. In a few years, we might just conquer the mutated beasts of this secret realm and uncover the truth behind it all. As he speaks, his eyes light up like twin stars. Chu Zhou breaks into a cold sweat, staring at him. Truly worthy of Dai Huo, facing existences of unknown and immense power without even flinching. I'm terrified, yet Dai Huo has the confidence to challenge them. He watches Dai Huo, brimming with reckless excitement, and thinks, looks like I don't just lose to Dai Huo in martial prowess, even my willpower falls short. Dai Huo is a true martial artist. Your beast cores will be mine sooner or later. He activates his life magnetic field. Strangely, life magnetic field can detect the distribution of every living thing across the entire secret realm. His eyes shift to a deep blue as he gazes ahead. In the southeast, there's a massive lake. The area around it reads as a complete void, utterly empty. A monster rises from the depths, conjuring a massive wave that rocks the great vessel. Abnormalities always have a cause. Greater the storm, the rarer the fish. His eyes light up as he stares toward the sea. He thrusts his hand forward, pointing. That's a lake, he shouts. Chu Zhou, look southeast, there's a lake over there. Let's go check it out. In the eerie forest, as they survey the surroundings, Dai Huo suddenly brightens. Wu Shili, Chu Zhou is taken aback. Wu Shili greets them cheerfully. Isn't this the one and only top scorer of our city? Never expected you to be this formidable, kid. Dao Chok stands nearby with arms crossed. Oh, Wu Lei, you know our city's little top scorer. The bespectacled woman chimes in cheerfully. Yeah, hurry up and introduce us. Just now, when the top scorer fought against the beast tide, he was truly magnificent. Dai Huo steps forward. Wu Shili, how long have you all been here? Wu Shili answers, we haven't been here long. Two teammates skilled in diving already went into the lake to scout the route. Suddenly, a young man bursts from the water, gasping for air. He shouts with wild joy, we've struck it rich, we've hit the jackpot. Wu Shili remains composed. Explain clearly, how exactly did we strike it rich? He blurts out immediately, there's a ruin at the bottom of the lake. We're about to hit the mother lode. Wu Shili's eyes widen. Really? This is incredible, Dai Huo asks, confused. What exactly is a ruin? Why are they so excited? Chujo explains, in the secret realm, there are mysterious structures believed to be left behind by a previous civilization. Experts collectively call them ruins. Rumor has it that much of humanity's modern martial theory and numerous gene technologies all originated from those ruins. The older brother suddenly notices them and laughs. Others here? He draws his sword in an instant, demanding fiercely, "Who the hell are you two? Dare to eavesdrop on our conversation?" Wu Shili intervenes immediately. "Stop, Yu Yang. Dai Huo and Chu Zhou are the top scorer and runner-up of City's martial examinations. Their strength far surpasses most ordinary martial artists. Let them join us this time." Dai Huo nods in agreement. "That's right, brother. Don't get worked up. Two of us can help you out." With exploring the ruins, the older brother grows agitated. "What about the spoils?" Dai Huo raises his hand. "We're outside reinforcements split by contribution. You put in the work, you take the reward." He considers for a moment, then says, "Fine then. You can join temporarily, but don't even think about pulling anything shady. The top scorer and the runner-up to future powerhouses. Best not to make enemies of them." Underwater, the older brother leads the way as everyone follows into the cavern. The older brother explains, "Pass through this cavern and the ruins lie within." He turns, scanning left and right. "Strange, where the hell is Li Wei? Wasn't he supposed to be guarding here?" Dao Chok speaks up. "Maybe he found some treasure and went in ahead on his own." The older brother cups his hands and shouts, "Hey, Li Wei, answer me." "Hey," the bespectacled woman asks, "when you reached this underground cavern, did you check for signs of mutated beast activity?" The older brother replies, "Li Wei and I laid out bait to lure mutated beasts, but not a single beast hair showed up." The bespectacled woman trembles. "This place seems quite dangerous. Li Wei has gone missing too. Should we keep exploring?" The older brother roars in fury, "Explore. We push forward no matter what. Glory and riches lie right before your eyes if you're too scared to seize them. You'll spend your whole lives as bottom-rung martial artists. If you're afraid of death, get the hell out now. If you want to get rich, stay." Everyone hesitates nervously. The older brother continues, "If nobody's leaving, then move." He takes the lead. Everyone follows behind, venturing deeper into the cavern. Under the flashlight's beam, a few footprints appear. Dai Huo observes in silence, then suddenly mouths words without making a sound. "Something's off." Chu Zhou nods in agreement. "You're right, timeline doesn't add up." Wu Shili said her team had just arrived near the Lakathat was barely 10 minutes ago. Yet they managed to dive into the underwater cavern, traverse the underground passage, and discover a secret path leading straight to ruins. It's like playing a game with the map unlocked. Chu Zhou signals clearly there's a trap. "Should we warn your acquaintance?" "Then get out of here." Dai Huo smirks. "Don't worry, I've got an ace up my sleeve." Inside the cavern, countless vines drape from the walls. A voice echoes, "This is a beast core. It's lost its glowdrin long ago. No wonder so few mutated beasts showed up in the water. They were all devoured." Wu Shili grows anxious. "Yu Yang, where exactly are the ruins?" The bespectacled woman suddenly screams, grabbing everyone's attention. "Li Wei is dead." Terror grips everyone instantly. The older brother clutches his head and screams, "Where are the ruins? Why are there no ruins here? Where did the ruins go?" He grabs his head. "Li Wei is dead. How did you die?" Vines. I think they've got me too. Run, get out of here." A second later, everything erupts. Thousands of vines shoot forth. Everyone recoils in terror. Wu Yang could he have been struck by a sudden flash of light and instantly sent flying. Dai Huo remains calm, not expecting the mutated beast to possess such intelligence. He stares at the crimson orb and speaks. After hunting and killing 2 martial artists, it even parasitized one of their brains, using the host as bait to lure in more prey. "It seems we've already been drawn into its hunting ground." Everyone shouts in alarm. "The monster has blocked the way we came, and it doesn't intend to let us escape either." Chu Zhou remains composed. "I've read about this type of vine-controlling monster in books before. A Tier 2 king-level mutated beast. The Phantom Demon Vine." Wu Shili's face drains of color. "A king-grade bloodline specimen simply cannot be evaluated by normal tier standards. This tier of creature is absolutely not something a handful of Tier 1 martial artists like us can hope to resist." Dai Huo snarls, "I don't give a damn what tier it is. Watch me blast it to pieces." The cavern suddenly explodes. A martial artist appears from nowhere. "Dai Huo, I've come for your life." The declaration stuns everyone. His chi and blood aura billows like Smokey, a martial artist of the 8th stage. Dai Huo turns to face the hulking figure behind him, a man whose build dwarfs even a mountain. "Someone still remembers me." The giant gazes down at Dai Hyu from on high, like a god looking upon a mortal, and sneers. I heard that in the Gongshu Mountains secret realm, someone used nuclear radiation abilities to fight off the beast tide. I was certain it was you. All I had to do was follow the residual radiation traces to track your whereabouts. To avoid detection, I held my breath and stilled my spirit entirely. I trailed you all the way to this underground cavern, yet you still discovered me and used boulders to block the entrance and bar my advance. I even stopped my heartbeat and breathing completely played dead, and you still caught on. Truly worthy of the one who once backed the Hue brothers into a corner. Dai Hyu puts on his most innocent expression. Pursing his lips with a dopey look, he says, "Uncle, who exactly are you? You barge in out of nowhere and start rambling a bunch of bizarre nonsense all by yourself. Do we even know each other?" The hulking man roars in fury, his fist erupting with searing crimson light aimed straight at Dai Hyu. "Stop pretending, D." He swings his arm downward, his voice trembling with rage. Could this be the phantom demon vine's lair? I walked right into a monster's nestinly to get swarmed by monsters. The titan-like man lets out a howl of utter fury. His mouth hangs so wide you could probably fit an elbow inside. "Damn it, thighs, was your plan too, Dai Hyu." He flails his fists wildly at the air, muttering ceaselessly. The phantom demon vine's abilities are draining martial energy and secreting a neurotoxin. If this drags on, I'll definitely die here. Damn, Yao, you actually set me up. Dai Hyu watches the man from afar and can't help but heave a sigh. "Uncle, your imagination is running way too wild. This is literally the first time we've met." The hulking man erupts in volcanic rage, his punches shaking heaven and earth, hitting everything in sight and screaming at it all. Annoying as hell. "My target is that bastard Dai Hyu, not you damn weeds." Wu Shili watches rocks of all sizes raining down from above, her face draining of color. This is Bad Thigh's cavern is going to collapse from their battle. She spins around in panic at the voice echoing from behind. "Move-no." The golden-clad figure, whether human or monster, impossible to tell, opens its maw. A luminous green sphere radiates outward, its crushing pressure blanketing the entire surrounding space. It launches the orb forward. Wherever it streaks, space itself tears apart under the blinding green light. The seawater surges violently, sweeping up the boulders blasted apart in the orb's wake. Chuzhou shouts urgently at Wu Shili's sister. "Wu, you all go ahead." Bada swings his fists wreathed in blazing fire, gnashing his teeth. "Don't even think about running." Killing intent freezes the air. Chuzhou unleashes his technique, a wall of razor-sharp ice materializing to block the man's savage punch. His emerald eyes flash with cold light. "As long as I'm here, you won't lay a single finger on Dai Hyu." The golden-clad man's face twists into a grotesque grin, stretching ear to ear. His pupils constrict with excitement. He sneers. Brathai's old man is a golden-tier martial artist. "You think this little bit of frost is going to hurt me?" Dai Hyu charges in from an unexpected angle, taunting. "Hey, big mouth uncluher, are you even looking?" Simultaneously, his fist crystallizes with frost as he unleashes his nuclear core strike. A cyclone-like technique slams dead center into the man's torso, launching his entire body backward. Dai Hyu stands between Chuzhou and the enemy, speaking without looking back. "You go first. This guy is a high-tier martial artist. You'd struggle against him right now. Leave him to me." Wu Shili and the others, their bodies drenched, stare down at the still lake's surface. She speaks with worry. The phantom demon vine has gone completely berserk. It wants to tear the entire lake apart and turn everything to chaos. Chuzhou surfaces, struggling to haul his heavy body upward. Wu Shili rushes over immediately. "Where's Dai Hyu?" Chuzhou merely turns his head and gazes down at the silent lake without a single word. The lake's surface suddenly churns violently. A colossal surge of energy shatters the calm, like a bolt of lightning striking deep beneath the water. A titan rises to the surface, dragging another small silhouette with Ida body so ravaged it is no longer recognizable. Charred as if scorched by hellfire, hovering lifelessly in midair. Chuzhou and the others look up with dread. The titan gradually dissolves into a haze of smoke that blankets the sky, vanishing without a trace. Chuzhou rushes to the water's edge, where Dai Hyu is struggling to crawl ashore. Dai Hyu, completely naked and battered, forces out a hoarse voice. "Joe, lend me some clothes." Chuzhou asks, "What was that explosion just now?" Dai Hyu props his hands on his knees, sitting on the ground, and answers that mysterious martial artist actually carried a plasma bomb. He took the phantom demon vine down with mutual destruction. Chuzhou asks with disbelief, "A plasma bomb? Isn't that a military-grade forbidden weapon? What kind of person could possibly get their hands on something like that? Moreover, I felt like the explosion was even more powerful than a standard plasma bomb. Chu Zhou continues sifting through his memories. It seemed like through the smoke and haze there was a giant. And you Dai Huo, pale as a ghost, wearing the most forced smile I've ever seen. Nah, there wasn't. Must have been from the explosion. You saw it wrong. His mouth says one thing while his mind races another. Good he managed to fool them. If they found out about his monster template ability, it wouldn't be good. He'd gone a bit overboard. That martial artist got ground to absolute dust by him no body left to recover. At least he managed to grab the Phantom Demon Vine's monster core. Wu Shili waves goodbye and departs with the others. Dai Huo, we'll head out first. We're truly sorry not only did we drag you here for nothing, we even had to be rescued by you. Once you leave the secret realm, we'll make it up to you. Dai Huo responds courteously. No need for that. Sister Wu, consider this repayment for the kindness you showed me back then. If you compensated me on top of that, wouldn't I just end up owing you another favor? He finishes, then turns to Chu Zhou with a sly grin. Up next, that be monster grinding time. 3 days later, the entrance to the Gongshu Mountain secret realm. The moment they touch down, both of them freeze, gazing up with stunned eyes. Dai Huo's voice trembles with astonishment. No way in just a few days. They've already developed this place into a small town. There are even transport vehicles. Xia Country's construction capability is truly terrifying. Dai Huo drops a massive bag onto the reception counter. The receptionist gently advises, "Sir, please be a little gentler. If these items get damaged, it won't do you any favors either." Dai Huo rubs the back of his head sheepishly and responds with an embarrassed laugh, "Sorry, but I've got too many things on hand. If I don't get them all out quickly, you'll have a very hard time completing the inspection before noon." The receptionist continues, "Please rest assured, sir. Our staff are all highly trained professionals." Dai Huo casually removes the ring from his finger and begins extracting bags one after another, first, second, third, fourth, finally pulling out the last sack from the ring, which has expanded to the size of a storage warehouse. Phew, the last bag. The receptionist's face turns ashen as she stares. She thinks to herself, is he trying to sell all these bags or what? She opens her mouth shakily. "Sir, are you finished?" Dai Huo flashes a cunning smile. "All done. But you'd better hurry with the calculations. We've still got quite a few spiritual herbs in there." At the Spiritual Herb Appraisal Center, the buzzing crowd takes turns gasping in astonishment at the pile of spirit herbs on the table. This 7-star leaf is at least 300 years old. Herbs like this grow only in the most obscure, inaccessible location. 7 professional herb gatherers can rarely catch a glimpse of one. What kind of dog shit luck does this kid have? He actually managed to find a 6-union flower. That's a crucial ingredient for refining the Chi Si pill. Even in rough condition, these spirit herbs are worth at least 30 million on the market. Some of the scarcer specimens could fetch even higher prices. This martial artist hit the absolute jackpot of fortune overnight. Old Liu, have you really lost your mind? Is it even possible to gather this many spirit herbs? How can this be mere luck? Someone with abilities like this absolutely cannot be offended. Dai Huo watches the noisy crowd from up close, muttering to himself, "The blue and white magic veins can no longer help me level up. I might as well exchange them all for money." And during the beast tide, I harvested 5 blue magic veins from the Tier 3 mutated beasts, along with magic veins of mixed blue-green patterns. The ones dropped by that Tier 2 creature were the biggest haul of all. The money has already been deposited into the card, 27.5 million. Dai Huo steps out of the center, still talking to himself. The monster cores are dealt with. Now I need to find a buyer for this appraised pile of spirit herbs. Suddenly, a luxury foreign car pulls up right in front of him. A gray-haired old man steps forward and introduces himself with a smile. "Greetings, Mr. Dai Huo. I am Li Yushin, owner of the Peace Medicine Hall. I've heard you gathered a large quantity of spirit herbs from Mount Gongshu. Would you be willing to sell them to me? I'm prepared to purchase at a price slightly above market value." Dai Huo studies him for a moment and thinks, much for personal privacy. It looks like those old foxes at the appraisal center leaked my information. Doesn't matter either way. I was about to sell these herbs anyway. Having someone come to my doorstep saves me a trip. A while later, the luxury car drives off, not forgetting to leave a parting remark. "Next time you have spirit herbs, remember to come find me. Mr. Dai Huo, the funds have been transferred to your bank account. 50.64 million. Dai Huo mutters, "That's a lot of money, but it's still not enough to push me up another 10% in rank. True power is the only truth that matters. The common gene serum's on the market, and the white and blue monster cores can barely upgrade me anymore." He sighs, that gene template is pickier about its diet than even its own host. What a pain. Blood jade fruit, what even is that? The high-tier gene serums are things I don't even have the qualifications to compete for. Wait, there's still a way. He recalls a matter of martial arts. During the college entrance exam, the reason he was able to completely crush Liu Qingzhu and the others was entirely thanks to the overwhelming power of his Godzilla gene template. However, in terms of martial techniques, he's still far behind those academic elites. What he needs to do now is get his hands on some truly dominating martial techniques. He dashes off at breakneck speed, not forgetting to shout, "Old man, I'm coming to squeeze some gold out of you." In the principal's office at City Number 1 High School, the principal pours tea into the cup on the table and has him take a seat in the principal's own chair. He clears his throat. "Dai Huo, it's good that you haven't forgotten your old school and come back to visit." Dai Huo replies with an awkward smile, "Principal, you don't need to be so formal." The principal protests, "How can I not? You are the top scorer of the college entrance exams, a role model for me, for the school, and for every teacher and student here." Dai Huo hands him a bottle and says, "Princip, this is medicinal wine I brought from Boss Lee's Peace Medicine Hall. This isn't a bribe, it's a show of respect for my elders. It's a fine tradition and a virtue of our great Xia country." The principal's eyes light up the moment he sees it. "Dai Huo, look at you, truly a student of both virtue and talent. Respecting your teachers and honoring the way, what a fine example you set." Dai Huo wastes no time and cuts straight to the chase. "Principal, the truth is I want to learn some powerful martial techniques. Do you have any connections? I haven't entered university yet, so my only option is to seek help from the martial artist clans." The principal advises, "You've already been admitted to Flower City University. Your acceptance is beyond question. Why not wait until you're in university to learn martial techniques? You're being far too hasty." Dai Huo fixes his jewel-bright, shimmering eyes straight on the principal, persuading him, "Principal, I want to push further. I won't rest until I'm stronger." In the end, the old man is helpless against the young man's burning passion. "Fine, I can make an introduction for you. After all, you are a rare talent. We educators must nurture each student according to their abilities. We can't keep forcing everyone down the same rigid path." Dai Huo leans in close and starts buttering him up. The principal speaks wisely. "Rules are fixed, but people must learn to be flexible. Having someone like you in education, Somyeon, who understands adaptation truly, is a blessing for the entire field." The principal grins from ear to ear, his smile stretching practically to his temples. "Ha ha ha, you flatter me, you flatter me." The next afternoon, Dai Huo receives a call from the principal. The voice on the other end rings out. "Dai Huo, I've arranged everything for you. You can head over now." Dai Huo asks back, "Thank you, principal. Which martial artist clan is it, if I may ask?" He's a bit puzzled. "The Liu clan of City is willing to pass down their clan's secret techniques to me." On the outskirts of City, a car roars down the highway. A blonde woman sits in the passenger seat, fawning over the driver. "Brother Jai, you drive so fast. You're so amazing." The young master glances back with a smirk. "This is nothing. I'm even more impressive in other ways." Before he finishes, Dai Huo's duck-like face suddenly pops up beside him. A friendly reminder, "Hey bro, don't lose focus when driving at high speed. Reckless driving makes your loved ones shed tears." The young master jumps in fright and screams, "What the hell? Are you crazy? You scared the life out of me. You're riding a shared bicycle, and you dare race me." He floors the accelerator. He leaves Dai Huo choking on exhaust smoke behind him, cursing nonstop. "Someone of your standing dares to stand beside this young master." The blonde woman praises him even more enthusiastically. "Brother Jai is so powerful, so manly." Having been insulted, Dai Huo narrows his eyes. The very next second, the young master and the blonde woman are startled by what sounds like an explosion from behind. Dai Huo, in some unholy display of black magic, rockets past them on his bicycle like a launched missile. "Catch you later, bro." The bicycle accelerates faster and faster, its path leaving a blinding streak of green light. The two remaining are left trembling, drenched in cold sweat. Can even a fancy bike really go that fast? That speed is nearly on par with an airplane. How is he already there? Dai Huo dismounts and shades his eyes from the sun, looking upward. He mutters, as expected of a martial artist clan. Even their residence is this luxurious. Within his life force field, several overwhelmingly powerful auras flicker into existence. The gates swing open. A pair of beautiful legs approaches. The lovely Qingzhu waves in welcome. "You've arrived, Mr. Dai Huo." Dai Huo greets her classmate Qingzhu. "Are you really that unhappy to see me again?" Qingzhu shyly lowers her head. Dai Huo continues to tease her. Liu Qingzhu urges him shyly, My mother told me to come pick you up. Let's go see her now. Dai Huo follows behind Kingju across the sprawling estate grounds. They step through a grand crimson door. Kingju lifts her head and calls out, "Mother, Dai Huo is here." A pair of elegant footsteps descends the staircase. The matriarch of the Liu clan, Qinlan, opens her arms in welcome, greeting him warmly. Dai Huo sucks in a sharp breath, his face flushing crimson at the sight of such devastating beauty. He thinks to himself, now I understand. The Prime Minister wasn't wrong. After the university entrance exams, inside the magnificent Liu clan estate, Kingju stands before Madame Liu, eyes closed in deep contemplation. Letting out a soft sigh, she opens her eyes and looks up at her mother. Mother, Qinlan raises her hand and waves it dismissively. Kingju, there's no need to be tense. She still chokes up, unable to find the words. Mother watched the live stream of your battle against that boy named Dai Huo. Qinlan says gently, comforting her daughter. You performed exceptionally well. Dai Huo's strength, even if placed among the university entrance exams in Flower City, he would be a dark horse. You don't need to blame yourself. Kingju remains standing there, trembling silently, unsure what to say. Qinlan rises to her feet and continues. Your brother's talent is limited. He simply cannot inherit the Liu clan. In your generation, you are the only one who can shoulder the burden of the Liu clan. She walks over and gently cups her daughter's face, whispering, but after all, you are a woman and such a beautiful one at that. Your father passed away early, and right now, the Liu clan has no grandmaster to serve as our pillar of support. Our family's forces have been forced to retreat to a backwater like in city. If a great clan proposes a marriage alliance, we will have absolutely no right to refuse. And that would mean the Liu clan gets swallowed whole. Our 100-year legacy would be handed over to someone else. Mother wants the two of you to be together. What do you think? Hearing Qinlan's proposal, Liu Qingju's eyes widen in shock. Qinlan continues without pause, laying out reason after reason to persuade her. Dai Huo is exceptional peerless talent, a clean family background, and limitless potential. From Mother's observation, he isn't the type of ambitious, wolf-hearted person. Either, she stammers, hesitating. Qinlan cuts her off decisively. You don't need to give me an answer right now. First, try getting close to Dai Huo and see how things go. Shortly after, the Liu clan formally invited Dai Huo to their estate. He now stands before Madame Liu, coughing a few times to mask his awkwardness, then bows his head in greeting. How do you do? This is a small gift I brought for you. Qinlan stands with a warm, gracious smile. Welcome to the Liu clan, young man. Her sharp, captivating features light up with interest as she asks, I heard from the principal of First High that you wish to study some advanced martial techniques. He nods. That's correct. Then have Kingju take you there. Dai Huo is somewhat surprised. He thinks to himself, she agreed just like that. She steps down and passes by him, instructing, Kingju will lead you to the Liu clan's martial arts pavilion. Since the martial techniques inside cannot be taken outside, you will have only 1 day to study. Deep within the martial arts pavilion, there are 3 Xu and Wang grade techniques. Whether you can learn them depends entirely on your own ability. As she speaks, a glint of unfathomable depth flickers through Qinlan's eyes. Dai Huo clasps his fists, bows his head solemnly, and replies, Yes, this Dai Huo sincerely thanks the Liu clan. Qinlan glances at him, thinking to herself, he thanks the Liu clan, not me personally. It seems he has already made a vow to the Liu clan. Very good, Dai Huo. The Liu clan will hold you to that promise in the future. This child is truly clever. The more I look at him, the more pleased I become. Her gaze immediately shifts, sparkling as if appraising a priceless treasure, which makes his skin prickle uncomfortably. He can't shake the feeling that her eyes are looking at him in a rather peculiar way. Liu Qingju stands far behind, her face covered in question marks, completely bewildered by what just transpired. Then she leads him into a cold stone corridor. Dai Huo walks behind her and seizes the chance to ask, Classmate Kingju, why do I get the feeling your eyes are always avoiding me? Kingju startles and denies it outright. I didn't. He steps closer until he's right beside her, his face full of mischief, and asks, Is that so? She panics, her face flushing scarlet as she stumbles back several steps, stammering, Yao, what are you trying to do getting this close? Dai Huo laughs heartily, thoroughly delighted at having successfully teased her. They arrive before a colossal door, carved from a single slab of stone. Liu Qingju turns and introduces it. This is the force-dissolving stone door. It's forged from a special ore mined deep, within a secret realm capable of withstanding a Xu and Wu master's full-force attack without a single crack. He studies the door for a moment, then asks, Can I try punching it? Her face is 7 parts bewilderment and 3 parts disdain as she reluctantly replies, "Go ahead." Inside, she's quietly judging. This person's thought process is truly bizarre. Shouldn't he be marveling at the miraculous nature of this ore? He grits his teeth, assumes his stance, and channels his spiritual power into his fist. Kingju flinches and shrinks back, trauma flaring. That green glowing fist technique again. The horrifying memories come flooding back. Dai Huo unleashes a devastating punch at full force. The wall booms, it remains utterly unscathed, as if the strike were nothing more than a mosquito bite against solid iron. He clenches his punching hand, pouting with baffled frustration. Strange, the instant my fist made contact, it felt like punching into the open ocean, like sinking into a swamp. Over 90% of my force was completely absorbed. Liu Qingju's voice rings out. "Let's go. I'll take you inside to choose your martial techniques." Her voice sounds perfectly composed, but deep inside, she's cackling with glee. Even the great Dai Huo can be rendered utterly helpless. The two step into the martial arts pavilion. Inside, a vast, sprawling sea of martial technique scrolls stretches out before them, meticulously organized and categorized. Qingju walks and explains as she goes. The martial techniques here are classified by type: body movement, defense, body tempering. Sword arts each graded into different tiers. Whichever technique you want to study, simply use this access card to unlock it. Dai Huo immediately raises a question. What about the Xu and Wang techniques? She leads him to a door at the far end of the chamber and replies, "Inside this small stone room at the very back, you also use a card to enter." She points at the hidden chamber ahead and offers a kind warning. But a Xu and Wang technique is not something you can comprehend in a single day. At most, you'll only grasp a rough outline. I feel that my mother granting you access to Xu and Wang techniques may not necessarily be to your advantage. I could help you select several techniques, just one tier below Xu and Wang, that would actually suit you better. He sidles up beside her and starts teasing again. "Are you worried about me?" Qingju's face burns hotter than eating chili peppers, but she forces herself to hold it in. "I don't want to talk to this scoundrel anymore." He clears his throat a few times and continues. "You don't need to worry about me. I know what I'm doing if I'm going to learn. I'm learning the strongest there is. Xu and Wang grade techniques laid out right before me, and I don't dare to learn them. I might as well go home and tuck my tail between my legs." He pauses, then suddenly realizes something. He asks, "This door, it's made of black force-dissolving stone." Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a security code being entered rings out. Qingju enters the code while explaining. The secret chamber that houses Xu and Wang grade weapons naturally requires much stricter security. Black force-dissolving stone is extraordinarily rare. To gather enough to construct this wall, my great-great-grandfather began the collection generations ago. The heavy doors of the secret chamber slowly grind open. The floor lights automatically flicker to life, flooding the room with illumination. Inside, 3 massive safes stand imposingly. The one in the center contains the Xu and Wang technique flesh prison demon. She continues, explaining the rules. The way to cultivate a Xu and Wang technique isn't by reading it, by sensing the martial intent the creator left embedded within it. If you cannot perceive it, or if your own attributes as a martial artist clash with the martial intent, you will be unable to begin cultivating the technique. In simple terms, a Xu and Wang technique is a living thing. It is not the martial artist who chooses the technique, is the technique that chooses the martial artist. Dai Huo breaks into a wicked grin. "Perfect. Flesh prison demon, I am the one this technique has chosen." The door groans open with a rusty creak. He peers inside and freezes solid, cold sweat pouring down his brow. The Xu and Wang martial technique? It's not a book, but a statue. Before him stands a statue, ugly and rough-hewn. No doubt but it sits in a pose so utterly badass that it takes his breath away. Dai Huo leans back against the partition, turning to gaze at the statue behind him. His sharp eyes catch something. Could this be the so-called martial fortune resonance? Have I already entered the martial fortune world? The Xu and Wang martial technique's not a book, but a statue. Earlier, Qingju had reminded him about this. It wasn't just statues. It could also be paintings, artifacts, or any object at all. Anything could become a vessel for martial fortune. This was the mystical power of a grandmaster. As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with undisguised admiration. Only a grandmaster could refine martial objects and imbue them into physical vessels, passing them down as legacies to future generations. The rest is up to you. With that, she turned and left. Dai Huo called out in bewilderment, "Up to me. Hey, miss, you didn't even tell me how to learn this thing." Liu Qingju merely left behind a single cold line, resonate with the martial fortune. If you have the affinity, you will naturally sense it. Dai Huo's face stretched long as a horse's, plastered with question marks. He then flopped down onto the ground and declared at leisure. So I just need affinity, right? Then I'll just take a nap, quick and easy. In the surveillance room, Liu Qingzhu trembles with fury, clenching her fists as she hisses through gritted teeth. Dai Huo, I can only say you truly live up to your name. In another dimension, he stands discussing with the system. So this martial fortune world is basically like a spiritual world, right? Right now I have 0 martial energy. I can't even activate the Destroy a Monster template's nuclear reaction. I've practically reverted to a fragile ordinary person. The system's emotionless voice chimes in with a reminder, scan detected. Host's consciousness is contained within a special spatial chamber. To prevent the host from going berserk, the attribute panel will project onto the host's spiritual body. Dai Huo breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the monster template is still there. The statue from before suddenly bursts into laughter, its voice dripping with arrogance. My martial arts can only be inherited by a true man. Otherwise, I'd rather let them rot in the ground. The statue has now shifted into a Superman pose perched on a tree branch, grinning slyly as it taunts. Kid, prove to me that you're a man of steel. Dai Huo's eyes go wide with shock. This guy looks exactly like that statue. The Xuan Huang martial techniques figure launches into yet another long-winded tirade. When the sky unleashes thunder and rain, when the 100 Ghosts Night Parade descends, you must guard this broken temple for me. Do not let the wrathful Bodhisattva be defiled by evil spirits. Succeed, and I will reluctantly pass down my family skills to you. Fail to hand 100 ghosts will devour you until your mind shatters into madness. You will never practice the martial path again. If you're a spineless coward, then run. Flee while you still can. The wooden beam on the ceiling, one knows when has begun to bead with moisture. The droplets gather and trickle downward. Drip, drip. Each drop lands on his face. Dai Huo raises his head to look up. Is it raining? Seems the trial has begun. These aren't just water stains before him. Perfectly round droplets coalesce and solidify in midair. He draws his sword and grips the hilt tight. Suddenly, hundreds of blood-red, eyes blazing with killing intent materialize before him. Dai Huo's expression hardens into something solemn and cold. The vengeful spirits unleash horrifying shrieks and charge at him in a thunderous wave. Dai Huo dodges with fluid agility, then thrusts left and cleaves right, single-handedly holding the line as he swings his blade and shreds their wraith forms to ribbons. After fighting for a while, he bursts out laughing, realizing off course. How could a trial possibly expect a martial apprentice to face the 100 ghosts bare-handed? There must be hidden props somewhere. In the raging storm, he plunges headlong into the mountain-high pile of vengeful spirits without a shred of hesitation, hacking each one apart with wild abandon. The Xuan Huang martial technique's spirit lounges atop the temple roof, gazing down with utter contempt and judgment. In this martial fortune trial, every single one of the 100 ghosts carries my killing intent. A mere martial apprentice dares to leave the temple's protection, truly courting death. Seems the one who came for this trial is just another fool. Martial artists truly get worse with each generation. Every damn time I have to go collect their corpses myself. Below, Dai Huo is still spinning and grappling with the 100 ghosts. One specter seizes the opportunity and lunges at his back butt the instant it touches his body. It slips off to the side as if sliding on ice. The Xuan Huang martial technique exclaims in shock. The 100 ghosts can't even get close to his body. The specter from before stands frozen stiff, its face covered in question marks, utterly doubting its own existence. Dai Huo looks down at his own body and realizes in this spiritual world, the attribute panel automatically protects its master, rendering him completely immune to all attacks. A devious, triumphant grin slowly spreads across his face. Isn't this basically an invincible golden body? A brilliant stream of golden light erupts skyward, piercing straight through the 100 ghosts and scattering them to the winds. The Xuan Huang martial technique remains frozen in place, still drowning in a sea of question marks. This kid can actually resist the influence of martial fortune. How in the hell did he do it? Dai Huo struts and crows even louder than an entire bomber squadron. It's nothing, really, just good old diligent and bitter training. The 100 ghosts, knowing they are outmatched, gradually retreat and keep their distance from him. The other voice rings out once more. Well said, diligent and bitter training. If you can subdue the 100 ghosts, I naturally won't go back on my word. I will pass my legacy down to you, but that depends on whether you can withstand it. In the rain, Dai Huo stands with an unreadable expression, motionless amid the roaring thunder and lightning. The temple has crumbled to ruins, revealing a well overflowing with bone-chilling killing intent. Dai Huo plants one foot on the well's edge and peers down. The Xu and Wang martial technique continues to bellow. This well contains the killing intent essence I condensed over my entire lifetime. The prison demon physique cultivation technique is also down below. If you can refine it before he can finish. Dai Huo leaps in with a splash. The figure goes completely rigid, struck utterly dumb. Good, good, good. A junior with character like this, it's the first time I've seen it. Back when I was alive at my peak, I was an extraordinary figure among mortals. I surpassed even a level 5 secret realm. I succeeded because of the prison demon physique, and I died because of the prison demon physique. When old age crept in and my vital energy began to wane, the killing intent and vengeful spirits suppressed within my body started to backlash. I fell into chi deviation and even struck down those closest to me. To prevent committing further sins, I could only take my own life. Before death, I fused all of my killing intent and vengeful spirits together with my martial fortune, and forged them into a vessel within this statue. Though 100 years have passed, and the killing intent within the martial fortune space has dissipated considerably, for a mere martial apprentice, it is still far too overwhelming to bear. If you can tame this killing intent, then on the path of cultivating the prison demon physique, you will undoubtedly surpass even myself. In the surveillance room, the mother and daughter of the Liu clan remain, watching the situation unfold. Liu Qingzhu jolts in alarm and cries out to the person beside her, "Mother, what's happening?" On the surveillance screen, Dai Huo's physical body in the real world suddenly floats into the air, trembling uncontrollably, his entire body drenched in blood. In the monitoring room, Liu Qingzhu's face is painted with bewilderment, her voice betraying unmistakable worry. Just moments ago, Dai Huo had been sleeping soundly, a smug smile on his lips as though dreaming of something wonderful. Now, he is suddenly convulsing, blood seeping from every pore of his body. Qin Lan stands beside her, smoking with perfect composure. This third Xu and Wang martial technique is something your grandfather happened upon in his later years. He once attempted to cultivate it, but to his shock, even with his grandmaster-level cultivation base, he was directly rejected by the martial fortune within the statuine, suffered internal injuries. From that day forward, no one in the Liu clan has ever successfully cultivated this technique. If the power itself is extraordinary, then the means of obtaining it is certainly not something an ordinary person can endure. He who would wear the crown must first bear its weight. If Dai Huo has chosen to accept the power of this martial technique, then he... At this point, her eyes snap wide with shock. On the screen, Dai Huo has already awakened. He stretches languidly and lets out a long, satisfied yawn. Qingzhu finally breaks into a cheerful grin. "Mother, it seems Dai Huo's cultivation isn't nearly as dangerous as you described. He has already successfully absorbed all the killing intent from the well." He turns back to face the statue with a grateful nod. "I thank Senior for bestowing his power upon me." The statue has shed its arrogance, now resembling an affable elder offering generous praise. "Boy, you are the most talented person I have ever encountered. Perhaps you can uncover the true nature of this secret realm, something none of us seniors ever accomplished. I entrust it to juniors like you now." Dai Huo's devious face comes online as he cackles with unrestrained glee. "Senior flatters me. I'm merely hardworking, that's all. Flesh and blood imprisoned like a demon, reforging into something resembling an Asura. Although the stats on his status panel haven't increased one bit. Now that he commands a Xu and Wang martial technique, his combat power is at least double what it was before. It's clear that after absorbing the secret technique, an entirely different aura radiates from Dai Huo. The mother-daughter pair of the Liu clan rush over in a flurry to check on him. "Dai Huo, you succeeded." He shoots them a playful wink, seizing the chance to show off before the girls. "That's right, I pulled it off." Qin Lan can barely believe it. She presses him again. "How is that even possible? Even with Qingzhu's heaven-blessed talent, merely gaining a preliminary grasp of a Xu and Wang martial technique requires staying awake for a full week inside the martial space. How long did you even spend, Dai Huo? Only about an hour, right? You're telling me all it takes is a nap to learn one." Liu Qingzhu gazes at him, lost in thought. Others call her a genius, but the true genius stands right here. Dai Huo puffs up his chest and boasts proudly, "That's right. You two don't believe me, do you? Then let me show you." With that, he releases a torrent of killing intent that surges like a tsunami. This is the killing intent I comprehended from within the martial world. If I had to explain, it's like an enchantment buff from a game. It can be applied to my martial weapon, amplifying its damage output by a massive margin. He clenches his fists, every muscle tensing as he channels the colossal surge of power. Liu Qingzhu's eyes flash with shock. The fluctuations are overwhelming. I can almost hear demonic shrieks within them. This must be the killing intent Dai Huo spoke of. Qin Lan is so flustered she stammers, "You really are." Dai Huo, you're practically cosplaying as some wise old minister, stroking his beard and playing it cool. Madam, your daughter is still standing right here. Could you restrain yourself a little? I really don't want to be saddled with the title of Prime Minister, you know. Liu Qingzhu extends an invitation. Classmate Dai Huo, since you've already grasped one Xu and Wang martial technique, would you like to learn the remaining two as well? You still have a full day to study. Qin Lan can't help but facepalm and sigh. Oh, my dear daughter. Are you playing dumb, or are you actually this oblivious? You say you don't want to be with Dai Huo, yet the moment you turn around, you're handing our family's assets to him on a silver platter. Even if we're investing in Dai Huo, and have mentally prepared to accept him as a son-in-law, we can't just hand over the entire Liu clan's fortune to him all at once. Dai Huo politely declines and makes an excuse to leave. No need, classmate Qingzhu. One Xu and Wang martial technique is more than enough for me to digest for a long while. I won't take on any more. Auntie, I'm a bit tired, and besides, there are some things I need to handle at home. Qin Lan strokes her chin in agreement. Very well. Qingzhu, go see Dai Huo home. The housekeeper told me you came by public bicycle. Do you know how to drive? Go to the garage and pick one out. It'll be more convenient for you anyway. At the mention of vehicles, he suddenly recalls something. Come to think of it, he just encountered some guy on a motorcycle who looked pretty cool-stillish as hell. The bastard even mocked him. Calling him poor, he asks politely, Auntie, do you have a motorcycle? Madame Liu replies instantly, Yes, we do. Dai Huo likes motorcycles, just like that troublesome son of mine, who can never give me peace of mind. Auntie will give you the most precious one we have. At this moment, Qingzhu's younger brother is strolling through the courtyard, talking to himself. He heard from housekeeper Hong Yi that their mother has invited yet another live-in son-in-law candidate. Let's see who this character is. My sister is the complete package beauty and talent. She's a once-in-a-century genius beauty and in city. Not just any ordinary person is worthy of her. Remembering that pauper on a bicycle, he can't help but seethe. That brat on the public bicycle earlier was so damn annoying. Scared off my girl. I was just about to get her number and she bolted. Don't let me run into him again. In a flash, Dai Huo zooms past him on a motorcycle like a bolt of lightning. He startles and whips his head around. That thing that just flew past, wasn't that the same guy from the bicycle? And the motorcycle he's riding, that's MY motorcycle. Dai Huo quickly returns to his residential complex. Before him sits a bowl of monster cores alongside an assortment of dipping sauces. He mutters to himself, Last time I swallowed monster cores raw, the taste was absolutely vile. This time, I'm adding some soul-level dipping sauce to fix that. Face full of anticipation, he picks up a piece, dips it into the divine sauce, and raises the sauce-coated core toward his mouth. Let me start with a green one. The moment the monster core slides down his throat, a system notification immediately pops up. Host Dai Huo. Comprehensive Physique 23.8. Tyrannical Demon Template Compatibility 21%. Super Titan Template Compatibility 85%. Distributable points available. Dai Huo stares at the holographic screen, calculating. The stats have increased time to distribute points. Last time in the secret realm of Gongshu Mountain, he activated the Super Titan template and reached about 50 meters tall. Enormous by normal mutated beast standards. Sure, but compared to the mountain-sized mysterious creatures lurking in the secret realm, it was still far too small. After a moment of deliberation, he makes up his mind he needs to go bigger. He dumps every last point into the Titan template. Then he picks up another monster core and eats a golden core from a second-tier specter vine. The moment he finishes eating, his body erupts with colossal waves of energy. The status panel flashes with a new notification. The tyrannical demon template is absorbing the gene sequence of a special plant-based organism. A unique mutation is occurring. Host, do you wish to suppress the mutation process? Below are two choices. Yes or no. He widens his eyes, startled by the word mutation. Then he rubs his chin, weighing his options. Mutation means the monster template could gain entirely different attributes. If the new attributes prove beneficial, great. But if they're detrimental, it's nothing short of devolution. But overthinking won't change anything. Sometimes you just have to gamble. After a moment's thought, he slams his finger on yes. The system displays a notification. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the S-rank isotope monster template. following the system's announcement. Something radiant begins to take shape before him. He looks up, jaw dropping in astonishment. As the entity continues to evolve, the system provides a running commentary. When the tyrannical demon template reaches 100%, there is a 2% chance of class advancement to the stellar demon template. Dai Huo clenches his fist. Ecstatic beyond words, the stellar demon template sounds insanely powerful, but the current template needs to reach 100% first. He has to grind and upgrade as fast as possible. Suddenly, abnormal sirens blare from outside the window. He glances over, bewildered. What the hell is that? A terrorist attack. Armed police march through the streets, bellowing orders. Seal off all entry and exit points. Don't let them escape. Search everywhere, leave no corner unchecked. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoes from his front door. He glances toward the door, brow furrowing. The original owner had a reclusive personality. Close friends would show up at a time like this. He hasn't ordered any food or packages either. So who could possibly be outside? He calls out in an irritated tone. You wouldn't happen to know who it is. Hey there, little brother. The woman perched outside the door replies casually, her figure relaxed like a spider lounging in its web. Ha, it seems this young man is no ordinary martial artist. At first, Big Sister here only planned to hide something and conveniently tamper with your memories. But since you've spotted me, you'll just have to play along. Don't even think about running. He thinks for a moment, clicks his tongue, and says something completely unrelated. Whatever, with savings this large, I might as well buy another house. The girl is slightly taken aback. What did you just say? He strikes a Bruce Lee pose, jabbing a finger at his opponent with majestic flair as he declares, I said she's already dead. Outside, Chuya's accomplices are still locked in a fierce brawl with the police. The officers notice his body riddled with wounds and huddle together. The enemy exposes an opening. They move in to seize him. Chuya still wears that sinister smile, showing not a hint of fear. Yao Yaimai, you must get the golden gene out of here no matter what. Chu-Yi, I'll draw their fire for you. Then he bursts into wild, provocative laughter. Come at me. This old man's life in exchange for all of you. Worth it. Forbidden bloodline Artu could have expected a streak of blue light to come crashing down right on top of him. His heart nearly leaps out of his chest, but quick reflexes save his life. Nearly getting killed off for good, he shouts in panic. Another enemy? Chu-Yi recognizes the one who just dropped in Yao Yaimai. But wait, her nano battle armor was white before. Why is it now black as coal? Girl, I risked my life to regroup like this, praying you'd get the goods out. What the hell happened to you? Yao Yaimai sends him a secret voice transmission. Chu-Yi, I've already hidden the item. Let's fall back first. They trigger an explosion, sending a cloud of dust and debris skyward, then vanish, leaving only a manhole cover spinning in their wake. In a desolate, ruined area, the two finally stop to catch their breath. Yao Yaimai lets out a sigh of relief. They have finally shaken off the police. Chuya can't help but marvel. Nano battle armor truly lives up to its name, recovering from that brutal impact in no time. But from somewhere nearby, footsteps approach, and a voice demands answers. Hey beautiful, you still haven't explained why you barged into my home uninvited. You two must have realized a very serious problem by now. You were planning to pick some random lucky neighbor, but who would have guessed you'd choose this young master's place? Breaking into someone's home uninvited, then you deserve a fitting reward. Let me play with you too properly. That person is none other than our one and only protagonist, Dai Huo. Chuya's jaw drops as he screams. How did you find us? Dai Huo can sense the nuclear radiation emanating from Yao Yaimai's body. He smiles faintly. If you can fight, then stop talking. Then he erupts with killing intent and charges forward, eager to test the durability of his monstrous physique. All Chuya can do is raise his arms to block. Not good. Dai Huo unleashes a crushing lantern fist. A colossal surge of energy erupts forth, taking the shape of a majestic, fearsome dragon. Chuya coughs up a mouthful of blood. Dai Huo's eyes are cold as ice, his strikes ruthless, sending the man crashing into a wall. Yao Yaimai watches the entire scene unfold in horror. That martial technique is terrifying. Little brother, which master taught you such arts? Dai Huo shoves his hands into his pockets, strikes a cool pose, and answers with a hearty laugh. Learned it from Dai Mala. She thinks to herself, Dai Mala, never heard of him. Who would have thought a small city like An City would hide so many experts? But before she can dwell on it, Chuya's voice rings out once more. Don't get cocky, brat. True form, mutated beast. He roars as he transforms into his mutated beast form, his confidence surging back. I am a 6th-rank martial artist. No mere junior like you can overpower me. His single step cracks the earth beneath him. He charges at Dai Huo, unleashing his martial technique storm stride chain assault. Dai Huo's face lights up with excitement, a strange grin spreading wide. Now this is more like it. At that moment, Yao Yaimai suddenly materializes from behind and launches a sneak attack. Didn't think my nano battle armor could turn invisible, did you, brat? I'm the real threat here. He flicks his hand casually, unleashing a palm strike that pierces clean through her. Stay out of the way. She's knocked unconscious in an instant. Chuya's face twists with frustration. That good-for-nothing Yao Yaimai can't even pull off a sneak attack. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. With that, he charges forward to attack. Dai Huo smirks and utters just 2 words. Come, both fists collide, unleashing a deafening shockwave. He says in surprise, your defense has increased quite a bit. Chuya laughs maniacally and growls, brat. The true body of my iron-armored rhinoceros beast can tank a tank shell with ease. What do you plan to use to break through this? It's not just his defense even, his attack power has surged dramatically. His blade has already pierced through, and is now mere centimeters from Dai Huo's head. This punch gathers every ounce of his strength, aimed to end it in one blow. Die. In the desolate neighborhood, Chuya declares triumphantly, Kid, no matter how arrogant you are, you can't withstand even a single blow from my iron-armored rhinoceros. The dust clears. He stammers as he notices something is terribly wrong. Where did he go? A chill runs down his spine. Chuya whirls around and sees Dai Huo's colossal mutated beast form towering behind him. A blood-curdling scream tears from his throat. What the hell is that? His voice trembles as the questions tumble out. Is that a mutated beast? Where did it come from? Don't tell me that brat transformed into this. Dai Huo says nothing. He simply spreads his massive palm and brings it down on Chuya's position like swatting a fly. Boom, a single, casual slap is enough to make the earth quake and tremble. Chuya manages to dodge just in time. Dai Huo turns toward him and continues his assault. Crash. Each swing sends dust and debris billowing into the air. He raises his colossal fistthew as a meteorite hand hammers it down toward Chuya again and again. System notification host Dai Huo Super Giant Transformation active. Comprehensive physical stats, 238-294. Yao Yaimai witnesses this scene and freezes in terror, her face a mask of despair and bewilderment. I really am a fool. Why on earth did I provoke this monster? Yao Yaimai's eyes dart around, her mind racing as she calculates. If this continues, Chuya will be beaten to death. Running isn't an option. There's only one choice left: fight with everything we have. She rockets up to the rooftop of a building to the right. Hidden from view, a nanowire clenched between her teeth. She plummets down and wraps it around Dai Huo's neck. This is a molecular fiber from the nano battle armor. Its tensile strength alone can slice through high-grade composite metal. Even if you use some gene technique to become a giant, no matter how strong your body's weak points can never be changed. The nanowire slices clean through Dai Huo's mutated beast neck with ease. She uses the momentum to land gracefully on the ground. The beast's severed head crashes to the ground before Yao Yaimai. Only now does she dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Did it work? But Dai Huo's severed beast head suddenly opens its maw wide, gathering spiritual energy at terrifying speed. All Yao Yaimai can do is stare in despair, stammering a single word, M-monster. The last image seared into Yao Yaimai's memory is an endless torrent of blue light. Dai Huo unleashes an atomic breath so devastating it punches straight through an entire building. Afterward, explosions rage and dust fills the sky. Dai Huo has already reverted to his normal human form. His body wreathed in smoke, he steps calmly from the wreckage. He walks up to the broken, dying Chuya, who coughs and wheezes on the ground and speaks a single sentence, soft as a whisper, yet carrying the weight of death's verdict. Your turn. Chuya's face is drenched in blood as he sputters. You monster. Dai Huo stands there and says coldly, you killed others knowing full well you could be killed in return. That's only fair. In the distance, the faint wail of police sirens still echoes. Chuya closes his eyes and erupts into manic laughter. If I have to die this soon, then I'm dragging you down with me. That woman you just killed, Yao Yaimai, hid something in your room. It's called the golden gene. He's completely lost his mind now, howling like a lunatic. Now it belongs to you, and you will face endless hunters coming for your head. Scurrying around like a reptile be waiting for you down in hell. Dai Huo launches a kick as smooth as Ronaldo's, aimed straight at the man's face. Hide you talk way too much. He glances toward the wailing police sirens in the distance. The police are here. I need to dispose of the body fast. This time might have been a bit much. Yeah, a bit much, for this guy means he blasted a hole clean through a skyscraper. After returning to his apartment, Dai Huo collapses onto the sofa and sends out texts to gather intel. Auntie Chin, how'd things go with the police? His phone screen lights up. Their recent conversation appears. Nothing came of it. But Dai Huo, things haven't been peaceful lately. You should keep your head down and wait to enroll at Flower City University. Don't worry about it. Auntie Chin, you know me. I'm a model citizen. Good then. Call done. He tosses the phone onto the chair and leans back, relieved. Thank God he had tipped off Auntie Chin beforehand. Otherwise, with a signature move as recognizable as his atomic breath, the police would inevitably trace it back to him. He picks up the cylinder and examines it closely. So this is the golden gene those two were talking about. I've seen this symbol before in the P-file that person from Flower City gave me. This is the emblem of Thunder Ray, a titan in the biotech industry. A skeletal Thunder Ray bird with its wings spread wide is engraved on the cylinder's surface. After a moment of contemplation, he arrives at a conclusion: those two must have stolen this from Thunder Ray and were hunted relentlessly during their escape. Judging by what that guy said, he's already dumped this thing on me. Looks like it's time to move. I'll find a hotel to crash at for tonight. He gazes at the massive, gaping hole blasted through the apartment wall. B-rank secret realm. Deep within Swan Lake Secret Realm, several martial artists stand atop the carcasses of mutated beasts, discussing their findings. How's the haul on your end? We managed to scrape together a decent amount. The red-haired girl lets out a terrified scream. Not good, Captain, look now. A monstrous horde of mutated beasts surges toward them like a tidal wave, rumbling across the earth. Every single one is grotesquely savage, bloodthirsty, and charging with reckless abandon. One mutated beast towers above the rest, dozens of times larger, unleashing thunderous roars in succession. Its body is serpentine in shape, and something is perched atop its head. Sitting imperiously on a throne of skulls like a king is the 5-star Lord-class mutated beast, blood-eyed black ape. The martial artists scramble to flee in all directions. Quick, report to the military: a Lord-class mutated beast is leading a large-scale beast tide, and city can't hold. The nation needs to dispatch Grandmaster or Great Grandmaster level martial artists for reinforcements. Damn it, high-level mutated beasts almost never leave their own territory to come all the way to a low-level beast activity zone. Why is this happening? The blood-eyed black ape sits leisurely, chin propped on one hand, watching the spectacle with amusement. Its eyes suddenly flare blood-red. The serpent-shaped mutated beast its mount belows with its maw gaping wide. Instantly, massive objects rain down from the sky. One martial artist sprints while desperately trying to radio for help. Emergency! A Lord-class mutated beast has appeared in Swan Lake Secret Realm. The beast tide is spreading, requesting reinforcements. Request before he can finish. His voice chokes as he whips around in horror. Boom, his entire body is crushed to a pulp. The walkie-talkie that slips from his hand continues to crackle with voices. Confirmed Lord-class entity has breached in. Please respond, please respond. Hello. The blood-eyed black ape rises to its full height, arms crossed with imposing dominance, grinning savagely as it issues its command to the horde. Advance at full speed. Instantly, a mysterious purple spatio-temporal rift tears open in the sky above the secret realm. Inside and city, panic grips the citizens as they hear the announcement. A large-scale beast tide from the B-rank Swan Lake Secret Realm is about to strike in city. Estimated breach in 20 minutes. The military has already been mobilized to the front lines to hold back the beast tide. Every soul trembles with fear. The military deploys in thunderous columns. The general mobilization broadcast continues. I call upon all martial artists in city to report for reinforcements. All martial artists report for reinforcements. At the in-city train station, staff broadcast through megaphones: everyone, please don't push. Maintain order, a beast tide is incoming. Currently, only children and students are permitted to board the trains. Children are our future, Rafe, and city falls. We must evacuate the future of in-city at all costs. In the mayor's office, Huang Jing leans heavily on his desk, head bowed, and asks, I told you to request reinforcements from the other cities. Which cities have agreed to send troops? His secretary stands behind him, tablet in hand, and begins her report. Mr. Mayor, this time it isn't just in city. Large-scale beast tide alerts have been triggered across the entire nation. They can barely protect themselves right now. She speaks while scrolling through the tablet, reviewing the data. Cities that haven't been hit, yet all claim they need to fortify their defensive positions, in case a beast tide strikes them as well. Huang Jing turns around, anxiety etched across his face. What about Flower City? What did they say? The Grandmaster level, and above martial artists, we requested can they come reinforce us. Even one would be enough. The secretary continues. Guangshan City, near Demon City, has manifested an S-rank secret realm. All martial artists from the imperial capital have been deployed to Guangshan to contain its expansion. The news hits him like a sledgehammer. He slumps into his chair, utterly devastated. But he steadies himself and declares with iron resolve, there is no time left to waste. The battle to defend in city has already begun. We can only rely on ourselves. On the other side of the city, at the Chu residence, two young figures clash in a sparring session. Dai Huo leaps and drives a fist toward his opponent's face. Chu Zhou manages to block in time but is still sent skidding backward. Dai Huo flashes a grin. Not bad. You actually blocked one of my strikes. Chu Zhou wipes the sweat from his brow. When did you start learning Xu and Wang martial techniques? Dai Huo stretches lazily. Picked it up about a month ago. It's all right, I suppose, but more importantly, has it really only been a month since we last met? How have you regressed this much? Chu Zhou forces a bitter smile. I haven't regressed. You've just gotten absurdly strong. Suddenly, blaring alarm sirens pierce the air. Chu Zhou's brow furrows. Something's happened in city. This is a beast-tide invasion alert. His phone buzzes with a notification. Reserve University students of City have priority evacuation clearance. Students proceed to City Airport for flights B521 and B753, or to the City High-Speed Rail for train A423. Evacuate immediately. Chu Zhou holds up his phone, showing the evacuation message. Dai Huo shoves both hands into his pockets. You're not actually thinking of leaving, are you? Chu Zhou half closes his eyes and asks back, you want to stay? With your talent, I think it'd be best if you left. Dai Huo cuts him off with a strange, amused laugh. Damn, are you serious right now? How come I never noticed you were this naggy before? If you're not leaving, then there's only one word. Kill. At the Liu clan estate, Liu Qingzhu clenches her fist with determination and speaks, Mom, I want to go reinforce the fight against the beast tide. Qin Lan sighs and asks, how confident are you that you can survive and return? We have roughly 30,000 martial artists in the city. Combine that with some retired veterans and martial apprentices who volunteered to fight, and we can scrape together around 50,000. This many people facing the beast tide is like a tiny boat before a tsunami. Once it crashes into the wave, they'll be buried beneath a sea of beasts. And the Overlord-class mutated beast is not something city can contend with right now. That is an existence only grandmasters can barely hold their ground against. Qingzhu, your life does not belong to you alone, it belongs to the entire Liu clan. These words leave Liu Qingzhu speechless. Her face darkens with fury as she turns and storms out. A martial clan that cannot resist mutated beasts probably has no reason left to exist. She storms out of the room and slams the door shut behind her. Every ounce of her rage poured into that single bang. Qin Lan calmly lights a cigarette and instructs, Aunt Hong, we're leaving city. Aunt Hong asks softly from behind, what about that boy named Dai Huo? A glint of cold light flashes through her eyes. Send him a message. The choice is his to make. Swan Lake's secret realm. A group of people behind them bursts into mockery. Old Chen, you're already 60 years old. What are you even doing here? Shouldn't you be taking your granddaughter and getting out of here? Old Chen curses. Go screw yourself, old Zhang, you damn tumor. If you can show up, then why the hell can't I Somion with all 4 limbs still intact? Old Zhang continues. Never imagined that after 30 years we'd be standing on the same front line again, fighting off the beast tide. Old Chen responds coldly. That's right. 30 years. That leg of yours was also lost during the last beast tide invasion. Hey, old Jangonts, we survived this beast tide. Are you still planning to head to your son's place to retire? Your son lives in Golden Capital, a place of boundless prosperity. You're just a country bumpkin, want people laugh at you. Old Zhang replies with unwavering confidence. You go right ahead. I'll stay in city and keep playing chess with a terrible player like you. I was born in this city, and I'll die in this city. The crowd begins to surge forward. At the gates of the Swan Lake secret realm, defense line, stand ready. We are in city's last line of defense. Guard the perimeter, vigilant Lino, mutated beast, gets through to the city. Huang Jing commands. 60% of city's military, along with all high-level martial artists from the martial master rank and above, have already entered the secret realm. They are known as the Vanguard Team, and they carry only one mission: gather basic intelligence on the beast tide, and attempt to gauge the strength of the Lord-class mutated beasts, and perhaps even the Overlord class lurking among them. Then they must survive and bring that information back. Huang Jing suddenly spots a martial master, drenched in blood and covered in wounds, staggering toward him while gasping for air. Huang Jing shouts urgently, Medics, emergency treatment now. The martial master crawls forward, his voice breaking as he stammers, Mayor. He raises a USB drive with trembling hands, forcing out each word one by one. This USB contains all the intelligence the Vanguard team gathered. Huang Jing demands urgently, "Where are the others?" The man answers, "Dead. They're all dead, trampled to nothing by the beast tide. We couldn't even bring back the bodies." A shadow of something vicious and haunting flickers in his eyes. "You must be wary of that blood-eyed black ape. It set a trap for us. If not for that, at least several thousand of us could have made it out alive." A vortex suddenly materializes in the sky above. A massive boulder plummets from within the vortex. Huang Jing cries out in alarm, "Danger!" Shattered rocks rain down from above. Huang Jing suddenly realizes its target is the defensive landmines planted beneath the buildings. The boulders slam into the ground, triggering a chain of massive explosions that shake the earth. Huang Jing bellows to everyone. Its target is to detonate the landmines and destroy the fortifications still under construction. Damn it, the attack is coming from inside the secret realm. Tank battalion, no hesitation, aim straight at the secret realm rift and fire. Huang Jing braces himself against the shockwaves from the massive explosions. He murmurs, the mutated beasts aren't charging out. Instead, they're launching ranged attacks first to wear down our forces. Since when do mutated beasts know military tactics like humans? Damn it, you wretched beasts. A second volley of razor-sharp stone pillars plummets from the vortex in the sky. This time, the number of stone pillars surges dramatically. They slam into the earth, unleashing relentless tremors that refuse to die. A Special Forces soldier senses something behind him. He whips his head around and screams, "Watch out!" The enemy strikes. A mutated beast flashes forward in an instant and bites clean through his skull. A tide of mutated beasts floods in. Huang Jing shouts his orders. The stone pillars are using them as launch tubes for the mutated beasts. They're launched from the secret realm rift through those stone columns and drop directly behind our lines to wreak havoc. Damn it, don't let those stone pillars land. Intercept every single one of them. From the other side of the secret realm rift, the blood-eyed black ape commands, its eyes blazing with savage excitement. Nearly enough, the humans have lost the will to resist. Warriors crush them, the mutated beasts charge en masse. The colossal gorilla grinds the Special Forces soldiers to pulp with its bare hands. Dai Huo stands at ease on the rooftop of a nearby building, watching the carnage unfold. He murmurs to himself, "After today, I wonder what City will become. It's only been a few months since I transmigrated to this world, but I've already grown attached to this city. I can't let these beasts destroy the peaceful life I fought so hard to build. That's why I have to." He launches himself from the rooftop, transforms, and unleashes slaughter. Smoke and dust choke the battlefield. A lackey cheers, "Brother La, you're incredible. You have already taken down 5 mutated beasts." Lakshuan basks in the praise, utterly pleased with himself. Shaoling sneers, "You killed a handful of low-level mutated beasts, and you're already running your mouth. Lakshuan, is that really all you've got? The so-called number 1 of City third high is pretty overblown, don't you think?" Lakshuan bristles with fury. Chu Zhou steps forward. Lakshuan sees him and freezes. "Chu Zhao, that blue beast core in your hand. You solo killed a 3rd-tier mutated beast." "What?" Chu Zhou speaks. "Didn't expect to run into you all here. None of you chose to retreat. Our parents are all martial artists fighting the beast tide right here. As their children, how could we flee alone?" Lakshuan's jaw drops. His hand shoots up, pointing frantically behind Chu Zhou's head. "Look out!" Chu Zhou whips his head around. A tank hurtles toward him from above. The battlefield is pure chaos. Dozens of mutated beasts hang in the sky, and the tank itself is swarmed by even more beasts. This place is nothing but a war-ravaged wasteland now. Lakshuan panics, unable to hold back his cursing. "What the hell? Who threw a tank?" Chu Zhou slowly draws his sword from its sheath. A wave of bone-chilling frost radiates outward. He swings the blade without the slightest exertion. The tank splits clean in two, each half crashing to either side. Shaoling's eyes go wide as saucers. She stares upward, trembling, and stammers. That silhouette could it be the first Lord-class mutated beast to burst out of the secret realm? How did it break all the way through to the rear lines? Chu Zhou remains composed and reassures them. "Stay calm. It's not Lord-class, its build and aura don't match." The 3 of them stand rooted to the spot, staring at the colossal fist descending from above. Chu Zhou's expression shifts. Danger alarms are already screaming in his mind. Suddenly, a bolt of azure lightning streaks toward the gorilla mutated beast. The beast's mouth gapes open, its tongue lolls out, and it crashes to the ground. Its hand lashes out, desperately trying to seize whatever struck it. Before its claw even reaches him, Dai Huo effortlessly blocks it without direct contact. He flashes a grin like a titan bearing every last tooth. Time for dental care. The beast's eyes go wide with terror. Dai Huo seizes its upper jaw. He forces its jaws apart, peers inside, and smirks. Filthy, just how many people have you devoured? I'll have to scrub this clean. A beam of blue light erupts from his maw and blasts into the beast's mouth, as if giving it a mouthwash. The beam tears straight through the beast, ripping its body asunder. Luo Xuan urges in panic. While the beasts are distracted, we need to pull back now. Chu Zhou stands frozen in shock, then replies, "Don't panic, that's Dai Huo." Luo Xuan screams in disbelief. Dai Huo. That thing washing the beast's mouth, THATS Dai Huo. Chu Zhou gazes at Dai Huo's retreating figure and answers, "That's right. With him here, our city just might survive this catastrophe." Dai Huo turns around and flashes an eerie grin. "Chu Zhou, I'm leaving this place to you lot. I'm heading to help elsewhere." With that, he shoots off into the sky. Wherever he flies, smoke and dust billow in his wake. He hovers high above, surveying the battlefield below. Dai Huo closes his eyes, scanning the area through his mind. Where is the largest concentration of beasts? Found it. Defenders fire relentlessly at a mammoth mutated beast, but their shots prove futile. The captain yells, "Guns are useless against this thing. Switch weapons." The entire squad raises their swords and charges the ferocious mammoth. Its tusks send soldiers flying, and its pillar-like feet trample others into oblivion. A soldier screams, "Captain, retreat. We can't hold this position. We're just ordinary soldiers. We can't fight these beasts." The captain stands his ground, refusing to budge. He cleaves the head clean off a low-level beast. "We are soldiers," he declares with iron resolve. "Even if it kills us, we hold the line until the martial artists arrive." Just then, streams of sinister energy slither toward them like snakes. The soldiers grow uneasy. What the hell are those things? Could it be, have the martial artists arrived? The streams of energy coil around the mammoth beast, binding it tight. In an instant, a beam of blue light pierces straight through it. The mammoth crashes to the ground, the impact shaking the earth. Low-level beasts swarm in response. Dai Huo's ears perk up as he lunges at them, claws bared. The beasts are hurled into the air without mercy. In other battle sectors, Zyro Wu watches in bewilderment as the beasts begin to flee. The beasts are retreating. He senses they seem to be heading toward a different location. Zyro Zia points at his phone and tells him it's Dai Huo and city's top scorer. Dai Huo has entered the battlefield. The beasts from every direction seem to be converging on the top scorer, swarming him. Zyro Wu's face hardens. "No, we can't let Dai Huo end up like Master Liu's group torn apart by the beasts. Let's go help him. He's still just a kid. He's the hope of our city." They charge to ambush the beasts and protect the top scorer. A beast has a chunk of its skull blown off by Dai Huo's strike. The rotting carcasses of beasts, beaten to a pulp, pile up like a mass graveyard. Beasts continue to swarm toward Dai Huo, attempting to overwhelm him. Zyro Wu sprints while screaming, "Watch out! A Lord-level beast has set its sights on Dai Huo. Protect Dai Huo." The soldiers roar back, "You bastards want to kill the top scorer of our city. You'll have to step over our dead bodies first." One of them shouts, "Kill them all, we're saved. Humanity will prevail. You beastly scum can all go to hell. I'll hold the line. Our top scorer will be here any moment. Are you old-timers really going to be outdone by a high schooler? Don't let the younger generation laugh at us. We don't need to wait for the top scorer. Our stronghold is about to fall. Drive out every last one of these beasts, leave none standing." A dinosaur-like beast charges forward with thundering steps, trying to ram through the barricade. Huang Jing hovers in midair. Beneath him, barricading walls rise from the ground, forming a circle. Huang Jing mutters, "These earth-veined divine walls can only trap a portion of the beasts. To end this beast tide for good, we have to kill the overlord." A beast vaults off the wall and launches itself upward. It lunges at Huang Jing. He doesn't flinch, pressing his palms together. Golden light coalesces between them then. He hurls the blinding radiance straight at the beast. Huang Jing senses something behind him and whips his head around. The Chenchin Colossus, a massive, crocodilian horror, is right on top of him. Huang Jing's expression hardens. The Chenchin Colossus, a rank 4 king species, Lord-level beast. He furrows his brow, calculating. The blood-eyed black ape's mount. The overlord's steed has made its move. That ape can no longer sit still. Huang Jing lands atop the divine wall. He clasps his hands together and activates his gene technique. Mountains shatter, seas roar. The battlefield floor buckles like waves. The Chenchin Colossus narrows its eyes. Above it, everything swirls into a blazing sphere of fire. Huang Jing emerges from the sphere and addresses the beast. Why do you think I used an attack from the very element you command? Its half-closed eyes snap wide open in horror as the light draws ever closer. Huang Jing kindly explains, so I could get close to you, of course. Shu and Wang martial technique mountain force. The Chenchin Colossus roars in fury. Every window in the surrounding buildings shatters from its scream. Razor-sharp stone spires capable of piercing anything erupt from the ground. From a safe distance, Huang Jing watches the devastation the Chenchin Colossus has wrought all this in mere moments. He takes in the situation and weighs his options. Fortunately, he'd received intel on the Chenchin Colossus in advance and managed to draw it away from the other martial artists. Otherwise, there's no telling how many would have died. Huang Jing surges forward and bellows at it. If your full body had entered in city, I might have been 3/10 weaker than you, but with only your head exposed, you're nothing but a lamb waiting for the slaughter. A dozen phantom arms seem to sprout behind his back, his eyes blazing as he advances with surging killing intent. Huang Jing unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes against its elongated snout. The Chenchin Colossus glares, its crocodilian pupils glowing like twin lanterns. Huang Jing steadies himself, narrowly dodging the stone spires erupting beneath him. Dense stone spires cover the Chenchin Colossus's body like thorny armor. Huang Jing lets out a sigh of admiration. As expected of the lord of the earth element capable of growing stones spurs from its own body. From within the stone colossus, an ugly face peers out, its eyes burning with sinister, blood-red malice. Huang Jing senses the killing intent and whips around. His mind races some bush, but a massive, furry hand seizes him before he can react. The blood-eyed black ape grins with wicked cunning. Little human, what do you think you're doing to my mount? Huang Jing goes rigid. His mind goes blank. The blood-eyed black ape was hiding inside the stone shell all along. The blood-eyed black ape's crimson eyes flare as it roars savagely. Now let me crush your skull so you understand just how insignificant humans are before me. With that, it slams Huang Jing's body into the ground. The city lies in ruins, massive stone pillars jutting from the earth like jagged teeth. The blood-eyed black ape laughs fiercely. Though you dodged the blast in the blink of an eye, I've confirmed there's no stronger martial artist in your entire city. Now I can slaughter to my heart's content. Huang Jing breaks free from its grip, but his injuries are far from light. He glares at the ape with a dark expression, gears turning behind his eyes. Then, without hesitation, Huang Jing raises his hand skyward. A terrifying torrent of energy surges forth, coalescing into a colossal dragon that soars across the heavens. It opens its maw and unleashes what seems like a torrent of flame-nether flame tempest. The overlord-level beast shows no fear in the face of Huang Jing's power. It sneers, "Human, your resistance is meaningless. You're merely delaying your death." Then it hoists a sinister orb mounted on a conical pillar like a chess piece poised to crush humanity. On this battlefield, nothing remains that can oppose it. To the beast, this has become nothing more than a game that fills all of humanity with terror and despair. I eagerly await the look of despair and horror on the face of humanity's strongest. Not letting it wait long, Huang Jing's energy dragon surges forward, maw gaping wide to devour the Xuandong black ape. Yet the dragon's power proves utterly useless than an ant scratching an itch against a lord-tier mutated beast. It scoffs and sneers, not bad speed, but the power is far too weak. Before it can finish speaking, Huang Jing immediately tears a massive chunk of earth free and hurls it at the beast. The Xuandong black ape watches and smirks smugly. Not bad strength, but the speed is far too slow. It leaps effortlessly over every obstacle, charging forward with reckless abandon. In an instant, it closes the distance and presses right up against Huang Jing. The Xuandong black ape bellows with menace, "Kneel. I despise lesser creatures that dare look me in the eye." He goes deathly pale for a heartbeat, his eyes overflowing with panic conjure how to respond. With those words, the colossal monster swings a devastating punch, slamming Huang Jing into the ground. The Xuandong black ape's eyes widen in shock after enduring such a crushing blow. Huang Jing remains on his feet, unscathed. He glares at the beast, killing intent radiating from his body in waves. Under this terrifying pressure, the beast stammers in alarm, "How? Why do you not feel the slightest fear?" Huang Jing slams his palm into the ground, and a colossal pillar of flame erupts skyward. He roars, "Beast, you think yourself clever, but you miscalculated badly. In the end, you're nothing but a conceited wild animal." His magical power surges forth, binding the Xuandong black ape tight, rendering it completely unable to break free. The lord-tier mutated beast refuses to submit. It raises its arms and howls, "You deliberately lured me into a 7-star formation." Earth-vein seal-dark clouds gather overhead, blotting out the sky, as the Chuandong Black Ape remains shackled by Huang Jing's power. It curses him in fury. Is this your trump card? You think you can seal me beneath the earth? How naive human. Then it flashes a sinister grin and sneers. You can't hold me forever. The moment your grip loosens slightly, I will burst free and tear every last human in this place to shreds. Huang Jing smirks with absolute confidence. This isn't a trump card. It's a sacred hymn. He tears his shirt open, revealing a massive wound gashing across his chest. It is humanity's sacred hymnon anthem of courage. With those words, Huang Jing drives his fist into his own chest. The move catches the monster completely off guard. It panics. What are you doing? He is stabbed into his own chest to activate the trigger embedded in his heart. Blood erupts from Huang Jing's mouth, yet he answers without a shred of hesitation. From the moment this battle began, I buried in city's only tactical nuclear weapon beneath Swan Lake. The detonation mechanism is implanted in my heart. The instant my heart stops beating, the nuclear warhead activates. The Chuandong Black Ape roars in disbelief. Damn you, are you trying to bluff me? Who in their right mind would wager their own life as a trigger? You think that scare tactic will work on me? Huang Jing's face turns ghostly pale from catastrophic blood loss. He forces out his final words through gritted teeth. From the very beginning, I never intended to walk away alive. After all, I am the mayor of an city. My name is Huang Jing. Images from the past flash through his mind in an instant. The scene of him swearing his oath to the citizens grows ever clearer. I am Huang Jing. I swear to devote everything to an city and its people, even my very life. He closes his eyes and speaks his final words. Now I fulfilled that promise, haven't I? In that very instant, the warhead detonates. A cataclysmic explosion tears through the world. His body dissolves into nothingness along with it. The nuclear blast shakes every corner of an city to its foundations. Its destructive power is beyond all comprehension. Every direction is swallowed by choking dust and a sea of fire. The scene shifts. A trembling hand grips a phone displaying an emergency broadcast. All soldiers and martial artists immediately withdraw from the Swan Lake secret realm entrance. Nuclear strike imminent. Emergency retreat. Teardrops fall silently onto the phone screen. He chokes back his tears, fighting to hold himself together and finish his duty. Every soldier raises a hand to their brow in solemn salute, honoring Huang Jing's sacrifice. The martial artists stand at rigid attention, their gratitude deep and unspoken. A colossal mushroom cloud rises into the sky like a towering tombstone. Every citizen turns their gaze toward the blinding light. The martial artists who evacuated before the blast carry a solemn reverence in their hearts. A grand funeral. The nuclear detonation has carved a blazing crater into the heart of an city. The Chuandong Black Ape is reduced to nothing but a charred skeleton. Suddenly, a blazing sphere of fire materializes. The orb devours every last wisp of vital energy from the beast's skeletal remains. Instantly, threads of sinew begin weaving around its skeletal hands, radiating a suffocating, overwhelming demonic aura. Hundreds of tendrils fuse together, wrapping around the skeleton. They rapidly spread across the entire skull of the Chuandong Black Ape. Its eyes snap open, blazing with raw demonic energy. The monstrous beast gradually regains its physical form. It staggers upright and snarls. Didn't expect that. Nearly got finished off by that lowly human. The Chuandong Black Ape throws its head back and roars, bearing rows of razor-sharp fangs. I will slaughter every last human in this wretched city. I want them all to die in the cruelest agony imaginable. It drags its battered body forward, step by step. First, I return to the Sin domain. Once I've restored my blood energy, I will raise this place to the ground. The Sin domain is what mutated beasts call their secret realm. A voice rings out, and the beast whips its head around in alarm. And just where do you think you're going? From above, a familiar figure clad in iron armor descends, radiating murderous intent. The beast's jaw drops in shock. I remember this human. This one was one of the greatest obstacles during the beast-tide invasion. A terrifying human genius. Dai Huo stares it down, fury burning in his eyes. Finally found you. A pity I arrived one step too late. He launches himself forward at horrifying speed. Nuclear impact fist. His punch carries cataclysmic destructive force. Nothing stands in its path. Dai Huo snaps his gaze upward. The beast dodged the strike and is already counterattacking. It howls in rage. Foolish human genius. In a battle this critical, instead of hiding in the rear, you charge right to the front lines. Trolithis is the perfect chance to kill you. Dai Huo flashes a confident smirk. If you tried to run, my nuclear colossus might not have connected. But no, accept another one. The Chuandong Black Ape hears this and goes deathly pale with fear. You wretched human, before it can finish, The explosion tears the beast apart, reducing it to a skeleton once more. Lightning hammers down from the roiling sky, and dark clouds mixed with smoke billow in from every direction. A massive luminous sphere materializes inside the skeletal husk. The second detonation sweeps everything away, shaking the entire city to its core. The spectacle leaves every martial artist stunned beyond words. Is there a second nuclear explosion? What in the world is happening over there? Could it be a contingency plan Mayor Huang Jing left behind? Truly worthy of being Mayor Huang Jing. The blood-eyed black ape has sustained grievous injuries. It forces itself to its feet, glaring straight ahead. The blood-eyed black ape's face drains of all color. It trembles and stammers. A monster, a true monster. That is the overwhelming dread it feels standing before the mutated beast Dai Huo has summoned. The Emperor Colossus, it roars in defiance. How are you more of a beast than I am? Even a sovereign-rank mutated beast doesn't possess an aura like yours. Dai Huo in his beast form replies with contempt. I'm nothing like a furless ape like you. Without another word, he raises his massive claw and brings it crashing down on the blood-eyed black ape before it can even react. Another explosion erupts instantly, nearly flattening the surrounding ground. The blood-eyed black ape, with no strength left to resist, is sent hurtling through the air. Dai Huo refuses to relent. He calls out cheerfully, "Don't run, little lordling." Lantern fist black flash. The taunt strikes a nerve. The ape spins around, swinging its fist and roaring. "Don't you dare look down on a sovereign-rank beast, damn it." The two clash once more, their battle resuming in an instant. In a flash, a beam of light streaks straight down from the heavens, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust and debris. Dai Huo's arm is drenched in blood. He speaks through gritted teeth. "You are a sovereign-rank beast after all. Even gravely wounded and as bony as a starving monkey. A monkey is still a monkey." He glances at his own palm. "Under the Demara Colossus form, my comprehensive physical stats have surpassed the 30-point mark, yet I still can't overpower you in raw strength. And you even managed to wound my arm. But it's still not nearly enough to make me take you seriously." Below, the blood-eyed black ape severely burned gapes in horror. "My full power strike inflicted that much damage, and you've already recovered this fast." Resignation and fury fill its eyes. It howls, "Impossible, I can't beat this genius." Without a second thought, it turns tail and bolts, muttering frantically, "Can't beat him, can't beat him." But does Dai Huo have any intention of letting it escape so easily? Dai Huo radiates a menacing, blood-tinged aura toward the fleeing beast. His voice cuts through the air like a blade. "You wretched creature, how dare you take the life of Mayor Huang Jing?" In an instant, his mutated beast opens its maw wide and unleashes a devastating blast nuclear energy breath. The blood-eyed black ape's body rapidly disintegrates into nothingness. All that remains is the detestable human genius standing tall. Dai Huo's mutated beast speaks. That ape has burrowed underground. It's playing dead. A circle of dark energy instantly materializes around Dai Huo. He says, but playing dead means it's terrified of being found. It suffered injuries worse than anything it's endured before. This is the perfect opportunity to kill it. It seems sovereign-rank beasts possess the ability to conceal their aura, making them nearly undetectable. Dai Huo reproaches himself, "If only I could have found it sooner." Mayor Huang Jing wouldn't have had to. The mutated beast's massive foot channels dark energy, scanning the ground. Though the ape is gravely wounded even with its concealment ability, its presence should waver. Even the faintest trace of a life signal, I can sense it. His gaze locks onto an odd, elongated trail etched beneath the earth's surface. Dai Huo shouts with excitement, "Found you, you damned ape." The instant the words leave his mouth, the mutated beast opens its maw once more, unleashing an immense torrent of power. The beam of light forces the blood-eyed black ape to burst from the ground in terror. It screams in fury, "Damn it. Just a little more I could already sense the entrance to the Sin domain right here. If it weren't for that wretched human mayor setting a trap for me." Before it can finish, a colossal fist slams into it at point-blank range. The beast is sent flying by the devastating blow. Dai Huo's voice seethes with rage. "This is the price you pay for daring to slander Mayor Huang Jing. I'll make you wish you were dead." The mutated beast, now gravely wounded beyond recovery, trembles as it clutches a fireball in its hand. "Don't push your luck, you despicable vermin." It raises the fireball high, speaking with grim resolve. "I will drain every last drop of energy in my beast core to drag you down to hell with me." The blood-eyed black ape's arm rapidly regenerates. It leaps skyward, hurtling toward Dai Huo with a devastating punch die. But Dai Huo has no intention of losing this exchange. He swings his fist forward to meet the attack head-on. Lantern fist dark flesh. The two attacks collide with earth-shattering force, triggering a massive seismic shockwave. The beast's arm withers into dried bone and shatters into fragments. Just like that, Dai Huo has completely annihilated the blood-eyed black ape. It collapses to the ground in agony, utterly spent. Dai Huo, too, coughs up blood from the corner of his mouth. He forces a grin after that desperate exchange. The mutated beast times its moment with lethal precision. The instant the blood-eyed black ape crashes down, it opens its maw wide and unleashes the finishing blow. Strange sounds suddenly erupt pop-pop-pop-imponding through Dai Huo's skull like a hammer. He cries out in agony, "My head, everything's spinning, all my thoughts are in chaos." This is a psychic attack. Dai Huo whips his gaze behind him. There's still another one. Right beneath his feet, thousands of arms surge upward from the ground. Those hands hoist the fallen beast high into the air. Don't even think about running. In an instant, bizarre tendrils of fur sprout rapidly from Dai Huo's palms. From the joints of the super colossus humanoid form, additional arms burst forth. Those are densely packed hands, writhing and shifting without cease. The arms have locked down every joint, rendering his body completely immobile. Dai Huo sneers coldly, "Don't think something like this can hold me." The moment he speaks, a torrent of dark energy erupts from the super colossus. The countless arms are instantly incinerated into ash. Dai Huo calls out with fervor, "Feel the fury of these raging flames." Even the arms reaching from deep underground are completely burned to nothing. Yet the remaining arms desperately continue, dragging the blood-eyed black ape toward the Sin domain. It urges frantically, almost there the gateway is right ahead. Suddenly, it raises its head in bewilderment. The flames have already consumed everything around it, leaving no ground to stand on. Seeing this, it screams in pure panic, "Faster! That giant is catching up high, his entire body is ablaze. Hurry, run." An ever-growing swarm of arms materializes to assist the beast into the Sin domain. The arms quickly shroud the face of a mysterious figure. The sounds echo without pause. "No la 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 la, kaka." Dai Huo exclaims in shock. What the hell is that abomination? Could it also be a mutated beast? The countless colossal arms rapidly fuse together, forming a mountainous mass of twisted flesh. With power that terrifying, could it also be a sovereign-rank beast? If its true form were to descend in full, I'd probably have been forced to my knees in the very first second. And city is nothing but a wasteland of ruins shrouded in dust and smoke. Bizarre arms encircle the area, veiling the eyes of a shadowy, enigmatic figure. It snaps its ghastly eyes wide open. The beast immediately gapes its maw, preparing to unleash a terrifying torrent of dark energy. Dai Huo clutches his head in exhaustion. I've already blocked the super colossus avatar's auditory senses, yet those eerie sounds are still boring straight into my brain. Dai Huo's mutated beast opens its maw wide, preparing to counterattack. Dai Huo clenches his fist and shouts with fury, "You've slaughtered so many people, and you think you can just waltz out of an city?" He tilts his head skyward and roars, "Pipe dream." His hand slams downward. The super colossus skeleton manifests once more as he plunges deep into the beast's core. Dai Huo raises a finger with a taunting grin. "This is a special nuclear core from our homeland. Hope you enjoy it, wretch." The instant the words leave his mouth, the mutated beast opens its maw and unleashes a devastating torrent of dark energy at the blood-eyed black ape. Its eyes widen in shock, too late to resist. Another cataclysmic explosion tears straight into the ground. The martial artists below cry out in astonishment. "Everyone, look at the secret realm rift. It seems to have exploded. Something wrong. These mutated beasts suddenly going berserk. Could it be Mayor Huang Jing succeeded?" Everyone snaps back to their senses. They must not let Mayor Huang Jing's sacrifice be in vain. An city is saved. Perhaps the remnants of the blood-eyed black ape have finally been obliterated by the Colossus's nuclear core. The swarm of mutated beasts that had endlessly poured through the secret realm rift into an city begins to dwindle at last. It seems the world on the other side has ceased its invasion of an city. The martial artists of an city begin sweeping through the inner city, hunting down every remaining beast. The sweep lasts an entire day and a night. Only when every last beast that could be found is exterminated do the exhausted martial artists finally call it quits. The battle to defend an city is ultimately won, though. The cost is staggering. Nearly 80% of all martial artists and soldiers either killed or critically wounded. The devastation wrought by the nuclear detonation inside the Swan Lake secret realm is utterly catastrophic. Dai Huo has reverted to his original form. He lies sprawled across the scorched ground, his gaze drifting upward toward the sky. Then he forces himself upright, wondering just how long he's been unconscious. Although he poured every ounce of nuclear energy in his body, into the colossal transformation to trigger that explosion. This place was already saturated with nuclear radiation and residual fission energy. Consider it a case of recharging on the spot after running on empty. He gazes into the distance and lets out a heavy sigh. That battle was truly brutal. Mayor Huang Jing had personally taken the field, luring the blood-eyed black ape to the detonation point and severely wounding it. Only then could Dai Huo leverage the terrain of the nuclear blast zone to trigger continuous self-detonations, ultimately obliterating the beast before. That woman could rescue it. Reflecting on everything, he murmurs, "My infinite monster template is powerful, but it still can't match a sovereign-rank beast." This victory was won through heavenly timing, favorable terrain, and a healthy dose of luck. Dai Huo stands up and grins. "As long as I have enough time, sooner or later, I will stand at the absolute peak of combat power in all of Xia country. But this peak-level secret realm eruption leaves no more time for further growth. I don't know when I'll draw the next template, and even if I do, there's no guarantee it'll be a gold-tier compatible type to fuse with the Star Pillar Emperor template. The fastest path to becoming a peak powerhouse is to accelerate the collection of plant system beast cores with high compatibility to that template. And then there's the Xuan Wang martial technique. If the infinite monster template lets me cheat within infinite space, then I absolutely must master the super-tier martial artist system as well. Although the Xuan Wang system's growth rate is slower, its potential is immense. After all, it is the cultivation system of a high martial world. Dai Huo turns his head toward the rising sun, as if gazing into a brilliant future awaiting him on the horizon. He says, "Perhaps the reason I transmigrated to this world is to fulfill a destiny that belongs to me alone." 1 month after the catastrophe in an city, a bronze statue of Huang Jing is erected to commemorate his great sacrifice. Dai Huo sits on a park bench, scrolling through the news on his phone. This time, a total of 18 cities across Xia country have been attacked by the beast tide. Among them, 12 have fallen completely. In Guangshan City, an S-rank secret realm has manifested. The entire city is shrouded in an impenetrable gray mist that defies all detection. He listens in silence to the reports pouring in from every direction. The Dragon Sparrow National Martial Artist Organization has dispatched 30 Xuanwu martial artists, alongside 5 Grandmaster-level powerhouses. Led by Supreme Grandmaster Du Jingming, they enter the zone to conduct an investigation. The news on his phone updates without pause. This beast-tide invasion is no ordinary event. Even an SS-rank secret realm has appeared. Fu Hengsheng, Xia country's most powerful nation guardian martial artist, has been waiting at the perimeter of the secret realm, but the team of martial artists sent in never emerges. His image appears on screen. An announcement is made. Fu Hengsheng personally enters Guangshan City, and only 8 hours later does he stagger out, gravely wounded, with just 2 surviving grandmasters in tow. From that day forward, Xia country officially designates Guangshan City as the 11th life-forbidden zone on the globe. Confirmed casualties over 10,000 dead. Hearing this, Dai Huo is stunned. He exclaims, "Even a nation guardian martial artist couldn't handle it. Has humanity's survival on Blue Star truly become this desperate? No, I can't afford to wait any longer." At a villa on the city outskirts, a phone rings. "Auntie Chin, I need to ask you for a favor." Chin Lan, draped in an alluring silk nightgown, lounges on a sofa and picks up the call. "You want to learn the remaining 2 Xuan Wang martial techniques of the Liu clan, don't you?" Dai Huo forces a wry smile. "Does Auntie Chin really see me as that kind of person?" He replies awkwardly, "It's something else. I'd like your help purchasing some high-quality plant system beast cores. Blue rank ones at Bestore, even purple rank Lord-level cores if possible." She asks, puzzled, "Plant system beasts are rare to begin with. Lord rank cores are even rarer. You've got quite the appetite, if you want that much. What are you willing to offer in return?" Dai Huo answers immediately. "Every year, Flower City University holds a secret realm assessment for new students. I can team up with Liu Qingzhu and help her secure first place." Chin Lan's eyes flash with sudden interest. She replies, "You are severely underestimating the top scorer geniuses coming from the other provinces. Auntie can only tell you this much: Qingzhu's strength in previous years at Imperial Capital University would rank above average at BIS, never touching the very top tier. Although you did overpower Qingzhu in your previous match, compared to the true monsters out there, you're still a step behind." He replies with confidence, "But Auntie Chin, right now doesn't the Liu clan's revival ultimately rest on betting everything on me? I'll write a promissory note. If I don't win first place among the new students, I'll come serve the Liu clan for the rest of my life, beast of burden. Caretaker, whatever you need." She slips off her heels and chuckles softly. Beast of burden, you say? Chin Lan glances down through the glass and smiles. Fine, I'll help you one more time for now. On a fine morning, Dai Huo heads to an city central hospital to visit Chuzhou. Although his goal is simply to visit a friend, not to hold a fan meeting. The moment he steps into the hospital, he's swarmed by fans. Look, it's Dai Huo. I heard he slew tons of beasts in the secret realm. Hey, Dai Huo, can I add you on? As expected of the martial top scorer. We're all battered and bruised, yet he doesn't have a single scratch on him. I'm your fan, Dai Huo. Could you sign something for me? Here, thank you. He never imagined his name would spread this far. He hadn't expected to be this popular. After a chance gauntlet of fans along the way, Dai Huo finally reaches the hospital room. One can't tell if he's here to visit or to roast because the moment the door swings open, he bursts out laughing and points straight at the patient. Isn't this the most handsome man in all of city? So even you have days like these, huh? Chuzhou eyes the mountain of gifts in Dai Huo's arms and raises an eyebrow. I know you're here to visit, but what's with all that stuff in your hands? Having received gifts from fans along the way, Luo Xuan immediately raises his hand in greeting the moment Dai Huo appears. This is Dai Huo, right? But to everyone's surprise, Dai Huo doesn't seem to recognize him at all. And you are. Hearing this, Luo Xuan is briefly embarrassed and reintroduces himself. I'm Luo Xuan, your first opponent in the promotion match. How did you forget me so quickly? Upon hearing this, Dai Huo suddenly notices something particular about the person before him and stiffens in shock. Luo Xuan understands all too well why Dai Huo's gaze lingers on his severed leg. He quickly speaks up. Don't look at me like that. My leg hasn't healed yet, but why are you staring at me like I'm done for? I can undergo limb restoration surgery. And if that doesn't work, I can always get the latest combat prosthetics just released by Thunderbird. Before Luo Xuan's fearless courage, Dai Huo can't help but feel a surge of deep respect. To protect an city, Luo Xuan lost a leg at such a young age. He is truly worthy of admiration. Suddenly, the phone in Dai Huo's pocket starts ringing. He picks up the phone, visibly annoyed. There have been way too many spam calls lately. It's driving me insane. But the moment he shoves the phone back into his pocket, it erupts with a shrill ring, startling him half to death. The instant he answers, Dai Huo is blasted by a thunderous scolding from the principal. Dai Huo, why did you block the VIP from Flower City? Unblock them immediately. Not wanting to make things worse, he replies, all right, you old principal. I got it. Without a moment's delay, Dai Huo dials the number. Hello, Dai Huo. This is Wang Tao, the recruitment officer from Flower City University. I'm calling to inform you that Flower City University will be starting its semester 1 month early. A dedicated train will arrive to pick you up in 3 days. Understood, I'll be there on time. Meanwhile, Chuzhou also receives a phone call. Hello, Chuzhou. I'm Professor Liu from Flower City University's recruitment office. I will follow all arrangements set by the organization. Understood, I'll be there on time. Thank you, Professor Liu. Seeing both of them receive recruitment calls non-stop, Luo Xuan can't help but feel a pang of envy. A 3-person hospital room. Apart from himself, everyone here was a prodigy. It seemed he didn't belong on the bed. Perhaps he belonged under it. After all, Dai Huo was still busy today and could only spare a brief visit. If you'll excuse me, I have matters to attend to. Several days later, at the site of the Swan Lake nuclear explosion, the colossal mushroom cloud had hurled hundreds of tons of dust into the upper atmosphere. The sky above Swan Lake and the surrounding dozens of kilometers was now shrouded in impenetrably thick clouds, plunging the world below into eternal darkness. Black roiling clouds blanketed the heavens like velvet curtains, leaving only a few stray rays of light to pierce through to the gloomy earth below. Dai Huo sat motionless as an ancient stone amid the chaos of heaven and earth, his divine consciousness sinking deep into a meditative state. The spiritual essence within his body gradually stirred to life. White foam-like wisps curled like clouds, spiraling around gleaming dragon scales that wrapped his body like spirit clouds, summoning a divine beast. His eyes blazed with an eerie blue radiance, like a brilliant moon shining across an ocean of stars. Infinite-type monster gene template Godzilla. Composite material code 2741. Rampaging Titan body template compatibility 38.9%. Super Colossus fusion form 90%. During the battle against the blood-eyed black ape, his compatibility with the Rampaging Titan template had surged by another 1.5%. These were already extraordinary numbers. Combined with the residual nuclear radiation and atomic fission energy lingering at this site, it was nothing short of a cultivation holy land. Over the past 3 days of training, His compatibility had leaped by more than 6 points, an extraordinarily significant advance. His colossal feet slammed down onto the earth, sending shockwaves rippling outward like the roar of a primordial beast, echoing across an ancient mountain range. But unfortunately, it was time to leave. In that very instant, Dai Huo transformed into a streak of divine light, tearing through space as he shot into the sky, a divine dragon shedding its mortal coil and ascending to the heavens. Meanwhile, Chuzhou had already arrived at City Station. Dear passengers, train G66, departing from this station toward Flower City West Station, will depart in 5 minutes. Passengers who have not yet passed ticket inspection, please proceed to the platform immediately. He stood waiting for his train in a state of extraordinary calm. Yet the moment he heard the commotion, he instantly recognized who had arrived. On the clear blue sky above, a sudden flash of light appeared out of nowhere, and immediately after, Dai Huo made a spectacular landing, having blasted over at breakneck speed to make it in time. Dai Huo breathed a sigh of relief, hadn't missed the train. Still on time, wherever Dai Huo went, he seized the spotlight. The crowd erupted into a frenzy at his sudden appearance. That's Dai Huo. Good heavens, that pressure wave just now nearly scared me to death. I thought another high-level mutated beast had appeared. That aura was absolutely terrifying. Jevon's senior martial artists at the blood-burning Chi Pillar stage might not possess pressure that overwhelming. Truly the pride of an city. Chuzhou also noticed the change, and Dai Huo had definitely grown stronger. Dai Huo gazed forward, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the journey that awaited him. He was about to leave an city behind. This was the first place he had set foot in since transmigrating to this world-high's origin point. Farewell an city. The train sat silently at the platform, as if it had been waiting for them all along. In the moment before departure, he clenched his fist, eyes alight with excitement, his mind already racing toward the lands that lay ahead. Before long, the train surged into motion, rocketing forward and leaving a trail of trembling sky in its wake. The moment he settled into his seat, Chuzhou spoke up. Dai Huo, can you be honest with me for once? Dai Huo leaned back against his seat and raised an eyebrow. Are all the passengers on this train top scorers from every province? Chuzhou quickly confirmed, then added, not only that, the train cars themselves are constructed with the most advanced engineering and materials, capable of withstanding impacts exceeding thousands of tons. Even so, the Xuanwu martial artists escorting the Flower City University train, whether hidden or in the open, number no fewer than 5. A Grandmaster-level powerhouse may even be on board. After all, the passengers aboard this train are the most outstanding prodigies from an entire graduating class across all of Xia country. With his keen life-sensing abilities, Dai Huo had no difficulty gauging the strength of his fellow passengers. The difference was this: he sensed through the essence of life, itself-reading and detecting like a predator. Indeed, there were a few experts who could withstand 3 moves against him. No more than 5. He had expected this train ride to proceed peacefully. Yet not long after, catastrophe struck without warning. Alert Level 1. Alert Level 1. The Flower City University train is under attack by unidentified hostiles. The train's speaker system suddenly blared with an urgent announcement. Alert Level 1. Alert Level 1. The Flower City University train is under attack by unidentified hostiles. Professors and faculty are currently investigating the situation. All remaining students are ordered to evacuate the train cars immediately. Under no circumstances should you engage the enemy. Every passenger on the train shot to their feet in alarm. Impossible. Who would dare attack a Flower City University train? Could this be a drillsome kind of test for us freshmen? Not necessarily. Xia country is at its weakest right now. The nation guarding martial artist is injured and in seclusion. One of the 3 Grand Protectors, Grandmaster Du Jingming, has gone missing. On top of that, countless Grandmasters and Xuanwu martial artists perished during the beast tide that ravaged Guanshan City and several other cities. Nations and factions that Xia country once suppressed are now seizing the opportunity to rear their heads. It's only natural. So should we evacuate the train, or? Meanwhile, Chuzhou and Dai Huo were still unaware of the unfolding crisis. What are you thinking about? How annoying, Dai Huo muttered. I've been overtraining these past few days. I just wanted to close my eyes and recover for a bit. But after a moment's thought, Dai Huo found he preferred action over Ristand stepped down from his seat. His eyes gleamed with eager anticipation at the prospect of facing a new challenge. Let's go see what's happening. The train continued to rocket forward regardless, even as violent turmoil raged within. Suddenly, as the 2 of them moved toward the front car, a fellow student came stumbling toward them, his body drenched in blood, his face a mask of pure panic. "Hang in there, what happened up ahead?" The freshman named Chu Kim-heen recounted everything in a state of utter horror. "The enemy has seized the first 3 cars. They possess a special domain ability that pulls people into an isolated space, ensuring that the shockwaves of combat don't affect the outside. Inside, there are terrifying enemies hunting everyone down. Our professors, Xu and Wu martial artists guarding the train have almost all been killed. They combined their last strength to push me out of the domain, and told me to warn everyone to flee immediately. This is no drill, thighs is real." As the situation spiraled beyond all control, panic inevitably gripped the hearts of every student present. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos. "Where's the proof? If you claim there's danger up ahead, you need to back it up with evidence. A token from the professors, or other wounded survivors. Are you the only one who made it out? I have a friend in the front cars. His strength is enough to compete for the top scorer spot. Among the freshmen, I don't believe you could escape while he couldn't." After hearing Chu Kim-heen's response, even his juniors found the reasoning sound. "Makes sense, this freshman has a point." Yet Yan Zhengsheng crossed his arms, his expression grave. "Out of my way, I'm heading to the front." Despite Chu Kim-heen's desperate warnings, he refused to listen and strode forward to prove himself. Seeing them charge headlong like moths to a flame, Chu Kim-heen made one final plea. "Wait, I'm telling the truth. It's truly dangerous up ahead. Why won't anyone listen to me? Stop throwing your lives away." Having failed to stop them, Chu Kim-heen turned to Dai Huo. "Are you Dai Huo?" Dai Huo began regarding him with a gaze full of suspicion. His life-sensing instinct screamed that something about this student was deeply abnormal. "It's me. How do you even know who I am?" After Dai Huo confirms his identity, Chu Kim-heen explains everything. "A girl named Liu Qingzhu showed me your photo. She begged me to tell Yao under no circumstances should you go to the front." Upon hearing that all-too-familiar name, Dai Huo's heart skips a few beats. "She asked you to tell me that?" "That's right. She shielded me and took a blade strike, was gravely wounded." Though the crisis is far from over, Chu Kim-heen is already blubbering and wailing like the apocalypse has arrived. "If they're courting death, I can't stop them. But I must fulfill that girl's dying wish and keep you alive." Before Chu Kim-heen's gloom, Dai Huo loses all patience. He raps the boy on the head and barks, "Damn it, you're not dead yet. Stop cursing yourself. You still want to go?" At Chu Kim-heen's bewildered look, Dai Huo reaffirms, "It's useless. I already gave my word to her family. But she didn't want me stepping into the fire, so she threw herself in the way. No, I absolutely will not let you go through." At that moment, this does make one wonder, though it's beside the point with this sorry state of his. How on earth did he even get an acceptance letter from Flower City University? While Dai Huo is still trying to persuade Chu Kim-heen with words, Chu Zhaodemper, hot as fire, has already launched an attack. Chu Kim-heen simply cannot fathom why they would charge ahead so recklessly despite his best efforts to stop them. "I'm trying to save you people. Why are you being so unreasonable?" A mere disagreement, and they're already ready to throw hands. Classmate Qingzhu is such an elegant and refined person. How could she possibly be acquainted with these two brutes? Who would have thought that in the very next instant, Dai Huo loses all patience and drives a kick straight into his gut. "Shut your trap already." While Chu Kim-heen is still trembling and struggling to compose himself, they have already dashed forward. "Truly powerful. He's absolutely not on my level. Saritha's chi blood pill is yours. Keep it." They're in a hurry. Despite every ounce of Chu Kim-heen's effort to stop them, the duo ultimately plunges headlong into danger. "Chuzhou, let's go. Don't go, it's dangerous." At this moment, Dai Huo stands before a staircase. The floor indicator above reads 3rd floor. Before him stretches a violet spatial rift, leading to another dimension entirely. This must be the independent space entrance that the new student mentioned. Yet Dai Huo is not reckless enough to charge in blind. He picks up a suitcase to scout ahead. Testing the waters, without a moment's hesitation, Dai Huo hurls the suitcase straight into the spatial rift without an ounce of regret. After waiting a good while with absolutely no response, Dai Huo forms a hypothesis: no reaction, no sound. Not even his life force field can detect any energy within. Plenty of new students entered before him. It seems they all went through already. Convinced there are no traps lying in wait, Dai Huo immediately charges into the spatial rift. Interesting, straight in we go. The moment he steps into the inner space, his eyes dart left and right, scanning the purple mist swirling all around him. Yet beneath his feet now stretches a blindingly white path so surreal it makes him question his very existence. What a headache. What the hell is this? Strange. We entered at the same time. How did Chuzhou vanish already? There is light up ahead. Move first, talk later. Time is of the essence, and Dai Huo wastes no more of Ith sprints forward at full speed. Yet after following the luminous white path, he arrives at a city both utterly surreal and devastate, buildings overturned and flipped upside down. What kind of godforsaken place is this? He raises his hand and examines it. No response from the life force field. Could this place be completely sealed off? Dai Huo does not hesitate another second. He rockets upward like a bolt of lightning, leaving only a streak of wind-tearing light in his wake. The old methods never fail. In the blink of an eye, he lands atop a nearby building, steady as a hawk swooping down on its prey. His gaze turns ice cold as he stares straight ahead, then raises his hand to summon a blazing sphere of energy, chi spiraling violently around his palm. Stop playing games with me, and in the very next instant, the entire space trembles from a heaven-shaking explosion, energy erupting into green smoke that fills the sky. Blow. A massive detonation erupts atop the apartment building, the flash bleaching the entire sky white. All of them simultaneously look up, voices rising one after another. An explosion that massive. You, what the hell are they doing up there? What kind of expert is that, making an entrance that dramatic? On the street below, a figure wielding a sword charges forward. Kingju sits weakly, leaning against the corner of a wall. Her gaze drifts toward the explosion above. Dai Huo told me not to let him come. Atop the apartment building, Dai Huo stands with arms folded, gazing downward. Looks like that strike of mine didn't just attract my classmates, and Alice, it drew out the enemies too. A figure wearing a pighead mask slowly approaches from behind, gripping a blood-drenched blade in his hand, a truly gruesome sight. The moment the pighead draws near, Dai Huo instantly spins around and launches an attack. Anyone wearing a pighead mask is clearly no good. Damn it, still playing these twisted games. Let me rip that fake head off. It grips the blade tightly, assuming a combat stance. Both of them lunge at each other simultaneously. After taking Dai Huo's punch, the pighead shows no effect whatsoever. This catches him slightly off guard. Took a direct hit from my nuclear punch, and it's still standing. It drives its blade into his body, while its head simultaneously begins regenerating on its own. Dai Huo regards it with utter contempt. Surprised that this lord's regeneration is that fast, aren't you? I can clamp your blade with my muscles alone. Your strength isn't much, but that weapon of yours is special. It seems capable of piercing through any defense. What the hell are you? Let me take a closer look. He grabs its mouth and pries it wide open, seizing the opportunity to unleash a torrent of power straight into its body. This old man's atomic breath. I am a man of my word. I said I'd drop you on the spot, and I meant it. In an instant, its body crumbles to dust. Suddenly, he senses something unusual and glances downward. Is there something inside this head? A pendant. So this really is Flower City University's trial. Kill monsters and loot items. He picks up the pendant, then immediately pockets it. This masked one's weapon was clearly imbued with martial energy by a master, making it extraordinarily sharp. Once the martial energy dissipates, these weapons revert to ordinary junk. What is this pendant for, though? Do I have to hunt down more masked freaks and rip the pendants out of their fake heads? This really is a full-on survival trial. From afar, a blade hurtles toward him from behind. She swiftly channels her spiritual power, freezing the arrow midair. He spots the monster behind him and calls out, "Next round already? That fast. What this lord hates most are ambushers." As he turns around, another arrow suddenly surges up from below. The monster overhead ceaselessly rains arrows down upon him. The arrow pierces clean through his chest in an instant. Not only is he completely unfazed, tilts his head to stare at the monster with an eerie expression. "You think that's enough to kill me? How naive." He immediately unleashes the killing technique Beauty Slayer. A colossal wave of power envelops every single muscle in his body. The force is so immense his body threatens to burst apart, and that very power reduces the entire building to rubble. A young man standing nearby witnesses the spectacle and exclaims in shock, "What the hell happened over there?" The whole building collapsed. Back to Dai Huo grips the arrow that struck him and strides slowly forward. I need to see exactly what kind of creature nearly turned me into a kebab. A rabbit head? Could this be one of the 12 zodiac beasts? The monster swells its body to a monstrous size, then hurls the arrow at him with lightning speed. He retaliates with a devastating kick. Its martial prowess catches him somewhat off guard. The beast gauges the distance perfectly. Its arrow hurtles straight for his face. Suddenly, another surge of power erupts, shielding him. Ice walls riseth, collapsing building grinds to a halt mid-fall. The mutated beast is halted, encased in a wave of freezing energy. Chuzhou, weapon in hand, dives from above toward the monster. Watch out, Dai Huo, leave this rabbit to me. He strikes downward without hesitation, but the beast reacts faster, leaping up to dodge his attack. It lets out a sharp cry, then fires arrows in rapid succession, shattering the ice. But mere seconds later, its weapon freezes solid in its grasp. Chuzhou raises his palm and unleashes a strike, sending the beast hurtling away. It raises its weapon before it, desperately trying to block the force. It looks up, a flicker of shock on its face, but in the next instant, countless attacks converge upon it from all sides. Another mutated beast bursts onto the scene. It has finally caught him. Little cutie. From the direction of the buildings, an immense pillar of power erupts, shooting straight into the sky. A few minutes prior on, the rooftopper voice rings out. Why hasn't there been any movement from over there? That flashy newcomer who charged in. Could he actually be dead? He's definitely dead. We ganged up on those masked figures with over a dozen people, and they didn't even flinch. The weapons in their hands can pierce through any defense. They're simply not opponents we can handle at our current stage. That guy who fired a blast into the sky, the moment he arrived, is way too arrogant. He's probably just some small-town student who scraped into Flower City University a frog at the bottom of a well, thinking he's hot stuff. To be honest, the top scorers from major cities are on an entirely different level from those small-town nobodies. I heard that Yan Zhengsheng and Ouyang Zi from Demon City, Lan Wuxi from Deep City, and Xin Chen from Glass Island have already started hunting down the masked figures. I honestly have no idea how they pull it off. Are they really that strong? Then this year's freshman leader will definitely be one of them. No, every year, the freshman leader is always a Flower City native. Compared to those monsters from Flower City, students from the rest of Xia country simply can't compete. Growing up with vastly different cultivation resources like heaven and earth. Suddenly, from the opposite side, an enormous surge of power rockets into the sky. He trembles as he witnesses it from nearby. What was that light just now? The power was off the charts. An electron cannon. She trembles just as much. Don't be ridiculous, Osho. Could there be an electron cannon here? That colossal pillar of energy continues surging into the sky, merging with the massive storm clouds above. Zhengsheng tilts his head and asks his companion, Z, what do you think? Ouyang Zi replies coolly, that attack style doesn't match the masked figures. Most likely it's the technique of some freshman. A massive blade is buried deep in the beast's chest. In his hand dangle several pendants adorned with green jade. A freshman besides those Flower City elites. Who else could possibly wield such absurd power? We definitely need to head there. After all, we've already collected 4 pendants: rat, dog, monkey, and horse. Lan Wuxi from Deep City has at least the goat pendant. Xin Chen from Glass Island has at least the snake. And there's a freshman named Liu Qingzhu, who reportedly took down the ox head and obtained the ox pendant. If the masked figures are truly following the 12 zodiac signs, only 5 remain: pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon. As for the dragon, you already know about that creature. It's the kind of existence where touching it means death. You can only run, never fight back. A full-blown boss monster. As for the remaining pendants, that freshman who fired that beam of light is definitely holding a few. Xin Chen and Lan Wuxi will most likely be drawn there as well. Zhengsheng, this game has entered its final round. If we want to win, we can only seize the pendants from others. On Dai Huo's side, he holds a pendant with green jade in his palm. Chuzhou sees this and furrows his brow. Dai Huo sits on the ground, staring intently at the pendant as he replies, before you arrived, I took down a masked pig head and retrieved the pig pendant from inside his hood. If I'm not mistaken, this trial forces us to collect all 12 zodiac pendants from the beast heads. Chuzhou tilts his head and asks, so we need to actively hunt down the masked figures. Dai Huo replies, that's right. There was also one on the rooftop who sniped at probably another masked figure. His eyes narrow. He fled, but his arrow grazed me. I can track him through the wound. As soon as he stands, Chuzhou speaks up. Let's head toward the ruined buildings. Dai Huo surveys the battlefield before them. There are battle traces here. Someone got here before us. Chuzhou steps forward, kneeling to press his hand against the smoldering embers. Still warm, they haven't gone far. After examining the scene, a chill runs through his mind. They're close. He swiftly draws his weapon, raising it before him, his gaze sharp and cold as he stares into the distance. From the ground below, countless ice arrows erupt upward, trailing long streaks of frost. Lan Wuxi wraps her arms around herself and says coyly, my optical invisibility got detected again. From the direction of the collapsed apartment buildings, Chuzhou swings his sword, conjuring massive walls of ice that crash toward her. Lurking invisible at our side, no good intentions. Xin Chen suddenly surges forward, unleashing a technique. Move. Gene Technique Flame Demon Battle Form. He executes the Ape King Palma colossal hand, materializes, and slams down. After the attack lands, he casually pulls out a cigarette and lights it. We've been found out. Lan Wuxi, your optical invisibility is pathetic. Dai Huo speaks up abruptly. Is that your concern? You two planning to ambush us? Seeing him approach, Lan Wuxi says softly, Big bro, you've misunderstood. We just dealt with a masked rooster head. The invisibility was only to lure out other masked figures. Xin Chen lights his cigarette, his gaze sharp and cold as he glances at Dai Huo. Oh, really? Then what's the meaning of this? But before she can answer, Dai Huo seizes her by the throat and lifts her clean off the ground. After being dropped, she furiously bites her nails. Even my clone got detected. Looks like this kid has some real strength. Xin Chen chimes in from the side. I was hoping you could pull off a successful ambush. Otherwise, this would be far too boring. Xin Chen steps closer. You still haven't seen what I can do. He takes a massive breath, his cheeks puffing out, then exhales a colossal blast of searing heat. The scorching black torrent forces everyone ahead to immediately retreat. Lan Wuxi draws her fan, smiling coquettishly at them. Don't even think about running. Her eyes light up as she sweeps the fan toward them. Billowing clouds of smoke surge forward, engulfing them. Xin Chen immediately unleashes a technique, conjuring a towering inferno. It's not over yet. Feast your eyes on my torch. The black blast and the massive flame collide head-on. He looks at them, grinning with arrogance. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat us. Dai Huo's voice rings out. What are you two laughing at? His hand surges with tremendous power, effortlessly shattering their combined techniques. Xin Chen witnesses this and is utterly stunned. A simple clap of his hands can dispel my fire cloud. What kind of power is this? But before he can finish, Dai Huo's fist is already hurtling toward his face blue mountain fist. He pivots and hurls a punch, smashing into Xin Chen's face. A single, devastating blow sends him flying 1,000 meters. Lan Wuxi, witnessing this, breaks into a cold sweat, her expression filled with sheer terror. We don't have any cultivation technique that can break through to the martial artist realm. We're stuck at the martial apprentice level. On top of that, our physical strength is still suppressed by a sealing membrane. Even if Flower City University freshmen have a higher ceiling at the martial apprentice stage, breaking through is still impossible. But this guy's physical prowess is clearly not at the level of a first-year freshman. It's over. I was so fixated on that punch that I forgot there's still another ice-cold freak. Her legs are frozen solid, completely unable to move. She looks up to see him approaching, murderous intent billowing around him like a storm. Even if Xin Chen and I join forces, we can't beat them. They're real monsters. Continuing to fight is completely hopeless. In a desperate attempt to resist, she raises her weapon before her, trying to fight back. After just a few seconds, she finally shatters the ice binding her. Lan Wuxi immediately spins around, ready to flee. She has to run, but she barely gets far before his hand clamps around her ankle. She turns her head, eyes wide with panic. It's over. Dai Huo shows absolutely no mercy. He yanks her leg violently, slamming her body into the ground. Get down here. He doesn't stop there. Hai's other fist rises, coiled with power, poised to strike. Xuan Wang martial technique. But she thinks fast and immediately unleashes a counter. Invisibly, my body splits into numerous copies, and they all dash to flee. Seeing this, his eyes blaze with even greater fury. He wants to escape. In the next instant, a tremendous power erupts from his body. Flesh imprisonment, demon realm, phantom illusion. Her body gradually becomes surrounded by spectral souls. She stands frozen, screaming endlessly. Her body refuses to move. What the hell is this bizarre thing? Dai Huo glances at her with an eerie smile. Can't beat him, can't run from him, just accept your fate. After a prolonged struggle, Wuxi finally surrenders and hands over her necklace. I surrender. I'll give you all my pendants. Dai Huo takes the seized necklace in hand, his eyes brimming with delight. Wouldn't it have been easier if you'd done this from the start? Now tell me everything you know. She kneels beside him, her expression full of bitter resignation. To win this trial, one must collect all 12 pendants. The trial has already entered its final phase. Even if you don't go out of your way to rob others, they'll come hunting for you. Ouyang Zi and Yan Zhengsheng of Evil City are dark horses among this batch of freshmen. By now, they've probably plundered quite a few pendants. So, want me to lead you to Ouyang Zi and Yan Zhengsheng? Even as she speaks, she thinks to herself she has no hope of winning anymore. Might as well muddy the waters, lead the tiger to devour the wolf, and let them tear each other apart. As if reading her intentions, his face darkens with a glare. That's none of your concern, but I must say that fan of yours isn't bad at all. In another corner of Ruin City, Aoyangzi and Zhengsheng streak forward like the wind. As they run, Aoyangzi speaks up. By this point, Xin Chen and Lan Wuxi have probably already clashed, right? No matter. Whoever wins, we just seize the pendants from the victor. All they've done is hold onto them for us temporarily. Zhengsheng suddenly spots something unusual ahead. His eyes widen in shock. Look at that corpse. Before them lies a body drenched in blood, sprawled across the ground. The moment they recognize the familiar face, both shout in unison. That's Xin Chen. Just minutes ago, Xin Chen was utterly defeated by Dai Huo. Xin Chen wanders alone through the ruined city. That guy really is a monster. Lan Wuxi must be done for by now too, right? It seems like on my body. That guy has marked me as well. He'll definitely come for me. Looks like I'll need to team up with those two evil city leaders, Aoyangzi and Yan Zhengsheng. A strange noise suddenly erupts from behind. He whips his head around in alarm. From the shadows behind him, a monster wielding a sword approaches with cold, murderous intent, its eyes blazing crimson, utterly terrifying. The moment Tan TR letter 1EA7N sees it, terror seizes him. His body shakes uncontrollably until he can barely stand. Like a bolt of lightning, a flash streaks past the streetlight. The dead streetlight suddenly flickers to life. The monster's blade carves across his body, blood spraying in all directions, crimson flooding the space. With a single effortless strike, the monster effortlessly slaughters him, then seizes the two necklaces. Zhengsheng slowly approaches the corpse, crouching to examine it. How did Xin Chen die here? And these razor-sharp cut marks? Aoyangzi chimes in from the side. It was Shenlong. That slash is clean and precise. A single lethal strike the opponent completely overwhelmed Xin Chen in terms of power. Only the dragon mask among the 12 zodiac masks could accomplish this. He recalls their previous encounter. But the dragon mask wasn't confined to the underground parking garage. Last time, I even led over 20 men down to the parking garage searching for him, and we ran into that dragon instead. In the end, only the two of us survived and escaped. I still can't believe he actually kills people. Wasn't this supposed to be just a trial? But those streams of hot blood back then certainly didn't look fake. Yangzi's face starts turning deathly pale with fear. Zhengsheng notices and looks toward him. So what do we do now? The pendants on Xin Chen's body have been taken too. Ouyangzi continues. The reason Shenlong can leave the parking garage is most likely because our freshman batch has triggered some kind of condition. For instance, if all the lesser masks have been eliminated, only then can the final boss like him have his restrictions lifted and roam freely. Just as the normal Zodiac masks automatically hunt freshmen, Shenlong will probably actively target those of us carrying Zodiac pendants. We cannot confront Shenlong head-on. We must act before he does seize the pendants from the others. We absolutely cannot let them fall into his hands. As he speaks, his eyes flash with brilliance, unleashing a tremendous surge of power. He activates his bloodline awakening golden dragon rock. 2 pairs of massive golden wings burst from his back. He spins around and rockets forward. What we need to do now is actively broadcast our signal, lure the pendant holders to us, and fight to the death. A terrifying gale erupts from those wings, shaking the entire space. Somewhere in Death City, Qingzhu leans against a stone wall. She was supposed to take a car to Flower City University, yet somehow she was inexplicably dragged into this so-called mutant Death City. Countless freshmen have already been slaughtered by the one wearing the dragon mask. I and another survivor found the teacher. He said he could only extract one person, not me. I still can't leave. At a time like this, I have to warn that idiot Dai Huo not to get dragged in here. I wonder if the classmate who escaped managed to find Dai Huo. Unfortunately, I don't have the strength to go searching right now. With his overwhelming power, as long as he doesn't run into the dragon mask, he should be fine. While she's scrolling through her phone, looking at old memories, a sudden strange sound echoes from the distance. Her heart jolts with alarm. Have I been found? In my current state, there's no way I can escape. The enemy has locked onto my aura. They'll definitely come to seize my pendant. I don't particularly value it, but I have a feeling Dai Huo will need it. I can't confront them head-on right now. I can only lure them to that place. That's Aoyangzi hovering high in the air, gazing downward. Liu Qingzhu, the one from the college entrance exam. I heard the declining Liu clan produced someone who awakened the Nether Sparrow bloodline. Since we both possess high-grade divine-tier magical beast bloodlines, I looked up Liu Qingzhu's information. She seems to have the pearl pendant in her possession. What an unexpected windfall. She's heading somewhere, trying to lure me to Shenlong's parking garage. She's adorably foolish. Shenlong has already picked up his blade and left that place. That underground parking garage has nothing left now. Zhengsheng, stay here and wait for me. I'm going to catch someone first. He then spins around, preparing to dive down. From atop the apartment building, a chain of explosions erupts in rapid succession. Yangzi hovers in midair, his gaze fixed on Qingzhu. Liu Qingzhu, you can't escape. But suddenly he senses something abnormal. That sound, it's Long. How can this be? He should have left to hunt the pendant holders. Shenlong materializes behind him without warning. Wait, if Long's targets are the pendant holders. The moment he sees it, his eyes tremble with dread. He can't help but shudder. Then it hits him he's carrying a massive haul of pendants. He has 4 pendants on him. It will definitely prioritize whoever has the most. Overconfidence, and he's only thrown himself straight into the jaws of danger. The monster's eyes blaze with searing light. His own eyes widen with a flicker of fear. Seeing Shenlong hurtling toward him, he immediately drops into a combat stance. He soars higher into the air, his gaze locked onto the dragon. This is a domain. Incredibly, the divine dragon is capable of deploying a technique like this. Anyone who meets the caster's gaze is dragged into this special domain. Only way to escape is to eliminate the caster. Pushed to such an extent, it wastes no time and immediately charges toward him, preparing to attack. It spreads its wings outward, forming a shell around its body while simultaneously launching a wing strike. It's here. It lets out a thunderous roar. The entire city seems to quake. Qin Hung raises his sword before him to block the blow, his gaze cold and razor-sharp. Damn it, did you just turn on server-wide voice chat to provoke me? Chu Zhou approaches from behind. Dai Huo, leave this one to me. I want to test my own strength. Qin Hung grips his sword and charges at them from the front. You think you've already caught me? Saying this, he arrogantly raises his weapon and unleashes 2 consecutive ice vein strikes. He attacks in unison, while his opponent uses his weapon to parry the technique. Seeing him dodge, he immediately turns his head and tries to flee who knows where. Without a moment's delay, he raises his sword once more and brings it crashing down. Chu Zhou turns to look. His expression flickers with a trace of panic, but thanks to his quick reflexes, he manages to block the strike. He unleashes a sword intent that tears at the soul, his eyes cutting and cold. Man and sword becoming one. Behind him, 2 colossal spirit beasts suddenly materialize, roaring with earth-shaking fury. Qin Hung swings his sword down simultaneously, as Chu Zhou's ice spirit beast surges forward to attack. Dai Huo sits nearby, legs crossed, watching the battle with an utterly bored expression. Qin Hung suddenly senses something wrong with his spirit beast. Panic floods his eyes, a Shui Zaras crying for help. Qin Hung unconsciously pivots to dodge Dai Huo's incoming strike. Then he whips his head around. He shouts, if I didn't have urgent business, I'd shatter at least 8 of your bones. Surprised through the smoke, Dai Huo's voice rings out. Simultaneously, he throws a punch. After spitting those fierce words, the enemy tries to leave. Did I say you could go? It seems even he didn't expect what comes next. Unable to react in time, he takes Dai Huo's fist head-on. A single punch sends him hurtling through the air. Qin Hung struggles to rise, blood spurting from his mouth. What the hell was that? Did I just get sent flying by a single punch? You're the one who ambushed me. To his question, Dai Huo replies with utter calm, I'm the one who sent you flying. Besides, your screaming was far too ear-piercing. I just used a bit too much force. I wouldn't call it an ambush. It's clearly that your brain is too slow to react to my fist. Hearing this, the man immediately rises in fury. Arrogant bastard. I'll take your life. 3 minutes later, staring at his battered face, Dai Huo's voice sounds beside him, dripping with mockery. Don't flatter yourself. Being able to last 3 minutes under me is already impressive enough. That newbie got sent flying with just 1 punch from me. Your weapon's pretty heavy, though I'd like to borrow it for a bit. You don't mind, right? He casually examines the sword beside his opponent's broken body. Still needs a bit more reinforcement, though. Suddenly, countless massive thorns erupt from his body. Chu Zhou approaches, holding a necklace. Dai Huo, I couldn't find the pendant in his spatial ring, but I found this instead. This pendant keeps flickering. It seems to be transmitting some kind of signal. Domain. Chu Zhou's body is now so severely injured it's barely recognizable. Wounds scar every inch of his body. He speaks weakly to think. I could only make it this far. I've already used up all the relic artifacts I brought from the secret realm. If only I could have driven the nail into his heart. I could have sealed his martial weapon, and the energy transmission flow within him. What a pity I paid with an entire arm, yet still couldn't drive the long nail into the divine dragon's heart. It missed by 3 fingers' width. I've lost my one and only chance to kill the divine dragon. The divine dragon approaches him and roars. A moment later, it vanishes. All that remains at the scene is a pile of rubble and his body. A blade plunged deep into his heart. Inside the building, Kingju drags her wounded body forward, slowly trying to make her escape. Just a little more, she's almost at the rooftop. That divine dragon is terrifyingly strong. That Chu-Niu creature isn't even in the same league as him. Ouyang-ji won't hold out much longer. The divine dragon's next target will be her. If she wants to survive, the only way is to get Dai-Hyu to come and take her away. This is the tallest building in the area. Dai-Hyu's signal flare gave her a clue. She needs to fire a signal flare of her own toward Dai-Hyu. Light ignites around her as she activates her bloodline, awakening Nether Sparrow. A wave of violet energy radiates outward from her body. Just seconds later, she collapses, panting heavily with exhaustion. It hurts so much, I hope Dai-Hyu can receive it. Her eyes suddenly light up, then widen in shock. Hearing a familiar sound herself can barely believe it. How is this possible? She slowly looks down and sees the divine dragon walking toward her. The instant she lays eyes on it, her face twists with pure, absolute terror. Already this fast? He's found me already. No, I have to send another signal immediately, so Dai-Hyu can get out of here. Its eyes blaze with searing light. The rooftop of the building instantly erupts in an explosion. It grips the sword and advances toward her, step by unhurried step. It raises the sword high overhead, poised to strike down. Kingju is so terrified that tears stream down her face. She trembles as she whispers, "It's over. There's no more time." Suddenly, cracks begin spreading across the nearby wall. Dai-Hyu bursts through the wall, sword in hand. "I made a promise to your family. My word is my bond." The moment she sees him, she cries out as if grasping a lifeline from the jaws of death. The divine dragon sees his arrival and immediately turns its head to glare. Electric arcs flash through his eyes as he stares the beast down. And just what the hell are you supposed to be? Immediately after, he swings his sword in a devastating arc. With a single strike, the entire building cleaves in two. While holding it at bay, he immediately turns to her and shouts his command. Kingju Chu-jo and Zairo Dai are waiting for me in the small alley to the east. "Go ahead, I'll catch up." Hearing this, she asks, "What about you?" He replies, "Let me have a go at this dragon-masked bastard first." A bolt of heavenly lightning crashes down. The two of them immediately leave the building. He grips his sword and strides forward, rolling his shoulders as he walks. His eyes lock onto the divine dragon pursuing behind him. It's that domain again. When he first received Kingju's distress signal, he already knew something was off about this cursed place. Can you only fight while cowering inside your domain? A spike protrudes from its chest. His eyes widen with surprise. That spike, its eyes flash crimson as it roars toward him. Could this be the plan that Yem Chin Hung mentioned, one that could deal with the divine dragon? He shows not a shred of fear. He draws his sword, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Fast, very fast, he raises his sword and brings it up to intercept the divine dragon's incoming strike. I'm looking forward to this. Weapons clash on the rooftop. Moments later, a surge of power tears through, splitting the building clean in two. In an instant, the entire structure collapses, sending clouds of dust and debris billowing into the sky. The divine dragon charges without relent, attacking him non-stop. It gapes its massive jaws, extending its long serpentine tongue, and unleashes a deafening roar. He clenches his teeth, straining to block its assault, but his strength falls short. He's immediately sent hurtling away. From within the billowing dust, a green radiance suddenly erupts. Its blood-red eyes lock onto him with savage intent. From that radiance, an impossibly massive surge of power erupts, shooting straight into the heavens. Massive arcs of lightning crackle and writhe outward. His body begins to transform. Dai-Hyu's eyes turn sharp as forged steel as he steps forward. The most formidable opponent he's faced since arriving in this world at last. Someone worthy of being called a true foe. He furrows his brow, his expression brimming with wariness. He thinks, so you won't go down that easily after all, will you? From below, a hand suddenly grips the rubble. The divine dragon, battered and bleeding from countless wounds, rises to its full towering height before him. A satisfied grin spreads across Dai-Hyu's face. Now that's more like it. If the invincible divine dragon went down that easily, what kind of farce would that be? Without another word, the beast raises its sword and charges at him like a raging tempest. His eyes blaze with intensity as he stares the creature down. He swiftly raises his sword and unleashes a slashing strike to intercept its incoming attack. He clenches his teeth and furrows his brow. It's too fast even after shattering its masked defense. Not only has its speed surged, but its strength has skyrocketed as well. Its eyes suddenly widen as it lunges forward, dragging the sword down in a vicious, sweeping arc. Thanks to his agility, he quickly tilts his body and narrowly dodges the strike. Seeing his own sword shattered to pieces, he is utterly stunned. The sword is broken. The creature retreats a few steps, facing him, but the window of opportunity has closed. He has lost his advantage. It swings its blade upward to strike, but to its own shock. Yi charges straight in and clamps down on the sword with his teeth. Seeing that he has pinned it down, he glances over with a sharp look. Finally caught you. In the instant it lets its guard down, he immediately throws a devastating punch. Its eyes widen in shock and horror. Caught completely off guard, it takes the full brunt of Yi's crushing blow. Its face snaps upward as the mask shatters apart. But he doesn't stop there. He immediately seizes the opponent's arm. "We're not done yet, my dear customer. Technician number 23, at your service." Then he raises his other hand and delivers another devastating punch straight at the opponent. The sheer force twists its face sideways with a sickening crack. The more they fight, the fiercer he becomes. He gazes at the opponent with a deeply satisfied smile. The temples, the throat, the heart, the spleen and kidneys, the lower Yinal acupoints that are lethal weak points of the human body. Moreover, the opponent's body was already pierced by Yang Zi's bronze needle. The meridians are blocked, and martial energy circulation is severely impaired. Every strike infused with sharp chi seeps into these vital acupoints and meridians, inflicting devastating internal damage. Suddenly, the creature glances downward. With one hand, it reaches for the fallen sword on the ground, grabs it, and hurls it straight at him. Anticipating the move, he immediately draws his own weapon. "I knew you wouldn't give up. Your only chance to kill me was when I first arrived at exploiting the information gap to catch me off guard. Even then, you'd only have had a 30% chance at best." He flicks open his razor-sharp fan and slashes straight at the opponent. He tilts his head back and roars, "Rise!" A blazing crimson power erupts around him, coalescing into a massive vortex that sweeps away everything in its path. A blood-red maelstrom tears violently through the space between the buildings, ravaging everything around it. Wu Nianzi is blasted into the air. The swirling vortex lashes around him, shredding his flesh with countless lacerations. The reinforced treasured fan, imbued with this crimson energy, is far more devastating than it ever was in Lan Wuxi's hands. A man rockets upward from below, eyes blazing, wearing a triumphant grin. "It's not over yet," Wu Nianzi snarls. He clenches his fist as a torrent of power surges around him. First fist nuclear burst annihilation punch. In midair, a colossal explosion tears through everything, sending plumes of smoke billowing in all directions. Wu Nianzi has no strength left to resist. Suspended in midair, the overwhelming force shows no sign of relenting. He follows up without hesitation second fist. He surges forward and slams a fist straight into Wu Nianzi's face. The Lanshan fist-black avalanche. Each explosion carves a trail of devastation across the surrounding buildings. Wu Nianzi is hurled straight into a wall, completely unable to move. Everything around him shatters to pieces. He hovers in midair, gazing down at the destruction before him. "Dragon, what a joke. I thought it would be formidable, but in the end, it's nothing but an insect." Wu Nianzi's eyes burn crimson. His trembling hands grip the sword as he mutters with the last dregs of his strength. "Kill! Kill him!" A sword flies in from nowhere and slices clean across his throat, blood spraying into the air. In a flash of emerald light, Wu Nianzi's head tumbles to the ground. His body remains pinned against the wall. Beside Yi, a necklace materializes, a pendant set with a jade-green stone. "The dragon pendant is ours. It's time to end this game." Zheng Sheng's face darkens, his expression clouded with deep contemplation. Behind them, a group of students converse among themselves. A girl speaks with worry. "You shouldn't have fought the dragon-masked one alone." Chu Zhou responds coolly. "Other than Yi, the rest of us going along would only have been a hindrance." The girl lowers her gaze, her face heavy with melancholy. Chu Zhou is right. She was so injured she couldn't even deploy her martial energy. Saying she would support Yi was a Lian truth. She would only force him to split his attention protecting her. "If only I could become stronger, then I wouldn't hold Yi back anymore." Suddenly, Yi appears right in front of her, making her jump in surprise. "What are you thinking about?" She shyly turns her face away. He says, "The ox pendant, did you think I was just going to snatch it by force?" Jade-green pendants, each engraved with different characters, are laid out across the ground. "Let's try arranging them in the order of the 12 zodiac signs from rat to pig." He rubs his chin, lost in deep thought. Chu Zhou stands behind him with arms crossed, silently watching. Nothing happened. Then maybe the arrangement order is still wrong. Yi nods thoughtfully. Zheng Sheng stands beside them on one trembling leg, looking down at the pendants in thought. This dragon pendant is the most special of them all. It wasn't designed as a passive prize for masked players to hunt it was created as a hunter itself, built specifically to track down and kill those who possess the other pendants. So under normal conditions to clear this trial, you probably wouldn't need to incorporate the dragon pendant into the arrangement at all. He then lifts the necklace with the unusual stone pendant high into the air. Immediately, a deafening rumble erupts. Everyone turns to the girl. Did it work? Even Zhang Sheng is startled. Did it trigger some kind of mechanism? High above in the sky, clouds converge into a dense mass. A beam of light pierces through the center. The buildings below begin to tremble and sway. Yi looks up and shouts in shock, "Look, what the hell is that in the sky?" In the vast expanse of the heavens, a colossal eye slowly opens. Clouds spiral violently around the eye. Everyone stares upward in utter disbelief. What the hell is that? Yi's body slowly rises into the air, pulled inexorably toward the colossal eye. Behind it yawns a dark, endless void. He screams, "Ah!" Then Yi suddenly freezes. He finds himself on a massive train packed wall-to-wall with passengers, everyone chattering and looking around in bewilderment. Is this the Hua University train? Am I back? Whoa, I'm still alive. I still remember being killed by that masked figure. Just a moment ago I was trapped in that bizarre city. How am I back here now? That's right, I remember many of us being killed by that dragon guy. Was it really just a dream? How can so many people share the exact same dream? Yi and Chu Zhou stand watching the commotion unfold when an announcement suddenly rings out. Ding dong, dear students, please do not panic. Just now, all of you were pulled into a dream illusion realm, generated by the magic tool Dream Eye. This was this year's Imperial Capital Freshman Assessment. Please remain calm and keep your composure. Special announcement during this freshman assessment. Yi from An City, along with the team of Chu Zhou and Liu Qingzhu, has successfully collected all 12 zodiac pendants and claimed first place. Yi listens in silence, saying nothing. Among them, student Yi achieved outstanding results. A special reward will be granted upon enrollment. The students on the train immediately huddle together, whispering, "Yi. Who's Yi? I died early and never knew what happened afterward. Could it be that even Aoyangzi didn't win? What kind of city is An City? How could the freshmen from every major city all lose to An City? Collecting every single pendant thou, is that even possible? I can't even beat a masked man. Who knows, maybe he's the illegitimate son of some hidden martial lineage. Either way, I definitely need to get acquainted with this guy called Yi." A green glow materializes before Yi. It's finally here. A notification appears. Congratulations to the host for surpassing all freshmen in the Hua University Freshman Assessment. Reward received monster template draw 1. So it seems that as long as certain conditions are met, a draw reward becomes available. Then Yi says, "Chu Zhou, hand me a wet wipe. I need to wash my hands clean. I need to wash my hands thoroughly." A card materializes. This time it's a legendary black rarity pull. Grade 3 monster template vampire bloodline activation, symbiotic infection, blood manipulation, immortal body. Compatibility 1%. Evolution form. The Hua University trainer, sleek black locomotive hurtling along the tracks at breakneck speed. Yi seethes inwardly, gritting his teeth. Vampire screams inside ha pulled an S-rank card. Granted, this bloodline itself is nothing to write home about, but the monster template's evolution form possesses a time-stop ability. That's absolutely insane. Suddenly, a young man approaches from behind and speaks. "You're Yi." The one speaking is Zha Yang. "Did you really manage to slay the divine dragon?" Zheng Sheng, standing behind him, steals a glance and thinks to himself, "Ji, calm down. If you start a fight with Yi, there's no medical facility on this train." Yi turns his head and glances back. "Let me correct that I didn't beat him to death. I cut him down." Zha Yang freezes, stunned by the answer. "Cut him down." After a few seconds, Zha Yang raises his voice so everyone on the train can hear. "Yi, I plan to establish a new club at Hua University 1, entirely separate from the student council. I want you to join. I'll make you the club president." For years, the top freshman spot and the student council presidency have been monopolized by native students of Hua City. He extends his hand with undisguised enthusiasm. "Yi, your strength has shown me an opportunity to shatter Hua University's old traditions. Join us." The students on the train erupt in excitement, cheering wildly. Who says no one can rival Aoyangzi? Zha Yang himself is inviting Yi, even offering him the presidency. Who knows? This could be the birth of a legendary organization at Hua University. This is a historic moment. However, Yi tilts his head slightly and declines. "Sorry, but power struggles with the student council or founding organizations I have zero interest. I prefer my freedom." Hearing his answer, the surrounding crowd grows even more agitated. buzzing with heated whispers. Yihi actually refused. Good heavens, a refusal of historic proportions. What on earth is Yihi's background? He rejected even Aoyangzi's offer. What a shame. Jia Yang extends a small card toward him. No hard feelings. Here's my card. The door is always open. We'll be waiting for the day we can work together. The sun slowly descends behind the clouds. Chuzhou gazes outside. We're here. Yihi slowly opens his eyes. The moment he looks outside, his jaw drops and his eyes go wide. He lets out a shout. He gazes at the towering, vibrant buildings outside and murmurs in awe. So this is Hua City, truly a grand city. Dusk settles over the horizon. Everyone begins filing off the train. A guide stands by the door, waving them forward. Hua University freshmen, please head this way. Up ahead lies Hua University. The freshmen step outside in a rush. Every single one of them stunned breathless by the scenery before their eyes. A massive aircraft with advanced engines descends before them. A voice announces, "All students, please board the aircraft in an orderly fashion. Please match your seat number with the one assigned on the Hua University train. Please board in order." He makes a finger gun and pokes Liu Qingzhu, his voice dripping with mischief. "Little Zhuzhu." She jumps in fright, her mother's words ringing in her ears. "Qingzhu, remember, even though you and Yihi are nominally engaged, you haven't actually married yet. Don't be too intimate in public, and don't let that brat take advantage of you. Protect yourself, understand?" Qingzhu shouts furiously, "What are you doing? We're in public." Yihi looks at her, bewildered. "What public? Are you still half asleep? I'm asking why we have to take a plane." Qingzhu is exasperated. "How did my mother betroth me to a country bumpkin like you?" She points skyward, "Because Hua University is in the sky." He repeats, "In the sky." A floating city above the cloudset Hua University. Advanced machinery hums within layers of dense mist. The aircraft carrying the students soars through the academy's defense barrier system. He rests his chin on his hand, gazing outside in contemplation. This electromagnetic netits to block magical beast intrusions, right? Once inside, even the range of life magnetic field detection is significantly compressed. Hua University truly lives up to its name. The students begin descending the stairway. A guide waits below, handing each person a card. "Please safeguard your student ID." Yi clutches his card tightly, staring at it intently. The train begins moving again. An announcement crackles, "Please proceed to Xuanfu Station 2. Board the train bound for the student dormitories." Before them stands an impossibly massive, ultra-modern building. Yi points upward with a laugh. "We've arrived at the tallest city in the world, everyone." The surrounding students stare at him with strange expressions, their thoughts written plainly on their faces. What's this guy even saying? Who is this idiot? Seems like there's something wrong with his head. Everyone is guided into elevators to head to their respective floors. "My room is on floor 42, unit A3. Chuzhou glances at his card. "What about you?" "Floor 45, unit B7. Higher than mine, huh? Guess I'll be getting off first then." He opens the door, peers inside, and exclaims with excitement. A regular room is over 100 square meters. Hua University students really live the good life. He toured the room in admiration. The latest model computer. The equipment here is absolutely top-notch. He throws open the bathroom door, grinning with excitement. They even have a massage bathtub. Nobody can resist a massage bathtub. A while later, he sprawls out on the king-size bed. It feels like staying in a 5-star hotel. A dangerous grin crosses his face. But still, time to handle the important business first. First things first, pull the vampire monster template. Yi sits upright and taps his phone. He'd already figured out how to use the student ID while aboard the floating train. By scanning the specialized barcode on the card with his phone, he can log into Hua University's proprietary app Hua Connect. Hua Connect features an urban academy shopping district that only accepts Hua University's digital currency academy points. He immediately withdraws all remaining 30-odd million yuan of lower realm currency from his bank account and converts every last cent into academy points. He stares at his phone for a moment. After the notification pops up, his face darkens. Ding, Hua Connect notification, funds received. 32,243 academy points. He holds the phone close to his eyes. 100,000 in lower nation currency for just one academy point? That's highway robbery. He stares at the glowing phone screen. Still, the goods in the academy's shopping district are the real deal. Plenty of items unavailable on the open market can be purchased legitimately here. Privileges like these are exclusive perks for Hua University students. Bought every blood-attributed magic core available. This should be enough to push the vampire monster template up, right? After all, the giant monster template cost less than 10 million to push compatibility above 90%. A flying drone delivers a package, along with a message. Classmate Yahi, thank you for your purchase. May your cultivation go smoothly. Don't forget to leave a 5-star review. That was fast and delivered by drone too, he remarks. Yi tears the package open. Inside are glittering stones. He pops one into his mouth and swallows it in a single gulp. A hand with razor-sharp claws trembles as it grips the edge of the box. HMPH. Eating this much in one go the body's starting to buckle. A notification pops up vampire monster template compatibility has reached 100%. Hint Jia Wu Lu Da world conditions met. Unlimited monster templates unlocked. Host Yehi Comprehensive Physique 29. Yi catches his reflection in the glass crimson eyes, ashen skin. But the effects are undeniable. Fangs have erupted. Even his other teeth have sharpened to razor points. The fangs are utterly unique-blood grooves run along their backsides. If he sinks these into enemy flesh, drinking blood would be easier than sipping bubble tea. His hands have also sprouted crimson-tinged, razor-sharp claws, nails honed to lethal points. Yi gazes down at his transformed body. A rather bold idea strikes him then. He drives his claw straight into his own neck. Blood sprays everywhere. He rushes into the bathroom, grimacing in pain as he examines his current state. His body is now drenched in his own blood. His eyes gradually sink hollow. But moments later, the wound on his neck has already healed on its own. He assesses the situation objectively, speaking with a note of surprise, a bit faster than before. The vampire's self-healing is passable, but the physical mutations are all minor things. What matters most is my new strength. Jia Wu Lu Da truly lives up to its reputation. As a world that worships martial prowess, 7 university dormitories come equipped with training rooms. Yeah. He extends his hand forward and focuses. When his eyes snap open once more, they burn with unbelievable, resolving a colossal demon has already materialized before him. It has been waiting for this battle for a long time. Without a shred of hesitation, Yi raises his cold gaze. Come, take this punch. Hearing this challenge, the entity's power erupts in full. A new layer of armor gradually materializes in midair. This time, the colossal knight summons an additional figure behind Ita's shield for backup. Wasting no time, it rockets a fist straight forward. Instinctively, Yi throws up his arms to block. A deafening explosion tears through the air. The training room descends into chaos. He feels every bone in his arms shatter in an instant. Yi's small frame is hurled backward. Before he can even react, both arms completely destroyed. And yet a triumphant grin spreads across his face. Good, very good, fierce. Next, testing the time stop ability. Temporal stasis, Jia Wu Lu Da. Time trickles by. 1 second, then 2, then 3. The limits stretch taut. At the 5-second mark, cracks finally fracture across the boundary. Yi's face twists into a ghastly, trembling mess. Despair claws at his thoughts. 5 seconds, is that really my limit? No, I have to keep holding it. Easier said than done. Blood surges uncontrollably from every pore, the sheer strain tearing his body apart. At 5.5 seconds, the backlash strikes. Yi is violently expelled, dissolving before his own eyes. The space shatters into nothingness. Yi steadies his trembling hands and wipes the blood from his face. As expected, 5 seconds was the original owner's limit, but it's not mine. In the blink of an eye, time jumps to the next morning on a bustling street. Yi strolls along, grumbling non-stop. Today's sunlight is way too blinding. Chuzhou hears this and blinks in surprise. Is it? He nods in confirmation. A little, though secretly, he's thinking ever since fusing with the vampire monster template, he's developed a sudden aversion to sunlight. Not to the point of disintegrating at first light, like a true vampire, of course. At that moment, Chuzhou cuts in. Have you seen this year's academic reform at Hua University? Yi startles. No, why? What happened? Inside, he silently recalls the events of yesterday. Last night I was fighting in Jia Wu Lu Da the entire time. Must have missed everything else. Chuzhou slowly recounts everything. This year, Hua University has scrapped the traditional class model and switched to a mentor group system. Basically, each academic year you follow one primary mentor. During that time, you can also take on secondary mentors to learn from. Yi hears this and asks, bewildered. So we have to go find a master? Chuzhou sighs and clarifies. Not we. I have to find a master. You don't need to. He's still confused. What do you mean? Chuzhou quickly thrusts his phone forward. Check last night's announcement on the freshman forum. There's a post since new student Yehi collected all 12 zodiac pendants. The school is granting a special reward. Yehi has the right to directly choose any mentor and that mentor is not allowed to refuse. Chu-jo bursts into laughter. They even posted a special announcement on the forum. Isn't that a bit excessive? The scene quickly shifts to the sports complex. In Zone A, students are gathered there, animatedly discussing among themselves. So many people. Looks like groups of 3 enter examination rooms, then the mentors light up to pick their choices. Finding this all too tedious, Yi turns to Levinot, forgetting to wave goodbye. Chu-jo, go ahead first. I'll wander around for a bit. I can pick any mentor I want anyway, so I'll choose whenever I feel like it. How boring. Suddenly, a familiar scent of blood wafts to his nose, seizing Yehi's attention. His eyes gleam. Has caught something dangerous in that blood scent. If it were just an ordinary scent of blood, there would be nothing unusual about it. But lurking within this scent is a torrent of killing intent, dark, sinister, and ferocious, like an undercurrent churning beneath the ocean floor. It stirs the killing intent within his own body. He must find its source. The sight before him freezes Yehi in disbelief. Before him stands a petite girl, still completely absorbed in her meal. On a quiet, tree-lined path, Yehi stares with a look of utter bewilderment. This adorable girl is the source of that vicious aura. I must be mistaken. The girl glances up at Yehi with her large, round eyes. Holding a pastry in one hand, she tucks the other into her pocket and asks, "Kid, have you been training the demon body tempering technique?" Upon hearing the question, Yehi strokes his chin in thought. How does she know that? Meanwhile, the girl standing before him is also musing to herself. She's clearly just a child, yet she acts like an old soul and dares to call him kid. Because I'm the one who helped Little Tiger perfect that martial technique. Only then does a faint image begin to crystallize in Yehi's mind. Little Tiger, the person you're talking about, isn't that? She replies with a smug grin. That's right, it was yours truly. The girl plants both hands on her hips, looking even more pleased with herself as she boasts. Liu Chenghu, over 90 years ago, he was my disciple. He can't believe what he's hearing. Are you messing with me? The lifespan of a martial artist can truly surpass the limits of ordinary humans. A grandmaster can still maintain a youthful appearance, even at 80 or 90 years old. But what's the deal with a brat still wet behind the ears like you? For martial artists who practice special techniques, restructuring their bones to match a child's size isn't impossible, but the white-haired figure standing right before his eyes is another matter entirely. If you put it nicely, her appearance was naively innocent. Put it bluntly, she was stupidly clueless unless her acting skills were absolutely top tier. There was no way she could pull it off. Sensing the rather obvious suspicion radiating from Yehi, she puffs her cheeks and asks, "What's wrong?" Yehi raises both hands with a mocking grin. "Believing you, I'd sooner believe I'm the first emperor." The moment those words leave his lips, Yehi's eyes snap open only to find his neck resting directly beneath a blade. In the next instant, the blade plunges downward at blinding speed, granting no one even a heartbeat to react. Yehi's head is severed clean and rolls right to her feet. At that moment, Yehi snaps his eyes wide open, utterly stunned. A hallucination. To think her killing intent was so pure, so overwhelming that it triggered the illusion of being beheaded, and every detail felt terrifyingly real. But she doesn't let Yehi finish his thought. With lightning-fast hands, she shoves a candy right into his mouth. "Here, my favorite strawberry soft candy." Her coy, endearing demeanor now stands in stark contrast to the sinister, murderous phantom Yehi just witnessed in his hallucination. "Sorry about that, kiddo. I might have gone a little overboard. Don't report me to the academy, okay? These days, I'm only allowed outside for an hour or two a week. It's really pitiful." Yehi rolls the strawberry candy around in his mouth while glancing down at her. "Who are you?" She winks at Yehi mischievously. "My name is Gong Keen, incredibly powerful grandmaster. And let me tell you that Shi Jingwen, who runs Hua University. When we were kids, I used to beat him until he cried." Immediately after Gong Ki's brief introduction, Yehi drops to his knees. He has confirmed exactly who stands before him. Gong Ki is the one who perfected the Xuanwang martial technique, can definitely help him shatter his bottleneck. A great grandmaster who specializes in slaughter perfectly aligned with his own nature. Investing in her would be well worth it. Wandering through half my life without finding a worthy master. I, Yehi, hereby pledge myself to you, Master Gong Ki. I humbly pray you will accept me." Before Yehi's attitude shift, which spins faster than a weather vane, Gong Ki is momentarily stunned, unsure how to react. Scene change: the gymnasium. Deans occupy the front row while students below watch with a mixture of pressure and anticipation. No one expected the deans of Hua Universities, 5 great academies, to serve as instructors. If any freshmen this term managed to be chosen as a disciple by one of these deans, their life would be set for good. What are you thinking about? Those are the 5 great deansho. Could they possibly care about freshmen like us? Then why are they even here? Wasting time? Of course not. Haven't you heard? That freshman named he completed the Zodiac trial. These deans are definitely here for him. They recall an event from the past. What the freshmen don't know is that the Zodiac trial was live-streamed, audience being every single instructor at Hua University. From the moment the broadcast announcement was made aboard the ship, the instructors had already begun monitoring each student's ability to respond to sudden crises. Using data captured from facial expression analysis, they scored each person's crisis response capability. Those who treated the trial as nothing more than an exercise who entered the Zodiac City space recklessly, without preparation received low scores. After each student arrived at Zodiac City, their combat prowess, real fighting ability, and organizational skills demonstrated during clashes with the masked Zodiac bearers all became critical evaluation criteria. Even if a freshman failed to hunt down a Zodiac masked target, as long as they excelled in any one of those areas, they could still earn high marks. He was the only freshman who received the highest evaluation across every single category, but even that alone wouldn't have been enough to draw all 5 deans. What truly shocked them was that he had slain the divine dragon, a being that appeared and guaranteed death, one that was never part of the trial's designated targets. One dean speaks to the person beside him. He himself probably doesn't even know what the divine dragon he slew truly was. It was a model trained by Xia Nation's Manhwa supercomputer, based on the data left behind by Fu Hongshenga Nation Guardian, ranked martial artist when he enrolled at Hua University. Even the supercomputer couldn't fully replicate his twin divine pupil abilities within the divine eye illusion realm. But Fu Hongsheng is the most powerful martial artist in the Hua Nations history and perhaps in the entire world. The records he left at Hua University have gone unbroken for 100 years. For Yi to have slain the divine being training Mod 11 without a full copy of the original's power already proof enough of his peerless talent. As long as he doesn't stir up trouble on his path of growth, he can at least become a grandmaster of his generation, or even ascend straight to the realm of great grandmaster. All we need to do now is compose ourselves and wait for Yi to come choose his master. Suddenly, a man rushes in breathlessly with a report. Bad news, that freshman Yi's apprenticing himself to Gong Qi. Every dean former professors of the Imperial University, now specially appointed personnel, drops their jaw in shock at the man's report. What? Scene change back to the quiet tree-lined path, where Yi encounters Gong Qi. Yi clings tightly to Gong Qi's waist, absolutely refusing to let her go. Gong Qi asks helplessly, "You really want to take me as your master?" Yi answers without a moment's hesitation, "Yes, master, I've made up my decision. Though looking at your face, you seem to be over 100 years old. If I got on my knees before someone who looks like a kid in broad daylight, I'd probably get sentenced to at least 3 years. Gong Qi closes her eyes nonchalantly and tells Yi, "But it seems I've already been dismissed from the Imperial University." Yi looks up at Gong Qi with glistening eyes and makes his proposition. "Master, you said you can only go outside for an hour or 2 a week. Take me as your disciple for 2 years, and I'll find a way to win you your freedom." The moment she hears those words, Gong Qi's eyes light up brilliantly. "Really? Fine, then I accept." Yi secretly celebrates mission accomplished, but little does he know, his moment of victory barely lasts a heartbeat before someone appears to block the deal. Wait, a powerful gust of wind sweeps toward their location. Seeing the deans appear, Gong Qi sneers dismissively. "Here come the busybodies." A golden stone statue speaks up. "Senior Gong Qi, wasn't it agreed that during your permitted outdoor hours, you would have no contact with students? Furthermore, your current psychological state makes you unsuitable to instruct any student." Another dean chimes in agreement. "That's right, Senior Gong Qi. Please return home." Hearing their counsel, Gong Qi turns her head lazily toward Yi behind her. "Go home, you say? Very well, and what's your name?" Yi cups his fists respectfully and bows. "Maz, I am Yi." Immediately after, the two of them stride off in another direction. "Good Yi, follow me home." Scene change Hua University's Research Institute. Inside the vast building, not a single soul is in sight. Yi shoves both hands into his pockets, following right behind Gong Qi while glancing around. The two walk until they reach what appears to be a dead-end wall. Then a section of bricks slides apart, revealing a hidden door. Once both are inside the elevator, waiting for it to ascend, Yi turns to Gong Qi and asks, Master, you live somewhere this remote. Gong Qi answers casually. That's right. Mainly because a few decades ago I had a bit of an episode. Hurt people pretty frequently. After that, Hua University arranged for me to stay beneath this research institute. In recent years, I've finally learned to control myself. Now I finally get the chance to go outside and get some fresh air. In other words, I'm your first disciple in decades. You really do have a bizarre way of thinking. Aren't you afraid at all? Yihee's face twists awkwardly the moment he hears the question. He asks her back, afraid you'll chop me to pieces, teacher. The electronic display flickers to life, reading floor 666. The elevator doors slide open to reveal a long corridor stretching ahead, with a clock mounted at the far end. Yi studies the narrow passage and frowns. A research institute this massive, and the hallway is this cramped. Gong Qi answers without missing a beat. Only I am permitted to walk through here. The clock from moments ago continues ticking, its numbers climbing without pause. Yi speaks up again. Above, there are even more numbers on that door. Is that a countdown? But this time Gong Qi doesn't bother answering. She sprints toward the clock at full speed, her voice sharp with alarm. It's too late, won't make it at this rate. Get inside now. Yihee, still utterly clueless about what the clock signifies, scrambles after her and calls out, Teacher, what is that countdown for? Gong Qi, her face pale with panic, explains, Every time I leave, the electronic clock starts counting down. If I don't return within the designated time, the alarm will blare in the Hua University principal's office, and then the entire university will hunt me down. Only then does the gravity of the situation sink in for Yihee, who lets out a half-hearted murmur. That extreme, huh? But he understands the urgency now. Without another word, he bolts after Gong Qi at full speed. Both of them manage to cross the threshold the instant the clock strikes 0. The moment time expires, a massive metal door slams shut behind them with a deafening bang, and a barrier of pink light immediately encases the entrance. He finally steadies himself and pieces it together. That was close. This place seems to generate a magnetic field. In particular, his martial energy struggles to gather outside his body. In other words, any martial technique deployed here will have its effectiveness drastically reduced. It's as though Gong Qi can read every thought racing through Yihee's mind. She speaks up immediately. Of course it does. This is my detention cell. To keep me from leaving, Shi Jingwen's little brats built me a 3-story luxury complex entertainment. Martial training, you name it. But they also rigged it with high-powered magnetic fields to suppress a martial artist's energy, in case I ever got bored enough to smash my way out. Yihee, having witnessed firsthand how lavish and comfortable Gong Qi's living conditions are, thinks to himself they call this a detention cell. But this is a high-end apartment in every sense of the word. Every need is met, every comfort provided. It feels less like imprisonment, and more like their pampering teacher Gong Qi. Scene shift, Hua University. Principal Shi Jingwen of Hua University sits in silence, his gaze fixed on the phone in his hand. A voice crackles from the device, frantic and breathless. Principal, this is Badye. He has already chosen Gong Qi as his teacher. Unlike the urgency on the other end, the principal responds with utter calm. Don't concern yourself with him. Remember, Hua University's current reform isn't about producing a crowd of mediocre pillars. We need to forge a peak-level powerhouse capable of shouldering the fate of our nation and the destiny of all humanity. That means giving geniuses the resources they need to grow. Let the genius develop freely. Let Yi study under Gong Qi for now. Besides, Hua University's freshmen are about to finish their special training at the summer camp. When that happens, let Yi serve as a whetstone to test the newly forged blades. A crisp, clear voice comes through the phone. Understood, Principal. At that very moment, a new alert flashes across the principal's computer screen. Principal Shi freshman Yi has entered the detention cell with Gong Qi. All readings are currently stable. However, big data analysis indicates that Gong Qi, classified as special class combatant, still carries approximately a 5% probability of losing control when cohabiting with another individual over an extended period. Special class combatant Gong Qi loss of control rate 5% to 14%. Room cohabitation safety rate 95%. Room cohabitation target Yi target injury probability 3%. Rescue success rate 10.3%. Safe rescue window 1 to 3 minutes. Student Yi has an 89.7% chance of being unable to hold out until reinforcements from the imperial capital arrive. Even after a successful rescue, there remains a 95.3% probability that he will not survive. The principal's office is encircled entirely by glass walls. offering an unobstructed view of the outside world. He steps close to the glass and gazes out at the boundless blue sky beyond, murmuring to himself. The so-called special-class combatants fall into two categories: martial artists on death row, whose executions have been suspended, and immensely powerful fighters who, for various reasons, cannot fully control their own strength. Under normal circumstances, the state restricts their freedom. Only when the nation faces a dire crisis are they deployed to the front lines as a guardian force. Confronting an existence this terrifying, I believe student Yi has steeled himself for it. If one hasn't prepared their heart for the possibility of death, how can they hope to walk far down the path of slaughter? The time allotted to this nation grows short. The fools of the North, by federation, and the deranged fanatics of the god-descending kingdom, with their blind worship of the mystic ruined civilization are all stirring, ready to make their move. Grow up quickly, children of this generation. Scene shift: third floor of the detention cell. Training zone. Gong Ki turns to Yi with a grin. Come on then. I haven't trained anyone in decades. Let's have a little spar first so I can gauge your strength. Yi, wanting to be absolutely sure, asks again. You're going to suppress your cultivation down to the martial apprentice realm to fight me, right? Gong Ki at this moment glances at Yi with a lazy expression, nearly forgetting that she was supposed to suppress her cultivation base. Yi begins rolling his wrists, then turns back to Gong Ki. Teacher Gong Ki, I'm ready. I really don't want to relive that guillotine from a moment ago. In the very next instant, Gong Ki closes the distance at the speed of light. Her eyes blaze crimson as she launches into motion. Yi startles as Gong Ki's straightened palm grazes past his throat. He freezes. That strike was aimed directly at a lethal point. She say this was just a test. He'd already simulated at least 5 different evasion trajectories. Yet every single hand chop from Gong Ki predicted his moves in advance. His only option now is to meet it head-on. Nuclear core battle sphere. Yi's body transforms. His hands erupt into razor-sharp claws, and his skin thickens into a rough, armored hide. He clenches his fist without a shred of hesitation and hurls it straight at Gong Ki. The sight of Yi fighting back sends a thrill through her. Her excitement only intensifies. Gong Ki bares her teeth in a wild grin. Trying to use your awakened bloodline to accelerate, block my attack, and counter at the same time. Sorry, brat, I'm still faster than you. In the blink of an eye, Gong Ki has coiled herself around Yi's entire body, locking him down completely. She snaps backward, driving a devastating kick into his spine. He screams in agony as the blow shatters his vertebrae, bending his back at an unnatural angle. In the next heartbeat, Gong Ki launches herself away, putting considerable distance between them. Yi looks utterly wretched, blood streaming from his eyes, and coating both arms, but he still manages to curl his lips into a grin. Not holding back at all, I see. Teacher, my awakened bloodline even got beaten back to its original form. Meanwhile, Gong Ki flicks her tongue across the flecks of fresh blood splattered at the corner of her mouth. Tasting it, she murmurs, it's been so long since I've savored the flavor of fresh blood. Yi wipes the blood from his eyes to clear his vision, then speaks to Gong Ki. Master, in pure physical combat, I'm no match for you whatsoever. Next, I'll be deploying a few ranged martial techniques. I humbly ask for your guidance. Elemental personification. Thank God, I loaded the superhumanoid personification monster template last night. Gong Ki stares at the monstrous form Yi has just assumed, her thoughts racing. Techniques with this kind of destructive power rare, they really being executed by a martial apprentice. It seems I've accepted a terrifying freak as my student. Well then, if that's how it is, this teacher of yours had better show a little skill of her own. Heaven annihilation Bladian immense surge of power erupts, radiating crimson light like a colossal tidal wave that crashes down and engulfs Yi's monster form. The moment Gong Ki's power collides with the beast, it triggers a catastrophic explosion, sending rocks and debris hurtling in all directions. The monster emerges completely unscathed. It leaps skyward and rockets toward Gong Ki's position. Yi, hidden within the creature's core, shouts aloud. Split form elemental personification dimensional boundary form. Gong Ki's crimson eyes seem to glow brighter as she tracks every movement of the beast hurtling toward her. The spectacle before them is nothing short of magnificent. On one side, a ferocious beast charges with savage fury. On the other, a small figure of a woman stands unwavering, her guard raised, utterly fearless as her opponent barrels toward her. In the instant before the monster makes impact, Gong Ki raises one hand and blows on it lightly, her lips pursed in playful mockery. That hand transforms instantly into a devastating weapon. Her fingers extend straight and sharp as blades, lunging forward. Layer after layer of the monster's armor is shredded apart by Gong Qi's bare hands. Yi, still concealed within the beast, is stunned. Based on the demorphoforged outer shell, this personified blood and flesh armor should possess defensive capabilities at least dozens of times superior to the superhumanoid personification. Form, and she tore through it that effortlessly. A flash of killing intent crosses Yi's eyes as he realizes the situation has turned entirely against him. Gong Qi has already closed in. Her voice cuts through, laced with amusement. Yi, are you hiding inside this armored cocoon of yours, little brat? Her sensory perception is absolutely terrifying. He'd already suppressed every vital sign of his true body to the utmost. Now get out here this instant. Yi immediately deploys another technique. Split-form meteor personification, tactile sense only. Gong Qi, caught off guard, is shoved backward. She drags her palm against the ground, using friction to stop herself from being pushed any farther. Seeing this, Yi calls out to Gong Qi with a grin. Teacher, your slashes are this devastating. I wonder, can they crack this open? His eyes gleam as he speaks. Teacher, surely you wouldn't be dissolved so easily by nuclear thermal breath. But how exactly do you plan to block it? Thorn chains materialize from thin air and lash upward into the sky. In an instant, they've locked down Yi's entire body, and he finds his head positioned directly beneath a descending blade. Yi lifts his head and sighs in resignation. So even here I can't escape the guillotine, huh? Without a moment's delay, the razor-sharp blade plummets downward, poised to sever Yi's head. He roars at the top of his lungs. Release divergent form. Instantly, Yi transforms into a humanoid anomaly with a crimson rose blooming atop his head. He rises to his feet, gritting his teeth as he braces against the falling blade, his mind already racing to find a way out of Gong Qi's illusion. The teacher was cornered, so she dragged him straight into her killing intent realm instead. This place wasn't a real space, it was a spiritual illusion forged from killing intent. To break free from this realm, he had to resist using his spiritual power. Immediately after, his personification arose-hued mutant unleashed thousands of blazing punches, each one radiating searing energy that surged toward the incoming slash. Before long, the illusion shattered into hundreds of fragments. Only then did Yi slowly open his hazy eyes. Gong Qi stood with her hands on her hips. Gazing down at Yi, he sprawled across the floor amid the scattered shards. You awake? She asked. That turtle shell of yours is one hell of a defense. Yi tried to speak, but he barely had the strength to make a sound. Looking at the scene before him, it was clear the teacher had violently yanked him out from within his monster form's jaws. The crystallized protective shell he had condensed around his true body had already been obliterated by her brutally overwhelming force. But this was absolutely not something a martial student could pull off. Teacher, you cheated, didn't you? Hearing Yi's accusation, Gong Qi turned away with a haughty pout and said, Cheated? What cheating? I beat you fair and square. Where exactly did I cheat? Really? Yi pressed. Gong Qi refused to look at him. I just used a little too much force. You know how it is, teacher is very strong. So naturally it's hard to control precision within just 1 or 2 strikes. Yi put on a dejected expression, no longer wanting to argue. Sensing him falling silent, Gong Qi sneakily glanced back, then suddenly rushed over and grabbed his shoulders, shaking him. Hey, I won't cheat next time, okay? Don't be mad. Please don't leave. I haven't had anyone to play with in decades. In the Stark-White training room, Yi immediately stood up to comfort Gong Qi as she started crying. Hey, don't cry. She lifted her teary eyes to look at him. You're not leaving. Yi flashed a mischievous grin. It took me so much effort to take you as my teacher. Why would I leave? Instantly, Gong Qi shot to her feet, slipping back into her usual indifferent demeanor. She put her hands on her hips. I wasn't crying just now. Yi thought to himself, so cool. She walked to the fridge, pulled out a drink, and tossed him a can. Well, I've basically got a read on your strength level now. Still far behind where I was at your age, but compared to everyone else, you're quite talented. We can start your training now. What do you want to learn? He had clearly been waiting for this question. Advanced martial cultivation techniques, and also, how did you slash apart the lightning that pierced through my personification arm? Gong Qi cracked open the can and asked back. The slash strike, that's a pain to teach. You just have to cut through enough things until you develop the feeling. Whether it's a human body, a magical beast, or any other object, they all possess an ideal cutting point and a path that can be easily slashed through. You could call it the path of the killing slash. Your master's killing slash path isn't like divine dragons, he's another one skilled in the art of cutting. If divine dragon slashes pursue extreme power, dominance, and razor sharpness, then your teacher is more like Cook, pursuing absolute precision in technique. Gong Qi lazily told him, Learning this is a real hassle. I'd advise you to break through to martial artist first. If your martial cultivation doesn't advance, many of my martial techniques will remain beyond your qualification to learn. Do you know the difference between a martial artist and a martial student? He immediately asked. What is it? Gong Qi continued her explanation. It's not about physical progress. Compared to martial students, martial artists gain one crucial ability: internal observation. With internal observation, a martial artist can shift from macro-level cultivation to micro-level refinement. Through internal observation, they can perceive the meridians, vital channels, and organs within their own body, then use martial energy to reinforce them and expand their physical limits. In other words, the spirit strengthens first and the body follows. He was genuinely impressed. Who knew Gong Qi's teaching skills were this exceptional, truly worthy of being a professor at Hua University? Even half mad. Her foundational knowledge hasn't regressed one bit. But when it came to spiritual power after merging with the vampire monster template and awakening the Godzilla template's power, would the breakthrough cultivation technique to martial artist be any different for him? Gong Qi replied, I'd say your spiritual index has already surged significantly. That alone should give you a massive advantage. At the martial artist stage, breakthrough cultivation techniques and martial skills are divided into 4 grades: heavenly, astral, earth, fiend, mysterious, yellow, and gradeless. Students at regular evolution universities and martial students at ordinary schools. When advancing to martial artist, their institutions can only provide gradeless breakthrough techniques. These have the advantage of fast breakthroughs with virtually no prerequisites. As long as your chi blood and martial energy have accumulated enough, you're good. Over 80% of martial artists use gradeless techniques for their breakthroughs, but Hua University students' breakthrough techniques start at the mysterious yellow grade. Yi stroked his chin. What about the heavenly, astral, and earth fiend grades then? Gong Qi went on. Heavenly, astral grade techniques and skills are almost all ancient copies excavated from ruins and secret realms. Globally, there might not even be 10 copies in existence. Even our university has one stored away, but with your current ability and clearance, you definitely can't access it. However, you can learn the Earth Fiend grade breakthrough technique. The Slaughter Heart Bodhi Sutra, that's the Earth Fiend grade breakthrough technique I possess. And Zio, whose prison demon physique, was directly inspired by this very technique of mine. Yi's eyes blazed with excitement the moment he heard those names. I want to learn it, he declared eagerly. Gong Qi tossed the empty can into the trash. All right then, let's start now. Carefully experience the killing intent realm I'm about to create for you. Recalling the sensation from the illusion earlier, Yi grimaced. No way. Again, but in the blink of an eye, he was already standing in a scene drenched in darkness-stained red with blood and fire. Gong Qi licked her lips with relish and said, I love the taste of blood the most. The scene shifts to another place, bathed in ethereal moonlight. It was after class. Someone walked right behind Yi and quickly recognized him. It was Chu Zhou. He hurried forward, trying to strike up a conversation. Yi, how was your first day? I heard you've already taken. But suddenly, Chu Zhou caught sight of a blade, poised to slash down at his own neck. Chu Zhou instantly crouched low, weapon at the ready. Yi snapped back to reality, stunned. He turned his head slightly, glancing back. Sorry, Chu Zhou, I was a bit on edge. Chu Zhou stared at Yi's strange behavior, bewildered. He opened his mouth to ask, but Yi cut him off. What happened today anyway? The scene flashes back to 10+ seconds ago. The surroundings are drenched in blood, and a horde of monsters is charging straight at him. A voice echoes from somewhere near and far at once. Gong Qi's command, no martial techniques, no special abilities. You may only use the blade in your hand to deal with these zombies. Yi panics as zombies swarm in from every direction. This Maniand, I only get this dull blade. Gong Qi's voice remains calm. Using the blade is to accustom you to the sensation of the edge slicing through flesh and shattering bone. Train your muscle memory so that you can instinctively identify the precise slash path and strike the lethal weak point of your target in the fastest way possible. Yi's eyes sharpen with determination as he hears her explanation. So that's how it is. Then I'm starting now. Yi immediately draws the mirror blade and slashes, sending the surrounding zombies flying. Gong Qi observes with a serious expression and can't help but exclaim, this Yi kid is cultivating the Earth Fiend technique inside an illusion, realm that's insanely dangerous. A mere martial novice has no business cultivating it. If not for Yi's spiritual value being far beyond ordinary people, the killing intent would have already invaded his mind and sent him into chi deviation. He truly lives up to being Shi Jingwen's rising star Hua University's, even. This old man eagerly awaits what the future holds for him. Scene shifts to Yehi's dormitory. He soaks in a steaming hot bath. First day and I'm already dead tired. The #1 university in Xia Nation truly lives up to its reputation. His phone suddenly rings. He lets out a sigh when he sees the caller's name flash across the screen. Well, a distinguished guest. Scene shifts to Liu Qingzhu's dormitory. A voice comes through the phone. What's the matter, classmate Qingzhu? Liu Qingzhu flops back onto her bed and says, my mother already sent over the item you needed. It's in my hands now. She also told me to thank you for helping me secure first place in the freshman trial group. The voice on the other end replies, oh, is that so? Then I'll swing by your dorm in a bit to pick it up. Liu Qingzhu startles upon hearing that. No need don't bother coming. I'll just have it sent over via courier. The other end replies, all right then. Did you find a mentor today? Who's your supervising instructor? Liu Qingzhu answers, it's Dean Bai. She said I have great talent and accepted me as her student. The voice from the phone comes through again. Oh, that's wonderful. Liu Qingzhu asks back, what about you, classmate Yehi? Which dean did you end up choosing? He thinks to himself better not mention rejecting all 5 deans. Otherwise, someone's going to lose sleep tonight. I already chose one? But Liu Qingzhu can't make out a word. He is submerged underwater as he speaks. Yehi, what did you say? Half a year passes in the blink of an eye, and the first year of university is about to end. For the freshmen of Hua University, this semester has been filled with countless noteworthy events. For instance, right at the start of the semester, Aoyangzi recruited elites from multiple provinces and established the Blood Dragon Society, swiftly seizing a powerful voice among the first-year students. Then, as expected, after the Hua Metropolis freshmen returned from their summer training camp, they clashed head-on with the Blood Dragon Society. As the conflict escalated, members of the Blood Dragon Society and the local Hua Metropolis students began dueling on the martial arenand. The results were predictably lopsided. From that point on, the Blood Dragon Society entered its decline. Among the first-year students, the only truly famous name left is Xiang Jianhu, but even calling him the most famous first-year at Hua University doesn't do him justice. He should be considered nationally renowned. After all, he was the top scorer of the Hua Metropolis College entrance exam, but nobody even remembers that anymore. He's been out of the public eye for over 3 months now. And what about Yi, who was the talk of the campus when the semester first started? Nobody remembers him anymore either. After all, he's been out of the public eye for over 3 months. Scene shifts to the underground of Hua University's Research Institute, where a sharp, impatient voice rings out urgently. Faster, push harder. Every step you take channels my refined martial energy directly into your body. This martial energy carries my comprehension of the Bodhi Heart Sutra's killing intent. It will help you consolidate your newly broken through martial artist realm, and you'll even get a taste of my jade essence. You're truly getting a sweet deal here. He grits his teeth against the pain surging through his body as Gong Qi stomps on him, thinking inwardly, sweet deal, my ass. You sealed my martial energy. Doing push-ups like this is like carrying an entire mountain on my back. His teacher's martial energy coursing through his body is unbearably itchy. Gong Qi looks at Yi, his agonized expression, and taunts him. What little fish, can't handle it already? We haven't even hit 1,000 yet. Yi's face burns crimson from pain, but he gnashes his teeth and growls back. Who are you calling little fish? Watch me speed up. Gong Qi shows no mercy, leaps up and stomps down with every ounce of her strength. That's more like it. Come on, faster, faster, faster. Put your back into it, dig deeper. Yi roars as he drives his body up and down, his form agonized yet powerful, radiating nothing but sheer determination. Without warning, the spot beneath Yi erupts, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Gong Qi springs into the air in an instant. As the smoke clears, a new hardened physique emerges. Yi exclaims, thrilled, this feeling. The eruption of blood tears away the old, atrophied muscles, metamorphosing into fresh bundles of sinew infused with martial energy. Gong Qi's eyes light up as she beholds Yi's transformed body. Oh my, your clothes are gone. Yi catches Gong Qi peeking through her fingershans, covering her eyes but splayed wide open. You pervert. Stop peeking. He turns his back to her. It's time to leave seclusion. Gong Qi stands there, a hint of reluctance in her voice as she asks, you're leaving already? Yi answers without hesitation, yeah. I've been cooped up with you for 3 months' time to go outside and catch some sunlight. Gong Qi immediately puts on a pouty face, eyes glistening with crocodile tears, and whines, will you come back? Yi glances back over his shoulder, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. Of course, your gaming is absolutely atrocious. Before I come back next time, practice properly, will you? The scene shifts outside. 3 months without sunlight, it does bring back a certain nostalgia. He doesn't really crave sunlight anymore, though. Having been underground for so long, stepping out feels like crossing into an entirely different world. But this time, leaving seclusion isn't just for a stroll, there's something important he needs to do. At Hua University, a critical component of each student's semester evaluation is the extracurricular missions. Mission content ranges from bounty hunting and investigating secret realms to assisting against beast tidesand, even includes operations to suppress illegal organizations or foreign hostile forces. Scene shifts to Hua University's Student Activity Center. He mutters to himself, "First, let me head to the activity center and accept a mission. Might as well meet up with my good friend while I'm at it. Long time no see. Chu-Jo smiles faintly upon seeing Yehi again. So you've finally come out of seclusion. You kept me waiting quite a while." Yehi grins and raises his hand in a cheerful greeting. "So Chu-Jo, how's it going? How much has your strength improved?" Chu-Jo replies, "I broke through to martial artist rank 2 months ago." Meeting Yehi again for the first time in 3 months, Yehi seems to have no discernible change whatsoever, neither in aura nor physique. But that in itself is the most terrifying change of all. How far has his strength advanced? Can I even keep up? 3 days ago, I was invited to watch a private match between Xiang Jianhui Hua Metropolis's top new student representative in Aoyangzi, vice president of the Blood Dragon Society. The result was nothing unexpected. Aoyangzi lasted a mere 10 minutes against Xiang Jianhui before he was utterly defeated. Standing before that display of power, I could tell Xiang Jianhui hadn't even come close to using his full strength. Can he really hold his own against Xiang Jianhui? Actually, perhaps even the current Xiang Jianhui is no longer a match for Yehi. A voice suddenly rings out from behind them. "Sorry I'm late." Yehi crosses his arms and asks the moment he sees her, "Kingju, is there something else?" Kingju hesitates. She recalls the words another girl once told her. "Kingju, remember, you and Yehi are a couple now. So in your daily life at school, you need to do the things a couple is supposed to do." Her face starts to flush red as she stammers. "The things couples are supposed to do. We have to start right now." Yi stares blankly at Kingju, who is puckering her lips toward him with no comprehension of what's happening. "What are you doing? 3 months apart, and you can't even be bothered to greet me." Kingju whips her face away with a pout. "I hate you the most." Then all three of them look up at the massive screen, displaying a flood of information. Chu-Jo explains, "The screen shows the hottest recent missions along with the top-performing students. Kingju and I have already completed 3 missions. Consider our quotas exceeded." "Exactly. I'm only here to form a team with you this time." Kingju swipes through her iPass to review the information. She says, 3 missions right now fit us perfectly. The 3 missions, a series of psychopathic murders in Heng City, an investigation into a beast-tide phenomenon in Lion City, and anomalies in Linshui County. All 3 were originally ranked 2 missions, but the Linshui County mission has been upgraded to rank 3. Hua University's field missions are divided into 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the greater the difficulty. First-year students typically only take on rank 1 missions. The only rank 2 mission Chu-Jo and I ever participated in was a 10-man squad operation. For a small 3-man squad of first years, it's nearly impossible to even apply for a rank 2 mission. But Yi holds up a card and winks at Kingju. "No worries, I've got a privilege card." Gong Qi's words echo in Yi's mind. "Little He, you can stand on your own 2 feet now. There are barely any first or second years left who can keep up with you. What you need now are high-difficulty missions to sharpen yourself. With this card, you can freely take on any university rank mission in the school. However, don't go accepting rank 4 or rank 5 missions on a whim. Those carry too many variables. Even Xuanwu rank martial artists risk failure." Kingju turns to Yehi, bewildered. "Where did you get a privilege card?" Chu-Jo cuts in. "Yehi, what do you think about these 3 missions?" Yehi thinks to himself, risks and rewards always go hand in hand. Thankfully, Chu-Jo changed the subject. "The first mission is purely a pursuit and capture. Personally, I think the efficiency of this mission would be abysmal. After all, this is a cunning rat that the criminal investigation team has been hunting for months without catching. This mission is hard because of the investigation, not because of the killing. The second mission is a support investigation. I don't think we'd gain much experience or make any real progress from it. With the great Zia Dragon Sparrow squad there, we'd definitely be relegated to trivial tasks. Whether it's combat or main force reconnaissance, the heavy lifting won't fall to us. The third mission is entirely under our control. Sure, there's no one to back us up, which means more variables, but the higher the risk, the greater the reward. If we cower from danger and grow up sheltered in a glass cage, what kind of martial artists would we even be? I'm leaning toward the third mission. I agree. Chuzhou nods in agreement. I'm with Yi on this. Yi declares immediately. Good, then we set out today. At that moment in the reception hall, a woman stands with her hands planted on her hips. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Didn't you hear? A Rank 2 squad already failed in Linshui County. 3 first-year students daring to accept a Rank 3 mission. The arrogance is staggering. Yi immediately holds up the card. Ma'am, I have a privilege card. The woman grits her teeth. So you've learned how to lie now. I'm calling the department head right now to expose you brats. She immediately turns around and makes the call. Yes, Director. Understood. Her attitude toward Yi and the others does a complete 180. She beams warmly. I wish you all prosperous martial fortunes. I really do love that confidence of yours, young man. Yi walks ahead and calls back to Kingzhu and Chuzhou. You two get ready. I'll go grab our gear. The scene shifts to the forge of the Mechanics and Artifact Academy. Yi stands before a heavy door as a voice emanates from within. Identity verification successful. Yi calls out to the figure inside. Director, I'm here to claim the first-place weapon reward from the survival pendant battle. The man turns around immediately. Yi, you chose a weapon over an Earth Fiend martial technique. You've got a sharp eye, kid. If Senior Gong Qi hadn't beaten me to the punch, he produces the weapon and presents it to Yi. I won't bore you with details. Come, take a look at what I've forged for you. It may have no elemental attributes, but it is a peak-grade divine armament, crafted from special-grade stardust allround for its exceptional durability and capable of channeling martial energy at an efficiency of 95%. This horse-chopping saber measures roughly 1.2 meters in length, its blade wide and flat. The steel carries a dark hue, yet sparkles with countless points of light like a sky full of stars. That is the hallmark of stardust. The spine of the blade is covered in dense, jagged serrations. Adding weight and devastating striking power, every swing unleashes staggering force. The grip is wrapped in specially treated anti-slip black leather, with fine metallic threads woven through its core. These two are stardust-infused, allowing a martial artist to seamlessly channel their energy into the weapon. Each swing sings with howling wind and blazing radiance that forces onlookers to shield their eyes. Yi tests the weapon with a few practice swings and nods in approval. Not bad. The weight is right on the mark, not too light, fits perfectly in my grip. After all, it was custom forged based on my measurements from 3 months ago. I didn't expect that after 3 months it would still match my strength. After breaking through to a new martial artist rank, I have to say the Imperial Academy's master bladesmith truly lives up to his reputation. This is absolutely top-notch. The man accepts the compliment with a satisfied grin. But of course, I'm certain that even Senior Gong Qi, when it comes to the art of forging, would have to call me Master. No, better yet, he'd have to call me Dad. Someone nearby clears their throat, reminding him Director. The Director startles and immediately warns Yi. Kid, whatever you do, do not mention this part to Senior Gong Qi, you hear me? The scene shifts to Linshui County. Chuzhou tells Yi, due to the mission's classified nature, we'll be entering as ordinary university students on an internship. Yi thinks to himself, first, I'll scan with the life field. Over the past semester, I've pushed the Demon Mara template to 71%. The life field can blanket the entire county. I'm worried our arrival might spook the old rats hiding in the shadows. If those rats scatter before we corner them, it'll be a real pain. Because when it comes to exterminating rats, the hard part has always been finding them, not killing them. Chuzhou urges them on. Come on, let's check out the house the university arranged for us first. A middle-aged man riding a 3-wheeled cart suddenly pulls up alongside them. He turns back and calls out, Hey boys, where you headed? Need a ride? He smirks, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The mission has begun. He cheerfully strikes up a conversation with the driver. Young man, I can tell you're a refined bunch. Students from some academy, are you? On holiday here for some sightseeing. I'm a native of Linshui County. I brought 2 classmates here for a visit. I'm currently attending university in Yuncheng. The old man looks at Yi in surprise. A native of Linshui County. Who are your people? What family are you from? How come I don't have any recollection of you? He falls silent, then recounts. My grandfather's name was Yishawarong. He passed away several years ago. After that, I moved away. The old man sighs with sentiment. So you're one of old Yi's grandchildren. Yi breathes a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, he'd picked up some of the local dialect on the plane, and the identity Hua University had fabricated actually held up. Zhensheng grows even warmer toward him. Good, good, young lad, it's wonderful that you still remember Linshui County. Those who don't forget their roots are surely blessed. The scene shifts to Hua University's mission base Shaorong's former home. The old man instructs him, Little Yi, in 2 days the grandest festival of Linshui County will arrive that only comes once every 3 years. You absolutely must come and participate. If Little Yi is shy around strangers and won't come out, this old uncle will come fetch you personally. Yi responds with courtesy. Understood, sir, thank you. Chu Zhou steps inside to survey the area and grimaces at the mess. This house has been abandoned for over a decade. One's lived here. Weeds overrun the place and mosquitoes swarm everywhere. Looks like we'll have to clean up. Yi strides into the courtyard with a smile and lifts his foot. Cleaning up happens to be my specialty. He stomps his foot hard into the ground. Spiderweb cracks race outward across the floor. Chu Zhou clicks his tongue. This isn't cleaning, gets a massacre. Yi replies nonchalantly, efficient and fast. He turns aside. You put away the luggage. I'll go install mini-cams around the house for reconnaissance. Liu Qingzhu heads to the adjacent room. I'll check the condition of the house. Yi, come take a look at this. He walks over puzzled. What is it? Did you find something? She stares uneasily at an eerie statue inside the small room. There's a shrine here. I don't know what it's dedicated to. Yi says in a low voice. This was placed here after the fact. Liu Qingzhu is taken aback. Placed here after the fact. What do you mean? He observes the shrine closely while explaining to her. The shrine is made of wood. If it had been sitting in this house all along, it would have rotted away long ago. This shrine is caked in dust, but once you wipe it clean, it's still practically brand new. Chu Zhou approaches from behind and draws his sword. So someone deliberately placed this thing inside the house. I've got a bad feeling about this statue. Let's chop it first and figure things out after. Liu Qingzhu frowns and urges. Wait, Chu Zhou, don't be reckless. What if this is a crucial piece of evidence? We should investigate it thoroughly first. Standing to the side, Yi extends his hand and releases a pulse of martial energy. I agree. Seeing this, she immediately blows up in anger. You agree with whom? You damn fool. At the very least, before chopping it, let's see what lies beneath the mask of this clay statue. Liu Qingzhu slowly lifts the red cloth veiling the statue's face. A pair of eerie eyes stares directly at the three of them. Yi suddenly senses something. A jolt of alarm shoots through him. He rushes forward and grabs her shoulder. Something's wrong. Behind them, the moment Yi's warning rings out, Chu Zhou erupts into action. I knew it was something foul. Chu Zhou cut it down. He grips his sword tightly and swings it in a sweeping arc. Suddenly, all three freeze in shock. They stare in horror as the statue begins to ooze. The deity figure is literally leaking. What the hell is this black liquid? Yi's eyes flash with killing intent. Trying to run, the Jiata Loda surges forward at his command, seizing the mud-like substance flowing from the statue. Instantly, the mass of sludge reshapes into razor-sharp maws and lunges to attack. Yi barks the order, Chu Zhou, seal it in place. Liu Qingzhu's face has gone deathly pale. What the hell is this thing? He quickly places his hand on her shoulder to steady her. Qingzhu, are you all right? Liu Qingzhu has been infected by the creature's spiritual energy. He channels a stream of pure martial energy into her to purge it. I'm fine, she blurts. In an instant, the dread that gripped her moments ago vanishes, replaced by a warm glow spreading through her body. The three of them stare in silence at the mouth-covered monstrosity, now frozen solid on the ground. Yi grins with satisfaction. Looks like the abnormalities in Linshui County are connected to this bizarre clay statue. Our investigation has reached the critical stage. You two guard this thing and prevent any further mutations. I'm going to handle a little business. I already planted a radiation trace on the old man who drives the three-wheeler. By my calculations, it's time to reel in the net. Old man, no need for you to come find me, I'm coming to you. The scene shifts to Linshui County Lianshan Temple. At this moment, the old three-wheeler driver stands before the temple gates. A young monk greets him with a smile. Benefactor, the abbot is waiting for you inside. Zhensheng beams with delight. Good, good. The young monk swiftly leads the old man through a hidden underground passage. The two arrive before a massive door, sealed with layers of talismanic wards. The young monk reports with a sinister smile. Abbot, benefactor Liu Zhensheng has arrived meeting the standards. He also says he has something of importance to report. The young monk speaks with a smile, informing the abbot that benefactor Liu Zhensheng has met the blessing standard and has been brought forth. He also mentions having a matter to report. Before the gate, the suffocating silence makes the air unnervingly dark. A voice suddenly echoes from within. Benefactor, what is your purpose here? Why have you come unannounced? The young monk outside suddenly transforms. His human form dissolves, revealing something else entirely. His entire body morphs into a horrific monster. Jinsheng drops to his knees in terror, clasping his hands together. Immortal presence, immortal grace. From above, Yihi's foot comes crashing down straight onto the monster. The kick directly obliterates its head. Yihi lands and mutters in disgust. So filthy. Good thing the Jiata Loda kept all this gunk outside. If it splattered on my clothes, it'd be a nightmare to wash out. Jinsheng is utterly terrified by this spectacle. Yao, you are one of old Yi's grandchildren. Suddenly, the arms on the flanking statues begin to stir. The statues beside him come alive, moving as if possessed. Two colossal statues with crimson eyes lock onto him. He remains perfectly calm and taunts. Buddha statues that can move. The two immediately lunge to attack him. He summons the Jiata Loda, which intercepts the strikes of both statues simultaneously. Their faces twisted with rage, they strain with all their might to crush Yihi. Seeing the situation isn't going their way, both statues raise their free arms, intending to flatten him. Now a total of 6 arms come swinging down, all trying to beat Yihi to a pulp. He calmly touches the ring on his finger, the spatial ring, kept invisible to avoid enemy detection. The spirit-cleaving blade materializes. Yihi swiftly assumes his stance, grips the cleaving blade, and draws it in one fluid motion. A single devastating slash severs every arm that dared threaten him. The severed statue arms crash and shatter on the ground. Enraged, the statues fire laser beams from their eyes at Yihi. He scoffs, "You can shoot lasers from your eyes too. Are you lot really Buddha statues? Too bad these lasers are far too slow. Let me see what's really inside your bellistraw, or something else entirely." One horizontal sword strike cleaves across both Buddha statues' faces, exposing mechanical components within. Jinsheng stares blankly at this sight. The unlucky old man gets clipped by the residual laser sweep from the statue's eyes. By now, the ground is littered with the scattered mechanical parts of the shattered Buddha statues. He sheathes his blade and lets out a long sigh. As expected, not living creatures after all. From the very start, those 2 bodhisattva statues never radiated the life aura that should naturally exist within a life magnetic field. But in a backwater county like Linshui, how could such advanced scientific creations possibly exist? Is the answer all behind that door? Even though I'm using Luoda as my proxy, I'm still a university student at heart. At least I should knock before entering. Under Yihi's command, Luoda charges straight into the massive door. Anyone in there? The door buckles under the impact, a hole punched clean through before the entire panel cracks and shatters apart. Yi steps inside slowly, nodding to himself. So there really is another cave. To think they built such a massive underground palace here, complete with a giant statue. The guests have already arrived, yet the little mouse still refuses to show itself. From deep within, a figure sighs and steps out. None other than the young monk from before, or rather, the abbot. This temple and the benefactor share no enmity. Why have you come to desecrate this sacred ground? Inside, the colossal Buddha statue stands guard over the chamber. The abbot sighs and probes. This temple and the benefactor share no enmity. Why have you come to desecrate this sacred ground? Yihi flashes a contemptuous smirk. A robot like you has gotten addicted to playing human, hasn't it? He swings his blade in a single devastating arc, severing the body clean in 2. The abbot suddenly reappears behind him. Benefactor, your karmic sins are far too heavy. Yihi's eyes flash at the eerie sight. He roars, "Cut the nonsense." Suddenly the ground beneath him rumbles. A sinkhole tears open right where he stood, plunging Yihi into the depths below. He catches himself instantly, bracing his body with both hands. Yihi scans his surroundings warily. This place resembles a sewer system. 1, 2, 18 gates, a dam. Without warning, pairs of cold green eyes peer out from the drain-like doorways deep within. A horde of grotesque monsters surges forth. He scowls, skinks again. And this time there's a whole army, each one radiating waves at the first to second rank martial artist level. What's more, the life signature wavelengths of these humanoid monsters are nearly identical, as if they were mass-produced. Artificially mechanized organisms. You think you can crush me with a brute force army? The last person who tried that, the grass on their grave is already a meter tall. Shuan Wang's saber technique. Yama's 3 blades, first blade butchering the 1,000-mile road. He puts every ounce of his strength into a downward slash, carving a devastating arc toward the skink monsters. But immediately after, a fresh wave of monsters floods in to fill the gaps left by the ones he just slaughtered. A fierce, exhilarated grin spreads across Yihi's face. Whose temple is this, hiding an army of hideous creatures underground? A skink monster lunges at him, its maw splitting wide open like a basin of blood. Moments later, Yihi stands atop a mountain of skink corpses. The abbot's severed head lies on the ground, still rambling on. Benefactor, your karmic sins are far too heavy. Benefactor, your karmic sins are far too heavy. Yihi crushes the head underfoot with utter contempt. This brain-dead mechanized creature has already been torn to shreds, yet it's still repeating its pre-recorded dialogue lines. Who's the puppeteer behind all this? Still won't show yourself. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the chamber. It seems we've stumbled upon no ordinary enemy this time, though it amounts to nothing more than that. The entire space violently trembles after the voice speaks, putting Yihi on high alert. The colossal Buddha statue begins to move. Its eyes snap open, revealing an eerie golden flash. From behind its back, highly advanced mechanical mechanisms extend outward. The statue opens its mouth and speaks. Benefactor, you are beyond salvation. Yihi remarks coolly. Not bad it can even transform. Seeing him still acting so brazen, the statue swings a colossal palm directly at him. Fall into the cycle of reincarnation. That massive palm rockets toward Yihi with devastating force. He faces it head-on, expression deadly serious. The palm seal slams down onto Yihi's position, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. Suddenly, a bizarre Sona beam flickers across the statue's palm, triggering an alert from within. Warning, warning, energy exceeding burst range detected. Right hand overheating. Error, error, energy continues to spike. The statue's voice trembles with disbelief. What the hell is this? At that moment, Mala the monster under Yihi's control materializes before the Buddha statue. It mutters a few strange words under its breath. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Its massive hand lunges at the statue. The hand clamps down viciously onto the statue's head. Yihi grins with savage delight. We're not done yet. Mala drives a knee straight into the statue's chest. Taste the wrath of my black, iron-hard knee. The statue's chest explodes into shards of metal as blaring warnings fill the air. Severe alert critical structural damage detected in the head region. The Buddha statue staggers, struggling to maintain its balance. It quickly unleashes a barrage of Sona light beams. The prayer orb floating bombardment, the beams slam into Mala's frame. The statue continues its onslaught, firing everything it has, bombarding Mala with a relentless volley of cannon fire. The operator snarls coldly. What the hell kind of beast is this? It actually forced me to deploy this much firepower just to take it down. Suddenly, the statue's green pupils flare to life. Mala reappears with nothing but a few surface scratches on its skin. All your little toys are nothing but conventional weapons useless against a true martial artist. The figure behind it clasps his hands in horror, activating additional artillery. Your ghost won't die? Let me exorcise you myself. But before the statue can finish unleashing its technique, Yihi has already activated his meteor personification skill. The fake monk should just vanish already. Atomic breath, your mechanical model is destroyed. Sorry about that. He glances around. Digging such a massive cave inside a mountain, looks like the ones hiding inside are either lizard men or walking giant Buddhas. The puppeteer behind this is most likely a mad scientist who loves playing God with forbidden experiments. As expected, there's another passage leading further down. The scene shifts to half an hour earlier. A young man speaks, Doctor. The kid dealt with the mechanical bodhisattva at the entrance, but rest assured that door uses our latest materials and structural engineering. He absolutely cannot break in. Don't worry, Doctor. We still have our clone army. Over 10,000 clones even facing a great martial master. They can grind him down through sheer attrition, and it conveniently helps us clear out our clone inventory while we're at it. By the time Yihi finishes off the last of the skink monsters, both men have fallen dead silent. The young man scrambles to salvage the situation. Doctor, we still have our trump card. Trust in our design. The supreme mechanical armor Great Buddha was built specifically to counter Lord-rank colossal beasts. Dealing with one tiny martial artist should be as easy as flipping a hand, right? In the end, they both stare at the screen showing the colossal Buddha statue, with a gaping hole blown clean through its chest. Their faces drain of all color. The young man tries to stay optimistic. It's fine, Doctor. But the doctor has lost every last shred of patience. Shut the hell up already. What heaven-defying trump card? The enemy has already barged right up to our doorstep, and you're still saying it's fine. The guards up above should be able to buy us a few minutes at most. Evacuate now and activate the base's self-destruct sequence. Under no circumstances can this information leak out. Dr. Fang was formerly a Level 3 researcher at the PAM Institute before being secretly recruited by Leshbird. 10 years ago, Leshbird planted its roots in Linshui County, an unremarkable little county town. Under the cover of darkness, they replaced every monk in Jinshan Temple. Leshbird exploited the locals' faith in the temple, conducting brainwashing and mind control over the entire county under the guise of blessings, luring Linshui's citizens into accepting body modifications, turning them into free test subjects who supply Leshbird's biological research division with a massive volume of materials and clinical data. Unfortunately, this base has to be abandoned now. Suddenly, a beam of light tears through the ceiling, piercing straight into the two men's hiding spot. He hovers above them. He grins down and asks, "Abbott, where do you think you're running?" Black-suited guards rush in frantically. Protect the doctor, cover his retreat. He surges forward at a leisurely pace, effortlessly hurling the two black-suited guards aside. He now stands directly before the doctor. The man stumbles backward in terror. "What do you want?" "We can negotiate slowly. Just press the watch." Lair has already planted microbombs inside the bodies of every key researcher and project lead. Their families and friends also fall under Lair Burr's surveillance. This ensures all personnel comply entirely with the company's regulations and never divulge any of its secrets. But Yi is faster, seizing his hand. He clamps down on Truong's mouth. Yi slowly hoists him off the ground, making him thrash in sheer terror. Truong's eyes bulge from oxygen deprivation. Sensing him nearing his limit, Yi releases his grip and lets him crash to the ground. Yi casts a cold, piercing gaze down at him. "Next, I need to know everything you've done in Linshui County." Truong only manages to recover slightly before staring up at Yi in abject terror. In the underground laboratory, Yi faces the doctor. "Tell me, was it you who killed those 3 young martial artists before? What exactly have you people been scheming down here?" The moment he hears the question, the doctor bursts into manic laughter. The doctor speaks while crushing something between his teeth. "The experiments here, there's no way I can tell you about those. There's a signal listening device embedded in my brain. The moment I utter any keyword related to the company's secrets, the bomb inside my body detonates instantly. I've long known that death was inevitable either way, so I choose a swift death." The words barely leave his lips before his body convulses violently, foam erupting from his mouth. Yi crouches down, examines him, and murmurs, "A poison capsule hidden in the oral cavity. Are all the Leshbird members this reckless?" The doctor's heart has stopped beating, and the facility's self-destruct program activates automatically. "But what a pity before me. Even death is a luxury you cannot afford." Something crimson shoots down the doctor's throat. He convulses as though being strangled, the sensation of it coiling tightly around his heart. Vampires can infect humans or corpses, transforming them into living dead. But unfortunately, after becoming living dead, aside from a few exceptionally gifted specimens, most are no different from mindless zombies, incapable of self-recovery, devolving into imbeciles as their bodies rot away. However, I possess the progenitor beauty ability. Combining it with vampiric power, the doctor's entire body is enveloped in blazing crimson light, reconstructing itself as if reborn. The pupil from his left eye drops away. At that exact moment, a figure materializes and drops to its knees. "My lord," he regards the transformed doctor before him. A perfect subordinate has been forged, retaining every memory and talent from their former life, immune to sunlight, possessing formidable regenerative abilities, and utterly loyal in both mind and body. You're no longer dead, so the self-destruct program can stand down. From this moment on, I shall call you the Mad Doctor. Everything from your past no longer concerns you. The only thing you must do from now on is serve me." The doctor bows reverently. "To serve my master is my greatest honor." He considers for a moment, then concludes, "Since you've accepted the progenitor ability, a psychic bond has formed between us. Those surveillance devices are useless now. I, on the other hand, want to see exactly when this city was infiltrated." The light in Yehi's eyes links with the doctor's mind. Deep within the memories, someone is gorging on raw flesh. The doctor's voice echoes through the recollection. "Zio Liu, it's not even lunch break yet, and you've already snuck out to eat. Have you finished cross-referencing the data I assigned you?" The blood-soaked figure gnaws on an arm and replies, "Yes, sorry, Professor Feng, I'm just so hungry, starving." The doctor, by contrast, devours his portion of organs with a more refined, almost aristocratic air. "Today's meal is still raw meat. My teeth aren't great, eating this stuff is exhausting." The other eagerly interjects, "Professor Feng, these were all brought by the county folk as offerings to the Buddha hall. Heard they're newcomers from outside the town, those 3 young ones are quite delicious. A voice suddenly echoes in the mind, something's off. An old woman flagged for dozing off has fallen asleep again this time. She dozed right off inside the Buddha hall. Some of them even doze off while kneeling. Isn't that perfect? The doctor escorts these civilians directly to the laboratory for stockpiling. Saves time, saves effort. They came here on their own to pray and seek blessings. How did they all suddenly fall asleep? Doctor, what's wrong with you? Isn't sleep a basic human necessity? The echoing voice rings out once more. Something isn't right. Someone's arms are folded in prayer before a cloth-draped statue. God descending kingdom. God descending kingdom. What is this? Why is it different from what's on my hand? It looks like a numerical cipher. The answer is a file code string. It's the company's internal file format. The computer screen displays a prompt requesting a document access code. The person voices their confusion once more. This is. The voice in the subconscious surges with agitation. No, this isn't right. My memories and cognition have been altered. The doctor's consciousness rages within the void of his subconscious. Who dares treat me as experimental material, treat me like a lab rat? Deep in his mind, a thought lingers. It is only upon seeing the files on the computer that he finally awakens. Those numerical ciphers were left by me before the infiltration. I believed that even if my cognition were altered, upon encountering mathematical puzzles on my own body, I would be curious enough to solve them, and I would trust the result. The purpose was to remind myself about the cannibalism, the drowsiness, and those grotesque clay idols, all of it orchestrated by the God-descending kingdom lurking in the shadows. After reading through the doctor's memories, he sighs. So what they call eating raw meat is actually cannibalism. And this so-called God-descending kingdom, just hearing the name reeks of a heretical cult. He murmurs a response, almost unconsciously. This place was originally selected by the Lesh bird as a covert research base, but it was secretly infiltrated and seized in reverse by this cult. Just like the townsfolk here, their cognition was altered, leaving them puppets to be manipulated at will. The light in Yehi's eyes intensifies as he presses the interrogation. Then those 3 martial artists from the imperial capital, before your people devoured them too. It seems that Kingzhu and I and Chu Zhou weren't outside your radar, either just premium ingredients in your eyes. The doctor recounts everything obediently. This is the 8th year since I took over Linshui County. The Jinshin Temple base has been fully constructed. Biochemical human modification technology has matured, ready for mass production. It will usher in a new era. In the future, martial artists will be replaced by bioengineered beings and mechanical constructs more efficient, more powerful. Peimeng's path is the correct one. After the anomaly was detected, comparative investigation revealed that the anomalous outbreak in Linshui County began in February of last year. By March of last year, the anomaly was officially identified for the first time, and personnel were organized to investigate through experimentation. But each day, my cognition was being subconsciously altered until I was fully assimilated, though during the process, on multiple occasions, relying on a researcher's intellect, I detected logical gaps and briefly restored my awareness in the end. I could never escape the fate of assimilation. Hua Ning strictly forbids information leaks, because our Jinshin Temple research base had been assimilated too deeply. Escaping or resisting that will was nearly impossible. The anomalies in Linshui County progress through 4 stages: cannibalism, then uncontrollable drowsiness, then worship of clay idols, and finally mass somnambulism. Cannibalism is the physical mutation that occurs after the mind is first influenced by that will. Drowsiness represents a deeper level of mental alteration. Worshipping clay idols means both body and soul have been severely corrupted, virtually beyond saving. Mass somnambulism means you have become nothing more than sustenance for that will. 4 blazing characters fill the screen. God-descending kingdom. The doctor lets out a hollow laugh. I thought we, the ones conducting unauthorized human experimentation, were cruel enough, but compared to this cult, we're nothing. They intend to sacrifice an entire city as food for that will. In the end, I managed to uncover what they used to corrupt the minds of Linshui County's residents and devour their life force. Perhaps it's a demonic embryo brought from the ruins of a secret realm. Hearing all this, Yi half closes his eyes and calculates silently. The day the demonic embryo reaches full maturity is... He opens his eyes, his voice dropping several shades darker, exactly 2 nights from now. Right at that moment, old Liu's voice echoes from outside. Little Yi. The grandest festival in Linshui County is only 2 days away. It comes once every 3 years. You absolutely must attend. He smiles faintly, crossing his arms as he gazes outward. That old man on the three-wheeler really did give me a crucial piece of information. A while later, inside the laboratory, he mutters to himself, a shift flickering deep in his eyes. All useful memory data has been successfully retrieved. This base actually belongs to Lesh Bird, and as for the God-descending kingdom's so-called demonic embryoth trail, leads straight to those three Hua University martial artists. He glances at the doctor prostrated on the ground, thinking thanks to you, I've also uncovered some of Lesh Bird's secrets, including the insane experiments you people have been conducting. I don't have the strength to go after Lesh Bird right now. I'll hand the intel over to Hua University and let them handle it. There's also an unexpected windfall. Before losing consciousness, he had participated in the Golden Gene, research meaning he now understands its usage and effects thoroughly. He'll deal with that after handling the Linshui County anomalies. A system notification blinks to life mission complete. He sneers, another plan already forming in his heart. Although by Hua University's standards, uncovering the truth already qualifies as mission completion. What I want now is not Hua University's mission reward. A smile brimming with naked ambition spreads across his face. I want to steal the fruits of the God-descending kingdom's victory right out from under them. Next, you will hide within Linshui County. I will supply you with my blood. Find an opportunity to introduce it into Linshui County's water supply system. In short, ensure maximum infection coverage. The doctor below bursts into raucous laughter the moment he hears this. Insane, absolutely insane. I understand, Master. You want to compete for followers against the God-descending kingdom's demonic embryo. He recalls the infected citizens, his eyes blazing with intensity. At present, all residents of Linshui County have entered the 4th stage of contamination. They have virtually no chance of returning to normal. My transformation of them is partly self-serving, but once this storm passes, I will do everything in my power to help them return to their former lives. At the very least, under my control, they will not harm society. At the old house, his base of operation strolls inside with a lazy wave. I'm back. Everyone eat this food in Linshui County isn't. He notices Kingju's ashen face and mutters under his breath. Looks like they already know what the food in Linshui County really is. At that moment, Chuzhou lowers his head and speaks quietly. Earlier, Kingju and I went out to investigate. We discovered that the people of Linshui County are suspected of eating human flesh. You probably already knew about this long ago. In short, Thai's entire city has been enslaved by something. Its people's perception twisted and distorted. Yi glances sideways, thinking not bad. This jinx guessed 8 or 9 parts out of 10. Kingju suddenly snaps to alertness. An illegal experimental base has been operating in Linshui County for yearsho. Did the county descend into such chaos? Chuzhou picks up the thread, which means even a powerful biotech organization has fallen victim to Linshui County's anomalies. Kingju stares at Yi, suspicion blazing in her eyes. This has already exceeded level 3, hasn't it? Do we need to call Hua University for backup? Yi's expression goes completely blank before he snaps back. Are you kidding me? If you call Hua University here, how am I supposed to steal the march on them? After a moment's thought, he switches to full actor mode. Don't worry. This mission is only difficult in terms of its strangeness. It doesn't pose a real threat to our safety. Don't scare yourselves. If we run back to call for reinforcements the moment things get dangerous, what's the point of even being here? For now, we hold position and wait until nightfall. So far, we've experienced 2 of Linshui County's anomalous raw flesh consumption and the earthen idol worship. But there's one final anomaly we haven't witnessed yet. Collective sleepwalking. Perhaps this severely mutated city will reveal its true nature come nightfall. At the same time, in Zidu Lesh Bird's headquarters, the boardroom falls silent as the man at the center speaks with utmost gravity. Half an hour ago, headquarters received notification that the self-destruct protocol at the Linshui Jinshan Temple base had been activated, but it was aborted with seconds. Something has clearly gone wrong. We are currently unable to establish contact with the Jinshan Temple base. This board meeting has been convened to determine how to handle this situation. One of them adds, my opinion is simply better to kill 100 by mistake than let one slip away. Detonate the heart bombs embedded in every researcher at the base. Leave no living witnesses. Then dispatch a strike team to Linshui County immediately to investigate the situation on the ground. The scene shifts to Linshui County's central water treatment plant. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts from within. The doctor clutches the wound in his chest, his body trembling violently. My Lord Leshbird just detonated the bomb inside my body. Fortunately, I managed to extract it in time. I'm currently keeping up appearances as one of them. A Lesh bird strike team will arrive in Linshui County imminently. Yihee's voice comes through from the other end. It's fine. Continue executing the plan. The doctor's face darkens as he replies curtly, as you command. Following orders. That night, at a train station in Linshui connecting the Linshan and Linhai lines, the corridors lie deathly silent. The train doors hiss open. Someone descends from the carriage. The fierce-faced mancode named Nyan Yu curls his lip and remarks, "So quiet. The company picked a good spot for their secret base." Right on cue, a delicate voice chimes in, "The company has already investigated." Does Zia Longque had no involvement with the Jinshan Temple base. Then who did this? The company has far too many enemies. The woman cradling a child in her arms is Bai Yang. A man in the shadows speaks in a low voice. "Let's check out the base first." The two figures standing before them are Jin Shi and Azure Bird. The one who just spoke is Black Lion. He clenches his fist and gives the order, "Destroy all experimental equipment and documents that can be destroyed." In the darkness, Nyan Yu calls out teasingly, "Captain, want to grab a bite to eat? We've been eating nothing but instant noodles the whole way here." Bai Yang immediately shakes her head. "First things first, we need to find somewhere to feed the baby." He shoves his hands into his pockets and drawls, "It's pitch dark out here. Just feed the kid right here." "I won't look, I promise." She scowls lazily. "Get lost, you creep. Tell me, do you two look anything like professional assassins?" Nyan Yu then turns to Black Lion with a question. The former captain of Lesh Bird's 3rd Squadron's a feared assassin. Isn't just an ordinary programmer now. Black Lion raises his voice in mock surprise, then drops it low. The type who wears black suits and sunglasses, you can spot the fakes at a glance. Looking unprofessional is what we call true professionalism. Blend into the environment without being detected. Stop talking and move out. Commencing assignment. Jin Shi and Azure Bird, you are responsible for investigating conditions in Linshui County. I, along with Nyan Yu and Bai Yang, will head to the Jinshan Temple base to assess the situation there. Inside a dilapidated abandoned house, flies swarming everywhere, a voice rings out. "This city is strange. Something about it always feels off." Another voice replies, "No kidding. People are already eating people. What else could you expect?" Azure Bird ventures deeper inside to scout. This mission doesn't look simple at all. Suddenly, she spots an altar with a statue draped in cloth. Azure Bird's eyes blaze with intensity. This earthen statue. Jin Shi presses himself against the window, keeping watch while answering a phone call. The cause of the incident at the Jinshan Temple base has been confirmed. A single powerful martial artist destroyed the entire base by force alone. Over 10,000 bioengineered corpses litter the underground chambers surrounding the base. Fortress-class mechanical war machines were torn apart with extreme brutality. There are no survivors within the base. However, the base director and lead researcher, Dr. Feng Sha, has gone missing. At the very least, his body was not found at the Jinshan Temple base or in the surrounding area. He furrows his brows. Is the signal being jammed? This is collective sleepwalking, and it looks like they're surrounding us. Jin Shi mutters as he watches the sleepwalking crowd below. We've been spotted. Azure Bird, move. Before the words even leave his mouth, Azure Bird drives a blade into his abdomen. Jin Shi's body shudders as he stares at the girl standing before him. Azure Bird, that expression. Are you being controlled by something? That statue in the temple was brought from the ruins of a secret realm. Beneath the brilliant moonlight, a tall silhouette stands motionless in the wind. He glances idly to the side. The moon is so large tonight, can't shake the feeling that his own life force signature could easily be swallowed by its glow. First, reporting the positions, Chu Zhou and Qingzhu's group are in the southeast of the city. The Mengyu squad is there as well. If the collective Mengyu phenomenon is that willpower feasting, then what would such a feast look like? But the answer would come soon enough. Jin Shi's eyelids droop heavily as he forces them open. What in the world is this? These people are the county residents from earlier. They've been controlled too. Azure Bird, wake up. You're truly useless, wake up, damn it. Are you people from the God-descending kingdom? We can sit down and talk this through. The organization behind me is extremely powerful. Damn it, they're completely impossible to communicate with. These people have been brainwashed by the God-descending kingdom. They can no longer be called human. They're nothing but monsters wearing human skin, perhaps even more terrifying than actual monsters. At least monsters still fear pain and death. But what do these deranged cult fanatics fear? Nothing, they fear nothing at all. The moon is so massive. The villagers' eyes blaze with a mad light, their smiles twisted and deranged. Those behind use the ones in front as stepping stools. In the blink of an eye, they clamber atop one another, climbing step by step. The result, the entire crowd transforms itself into a towering human ladder. They even rip the massive stakes straight from the ground. The ladder builders and stake bearers advance toward the moon, toward an ancient building near it. Haishi calls someone and reports that contact with Jin Shi and Azure Bird has been lost. Something has very likely happened. The one who destroyed the Jinshin Temple base has very likely made their move. No matter what, a major incident has very likely erupted in the city. We must seize the initiative, return at once. The three of them stand motionless before the gate, stunned by the sheer size of the moon. Bai Yang holds the child and points in one direction. Look, is that a pillar of light? One of them quips with a mocking tone. Looks like the moon's been dragged down. Another warns in a stern voice. And you're still cracking jokes at a time like this. Suddenly Bai Yang shouts in alarm. The pillar of light has descended somewhere within the city. Haishi's eyes whirl with terror. What the hell is this? This time, the annihilation of the Jinshin Temple base seems far less simple than the company's higher-ups believed. Let's go to where the moonlight strikes. Perhaps this is exactly why Jinshi lost contact. They head down a deserted village road. Just as all three figures vanish into the night, Haishi detects something amiss. Someone is there. He immediately hurls a flying blade, but it's swiftly deflected by an umbrella blocking the path. The spinning force redirects the blade into the wall. Haishi raises his voice, wary. A magic tool, looks like you're no ordinary person. The figure folds the umbrella shut. Kingju's clear, melodious voice rings out. Who are you people? Why did you attack us? Haishi flashes a crooked grin, sizing up her outfit. You're not locals, are you? Then you must be the ones who destroyed the Jinshin Temple base. Back at the village, where Haishi's group arrived, he barks orders at Bai Yang and Nyan Yu. 3 seconds, exterminate these two filthy insects. They charge straight toward Chu Zhou and Kingju. Kingju and Chu Zhou stand ready in fighting stances ahead. The fat one, Nyan Yu, locks onto the girl. Might as well enjoy this a bit. A beauty like her killing her would be such a waste. She grits her teeth and endures. She thinks to herself, his force is overwhelming. The next instant, Kingju unleashes a devastating kick that sends him flying. Get lost, you pervert! Chu Zhou launches his technique as well. A wall of frost erupts upward, the ice growing ever taller, its peaks razor-sharp. But Haishi shatters it all with a single move. Chu Zhou can't believe his eyes. My ice wall was broken that easily. He and Kingju immediately confer on a plan. These three are at least high-level practitioners. We can't afford to get tangled up with them for long. Fall back first. She responds in a loud, clear voice, confirming the plan. But suddenly, both freeze. Haishi has closed the distance in an instant. Only 1 second remains. There's another dangerous one. Who are you? Are you with them? He introduces himself with utter coolness. I'm the one who's going to take your life. Haishi hears this and bursts into contemptuous laughter. Big words, brat. Shadow assassination, Art 12 Phantoms. Now die, you little brat. He doesn't flinch in the slightest. He smirks. A warrior at the great martial master level, shielded by martial energy, even a tank's main cannon can't scratch him. But he can still be killed. The phantom assassination technique is quite impressive. I genuinely can't tell which one is the real body, but I don't need to find the real body. Haishi, true name unknown. The assassin king with an utterly unremarkable appearance, an arrow pierces straight through the center of his forehead, while he still wears a smile. He speaks a single word, die. He must act while the body is still warm. The blood can help him break through from martial novice to martial practitioner. The moment he finishes, blood erupts in a gory spray. Haishi's entire body glows as his flesh withers into a desiccated husk. Done, he remarks calmly, not bad. Already advanced to the 8th stage of martial practitioner. Nyan Yu watches from afar, utterly stunned. What the hell just happened? The captain was killed by that kid in the blink of an eye. Bai Yang beside him has gone deathly pale. He even drained the captain's blood. He's a true monster. Yehi's attention now shifts to the 2 remaining enemies. We're not done yet. Next, let me show you something interesting. Corpse puppet technique, Demon Slayer. Bai Yang's eyes go wide. He stammers. That's Nyan Yu can't help but curse. Damn it, what kind of monsters are these? How is each one more terrifying than the last? Are they really just martial practitioners? Bai Yang sets the child down decisively. Leave this to me. She hurls the child into the air. Its body begins to transform, growing larger and larger. The moment the child takes on a grotesque new form, Bai Yang commands treasure block them. Nyan Yu turns and shouts, now retreat. But he gives them no such chance. Chu Zhou, Kingju, coordinate with my shadow avatar. Stay here and deal with that creature. My clone will pursue and finish those 2 martial masters. Instantly, Chu Zhou erupts with a ferocious aura. His bloodline awakens. Frost Demon Dragon, the monster lets out a furious roar. He stands face to face with the beast. Time trickles by in the impoverished village. Chuzhou swings his sword, unleashing the Earth Fiend martial technique Dragon Shadow. The monster shows no sign of backing down. One blue, one red, they clash head-on to see which force dominates. But seizing that opening, Chuzhou swoops down from above. Take this sword. He slashes past the monster, delivering dozens of strikes in a single pass. Chuzhou glances back, stunned. A body that massive, yet its reflexes are that fast. Those wounds it a mechanized organism, because what he sees through the gaseous wires and cables seep from the creature's neck. Chuzhou dodges the incoming attack far too fast. On the other flank, Black Lion lets out a low growl and executes his technique. Demonic shadows erupt in droves, a swarm of clones enveloping the monster's rear. Just like Chuzhou, Black Lion cleaves clean through its body. A pair of purple wings unfurls alongside a volley of feathered projectiles. Kingzhu's eyes blaze with searing light power accumulation complete. Purple Crow Divine Art Solar Blaze. Don't even think about running, monster. In that instant, the sky erupts in overwhelming purple radiance. A massive sphere of energy radiates outward, engulfing the entire village. Elsewhere, deep within a sewer tunnel, Nyan Yu wades through the filth in a desperate bid to escape. Damn it, the last time he fled this frantically was on the battlefield of a Black Triangle warlord drug lord. He freezes on the spot, his razor-sharp instinct scream danger, jerks aside just in time. Yihee's eerily calm voice echoes through the darkness. As I expected, a scared little rat loves to scurry into the sewers. At the same time, in a narrow alley, Bai Yang sprints for her life. She skids to a halt. Blinded by the light Ahidan, the direction it comes from leads straight to Nyan Yu. Golden Snake and King Xiao have gone dark. The team leader is dead. Even Nyan Yu, is she truly the last one standing? Who the hell are those three kids? No, I can't die, I have to live. But where do I even run now? In her desperation, something clicks in her mind. That's it. Staring at the pillar of light, Bai Yang mutters. Could that Moon Ascension body be one of the God-descending kingdom's masterpieces? I will survive even if I have to sell my soul to the devil. I will live. That thing looks absolutely terrifying. From a distance, Yihee approaches, his disarming blade in hand. You, planning to climb up there? Bai Yang's eyes widen in sheer terror. He's caught up, no time to think. She scrambles up a human ladder in blind desperation, clawing her way upward, but then something makes her freeze mid-climb. Because at the top of the ladder, an anomaly has appeared at a gate. Slowly, the gate creaks open. Bai Yang nearly weeps with emotion. Mother, father, I miss you so much. White light, as though distilled from the moon itself, cascades downward. A portal yawns open, and with it come ghastly, spectral figures. He materializes, a terrifying grin curling across his lips. His silhouette flickers between visibility and nothingness, beneath the moonlight. He gazes at the cascading light and murmurs his assessment. Not bad, God-descending kingdom. You exploited her deepest fears to conjure an illusion of me, driving her straight into the moon's embrace. Clever. How interesting. Currently of the assassin squad dispatched by Leshbird, 2 are already dead. The remaining 3 would sooner embrace death than face what comes next. By the timeline's reckoning, the God-descending kingdom's forces should arrive by tomorrow. As for Leshbird, having lost their base and another entire squad, they likely won't dare mobilize. External threats neutralized. After all that hard labor, the real show is finally about to begin. The light extraction process ends swiftly. Silence descends once more. Then figures begin to reappear on the streets. Liu Qingzhu crosses her arms and speaks up. Yihee, the level of strangeness in this mission has far exceeded anything we imagined. Do you really want to continue? Yihee smirks as he gazes downward, and replies, Don't worry, I'm certain of this. Besides, it's not just the 3 of us. We have a powerful ally assisting from the shadows. They simply prefer to remain hidden. Hearing this, she glances over, her thoughts racing. An ally after all this time together. He is absolutely no ordinary person from some mundane family like his file claims. In the martial world, bloodline superiority reigns supreme. As such, high-level martial artists occupy a stratum of existence far removed from ordinary mortals. He's either the illegitimate child of some powerful martial artist, or the young master of a prominent clan testing himself in the wild. If it's the latter, there's undoubtedly a guardian watching over him in secret. That would also explain the ally he mentioned. He then turns to Chuzhou and Liu Qingzhu. Chuzhou, Qingzhu, I have a critically important task for the 2 of you today. Crimson light erupts with devastating intensity. In an instant, a demonic shadow is conjured into being. He speaks, You too. Go with my shadow clone and destroy every clay idol in every civilian household across the city. Chu Zhou moves out without hesitation. Understood. Only Liu Qingzhu remains, standing frozen in place, hesitant. Only then does Yi speak again. Qingzhu, trust me. She doesn't respond at first, but gradually, the tension drains from her expression. I trust you. It's just Yi, from now on, lean on your teammates more. Don't carry everything alone. The scene shifts to a cluster of towering skyscrapers. The doctor bows his head. My lord, you've arrived, he says with utmost deference. Yi cuts him short immediately. Enough formalities. Time is short, we need to prepare for battle. Now, they walk toward a pit. As the doctor continues his report, all the synthetic humans you previously ordered have been stockpiled here, my lord. Excellent, the numbers are sufficient. Yi nods with satisfaction. The humanization power activates. A skeleton peels back its own ribcage, exposing a beating heart within. The monsters are drawn into that pulsating organ. In a heartbeat, they dissolve into crimson fluid. The body's eyes snap wide open. Yi surveys the entire scene and murmurs his plan. First, use the vampire's touch virus to reanimate these bioengineered bodies. Then, with primordial humanization authority, grant them the power of humanization. When the time comes, they will transform into a massive immortal army. Completely under my command. The doctor nods, scribbling notes as he responds. My lord, the bioengineered mosquitoes have been released. They are currently advancing toward the county. He watches the mosquitoes take flight and murmurs, perfect. Each biomosquito carries vampire blood within its body. They will fly into every home and deliver my warmth to the people. More and more of them appear, swarming into the air in dense, ever-growing clouds. Yeah. He continues questioning the doctor. Once the infection is complete, move on to repairing the great Buddha mech. Even though it's been dismantled, that thoroughly, full restoration may not be feasible. But stripping out certain weapons and retrofitting them, that's still doable, isn't it? The doctor responds without missing a beat. Of course, my lord, rest assured. The answer pleases Yi, and a smirk of satisfaction crosses his face. Good, everything on my end is proceeding smoothly. Now we wait and see how my opponent's kingdom will make their move. The scene shifts to several passenger buses. The occupants chatter incessantly about the god-descending kingdom, its origins, trace back to the very first breach of a forbidden realm. It is a doomsday cult born from the darkest corners of society. A mysterious pope, wielding terrifying power plundered from forbidden realm relics, propelled these fanatics to expand at a horrifying rate. The cult's doctrine commands the use of demonic embryos harvested from forbidden realms, feeding on the bodies, life force, and souls of living beings to make them grow. In doing so, they forge temporary vessels for deities to descend into, to guide human civilization into a backward march into the kingdom of God. This land was the hardest nation for the god-descending kingdom to conquer. Now, it is about to become part of their dominion. The divine embryo is about to take shape. The cultists aboard the bus begin to speak. Bishop, ahead lies Linshui County. The divine embryo that the Grand Archbishop implanted 4 years ago, it's right there. They converse among themselves. The Grand Archbishop gave so much for the divine church. In the end, he was slaughtered by those imbecilic dragon sparrow fools. He never got to witness the divine embryo he so painstakingly cultivated finally bloom. Truly, this is a wretched world. A righteous man of unwavering faith, compassionate and kind like the Grand Archbishop, yet he met such a gruesome end. His flesh torn asunder, the one who cuts them short, is none other than the figure they call the cult leader. That is precisely why we cannot let the Grand Archbishop's sacrifice be in vain. The cult leader declares, we cannot allow this world to fall deeper into the clutches of those fools, otherwise this place will become the second sin domain. The grotesque-faced cultists begin chanting in a frenzy, howling in unison. The god descends. My children's is salvation. We are rescuing all of humanity. When God walks the earth, paradise shall be born on the mortal plane. God descends, paradise on earth, fight for God. This continues until the second deep night when a grotesque, grinning face appears upon the surface of the moon. The cult leader gazes up at the moon's silhouette, his heart surging with excitement. In the entire history of the divine church, only 2 divine embryos have ever successfully hatched. Today, I shall etch my name into the annals of the divine church. The first divine embryo to hatch in the kingdom triggered global climate anomalies, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, catastrophes that left hundreds of millions injured and displaced. And that was merely the result of the deity being active for a single minute. The second descent blanketed the surrounding seas in impenetrable fog and treacherous undersea currents, sealing off an entire continent. After that, there was no after. The entire continent has lost contact. When investigated by satellite, the region shows nothing but emptiness. The actions carried out by this man pose an extreme level of danger. The cult leader has harmed himself in the process. The allied forces of multiple nations suffer catastrophic losses. Since then, this Dark Sea region has been classified as an S-rank forbidden life zone. No one has set foot there since. Bright red blood drips onto the crystal stone below. The ritual array, bolstered by the followers' aid, looks utterly sinister. Now our holy church shall welcome the descent of the third divine being right here. While the followers continue their incantations, the cult leader slowly raises his gaze upward. A massive gate rapidly materializes before him. The cult leader's voice rings out once more as he extends his hand forward. "O divine one above, please accept my fresh blood." A thought flashes through the man's mind as he steps forward. The cult leader's footsteps are slow and deliberate as he draws closer, his voice echoing with each step. It is the platinum divine coffined god-demon that the Holy Father cultivated all those years ago rests within. Having siphoned the life essence from every last citizen of Linshui County for 4 long years, the divine embryo is on the verge of maturity. My children, let us begin welcoming our God. The expressions of the followers turn indescribably horrified as the cult leader hoists the coffin onto his shoulder from below. Yes, Holy Father. They surround the coffin, still ceaselessly maintaining the ritual array. The cult leader's voice thunders with authority. Great Moon, nightmare god of the phantom dream realm, your most loyal servant calls upon you here. Please grant me the honor of speaking your true name. Yue Yan Ba. The bodies of the followers begin undergoing transformation. They dissolve in unison, leaving behind nothing but agonized screams. A pillar of liquid swiftly forms, and several streams of light emergeth. Followers transform once more. The cult leader stares at the anomaly before him in disbelief, muttering, "What is happening?" The spiritual essence, originally pure white, has turned blue. Was it that scream from before that tainted the spiritual essence? Impossible, impossible. How could the divine embryo's spiritual essence be corrupted by some unknown scream? Who is behind this? Several streams of red and blue light intertwine and surge toward him. The cult leader screams in shock danger. No, the ritual cannot be reversed. These tainted blue essences are attempting to corrupt the divine embryo. At that moment, a figure wreathed in strange fire appears behind the man. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Holy Father." The cult leader's expression instantly turns to shock. "Who are you?" He furrows his brows. "Given the situation, you still can't recognize who I am." Light continues to coalesce as another technique takes shape. He unleashes the Usura triple/second/killing intent. The strike cleaves straight toward the cult leader. The slaughter moon descends like the tolling of a demonic church bell, echoing without end. The cult leader, drenched in blood, stands frozen. He mutters the deity's name in disbelief. He doesn't even deign to glance at him as he remarks, "Truly pathetic. Even with 3 life-preserving magic tools on your body, it's utterly pointless." A voice suddenly sounds from behind. What an incredible sword strike that was. "Young man, would you like to join the Holy Church? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Chi, the current supreme leader of the God-descending kingdom. The man you just cut down was my deputy. I trust you understand now. Serving as a disciple of the God-descending church is an extremely dangerous occupation. So it's only reasonable that I have my subordinates pose as the superior from time to time. Wouldn't you agree?" He stares at him wide-eyed. So it was a body double all along. Without hesitation, he recklessly charges forward to probe the enemy. Lin Chi flicks his arm casually and says, "This is a sacred ground for welcoming the divine. You don't just come and go as you please." Instantly, he is seized by a viscous liquid. He clenches his teeth and hisses it feels, as though something has grabbed hold of him. Is that the power of faith? Jaslu de. Lin Chi shows a hint of surprise. Yehi's image reflected in his pupils. That silhouette behind Yaohave, you also cultivated divine arts. Yehi raises his hand high, gathering his power, then hurls it downward toward Lin Chi. Divine arts, my ass. The only reason I wanted to leave is because I simply don't want to fight near this cursed coffin. You truly think I'm afraid of you? Lin Chi sneers coldly. These filthy abominations won't so much as scratch me. The moment he finishes, he blocks the creature with one hand. The explosion erupts, instantly smoke billows from the narrow alleys. Lin Chi's body is shredded like scrap paper, yet in the blink of an eye his bones snap back together. Bone mends to bone. I told Yao you cannot harm me. I am one blessed by the gods. Yi tilts his head and clicks his tongue. You can regenerate that fast too. Then this is going to be troublesome. Footsteps suddenly approach. The god descends upon the mortal realm, heavenly kingdom manifests on earth. The god descends upon the mortal realm, heavenly kingdom manifests on earth. He glances over in confusion. He's surrounded by the cult's followers, but he doesn't panic. I nearly forgot about you lot. They raise the small blades in their hands high. We are justice. The moment the words leave their lips, they self-immolate. He stands in the center of the encirclement, muttering to himself. Mass suicide? These lunatics truly have nothing else up their sleeves. The way cultists think is genuinely incomprehensible. Let's see what other tricks these madmen have left. It's here he senses a wave of spiritual energy, cold, slimy, and damp. Sharp claws tear through each follower's throat. A goat with glowing eyes emerges, bearing the form of a demon-worshipping entity. He regards it with fascination. So in the end, it's just a foreign abomination called a demon. Yet he smiles with interest, his eyes gleaming. These cultists truly sold their lives. To summon a demon, they used their own bodies as the gateway ere they suicide bombers. Too bad no, I have soldiers and berserkers of my own. I didn't resurrect those reptilian creatures for nothing. They are precisely these humanized conduits. Lin Chi's berserker army charges into the fray. It is a brutal battle, soaked in foul ichor. Yehi's liquid soldiers seize the advantage in one sweep. A cult member tears off his hooded cloak. The Holy Father was mysteriously killed, and now a host of giants has appeared. Who in the world are they? He presses a finger to his forehead, thinking, wait, where did that young man leading them go? He quickly activates his spiritual vision to search. His target is the divine embryo. Hold your positions, don't let him get close. At that moment, Chu Zhou and Liu Qingzhu appear simultaneously. Your opponents are us. He sees the two of them, and his eyes nearly pop out of his skull. These people have clearly come prepared. Could they be agents from Dragon Sparrow? They must have discovered the God-descending church's plans here long ago. From the beheading strike to the demon army being blocked by the giant Colossevan, I will find it difficult to escape now. The church's mission this time, I fear, must. He pockets his hands and observes. Merely approaching, he can already sense a wave of bone-chilling cold as though it could freeze his very soul. The entity inside this coffin seems to harbor immense hostility toward him. But that's only Natural who told him to steal this god's power. Suddenly, a notification panel materializes. Notification 1: the host has received 5 points of special divinity energy. During the final stage of the God-descending kingdom's ritual, the faith power accumulated over 4 years of preparation intended for the condensation of a physical body was half-tainted by host Yehi. This corrupted faith power was also absorbed by the demonic embryo, forming a physical body capable of allowing Yue Yan to manifest in the mortal realm. This means that at the moment of Yue Yan's birth, a portion of divine power was stolen by host Yehi. Hearing this, he nods. So that's how it is. But then again, the feeble rabble of the God-descending kingdom aren't even worth my attention. My enemy, from start to finish, has always been this moon and dream god. But even though I've stolen a portion of your divine power, even if you're nothing more than a malnourished, premature child, it's time for you to wake up. Why do you keep hiding inside that coffin? Yehi's pupils contract in shock. The coffin is empty. He murmurs, what is this? How is there nothing here? You proclaim yourself a god, yet you still have to hide. It's far too quiet. The slaughter and screams between the colossi and the demons have vanished without him knowing when. The battle between Chu Zhou, Liu Qingzhu, and the deputy cult leader has also disappeared without a trace. It's as though the entire world has been emptied, leaving only me. Suddenly a voice calls out, drawing his attention. Yehi, turn around. There is. The person is you. Lin Chi clasps his hands with a smile. Have you forgotten about this sovereign? His pupils contract in shock. The moonlight illusion one did it all begin. His eyes blaze with light. Why don't you guess? When you fell into the dream. Outside the slums, Qingzhu and Chu Zhou are locked in battle against the red-robed man. He grits his teeth, assessing the situation. He has no choice but to deploy the great demon to hold them off. I wonder how High Priest Lin Chi's side is faring. Something's wrong. That kid's condition is abnormal. I can't sense the High Priest's spiritual power at all. Could it have failed? He must hurry to the divine embryo. The illusory divine needleant stabbed into an enemy's body. Blood thorns will sprout within. The blood thorns grow from the inside out, twisting the enemy into mincemeat. The sinful soul shall be punished by the divine. The filthy corpse will be dealt with by me. Chu Zhou detects it instantly. Damn it, that person is rushing straight for Yehi. Liu Qingzhu, go save Yehi. I'll hold this one off. Blood forbidden art extreme speed frigid chi. He furrows his brow, a probing gaze fixed ahead, flash-freezing the massive creature in an instant, nearly exhausts every last drop of his martial energy. At this moment, Yi shoots a glance of warning. Don't hesitate. Our lives aren't worth as much as Yi's. Kingju soars into the air. I know, don't you dare die, Chuzhou. The red-robed man lets out a pained, blood-curdling shriek. It's no good, I can't seal this one. The monster clashes against Chuzhou's ice wall, smashing it apart with a single fist. A roar tears from its throat. You think that alone is enough to kill me? Ah, the vengeance isn't complete yet. The moment he finishes speaking, Sword Chi strikes the creature. It screams without end, deafening and ear-splitting. A voice rises from amidst the pool of blood. In my veins flows the mighty blood of Hua too. Chuzhou's body begins to transform. In this moment, he has nearly become a dragon force to activate both the bloodline's secret art and break through simultaneously. The rate of life force consumption doubles. But to send this demon back to hell, it is entirely worth it. With a roar, Chuzhou unleashes a colossal ice dragon. Alongside the strike, he bellows, go back to hell. The monster stumbles, groaning. Yes, Chuzhou presses on with his technique. Bloodline's secret artists and fire collide, sparks erupting across the sky. Chuzhou furrows his brow in confusion. The force doesn't add up. The monster used its own fire to block the ice strike. Cold sweat breaks across Chuzhou's body. He's rooted to the spot. Unbelievable, it actually caught his sword chi tempest. It's over. The sword chi is incinerated by the demon's flames. I barely have any martial energy left. A missile streaks forward, punching clean through the beast's skull from the back of its head and out through its throat. Immediately after, a barrage of missiles descends in a devastating volley. Chuzhou collapses to the ground, reverting to human form. He lifts his head, searching in the direction the missiles came from. Another expert? Could it be an ally of Yi? The muzzle radiates searing heat. The one who struck is the doctor. Fortunately, the Lord left me these armor-piercing bullets imbued with his martial energy. At the critical moment, they prove their worth after all. I thought this kid called Chuzhou was the weakest in the Lord's team. Who knew he was hiding a trump card like that? The martial artist ranking system is divided into martial novice, martial warrior, martial master, grand martial master, profound martial commander, craftsman, great grandmaster, and nation guardian rank. He's likely on the verge of breaking through from martial novice. That girl called Liu Qingju seems quite formidable too. Anyone who can keep pace with the Lord clearly has no shortage of potential. In any case, first I'll use the drones to help that kid recover his stamina, then eliminate that great demon. After that, it should be as easy as flipping a hand. The red-robed man grits his teeth so hard they crack. You people are not from Long Sparrow. All three of you are younger than anyone I've faced before, and each one is a different breed of monster. Who the hell are you people? Chuzhou, reunited with Qingju and the Black Lion, grins. We're just ordinary freshmen from Hua University. From the sky, coffins crash down, landing directly in front of the red-robed man. He stares at the opened coffins and mutters, these things. Are they corpses? Qingju's eyes widen as she calculates silently. Those three are the second Hua University team that lost contact. The one in the middle, I remember him. He was one of the three who once confronted us. The red-robed man erupts into mad laughter. Ha, the divine is watching over me. The doctor peers through the scope and lets out a heavy sigh. She's done for. This girl the Lord gave special orders to protect. Facing the siege of 6 martial master-level undeads dead without a doubt. Previously, I didn't send the Giant Legion to reinforce Liu Qingju and the others, because the Giants are too weak and lack intelligence. If they went, they'd only hinder those two in combat. But now, reinforcements must be deployed. If the Lord's mission fails, dying 1,000 times over wouldn't be enough to atone. Something touches down. From above it's the variant troops summoned by Yi. Qingju furrows her brow, thinking silently. It seems those giants are allies. They're trying to hold back the undead, aren't they? I need to save Yi first. The red-robed man rages, barking orders. Stop her, don't let her get near the divine embryo. The coffin figures obey in unison. They charge straight at Qingju, but the variant giants block their path. Up ahead, Qingju finally spots Yi. Yi, wait for me. Suddenly, something strikes her from the air. Qingju's arm is drenched in blood. Not yet. She gathers herself and surges forward once more. Qingju reaches out desperately, praying in her heart just a little more. The red-robed man is hit by a shockwave and staggers back, because Qingju has already seized Yi in her arms. Yi, I've reached you. Qingju carries Yi into the sky, murmuring, I need to get Yi out of here as fast as possible. Those thorns stabbed into my arm just now. It really hurts. For now, I can use the heart flame to suppress the spread of the blood thorns. That way, it won't affect our movement. The giants from earlier have all been wiped out. Those corpses, it's as if they're still alive. We can't linger here, need to leave immediately. Suddenly, a thunderous roar pierces the air, startling Kingju. Put him down! The red-robed man's voice rings out, brimming with menace. You've done well, he won't blame you. Now, hand him over to me. Kingju stands firm and retorts without hesitation. I won't. She summons every ounce of strength and screams, get lost. A streak of attack slices straight through Kingju's mind. She realizes it's a spiritual attack. Kingju clutches her head in agony. My head, it hurts. Where is that laughter coming from? Damn it, I can't let you get hurt. The pain robs Kingju of her flight. She descends slowly through the coffin figures watch, craning their grotesque heads forward as if ready to feast on helpless prey. Sharp spikes sprout from the tops of the monsters' skulls, all aimed directly at the falling Kingju. Suddenly, Yihi's voice rings out with tremendous force. Time freezes. In the next instant, Kingju is cradled safely in Yihi's arms. She lifts her eyes to meet his. Yihi whispers softly, sorry, I'm late. Kingju replies, Yihi, you're awake. Thank goodness it's not too late. Yihi murmurs gently, Kingju, rest now. Leave the rest to me. The demon god descends from the heavens with a thunderous roar. Damn it, how could this wretch possibly break free from the god's illusion? Even so, there's no way he can take on 6 moon-worshipping god cultists alone. Every own attack together, there's no way he can fend off the combined assault of 7 martial masters by himself. He quickly tucks Kingju away, carrying her to safety and dispelling the time freeze. Is the red-robed one even conscious enough to die? A colossal hand hurtles toward them. A deafening explosion rips through the space as Yihi's gaze sharp and lethifixes on them. What are you barking about? The red-robed man trembles violently, racked with both fear and agony as his body slowly disintegrates. He whimpers weakly, nah please, stop, don't torment me. He had clearly established the dream realm himself, so why? Why can Yihi torture him at will within it? Every time he was tortured and killed, he could feel the pain tearing through his very flesh. How did Yihi break free of the dream realm? Or is the dream realm simply useless against him? He truly is a demon god. Even divine beings cannot punish him. Forgive me, Lord Moon God. I can only voluntarily dispel the dream realm and cast him out. The moon god speaks in a cold, ominous tone. Then go lie in your coffin. The red-robed man's eyes brim with tears as he cries out, Lord Moon God. The moon god continues, I can only use your wretched body as a medium to perfect the entirety of the moon god vessel that is beginning to take shape. On the other side, Yihi's expression is deep and solemn as he speaks. Even though it has obtained power, in the end it's nothing more than a mere puppet. Every last cultist of that heretical organization has already been exterminated by me. The moment he finishes speaking, a figure slowly descends from the sky above. Yihi looks up, his eyes widening in reaction. There's still one more. The moon god, draped in pristine white robes, hovers in the void above. Emotionless, he stares down at Yihi. Yihi speaks through gritted teeth, moon god, or moon demon. Barathos, was it? So you've finally shown yourself. Across the vast expanse, Barathos descends step by step. Yihi's eyes widen, senses something profoundly wrong. His foot has set down upon an entirely different land. He feels bewildered. Has this place become the moon? The thought flashes unbidden through his mind. But this cannot be the real moon. He feels none of the crushing cold of the void, nor the suffocating absence of oxygen. Perhaps this is a slaughter conceptual domain like Master Gong Keys. Unlike illusions that merely touch the spirit and soul, a conceptual domain overlays reality itself. Every wound inflicted within it is real, which means within this conceptual domain, he has no immortal armor. Barathos' feet hover in the air as he draws near, speaking with calm detachment. Yihi, I greatly admire you. In a sense, you are the most outstanding human I have ever encountered, especially since you have even stolen a portion of my divinity. Your compatibility with me should exceed 96%. You are truly the perfect other half to help me perfect my body in the mortal realm. Yihi thinks to himself, let him talk all he wants. My plan to snatch everyone out is already complete. All I need to do now is stall for a little more time. Barathos continues to speak without pause. Yihi, I swear upon using you to nourish myself, I shall grant you the right to retain your consciousness. You will ascend from the mortal realm into the domain of gods. Perhaps you do not know just how vast and boundless this world truly is. Whether it is the blue star or the sinful abyss what your kind calls, secret realms what you have seen so far is merely the tip of the iceberg. Your talent is the ticket that will let you step into a higher plane of existence. Come, step onto the moon and ascend beyond the 9 heavens with me. an invitation and a promise from a god. There are perhaps fewer than 10 humans across all of the Blue Star who could refuse such an offer. Right at that moment, Yi shouts, "But I refuse. I thought beings as mysterious and unfathomable as you would be truly arrogant, and for what? In the end, you're nothing more than a group of intelligent creatures with a higher life level. Because in your incomplete state you couldn't threaten me. So you first dragged out a good-for-nothing to patch yourself up. And now you resort to threats and temptation, flipping through the same tired playbook over and over, no different from humans. I'd say I truly overestimated you." Before these scathing words, Barathos remains utterly unfazed. "I forgive your insolence, human. Once my mortal body is perfected, Evan, if I use a stopgap vessel with only 20% compatibility, it is still not something you can resist. I asked your opinion only out of courtesy born from admiration. But your opinion is irrelevant. No matter what, it cannot change the final outcome." Having spoken, he extends his hand toward Yi. The surrounding space transforms instantly. Yi senses the danger at once. With a single raised hand, the massive humanoid body is torn apart. A violent gale sweeps through as the two stand face to face. His entire body trembles, completely paralyzed. Barathos gently places his hand on Yi's forehead. "You are merely a dish prepared for savoring. Why can I not sense his consciousness?" A triumphant smile spreads across Yi's face. "Fool, you've realized you can't touch my soul at all, haven't you? Though in terms of physical body, I am no match for you. In the spiritual realm, I have the system's backing. I anticipated long ago that against a god like you, physical resistance might prove futile. So I exploited the extreme regenerative ability, my vampire dragon monster template, leaving half my body at the mad doctor's place, split vertically right down the middle. This ensures that once my main body is destroyed, my consciousness will activate in the remaining half." Yi's contingency plan leaves even Barathos frozen in shock. While the two are still locked in conversation, a blade of sword light tears through the space where they stand. At that very moment, a familiar figure emerges, Qinglong. He announces himself in a booming voice. "Dean of Dragon's Sparrow Faculty, National Guardian Great Grandmaster Qinglong, I have come to seek instruction." An excited grin flashes across Yi's face. "Final Ithier here. Good thing I already reported this ruin's location to Dragon Sparrow. At first I didn't think I could defeat this moon demon, or whatever it is. I only wanted to seize the divine power that had descended into its mortal vessel." Barathos lifts his head to gaze at the newcomer. A human with a body at this level. Is this truly a mortal? It seems the potential assessment of your race needs to be revised upward. Qinglong's expression grows even more displeased. "Are you truly a demon? The purity of your body is abysmally low. Far too impure. In the ancient past, when the first demon in human history descended upon the mortal realm, I was but a sect master who fought in that battle. That was the first time I witnessed what it truly means to shatter heaven and annihilate earth. Compared to it, you bear a similar demonic aura, but the gap between you is simply too vast." Barathos is taken aback. Isn't this merely the inferior body of Lin Chi? An absolute disgrace. Barathos poses his question, "Human, have you ever been struck by the moon before? Your body belongs to me. I cannot allow this battle to damage it." Before Yi can even react, Barathos shoves him, sending him hurtling backward through the air. Qinglong watches, perplexed. This demon actually values that young man to such a degree. Never mind. After I suppress this demon, I'll question the young man myself. At that very moment, Barathos turns his head. "Ah, that's right before setting out, Shi Jingwen reminded me. His name is Yi." The battle between the two officially commences, promising an utterly terrifying clash. "Please do instruct me." The scene shifts to a distant forest. Yi has been teleported here by Barathos. He collapses onto the ground, trying to steady himself as a wave of dizzying, nausea-like motion sickness washes over him. Where the hell was I teleported to? His life-sensing magnetic field cannot detect Linshui County's position. This place is extraordinarily far away. This reveals one thing: Moon Yan has judged that Qinglong's battle would annihilate all of Linshui County and its surrounding regions. Thank goodness I already had the mad doctor evacuate the injured Chu Zhou and Liu Qingzhu. I never expected that Barathos would possess an instantaneous teleportation ability. If he uses it to track me down, that would be truly troublesome. The moon demons gaze whether through dreams or under moonlight can perceive the bearer of moon and dream powers. Classic case of worrying about exactly what happens. It feels like being tailed. Truly terrifying. A man going out into the world really does need to protect himself. Well, now that I've left the battlefield behind, I finally have time to study this so-called divinity. I spent untold effort snatching this from another's grasp, You'd better not let me down. A system notification appears divinity. Divinity is the result of a domain or attribute, forged through relentless cultivation to the absolute limit transcending, all bouncer originating. From an innate divine talent inherent to a noble race, it renders a certain life form utterly unique in a specific aspect, beyond the capacity of any other life form to replicate, and simultaneously, the wellspring of power for both aspects. Yehi's expression turns grave. No wonder that effeminate, silver-haired pervert flew into a rage after he plundered the man's power clinging to himself so desperately. He continues reading the details on the 5 divinity points related to moon and dream. When bestowed upon a related template body, it causes the template to evolve within that domain. If bestowed upon a template lacking this attribute, there is a probability of granting the template that attribute. Suggestion: the host's template body related to moon and dream is the Gak de Gagaguo. The Emperor template already possesses a mutation path. There is no need to disrupt its development. Yehi's expression grows even graver. He never expected divinity to be this powerful. In short, it can elevate the aptitude of a template body. The Gaku de template's abilities remain largely untappedly used instinctively as a racial talent so far. But if enhanced with the Moon Nightmare's divinity, the Gaku de template will directly advance in the domains of moon and illusion. The Emperor base template already has a mutation path. There is no need to tamper with its growth direction. As for the giant template, setting aside its incompatibility with the divinity attribute, it is merely a tool template meant to bolster the Emperor. It holds no upgrade value whatsoever. The Gaku de template, however, possesses potentially limitless time manipulation capabilities. It is his trump card, his most critical asset right now, second only to the Emperor template. He makes his decision instantly. Then upgraded vampire. System notifications erupt in rapid succession. The B-rank Gaku de template advances into the moon and illusion domain. The vampire bloodline begins to upgrade. Bloodline power moon nightmare revelry. Under the night sky, the host receives a 100% boost to all physical attributes. Self-recovery and martial energy are enhanced by 150% under moonlight, reaching peak intensity during the full moon. Awakens special state moon of the nightmare. Grants access to the dual moon world domain, the blood nightmare art. Blood acquires hallucinatory and invasive properties. The weak, once corroded by the host's blood, are directly enslaved. The more blood the host inflicts, the deeper the illusion the victim falls into. Even the powerful will suffer mental invasion. Targets plunge into illusions. Under moonlight, the blood nightmare art enhances the body, seizes control of blood flow, accelerates circulation, and temporarily boosts physical attributessor, launches blood at lethal high pressure. The host can lower blood temperature to a minimum of 10 degrees and use blood contact with objects to generate gravitational flow. Gaku in the host's normal state tripled speed. Under moonlight quintupled speed. Upon activating the special ability, 8-fold speed, inflicting moon attribute damage and reducing the cooldown of the time stop technique. Time fabrication limit can reach the maximum threshold of normal state. Gazing at the vampire's evolved form before him, Yehi is filled with awe. Incredibly powerful, though every major ability post-evolution carries the prerequisite of nighttime moonlight. Once that condition is met, the enhancement is truly terrifying. All enhancements stack across every dimension. Combat effectiveness in real battle surges almost exponentially. It truly is a top-tier support-type template. Indeed, the bigger the wave, the bigger the fish. This bizarre expedition to Linshui County was truly worth it. Of course, he hasn't forgotten those good comrades who fought tooth and nail for him. This mission's difficulty easily qualifies as level 4. As for danger level, it is definitely level 5. Hua University will definitely award the maximum reward. Right now, things like academy points and most of the academy's resources and privileges don't mean much to him anymore. But for Liu Qingzhu and the others, they are invaluable. Moments later, Yi leaps onto the tallest tree in the forest. He strains to observe the ongoing battle. His hands spread to both sides, sensing something amiss. Yi's eyes snap wide open, and his fists clench tight. He channels his newfound power into a single devastating strike forward. The sensation is comfortably even pleasant. He will adapt to the moonlight-enhanced body in no time. I am a key figure involved in the Moon Nightmare descending event. Azure Dragon will definitely summon him for interrogation, but he carries far too many secrets that cannot be revealed. Under interrogation by professionals, fabricating stories is far too easy to expose. That is why he needs to contact the big boss at Hua University first. Connections and backingthas is exactly what they are for. Situations like this The scene quickly shifts to Hua University. Yi steps off the aircraft, preparing to enter the campus. A familiar face among the men ahead catches his attention. The man extends his hand and introduces himself. "Hello, Yi. I am Shi Jingwen, the headmaster of Hua University." He nods in understanding. "Greetings, Headmaster Shi. You are an idol to all of us students at Hua University. I've long heard of your reputation, but never had the honor of meeting you until now." Jingwen bursts out laughing, surprised. "Yi, I'm not one for formalities. No need to be so stiff, just relax." He nods in understanding. "Yes, well, you deserved the praise. Yi truly is a straightforward one." Suddenly, he recalls something. "Headmaster Shi, did you come to ask me about the Linshui County incident?" Jingwen shakes his head. "No, I'm here to inform your team's handling of the anomalous mission in Linshui County was outstanding. You needn't worry about any follow-up matters." Yi is momentarily speechless. "That's strange. It involved a sacrificial heretic cult and a moon god's descent. How can it just end this simply?" He scratches his head in bewilderment, no interrogation at all. An excited smile spreads across the man's face. "Rest easy, Yi. Trust in Hua University. Leave the aftermath of the Linshui County anomaly to our superiors to handle. I also know what's troubling you. Rest assured I respect the personal secrets of a genius. However, when the school-wide mission report goes out, the Linshui County anomaly will remain anonymous. It will only state that your team completed a Level 4 mission. Naturally, the reason is that Level 5 missions typically require a professor's supervision for first-year freshmen to be announced as having completed one. A Level 5 mission right away would be far too sensational. But as for the rewards Hua University will grant, your team compensation at the Level 5 mission standard. Hearing this sends a jolt of excitement through him. This treatment truly feels like a dream. Has this old fox already figured out that he cheated? The scene shifts to the next day in the headmaster's reception room. The Mad Doctor has finally sent him the post-battle footage from Linshui County. "Let's see who's stronger, Azure Dragon or the Moon Nightmare." Jingwen asks in surprise. "If I recall correctly, Linshui County was mountainous terrain, wasn't it? How did it turn into a massive basin? Have you ever been struck by the moon? Don't tell me that effeminate, perverted wretch actually did that." Breaking news scrolls across the phone screen. Catastrophe strikes Linshui County. An unexplained massive explosion has obliterated the entire county. Reporters received information last night about an extraordinarily devastating explosion of unknown origin in Linshui County, within our nation's territory. The blast's catastrophic force not only wiped this vast county entirely off the map, but also left a bottomless abyss at the epicenter. Preliminary assessments indicate there are likely no survivors. Reading the news sends a shudder through Yehi. It seems the world of high martial arts is still far too dangerous. With his current strength, he still doesn't feel safe. That madman even said he would be watching over him. He hasn't been able to shut his eyes even once since then, terrified of encountering Azure Dragon in his dreams. That fool! He has already told Headmaster Shi Jingwen about this. Jingwen says Azure Dragon has a way to continue suppressing the Moon Nightmare's imprint on his body. Coming here today to wait for Azure Dragon also conveniently grants him the chance to learn from the second-ranked martial artist in all of the Xia Kingdom. At that very moment, the door swings open. Azure Dragon strides in. He smiles and turns to greet him. "You're here, Qinglong." But immediately, his expression shifts. Qinglong's body is covered head to toe in wounds. He grows worried. "Senior Qinglong, your condition doesn't look so good." The scene shifts to the reception room. Qinglong speaks coldly. "Don't make a fuss. It's true I was struck by the cold moon chi of that cunning demon, but I won that match. That wretch only lasted 100 exchanges with me before his tattered body began to crack and disintegrate. If he hadn't used underhanded tricks to escape, I would have cut him down then and there. You wouldn't have needed to wait here for me to help you seal that mark either." A smile creeps onto Yehi's face. He hadn't expected Qinglong to actually explain things to him. It was a bit different from the image of an unfathomable, inscrutable master he'd imagined, but unexpectedly rather endearing. At that moment, Qinglong removes his shirt. "Let's begin. I'll help you seal that vision." His massive, battle-scarred frame fills Yehi's entire field of vision. He continues, "Principle, she practices divination, astrology, and fate reading. He once told me about your unique nature, so I can share a few top-secret matters with you. Have you ever considered that monsters were once intelligent beings much like humans?" These words freeze Yehi on the spot. Qinglong speaks solemnly. "When I was still a Xuan Wu rank martial artist, I followed my master and sworn brothers into a newly excavated A-class ruin. In the end, only I survived. I was struck by a terrifying curse within those ruins. Yihee's eyes widen. A curse. King Long continues recounting his tale. My body would gradually mutate into a monster, and my reason would vanish during the beastification process. Even the top physicians in the entire nation were helpless. I chose to exile myself. I didn't want to mutate into a mindless monster in my own homeland, harming my own people or being slaughtered by them. So I went alone to an E-class danger zone in the Great Eastern Ocean, prepared to die there. But a cataclysmic tsunami swept me to an island untouched by human footsteps. As for the special secret I found there, I cannot reveal that to you. It concerns the strategic plans for the future military campaign of the Lower Kingdom. Yihee lets out a soft sigh. What a letdown. King Long continues unwrapping the bandages around his body. In any case, someone on that island aided me, allowing me to escape the fate of becoming a monster. His body is covered in dense, incredibly strange runic markings. Yihee's eyes suddenly widen. These rune 7, a single glance causes his eyes to bleed. He screams in despair, his entire body trembling violently. Although relying on the Godzilla template's regenerative ability, his eyes heal in an instant. But that single glance already brought a soul-rending sensation of vertigo, as if his very spirit was about to be ripped from his body. King Long thinks to himself, even an ordinary great grandmaster would faint upon seeing the runes on my body. Lower-ranked martial artists fare even worse, some suffer brain death and become vegetables. Yet this kid Yihee only bled a little from one glance. Truly extraordinary. To this day, Shi Jingwen has never misjudged a person. Perhaps Yihee truly possesses the potential to change the tide of this increasingly perilous situation. He suddenly points at Yihee. Yao, don't resist. I'm going to inscribe 2 runes into your sea of consciousness. After this, you'll be able to sleep soundly. A surge of power pierces rapidly into Yihee's mind. Yihee stands there in a daze for a few seconds. A notification flickers into view lunar nightmare under moonlight or within dreams. The master of moonlight and dream nightmare can be perceived. But the notification gradually fades, and Yihee returns to normal. All right, thank you so much, Senior. Senior King Long, he suddenly remembers something. Right, your teacher is Gong Qi, isn't she? He suddenly recalls Gong Qi's parting words. Little he, back in the day, I used to be the big boss of Hua University. I bullied quite a few people. They've all grown up now. Even Xuan rank martial artists are considered underachievers among them. You'd better be careful. And whatever you do, don't go around telling people you're my disciple. As if reading his thoughts, King Long assures him, don't worry, Gong Qi and I have no grudges. He adds, I just think it's a pity. Before Gong Qi's mental collapse, she was a great grandmaster with the potential to prove her Tao through slaughter. A real shame. Sashol, we have a little spar. I want to see just how far the successor of the legendary Slaughter Rose can go. Yihee's expression turns gloomy. As expected, the higher one's martial prowess, the more they itch for a fight. He smiles and proposes, Senior King Long, shall we spar under the moonlight? This catches King Long slightly off guard. Moonlight again? The scene shifts to the 4th panoramic arena of Hua University. King Long declares, I won't take the initiative to strike. Attack freely. Unleash everything you've got. I will resist using only the pure physical strength of a single finger. If you can force me to move even half a step from this spot, you win. Not only will you be free to ask me to fulfill one request, but you'll also be exempted from the entrance exam and directly admitted to the top-ranked Dragon Sparrow Academy, with all corresponding privileges and treatment. These words ignite a fire in Yihee's eyes. Very well then, Senior King Long, please give me your guidance. Simultaneously, the moon climbs high into the sky, and his power erupts with full force. Sensing this power, King Long narrows his eyes. This orate resembles the lunar nightmare. Could Yihee have been? No, although similar, it's not the corrosive, world-devouring aura of a demon. This shares the same origin as the moon itself. At that moment, Yihee leaps into the air. Senior King Long, here comes the first strike. Killing intent massacre moon. King Long immediately clenches his fist. Such dense killing aura. Meanwhile, Gong Qi is still lounging in her comfortable chair when she suddenly senses something wrong. She freezes, her expression shifting. This killing intent coming from Yihee? How is that possible? How could Yihee, who's only been gone for 3 days, already possess killing intent this terrifying? Don't tell me this brat went into Qi deviation and slaughtered an entire city. The scene shifts to a hotel somewhere in Hua University. A woman asks with great curiosity, Jian Zhuang, what's wrong? What could possibly be more important than the pleasure we're about to enjoy? Jian Zhuang shakes his head. It's nothing. I just sensed a killing aura so intense it's alarming. I can't believe it's radiating across such a vast distance. Perhaps more than half, the Hua University campus, can detect this killing intent. Quite the spectacle. The battle rages on at the fourth panoramic arena of Hua University. Qinglong clenches his fist with absolute seriousness. The surrounding space is completely shattered. Yi is astonished. Compared to his own Usura triple slap, Qinglong's single punch is deceptively simple, utterly unadorned, truly befitting the nation's apex expert. Unlike Gong Qi, who exploits openings in her opponent's attacks to dismantle their offense, Qinglong meets force head-on, clashing with pure, overwhelming brute strength. This is the principle of one force subjugating 10,000 techniques, a single punch, that shatters all chi and willpower before it. Qinglong enters his combat stance, tighten fist. The sight stuns Yi. Here it commences a devastating blow rockets straight at him. His body plummets from the sky. Only then does Qinglong realize. Damn it, he used a forbidden technique with such severe expenditure just to win. He's a future pillar of the nation. If his martial foundation is damaged, it'll be disastrous. With that, he immediately charges forward. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Qinglong catches Yi's falling body in time. But the kid is beaming with excitement. Mr. Qinglong, you didn't just move half a step, did you? I won, he thinks to himself, hook, line, and sinker. The blood nightmare's blood mistance inhaled by Senior. It triggered hallucinations and dulled his perception. Combined with the lunar nightmare's curse sapping his stamina, I actually pulled it off. Seeing this, Qinglong is at a loss for words. This kid not only has outstanding martial skills, she's cunning as hell. Fine, Yi, you win. Tell Muhet do you want? Yi smiles and makes his decision. Mr. Qinglong, I'd like to save this promise for later. Qinglong nods, impressed. Far-sighted. Not bad, Yi. Both your killing intent and martial attainment are quite impressive. Gong Qi has taught you well. However, there's still a gap. Killing intent alone isn't enough. Without a powerful physique as your foundation, the killing intent can only float on the surface. Yi forces a smile. You're saying I should train my physique? He thinks to himself, Senior Qinglong. I haven't even activated the Godzilla Emperor template yet. Qinglong smiles and nods. But the key is who you train with. The body's foundation must be laid on solid ground. You can't afford to take the wrong path. Having the strongest teacher in physical cultivation as your guide is absolutely critical. Yi perks up immediately. I understand, Senior Qinglong. Tomorrow I'll go find the dean of the Body Cultivation Academy and ask him to guide my physical training. These words make Qinglong do a double take. Take me as your master. I spelled it out that clearly, and you looked so sharp just a moment ago. How did your intelligence drop so suddenly? I, the great Qinglong, since when have I ever taken the initiative to accept a disciple? But Yi truly is a seedling of exceptional potential. Thinking of this, Qinglong proposes. Yi, this book contains a first-rate physique cultivation technique. Years ago, after I slew a Western expert, I looted it from his corpse. I heard it was even a national treasure-tier martial technique from some Western nation. Today, I gift it to you. Train diligently, and with time you may succeed in mastering this technique. Yi accepts it with immense delight. Thank you, Senior. Qinglong thinks to himself, this technique is exceptionally difficult to master. It originates from the Western martial fortune realm, which doesn't recognize Eastern practitioners. One must first reach the Grandmaster realm, then forcibly use martial power to conquer the martial fortune realm and receive its inheritance. By passing this technique to Yi now, the kid will face countless hardships in learning it. Eventually, he'll have no choice but to come consult me. And that way, I'll effectively become this brat's master. Once the official title is formally added, that'll settle it. The scene shifts to Yi's dorm room. He gazes at the badge in his hand. Come to think of it, he's been at Hua University for over half a year now. Yet he spent nearly all his time underground training with Master Gong Qi. He's barely set foot in the dorm a handful of times. For this martial technique, do I really have to use that sleep-into-training method again? The doorbell chime snaps him out of his thoughts. Yi immediately heads over to open it. The door, who is it? This late at night, a familiar face appears. Aoyangzi. Yi, may I come in? His appearance catches Yi off guard. Your Aoyangzi, please come in. He turns and heads inside. What business does he have with me? He's not here to drag me into some club again, is he? Right at that moment, Aoyangzi suddenly falls silent, then drops to his knees without a shred of hesitation. Brother Yi, earlier there were too many eyes around. Now that we're alone, I'm kneeling before you. Please, I'm begging. Y'all become the president of the Dragon Blood Society. The situation leaves Yi utterly speechless. Aoyangzi, it's been a while. You've changed quite a lot, haven't you? Where's that fiery ambition, that cunning scheming, that bombastic talk about splitting Hua University's student world in two? How did you end up looking this wretched? Also, how do you even know where my room is? Ouyang pauses, then explains. Members of the Dragon Blood Society happened to spot Brother Yi returning to campus, which piqued his suspicion. You've been secretly installing cameras, haven't you? Yi drags Ouyang off in a certain direction. Come train with me. Ouyang keeps pleading. Brother Yi, let me explain. We didn't install cameras in your room only in the hallway. We had no other choice. After entering the training room, Yi probes. So tell Muhi, exactly did you come to ask me to be president? What kind of trouble has your organization run into? Ouyang face is already beaten black and blue. Our organization recently, Yi tosses him a medicinal pill. My bad, hit a bit too hard. Take the blood-dissolving pill first, then speak properly. In the end, Ouyang recounts everything. Brother Yi, our organization is on the verge of collapse. Please, I beg Yao to ascend the mountain. At Hua University, students can freely establish their own clubs and organizations. However, unless they make extraordinary contributions, the Academy allocates no operating funds for any organization. When the Dragon Blood Society was first founded, the Imperial Capital's summer training program for the first-year reserve team had not yet concluded. This brand-new organization shot to prominence overnight, securing substantial sponsorship from martial corps in the outside world. Under their leadership, the Dragon Blood Society connected with numerous discount channels from various stores, creating welfare benefits for members and attracting even more students to join. The influx of new members elevated the Dragon Blood Society's commercial value, which in turn drew in ever greater resources and sponsorships, pulling in ever more students. It was supposed to be a virtuous cycle, but as the Dragon Blood Society ballooned in size, they ran into fierce suppression from the student council dominated by Hua University's native-born elites. Under Xiang Jianhui's orchestrated campaigns, the Dragon Blood Society suffered defeat after defeat. Its commercial value plummeted. Investors pulled out one by one. The welfare channels from partner stores shut down entirely. Ordinary members, seeing the Dragon Blood Society falter, immediately began plotting their exit to jump ship elsewhere. Potential newcomers were even less inclined to join a society that was clearly on its last legs. In the end, the Dragon Blood Society devolved into a state where basic operations could barely continue. After hearing the whole story, Yi falls into thought. I get it now. You lost to that Xiang Jianhui, didn't you? Ouyang kneels before him. To suppress Xiang Jianhui, they could certainly turn to upperclassmen for help, but between year groups, there exist unspoken rule scrudges of one generation must be settled within that same generation. Otherwise, if he recruited senior-year powerhouses to pressure Xiang Jianhui, by tomorrow Xiang Jianhui would dare rally the upper-class Hua University natives to tear the entire Dragon Blood Society apart. Only you, Yehi, fit the bill. So please, you headache the helm of the Dragon Blood Society. Without the slightest hesitation, Yehi nods in agreement. Deal. Ouyang face lights up with sheer elation. You actually agree. On behalf of all the brothers in the Dragon Blood Society, Yehi cuts him off. I haven't finished. Rather than saying you want me to be president, just be straight, you are recruiting me as the Dragon Blood Society's shield. So skip the pleasantries, let's be blunt. What exactly do you want me to do next? Ouyang expression turns dead serious. Regarding the Great Xia reclamation plan, since we're on good terms, I'll share what I know. Of course, since this isn't exactly a secret, there's nothing against the rules about it. Yi sighs, cut the filler. Get to the point. Ouyang continues recounting everything he knows. The Great Xia reclamation plan is a nationwide mobilization of martial artists. They'll launch a full-scale assault on 12 cities and their surrounding areas that have been completely overrun by monsters. Universities across the entire nation will participate in this reclamation campaign. Upperclassmen from Hua University will charge into the front lines. We're first-year students. While we won't be deployed to the most dangerous front lines, we'll at least be responsible for the areas surrounding the occupied cities. The final exam, this year's selection for the year group leader, will be held within the framework of this very reclamation campaign. So, during this reclamation, the entire Dragon Blood Society will be at your command. You absolutely must secure the highest score. Yehi's expression grows solemn. These matters are simple enough to handle, but first, there's one thing he needs to take care of. Yangzi's face grows anxious at those words. Is there something else? Yehi drags him out into the hallway. Take those cameras down right now. Ouyang, you've actually done me a huge favor. I've confirmed eat as long as you reach a certain achievement. you earn a chance to draw one template. And the greater the achievement, the higher the chance of receiving a high-tier template. Ouyang-zi, when it comes to management, is genuinely a talent. If he could help sweep away all of Ouyang-zi's obstacles, then with his own abilities, scaling the Dragon Blood Society to new heights was entirely feasible. If the Dragon Blood Society truly became the top organization at Hua University, the template reward would surely surpass anything he could obtain from the advanced exams at City. Martial prowess and templatish had to master both. The scene shifts to the Dragon Blood Society headquarters. All the members are already seated, gathered for the assembly. Xin Chen asks in a languid, bored tone. Yan Zhengsheng hasn't Ouyang-zi arrived yet. What's taking him so long? Hearing this, Zhengsheng silently broods. This little brat Xin Chen back, when the Dragon Blood Society was thriving. He addressed Ouyang-zi as president at every turn and showed him proper respect. Now, not only does he call him by name directly, but his every action reeks of provocation. Looks like this kid isn't here to play nice today. But Zhengsheng announces in a serious tone. The vice president went to escort the true president of the Dragon Blood Society. They'll be here shortly. Everyone grows curious upon hearing this. The true president? Those words make Xin Chen's expression darken instantly. Damn it, don't tell me it's him. Yan Zhengsheng, don't tell me you're still pinning your hopes on Yihe. You've seen Xiang Jianhui's strength. Among the first years, no one can compete with him. Know when to let go. Ouyang-zi has no chance of turning things around. Besides, what you've already gotten from the Dragon Blood Society is more than enough. Withdrawing at the right time, that's what a wise man does. Wu Si nods in agreement. Exactly. Placing your hopes on an outsider is completely pointless. A clever bird chooses its branch wisely. The Dragon Blood Society was always just a passing venture reppering. All that effort into propping it up will only get you crushed by greater powers. Right then, Zhengsheng begins losing his composure. What exactly are you two trying to do? Xin Chen lets out a laugh and declares. Surely everyone here knows of the Chu family of the imperial capital. They are a true martial lineage of Great Xia. The legitimate heir of the Chu family, one and only. Brother Chu Kai has already secured us a fine spot, following young Master Chuisant that far better than rotting in this half-dead Dragon Blood Society, waiting for Xiang Jianhui to sweep us all away. The members hearing this fall into deep contemplation. That's right, do you lot really believe in that Yihe fellow? He hasn't shown his face for months. With every kind of provocation thrown at him by the imperial capital natives, he still never appeared. You're right, indeed. No one can save the Blood Dragon Society anymore. We've all helped the Blood Dragon Society before. Now that it's crumbling, we don't owe anyone a thing. There's nothing wrong with following someone else for a better future, right? Exactly. Xin Chen flashes an incredibly smug grin. Fortunately, everything's been arranged in advance. Those wavering officers were already bribed by us beforehand. The sight of these turncoats enrages Zhengsheng. At that very moment, Brother Kai kicks the door wide open. Xin Chen, why are you so damn slow? I've been waiting downstairs, dying of impatience. He hastily gestures, Brother Kai, everything's done. We're about to leave right now. His appearance sends Zhengsheng into a rage. This is the Blood Dragon Society's hall. How the hell did you even get in here? Chu Kai appears completely nonchalant. How else? Busted the door down, obviously. Relax, I'll compensate when it's all over. Cultivation resources, as compensation those gate guards I thrashed probably can't earn this much in years. They might even go crazy with joy. These words push him completely over the edge. That bastard, just as Zhengsheng is about to strike, a pink-haired girl suddenly appears. Her expression is utterly calm as she gives a slight nod. Zhengsheng startles in confusion. This girl is no ordinary person. But his earlier hesitation infuriates Chu Kai, useless trash. Can't even take down one oversized fool on the spot. Xin Chen, get Su Wu and everyone else who wants to pledge loyalty, all of you. Charge in and beat him into a hospital bed for me. This is your chance to prove your loyalty. The crowd stands frozen, exchanging glances in silence, which only drives him further into a fury. What? You don't want to? Then don't even think about walking out that door on your own 2 feet. Did you really think Chu Kai's place is some kind of charity shelter that takes in any stray dog? A dog that won't bite when ordered. What the hell do I keep it for? At that very instant, a thunderous voice erupts, forcing everyone to clamp their hands over their ears. He coldly seizes Chu Kai by the head. Ouyang-zi, you left this mess for me to clean up. I heard the commotion from the 2nd floor. Ouyang-zi hastily apologizes. Sorry, Yihe. You've seen us at our worst. But our Blood Dragon Society truly needs a major overhaul. Chu Kai is still screaming. Let go. You dare grab my hair. Do you know who I am? Without a single word, Yi hurls both Chu Kai and the pink-haired girl straight out the door. He lets out a long sigh. Much quieter now. Both of them scream in terror as they go flying outside. Yi turns his head. Anything else you people need? A member hastily speaks up. I'm sorry, President. I was blinded just now. I listened to that scoundrel Xin Chen's instigation, and was even planning to leave the Blood Dragon Society. I thought to myself I've already displeased Chu Kai, and now I've lost my chance to join the Hua Capital Circle. I can't let the Blood Dragon Society cast me aside again. Ouyang quickly steps forward. This time, we won't expel you from the Blood Dragon Society. Your positions will enter a probationary period. Fail to meet expectations, and they will be stripped. For the rest of this week, you are barred from all Blood Dragon Society activities. Do you accept this punishment? They're taken aback. Yihi's gaze turns terrifying once more. I'm asking you, do you accept? A single glance is enough to terrify them all into submission. We accept. He nods, then get out. Ouyang, I've already grasped the current difficulties facing the Blood Dragon Society. In short, it's a lack of funds and investment, correct? That's correct. The Great Xia reclamation operation in 1 month will be our best opportunity to make our presence known. But that's too slow. I have a more direct approach. Ever since I returned to Hua University, I keep hearing one name Xiang Jianhui. I'll just drag out the root cause of the Blood Dragon Society's decline and beat him in a straight fight. Problem solved, right? These words leave everyone completely speechless. Ouyang suddenly recalls something. But this morning, Xiang Jianhui announced he's entering seclusion to break through to the martial master realm. Yi feels a twinge of regret. Looks like he can't challenge him to a fight after all. He ponders silently if the goal is to attract investment through a display of martial prowess. There's no need to limit himself to opponents from his own freshman year. He tells himself attracting investment this way is fundamentally about building a reputation. If I challenge every expert in the entire university, wouldn't the impact be even greater? Long Que's first division something seems to click in his mind. Got it, how much do you all know about them? At the mention of this, Zhang Cheng speaks solemnly. Long Que is the most formidable agency in our Great Xia, and the first division is the strongest research unit within Long Que. Members of the other divisions in Long Que are all called Long Que specialists, but every member of the first division is designated an ace. He probes, you really want to join, don't you? He nods eagerly. Of course, the first division is a club for the strong. Their division head ranks second in the entire Azure Dragon nation. Every year, the number of graduates from Hua University recruited into the first division can be counted on one hand, probably no more than 3. It's the place every martial artist at Hua University dreams of. A surprised smile spreads across his face. Now I know what to do. Get the Blood Dragon Society's media team moving. Spread the news, Yi announces with absolute conviction. Yi, president of the Blood Dragon Society and current ace specialist of Long Quez, First Division Herebai, challenge every martial artist below the Great Martial Master realm across the entirety of Hua University. How does that sound? Tell Mason the scale massive enough. This will definitely pull in a flood of investment. Contrary to his expectations, everyone falls completely silent. Zheng Cheng finally reacts, Brother He, are you really an ace specialist of the first division? Impossible. Setting aside the question of strength, you haven't even graduated. How could you have taken Long Que's recruitment exam? He answers, surprised, exam? I didn't take any exam. The details can't be disclosed, but I was directly appointed into the ranks. Wang Zi is bewildered. Brother He, you're not joking, are you? Something like this isn't something you joke about. He responds with utmost earnestness. I'm not joking. I was officially appointed just last night. The paperwork should be coming through any time now. Zheng Cheng strokes his chin, deep in thought. Then challenge all students below the Great Martial Master realm across the entire school. Hearing this, he silently calculates ordinary martial masters can be crushed outright. A few genius martial masters might take a bit more time. But to fight the stronger Great Martial Masters, I'd likely have to deploy my trump card, the Time Stop ability. That time-freezing ability relies on the element of surprise for an information advantage. Revealing this critical trump card just to attract investment isn't worth it. I might as well challenge the entire university directly. Meanwhile, Ouyang Zi is also deep in thought. Though it seems beyond the realm of common sense, if it's Yi, he's willing to believe him. For the Blood Dragon Society, I'll contact the media team immediately. And just like that, the news is spread far and wide. Yiheth, #1 figure among freshmen who vanished for half a year, has returned as an ace of the first division and declared he will challenge the entirety of Hua University. Who could possibly be this arrogant? Challenge the entire school. Have you guys ever heard of this Yihi character? I heard the pillar figure of this year's freshman class was Xiang Jianhui from the Hua family's top rankings. Yihi, I think I've heard that name before. They say he was this year's top freshman scorer, ranked first in the reformed entrance exam. Back then, he even shocked several academy deans. Seriously? Then how come there hasn't been a single peep about this guy for half a year? Whether challenging the whole school is insane or not, let's not even go there. But how the hell did he even get into Longque's first department? Every graduate who took the first department exam this year said the test was insanely difficult. It eliminated 99% of the participants. Looks like he didn't even pass the direct admission exam. He got in without even taking the test. Holy shit, relying on that innocent smile of yours, poster above. My smile isn't any less pure, you know. What the hell, shut it, all of you? Stop gossiping about the Hua University hospital situation. Glancing at the news on his phone, Chuzhou was stunned. He really can't sit still. Kingzhu immediately burst out laughing. Looks like someone's about to have a very bad day. The news was officially released. Yihi is a specially recruited talent of Hua University, admitted directly without taking the exam. People were buzzing non-stop. Longque has officially confirmed it, so it can't be fake. Maybe he got in through connections, and in reality has zero actual strength, completely unworthy of the ace title. Ouyang reminded them from the side. The trending traffic has already been inflated. The editorial elites steering public opinion are counting on you guys. They nodded, leave it to us. Various news stories kept exploding. If you want to know whether Yihi is the real deal or not, wouldn't just watching the live stream from the Imperial Academy's broadcast settle it? I bet Yihi is totally overhyped. There have to be a ton of backroom deals between him and the first department. Just wait till I watch the live stream. I absolutely have to see how he keeps up the act. Everyone, stop speculating about Yihi's strength here. There's going to be a live stream, right? When the time comes, just watch the stream and you'll know what's real and what's fake. I believe in Yihi. Since he himself called everyone to the arena and even live streamed the whole thing, it has to be legit. Seeing everything unfold according to Yihi's plan, Ouyang was thrilled. The opinion-leading accounts were split into multiple camps, each with a different persona. Some believed in Yihi. Some cursed him and prepared to watch him lose face. There were also self-proclaimed neutral factions. But regardless of which camp they belonged to, every single account mentioned one thing. Go watch Yihi's livestream under both overt and covert promotion. The hype for Yihi's livestream skyrocketed. Even major live streaming platforms sent representatives to contact the Dragon Blood Association for exclusive broadcasting rights. With traffic surging this high, advertisers also flocked over, fighting to throw money at the Dragon Blood Association. Yihi truly lives up to the hype. In just one day, our Dragon Blood Association miraculously secured a massive cash flow, resurrecting from the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, in Chu Kai's special hospital room, seeing the news sent him into a blind rage. I hadn't even found someone to teach you a lesson yet, and you've already organized an all-school martial challenge yourself. Isn't this courting death? Martial artists compete on the arena, but blades are merciless. An accidental kill is perfectly normal. In the blink of an eye, Yihi's challenge arrived. The stands were packed with excited spectators cheering wildly. Some even pulled out their phones to film the moment Yihi appeared. The host, looking absolutely badass, stepped out from a helicopter and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the arena tournament that everyone at Hua University has been eagerly awaiting has officially begun. Next, let us welcome tonight's star Yihi." The moment his name was called, he shot downward in an instant. A thunderous boom echoed as dust clouds erupted. Through the haze, Yihi emerged like an utterly badass hero. Comments exploded nonstop. Absolutely insane. The coolest entrance I've seen all year. Damn, I'm not sleeping tonight. Whether Yihi is actually the real deal, who knows, but his showmanship, absolutely peak. Now that's what a star of an arena tournament should look like. Descending from above, bathed in moonlight, his aura soaring to the heavens, Sanyeon, who stepped into the arena after him, would look utterly outclassed from the very first moment. He truly embodied the bearing of a protagonist. Though everyone said he was challenging the whole school, in truth, you lot are the ones who are the challengers. Amid thunderous applause, Yi strode forward to a roaring welcome from the crowd. Long Thao watching from the side. This freshman really knows how to put on a show. Holy shit, is that junior actually walking up? Bro, Long Thao, are you going up? He laughed. For those view counts, I've got to show my face. In his mind, he was already calculating after all. He was an internet celebrity, Too, how could he pass up views like this? Being the first to fight on the arena was a win-win regardless. If he won, he'd ride the viewership straight to fame. Even if he lost, once the person behind him defeated Yehi, he could always step forward and say, "I already drained most of Yehi's strength, that's the only reason you won." No matter what, he could leech off the hype. Moments later, he appeared before Yehi. This one is Long Thao, a second-stage martial artist, here to challenge the arena. Yehi replied calmly, "Dragon Blood Association, 8th stage martial artist, Yehi." The entire crowd in the stands erupted into cheers. The match began. In the very first second, Yehi coldly stomped his foot squarely into Long Thao's face. Everything happened so fast that Long Thao couldn't even react. "My views," he cried out. Next up, the second challenger appeared swiftly. "Yehi, I've come to fight you." Everyone immediately recognized her. Yao Ling, a second-year student. Though she was only a 5th-stage martial artist, she held the record of single-handedly defeating 7th-stage martial artists. She was the most outstanding figure in the entire second-year class. Even she's stepping into the ring. I wonder, is she actually a match for Yehi? No matter how you look at it, she's gotta be stronger than that internet celebrity Long Thao, right? Yehi remarked calmly, "The purity of your blade is far too low." After saying that, he proceeded to show Yao Ling what true power looked like. Yehi's expression remained utterly placid. "Sorry about that, I'm in a rush." The rest of Yaoka met me all at once. The remaining challengers immediately seized their weapons and charged. This first-year punk is way too arrogant. Everyone rush in together and teach this brat a lesson. So what if he has dragon essence? Looking down on everyone like that. Faced with these taunts, Yehi casually picked up his weapon and elegantly dismantled each and every one of them. They were clearly no match for him. Every single one was beaten back and sent flying. The crowd in the stands roared and cheered without pause. Watching the live stream from his hospital bed, Chu Kai trembled. Damn it, how is he this strong? At this rate, how am I supposed to find someone to get revenge on Yehi? The person I find would probably be sent straight to the hospital the moment they step into the ring. Perhaps only one person can do it, me brother, the eldest son of the Zhu family, Zhu Yanting. But that guy was a rigid, principled man. He definitely wasn't the type to avenge his little brother just to soothe someone's wounded pride. Unless an utterly wicked smile crept across Chu Kai's face. Meanwhile, on the arena, Yehi had already dealt with everyone who dared stand in his way. Anyone else? The group of defeated challengers shuddered, staring at him in disbelief. Can't he show even a little restraint? Leave some face for both sides, for God's sake. Holy shit, the second and third-year students of the Imperial Academy have completely lost all dignity. From now on, they'll be forever etched on the university's wall of shame. Just mentioning Yehi is enough to drag us out as stepping stones for him. At this moment, another fighter joins Yehi's challenge bout. The comments immediately explode. Damn, Brother Yanting has stepped in. We're saved. Finally, a 9th-stage martial master has emerged from seclusion to deal with Yehi. Zhu Yanting is no ordinary 9th-stage martial master. He recultivated his entire foundation from scratch, pushing his martial realm to absolute perfection. He can even defeat opponents a full tier above him. Zhu Yanting naturally wields the Zhu family's bloodline power, solar primordial blood. The purity of his bloodline power is said to be the absolute pinnacle among all generations of the Zhu family. He has always struggled to control the enormous torrent of energy raging within his bloodline. Since childhood, episodes of losing control have been dangerously frequent. Only a specially designed nano-battle suit can regulate and suppress his body temperature. At the same time, having him study the 4 arts of refinement: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, along with the heart-calming sutra since childhood to temper his temperament, is what allowed him to live a normal life. Yehi will pay the price for his arrogance. Just then, Yanting suddenly bows his head. Previously, my younger brother Chu Kai caused trouble at your esteemed club. Whatever losses your club has suffered, we will compensate in full. Yehi frowns in confusion. You're the older brother of that messy-haired guy. Yanting nods in confirmation. That's right. Yehi sighs and speaks. You don't strike me as the aggressive type. If you're not here to reclaim face for that messy-haired Chu Kai, then what exactly are you challenging the arena for? Yanting immediately lowers his head. Indeed, I am not here for that disgrace of a brother, Chu Kai. It is because of what you have done to the Zhu family's reputation, Yehi. Although my brother was at fault in this matter, you should not have tarnished the honor of the Zhu family. Listening until this point, he bursts out laughing. Tarnishing the Zhu family's honor, how terribly familiar this plot sounds. Sure enough, small-minded people only know how to embellish and slander others. Forget it, doesn't matter. go ahead, make your move. I want you to kneel and apologize to the Zhu family before every teacher and student in the entire academy. Yi responds calmly, if you want me to apologize, you'd better have the skill to back it up. These words ignite a furious rage in Yanting. As for Yi, he has been eagerly awaiting this fight. Just a few seconds later, both fighters clash head-on with overwhelming force. Thousands of punches from both sides rain down upon each other without pause. The atmosphere turns terrifying. Yanting has been completely enraged by Yi to the point of madness. Yet Yi refuses to be outdone and charges forward to retaliate. A deafening explosion erupts. The power of both fighters is utterly catastrophic. Suddenly, Yanting's flesh begins to transform. Even Yi, witnessing this, is taken aback. His nano-battle suit has been shed. The temperature spikes violently. It seems he is truly going all out in this battle. The comments flood in solar primordial blood. That brat Yi is finished. Up in the stands, everyone is buzzing. These two are way too strong. Exactly, compared to Long Cao and Yao Ling from before, they're on an entirely different level. On the arena floor, the power of both fighters has fully erupted. Comments pour in, as expected of martial arts elites. Zhu Yanting's strength is truly extraordinary. Of course, who else can even last a few rounds against Yi these days? Yi is the great demon king of Hua University now. Yanting is stunned. Is that Yi's monster form? Why does it look like a demon? The more they fight, the more excited Yi becomes. Don't lose focus, young Master Zhu. Hesitation means defeat. The two of them battle from one end of the arena to the other with wild abandon. Suddenly, a little boy cheers enthusiastically from the sidelines. Go, fire-breathing big bro. Take down the great demon king Yi. Yanting sighs, wiping the grime from his face. How could Long Que possibly take an interest in someone with such brutish attacks? Or is this just my imagination? Why do I keep feeling like this brat is getting bigger and bigger? Yi bursts out laughing. Have some confidence, senior brother Zhu. I really am growing bigger. It's not about releasing all the anthropomorphic energy outward to form a humanoid body, but rather utilizing the vampire's superior flesh and blood manipulation to gradually release the anthropomorphic energy from within. This way, I maintain both agility and neural reflex speed, while simultaneously multiplying my physical growth with every passing second. Right now, beating you is as easy as an adult beating a child. Realizing Yi's true strength leaves Yanting shaken to his core. No wonder this monster dares to challenge the entire academy. Can a human being truly possess such terrifying physical power? I always thought my deficient meridians were monstrous enough, but compared to Yi, they're absolutely nothing. This guy really is a humanoid, high-level magical beast. My bones can no longer withstand his power. The martial body I poured so much effort into forging is about to collapse. Looks like I'll have to rebuild it from scratch all over again. First, I have to deal with the monster right in front of me. With that thought, Yanting surges forward, dashing behind Yi. If I can't match you in strength, then I'll use speed as my advantage to win. Yi calmly turns his head and replies, it seems you haven't studied any of my combat data beforehand. You came to challenge me without any preparation at all. You're the arrogant one here. Blows continue to fly. Yanting's face twists into a grimace as he thinks silently, Yi, if you take this hit, you might die. Don't blame me for not warning you. At the same time, Yanting completely unleashes the full power he possesses. He raises his hand high into the air. Immediately after, raging flames erupt across his entire body. The spectators in the stands can't help but gasp and cheer. The thermal energy is insane. It's practically warping the entire surrounding environment. Truly worthy of the Zhu family masters of fire arts cultivation. A fireball rapidly forms in Yanting's palm. Wasting no time, he locks his gaze on Yi. Earth Fiend Martial Technique Solar Demon Palm. The moment he finishes, he hurls the fireball straight at Yi without an ounce of hesitation. Yi's eyes suddenly flash with anticipation. Now that's more like it, but you think you're the only one who can launch ranged attacks. Perfect, I'll use you to test out my newly self-created martial technique. An incredibly excited grin spreads across his face. Roaring Dragon Fortress. The power of both fighters collides head-on. The chaotic spectacle leaves every single pair of eyes glued to the arena. Everyone witnesses Yanting's overwhelming power get completely shattered and dispersed. He still cannot bring himself to believe the reality before him. I'm going to die. The torrent of Yi's power rockets straight up to the moon high above. At this moment, Shi Jingwen appears with a word of caution. Yi, you've gone a bit too far. He scratches his head awkwardly and explains, isn't it because you arrived, Principal, that I went all out to make it a fight worthy of the moment? Shi Jingwen appears, carrying the unconscious Yanting after the battle. A satisfied smile spreads across his face. I merely came to observito, see what this grand dueling tournament you've been organizing is all about. Who knew you'd drag me out here as a guest of honor? This was deliberate, wasn't it? He regards Yehi with a probing gaze. Yehi forces an awkward smile and explains, there was no other way, Principal. If you didn't step onto the stage, my arena would still have zero reputation. Just this once, please help your student out. He ponders for a moment, then sighs. Your mentor Gong Ki keeps telling me you're clumsy and dim-witted. It seems you've just been pulling her leg all along. Very well. This time, I'll give you face and personally step onto the stage to help you hold the arena. Shi Jingwen then uses a voice transmission technique to address the entire crowd. Next, are there any more students who wish to challenge Yehi? If not, I hereby declare that Yehi has successfully faced the entire academy and defended his title as arena master. The remaining students tremble with fear at the declaration. Hey, you go challenge Yehi. Me? Challenge Yehi? His atomic breath would slice me into 25 pieces. Did you see that energy wave from just now? You'd be vaporized on the spot. There wouldn't even be fragments left. Then how about we take turns fighting Yehi to wear him down? All right, then you go next. Seeing that no one steps forward, Shi Jingwen turns and announces, then I declare Yehi the victor of this round. Yehi, first-year student with the cultivation base of a martial artist single-handedly, challenged the entire school's martial faculty. None before him have done it, none after him shall compare. Yehi's name will forever be enshrined in the annals of the imperial capital, praised, glorified, and immortalized as legend. Lively chatter erupts as they stare at the search boards flooded with Yehi's name, witnessing a new star slowly rising not just for Hua University, but for all of humanity. That's truly the top scholar of our city. Never have I told anyone I'm from city and felt this proud about it. Holy hell, I knew since childhood that Yehi had the bearing of a dragon and phoenix. I'm Yehi's uncle. If you want more news about him, just follow me. That guy up there is a scammer, block him now. The nation-guarding martial saint has entered seclusion to heal his injuries. The fate of the protecting great grandmaster, Du Jingaming, remains unknown. 12 cities have fallen. At this very moment, Yehi's emergence is truly a gift from the heaven sent to shield our great nation. The scene shifts to City's first high school. The students cheer wildly. Yehi is incredible. He hasn't let down in City's first high school. Yehi, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Students, you must study hard and strive to become the next Yehi. Comments keep flooding in. Why did Shi Jingwen, the principal of Hua University, step forward to personally announce Yehi's victory? Why does a private event need the principal's public endorsement? What exactly is the relationship between Yehi and Shi Jingwen? In other words, who exactly is backing Yehi from the shadows? Because of Shi Jingwen's actions, the name Yehi has landed squarely in the crosshairs of countless organizations and powers. This student may not be as simple as his file suggests. He's just an orphan. The host also reported that Yehi's identity is linked to top-secret classified information held by Lonk. All parties are hereby ordered to immediately cease all speculation targeting him. Failure to comply will result in Lonk initiating enforcement measures. This leaves Zhai Yang utterly elated. Excellent. Everyone, give it up for Xin Chen. Let him make those petty fools regret everything. The Dragon Blood Association rises up. Just then, he remembers something. Captain Yehi, where did our #1 hero go? Zheng Sheng is surprised. He said he had something to take care of and rushed off just a moment ago. The scene shifts to Yehi's dormitory room. Inside the room, the mad doctor reports, Master, I've secured the golden gene you stashed in City. He asks, do you have a way to open it? The old man speaks his mind with utmost seriousness. I do. After all, in my former life, I was one of the lead engineers on the Golden Gene project. But this vial is fitted with an electronic signal emitter. The moment it's opened, the opener gets tagged with an electronic tracking signal and the Lesh Bird headquarters will trace that signal to hunt them down. Yehi presses, is there any way to block this kind of signal? The mad doctor confirms there is. I've already begun procuring materials to construct a signal jamming chamber. He probes how long until it's complete. I estimate half a month should suffice for construction. However, decoding the complex mathematical cipher embedded in the vial will also require at least half a month. Yehi nods, hurry it up. Of course, the most important thing is ensuring your own safety. With that, he swiftly uses the controller to terminate the call. In his mind, he silently calculates, I just reviewed the mad doctor's memories. I never expected that Payman once maintained a close cooperative relationship with the God-descending kingdom. Back then, Kam Manangu leveraged his vast resources to secretly cultivate a demonic embryo for the God-descending kingdom. But when the embryo was nearly fully mature, Kam Man betrayed the God-descending kingdom. Throughout the long incubation period, the mad researchers secretly tampered with numerous compounds ensuring that when the demon was born into the world, it would be exceptionally frail. In the end, Bio successfully captured the first living demon specimen in human history. Afterward, BAC dismembered that demon organ by organ for experimentation. With a living demon whose life form level far surpassed every creature on Azure Star as raw material, and Manhwa's mastery in bioscience was like an F1 driver, flooring the accelerator and tearing down the track at full speed. In the end, they produced groundbreaking research based on the demon's body such as the world-shaking Eden Plan. In this plan, the madmen of Payman intended to forge a god in the mortal world. This artificial god was meant not only to protect Azure Star from covert infiltration, and to prevent otherworldly demons from descending, it also sought to abolish the current nation-state system of Azure Star, replacing everything with a divine brain, standing above all organizations and collectives, to realize absolute equity and transform Azure Star into the legendary Garden of Eden. There were also plans to overhaul the gene system of all humanity, achieving a quantum leap in the evolution of all living species. The Fire Seed planet was the precursor to the Lesh Bird Golden Gene Project. Thinking this far, Yehi lets out a sigh. Payman's influence runs too deep. Back then, just casually mentioning the keyword, gene, got me mistakenly linked to Payman. I have a premonition that sooner or later, I'll be dragged into the Payman vortex. That said, I've been so busy helping Oyang-Z that I haven't had time to study the badge Senior Azure Dragon gave me. Now's the perfect time to practice the sleep cultivation technique. When Yehi opens his eyes once more, a torrential downpour cascades from the sky. The dream has swiftly pulled him into a new reality. The battlefield stretching before him leaves him stunned. This place seems to have endured a brutal clash, but the battle scars suggest it wasn't a fight between humans. Countless scorched scars carve into the earth, ones that even the cold downpour cannot wash away. Claw marks clearly not human or the ground. The landscape here has become utterly devastated. After assessing the situation, Yehi muses, the rain has stopped. Wearing this thick, heavy Western-style armor, can I even fight freely in it? Better take it off. In this martial fate space, I can't bring out my full strength yet. I'll just scavenge their weapons to use for now. The time is almost up. The master of this martial fate space, like a quest NPC, should be showing up by now, right? The moment he finishes speaking, colossal monsters rapidly appear on the horizon. A mysterious old man on a horse-drawn carriage casts a single glance at Yehi, then hastily drives off, leaving Yehi bewildered as to why he fled. The horse's legs suddenly tremble, unable to advance a single step further. Yehi grabs hold of the carriage with one hand, stopping it cold. Old man, why do you run the moment you see me? Shouldn't you be handing me a quest challenge? The old man erupts in fury. This brat actually has the strength to hold back an entire carriage. What do I have to say to a bandit like you? Realizing the old man seems to have misunderstood something, Yehi is taken aback. Bandits, his eyes blaze with hostility and hatred. Stop playing dumb. That blue-haired martial artist who barged in back then wasn't. He also after our family's inheritance. My useless, unfilial children were good for nothing. I could only persist in this martial fate space to safeguard my family's glory. Who could have known that blue-haired martial artist would break through his realm, storm into this martial fate space, and plunder the inheritance by brute force? How are you any different from him? Just another bandit. This situation leaves Yehi momentarily speechless. Old man, I don't care about the grudge festering in your heart. But as a quest-giving NPC, you can't just sit there and do nothing. With that, he swings his sword and cleaves straight at the carriage. The sudden strike leaves the old man utterly dumbfounded. Hey kid, what do you think you're doing? A thrilled grin spreads across his face. Sorry, old man. Since the quest NPC refuses to cooperate and tries to slip away, I'll just have to drag you along while I explore this map. The old man stomps forward. You little brat, dare to destroy my carriage, will you? Yehi follows behind. My apologies. You are the master of this Wyan space, so I'll have to trouble you with guiding the way. The old man walks forward, cursing under his breath in irritation. You certainly know your manners better than that blue-haired martial artist from before. By following these eruption traces, we should be able to locate the trial site. Hearing this, Yehi raises his head and gazes ahead. The eruption traces vanish right here. What a headache. The old man silently calculates in his mind. This kid. Brat, you actually think I'd lead you to the trial site? How naive I would be, lost in this Wyan space for eternity. Wait. It seems he's already noticed something is off. Hold on, since there are no tracks on the ground, could it have taken to the sky? Yihee's deduction stuns the old man. He never expected this brat to uncover such a crucial clue so quickly. With observation skills like that, combined with the talent he displayed earlier, if only he were truly a descendant of this old man's clan. What a pity, Yihee speaks up without hesitation. Every flying creature, without exception, builds its nest at high elevation. We're standing in a vast plain right, no just keep searching in this direction. The highest point we find will be our target. Old man, I'll have to trouble you to lend me your horse for a bit. Sometime later, across a sprawling mountain range, Yihee rides the colossal steed, galloping through the terrain. The horse's eyes widen. It has sensed something amiss. At last, it lets out a ferocious roar. Yihee tightens his grip on his weapon. The horse senses danger. Looks like we've arrived. What is that? He raises his head and stares at the colossal monsters looming in the sky. Could this be the lair of the star-devouring Calamitide, legendary nemesis of the Jimo-Ra? The monsters gape their massive maws wide, attacking without hesitation, their destructive power surging as they charge straight at the two of them. Before Yihee and the old man can react, a colossal bolt of lightning crashes down upon the area. The old man quickly regains his composure. Even if they found the right location, the boy is nothing more than a speck of dust, to be incinerated by the creature's wrath. I am the master of this space, I won't die. That brat is still far too green. This trial was never about slaying the multi-headed white dragon head-on. It was about seeking out the spirit treasures guarded by exotic beasts within the snowy mountain range, then offering them to the multi-headed white dragon to earn its acknowledgment. Then could one receive the inheritance. Of course, that blue-haired one was an exception. After breaking through to the next realm, he relied on his terrifying might to slaughter multiple white dragons and seize the inheritance by brute force. But this brat, absolutely impossible, with his cultivation base. Yet in the very first attack, Yihee's familiar silhouette emerges and the old man freezes in shock. The brat is still alive. Something is wrong with his body. He grins with exhilaration. For the first time, upon entering the Wayun space, the monster template actually channels its power into his body. The reason is Simple's fusion rate had been far too low until now. As his compatibility with the monster template gradually increases, its power seeps into his very soul. Because of this, he can finally wield the monster template's full power within the Wayun space. That is why the sword he intended to use has become entirely useless. No witness my true power. The old man is terrified by the spectacle. How is this even possible? Is this brat a monster too? He transforms into a monstrous beast, ready to clash against the creature. With the Jimo-Ra at 71% compatibility, he channels the artifact's full power, completely devouring the colossal transformation energy and achieving Jimo-Ra's complete form. But this terrifying power is not without limits. Once the transformation energy and nuclear power are fully depleted, he will revert from this divine demonic form. By optimistic estimates, he can only sustain it for 2.5 minutes. But that is more than enough. Yihee is still calculating when a monster suddenly lunges at him. He dispatches it with ruthless efficiency. The Jimo-Ra clashes against the star-devouring calamity. The horrifying spectacle leaves the watching old man frozen in place. Good heavens, space itself has been torn asunder by Yihee's rampage. The monsters are driven back one after another. He thrills at the exhilaration of this battle. Then let us recreate this legendary battle within the Wayun space. Sensing the dire shift in momentum, the surrounding monsters quickly link together. Yihee observes it all. You think you can bully me just because I can't call for backup. In an instant, he devises another attack strategy. My power has fully erupted, but don't forget, I can strike from range too. His expression fierce, Yihee glares at the monsters without wasting a second. The creatures attack in unison, but Yihee shows not a shred of fear. A deafening explosion tears through the sky. Yihee assesses the situation. Gravelithis is no mere contest of raw power. He tilts his head back and roars to the heavens, Jimo-Ra meteor. The ferocious monsters fail to comprehend what is happening. Within seconds, meteors rain down relentlessly upon them. The monsters below are reduced to a wretched, devastating sight. Yihee lets out a breath now. Only 3 heads remain. Reminds me of a certain 3-headed dragon. He steps forward slowly, eyes burning with resolve. These 3 heads won't last much longer either. With those words, Yihee opens his maw wide and delivers a decisive strike. One must admire dispatch those monsters with breathtaking speed and precision. Their hearts now rest firmly in Yihee's grasp. The battle has truly ended. Watching from afar, the old man is still reeling in disbelief. Have I fallen under some kind of illusion? How can someone assume the form of a monster and slaughter the multi-headed white dragon with such overwhelming power? Something snaps the old man back to his senses. He casually hurls the monster's heart down before him and strolls over, speaking with nonchalance. That was exhilarating. In the end, nothing beats tearing through the battlefield while piloting a colossal beast's body. Old man, now that I've slain this dragon, I already know where the Wyan Space's inheritance lies. I won't be troubling you any further. The old man suddenly bursts out in your dreams. He barely pays the old man any mind. I knew you'd say that. I'll find it myself. He plunges both hands straight into the heart he just claimed. A searing sensation hits him unbearably hot. It feels like molten iron, as if his arms are about to melt away. Suddenly, he senses something abnormal. Found it. Without the slightest hesitation, he dives into the heart. It's a bit heavy, though. Moments later, he emerges with an item in hand. The old man's eyes lock onto the object, and he freezes instantly. Strange tendrils continuously sprout from the item. They coil tightly around Yihi's arms, then morph into razor-sharp spikes that plunge straight into his body. In mere moments, a magnificent suit of armor materializes upon him, the earth, fiend dismemberment inheritance, the genuine dragon armor. A radiant grin spreads across his face. The old man watches everything from afar. He silently mused, the strength and physique of most are far too weak. They cannot possibly bear the weight of the dragon armor, nor withstand the blood it demands. Even that blue-haired martial artist, despite forcing the dragon armor on, only received 90% of its inheritance. This brat is the first martial artist this year to be fully acknowledged by the dragon armor. He turns his attention to the old man. You're asking how, just as you saw I simply put it on. What's so difficult about that? The old man trembles with rage, his entire body quaking. This brat. But quickly, his arms relax and drop to his sides. Forget it, if the ancestors have already acknowledged him, then I won't hold a grudge. When there's no one left in the clan to inherit the legacy, passing it to someone more worthy is perhaps a blessing in disguise. At least this inheritance won't be tainted. Yihi's eyes light up. Old man, I feel like this inheritance is still missing something. There has to be a second part right. He roars in fury. Don't be so greedy, brat. You've already robbed me blind. Don't tell me you have your eyes set on the rest of my clan's treasures too. Yihi replies with a brilliant smile. The dragon armor technique is far too extreme and suppressive. It only trains external power. To achieve true internal-external balance, a martial artist must combine it with an internal cultivation technique of equal caliber. Otherwise, the internal organs of an ordinary martial artist simply cannot withstand the dragon armor's crushing pressure. Their bones would be ground to dust under its weight, and their flesh and blood would be wrung completely dry. Therefore, only when this body-tempering method merges both internal and external cultivation does it become a complete art rank at the Heavenly Star Martial technique level. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I absolutely cannot let it slip. Time passes. 1 week later in Yihi's room. His phone rings nonstop. Yihi picks up, his feeble voice coming through. Chuzhou, what's going on? Lately I've spent 80% of my time training in a haze. There's too much information about the dragon armor technique. To digest I need time to absorb it all in the cultivation space. Yihi, listen up, he announces over the phone. Liu Qingzhu and I were discharged yesterday. We've been told to report to the University Activity Center today to collect our mission rewards. Oh, right, the Student Council President asked me to relay a message. Your portion of the mission reward can only be collected at the principal's office. The principal himself will handle the distribution. He asks lazily, I have to go to the principal's office. Don't tell me the principal wants a private chat with me. The vast space before him is the central hub of Hua University's floating Sidith Tianfang Tower. A gentle female voice calls out, Mr. Yihi, I've been expecting you. My name is Manhua. Principal, she is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me. Yihi nods seriously. All right. He silently thinks this woman doesn't emit any martial energy whatsoever. Yet she doesn't feel like an ordinary person either. Could it be that she's not human? The two of them step into the elevator heading to the upper floors. Suddenly, she turns her head. Are you very curious about my body, Mr. Yihi? He hurriedly replies, You've misunderstood. I was just curious about the cutting-edge technology, that's all. Without the slightest hesitation, Manhua removes her top. It is different. Yihi jolts in shock. What's different? Wait, you really misunderstood me. I swear I didn't mean it that way. She takes off her top, showing him that this mass-produced model's internal construction differs greatly from a human female's. Only the upper portion was faithfully replicated to make her more visually appealing. He's stunned. So that's the difference that scared the hell out of me. Hua University's technology is truly cutting-edge. Finally, the elevator doors slide open. Nuwa quickly bows her head. The principal is waiting for you in the office. Yehi nods, thank you for your trouble. Without hesitation, he steps forward. An overwhelming force suddenly presses down on him, startling him. His entire body feels as if it's being crushed by immense gravity as he sinks into the chair. Shi Jingwen studies him for a moment, then asks, rest well. It's been quite a while. Have you learned the Azure Dragon Martial Technique manual I gave you? He asks in confusion, why am I suddenly here? Where is this? This is the principal's office. He gently sets a cup of tea down on the table. This tea was refined by the Research Institute using ingredients from a secret realm. The taste is quite unique. Give it a try. Yi cautiously takes a sip, probing carefully. Principal, the ability you just use it's related to spatial manipulation, isn't it? Shi Jingwen nods in confirmation. Indeed, it allows spatial displacement within a certain range. His eyes widen instantly, just as he suspected. Otherwise, the principal couldn't have saved Zhu Yanting. A spatial-related cultivation technique is at minimum on the same tier as that heaven-defying temporal suspension ability. Shi Jingwen calmly raises the teacup to his lips. Your academy points and all resource access cards for the Imperial Capital have been transferred to your account. As the primary contributor in completing the Level 5 mission, you are entitled to choose 2 Earth Fiend martial techniques and commission a custom high-grade weapon. Yehi's expression immediately turns glum. He doesn't need weapons or equipment right now. He then proposes, Principal, I'd like to access the archives on the genetic project. With sufficient clearance, I could investigate more information about the evil cult. Of course, I don't have any other before he can finish his sentence. Shi Jingwen has already nodded. Approved. This nearly makes him blow his top. Could the principal actually see the script of fate? At that moment, Shi Jingwen stands up. Let's go. I'll take you to the archives room. He startles, but I haven't even finished my tea yet. He calmly pushes open the massive door. It won't be too late to drink after you've seen the archives. The vast space before him leaves Yehi completely awestruck. What in Thuhat the hell is this? What creature's brain is this? And it's only half. Only then does Shi Jingwen explain. This is Nuwa's central processing unit, their true form. At last, Yehi understands. So that's what Nuwa really is. And that staff member we met was she also created by. He nods and reveals, several decades ago, this half-brain belonged to PH. This revelation leaves Yehi unable to hide his shock. That's insane. The God-descending kingdom plan, which means this half-brain originally belonged to the first otherworldly demon captured alive in human historia. Transcendent existence of terrifying powers. This being was torn apart at the peak of its power, split into fragments. In those years, they were both insane and formidable. No wonder they dared to plan something so monstrous to slay a god and unify the entire planet. Dividing all of humanity would have been child's play to them. Shi Jingwen calls out, Nuwa. A soft voice responds, Sir, I'm here. He walks to the control console and retrieves the documents. Information floods across the screen in an instant. Yes, sir. Shi Jingwen compiles everything onto a USB drive, then places it before Yehi. I've included a partial copy of Nuwa's data on this USB for you. Anything you want to know, you can ask Nuwa directly. This unexpected gift leaves Yehi completely frozen. Heaven knows how many core secrets Nuwa's central computer manages secrets of Hua University. Classified strategic missions of Dazir itself. And Shi Jingwen is just handing this to him. The weight of such trust feels utterly surreal. Could there be some hidden agenda behind this? Shi Jingwen has already placed the USB in his hand. Stop spacing out, even as the principal of Hua University. Sir, bringing an unauthorized student in here is a serious violation. By the time we leave, they'll already know. Yehi startles in surprise. Is the principal himself leading the charge in breaking the rules? Meanwhile, in another location, Xiang Jianhui sits in deep, focused meditation, completely oblivious to his surroundings. His power seems to have erupted. After finishing his cultivation session, Xiang Jianhui feels exhilarated. In just the first semester of his freshman year, he's already traversed the path that most Hua University students take over a year to complete. The gap between people is truly staggering. Even among geniuses, there are Tirsan someone like Xiang Jianhui stands at the very peak. A familiar figure appears Yehi. Hey friend, you done yet? Xiang Jianhui feels a surge of intense interest. So you're the Yehi that Aoyangzi told me about. You came right to my doorstep. The words render Yehi speechless. You're also from the Dragon Blood Society. If you have business, go find Aoyangzi. I need to use the cultivation room right now. Hearing Yehi's words, Xiang Jianhui can barely contain his excitement. Playing dumb are we? Don't tell me you have no idea who I am. Listen carefully. My name is Xiang Jianhui. That's right, very one who dragged Yang Zi underground, nearly turning your little goodwill squad into a footnote in history. The king of freshmen. Before he can finish his sentence, Yi's palm already crashes into him. He lets out a sigh and steps inside. I told you I need the training room, and you just had to stand here blocking the door, yapping away. Annoying as hell. The rest of it, Xiang Jianhui never learns. After all, by the time Xiang Jianhui regains consciousness from his stupor, an entire week has already passed. The scene shifts to the premium training chamber, reserved exclusively for gifted students. A triumphant grin spreads across Yi's face. Finally, no one left to stand in his way. The king of monsters is starving beyond endurance. Come feast your heart's content. All the magic cores he has gathered over this period, Tojder, with Hua University's subsidies, and the ones he purchased on Topferithing is here. It is time to boost the Emperor Template's overall sync rate, considering that dumping a massive load of magic cores to spike the sync rate in one go would plunge his body into a dormant metamorphosis while unleashing waves of radioactive energy. He had specifically instructed Manhwa, the campus AI, to reserve the largest sealed training chamber available. Manhwa's voice chimes in hello. Manhwa is online. He nods in satisfaction. Ever since obtaining Manhwa, Hua University has felt like home. Anything he needs, just have Manhwa open the permissions. No paperwork, no procedures. When others wield special privileges, he seethes with indignation. When he wields them, absolutely magnificent. Manhwa, activate the training chamber's energy shield. I'm starting. The female voice responds immediately. Yes, sir. The levels of Yi's upgrades climb continuously, yet he still grumbles not enough. The higher the sync rate climbs, the harder it becomes to push further. The quantity and even quality of magic cores required scale exponentially. This is the drawback of high-tier templates. The maturation period stretches far too long, and the resources demanded are monstrous. A template that cannot be converted into battle power in time only throttles his growth. This is precisely why he still has to grind through this transcendent martial arts system the hard way. A system warning flashes. High-energy signal detected exceeding standard thresholds, suppressing alert notifications, and adjusting energy concealment to maximum level. He mutters to himself, even if you are running a cheat, you have got to cheat smart. After all, plenty of cheaters still die. They still lose, do they not? The timer reads 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 44 seconds remaining. Yi's body sinks deep into a thick cocoon of ice. Seeing the moment has arrived, he suddenly lets out a thunderous roar. The stargate bursts open. The king of monsters manifests in the world, and on the other side, a luxury yacht hovers silently in the sky. Shi Jingwen announces calmly, today marks the start of Zia's great reclamation. 70% of all martial artists nationwide are mobilized. Zia's warriors must retake 12 fallen cities. He stands before hundreds of thousands of students assembled below. Shi Jingwen's voice rings out with steely resolve. Students of Hua University, all of you light the beacon of war with your blood and martial energy. The students roar in unison, yes, sir. This fills him with deep satisfaction. The war beacons forged from your blood, and chi shall soar straight into the heavens, converging and intertwining through the clash of martial energy and lifeblood. This is our fighting spirit, spirit of warriors willing to die to reclaim our lost territory and restore Zia. Every mission, every plan, you all know them by heart. I know many of you are already prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice, but we must return alive. Only the living can carry hope. Hua University will forever be your home. It will always be here, waiting for your return. All Imperial martial artists swear the oath with me. No enemy stands before our army. The students thunder in response. No enemy stands before our army. Inside the training chamber, Yi remains submerged in his deep slumber. No one can rouse him from this sleep. On the other side, Yu Yan hurries to her station. Her subordinate bows hastily, Director Yu. This woman has been confirmed as Yu Yan, formerly a Level 2 researcher at Vu Engim Corporation, currently a senior manager at Lesh Bird. She frowns and curses. First, the golden gene went missing, then a critical base came under attack, and to top it off, an elite squad was annihilated. This year, Lesh Bird has suffered incident after incident. The board of directors is already growing suspicious. All of this traces back to one person. Their goal is to destroy Lesh Bird. They just lack proof. Although the Black Master scrubbed the evidence at Jinshin Temple, Dragon Sparrow has still zeroed its crosshairs on Lesh Bird. If Dragon Sparrow had not been so preoccupied with retaking the fallen cities, Lesh Bird would likely already be dismantled. However, precisely because every martial artist in the nation is fixated on the fallen cities, Lesh Bird finally has the window to unleash that creature during this brief lull. That would be the Bandoza Boxa failed product of the first-generation Golden Gene. Never mind that it can drag a person into an abyss of eternal damnation. Since it is an individual carrying the Golden Gene, even a failed specimen can sense the location of other Golden Gene carriers. Even if it is prone to losing control, it remains the only hunting dog capable of tracking down the lost Golden Gene. With that, Yu Yan strides briskly into the depths of the laboratory. She pulls out a ring of keys and carefully enters each passcode one by one. The massive door finally grinds open. Gazing at the bronze statue before her, she speaks flatly. Without a shred of hesitation, Yu Yan steps into the space beyond. Her expression twists grotesquely. It's time for the world to witness your terror. Aboard the aircraft soaring through the sky, inside its spacious interior, everyone busies themselves with their assigned tasks. The trembling operator reports, continuing forward on the current bearing. The secretary rushes over. Commander, the coordinates this hunting dog is pointing toward appear to be West City. The commander's expression darkens. West City, one of the fallen city's Dragon Sparrow, is preparing to retake. The subordinates scramble to reassure him. Rest easy, Commander. As long as the one who stole the Golden Gene isn't a Grandmaster-level expert, even if they're a martial scholar, we can corner and eliminate them swiftly. Exactly, Commander. Under your leadership, when have we ever lost? As long as we don't run into Dragon Sparrow's vanguard, we can pull out safely. He issues the next order. Eva, mask the aircraft's signal. Also, take over the flight controls, engage autopilot mode. Eva responds crisply. As you wish, sir. A crew member suddenly calls out, Commander, the aircraft's flight heading seems off. Everyone jolts in alarm. The aircraft's lost control. The commander turns and executes the subordinate behind him without a moment's hesitation. Seeing this, the remaining crew members freeze in terror. Commander, since when did you betray us? He turns back to face them. That phrasing isn't quite right. I was never one of Lesh Bird's people to begin with, so how could I be a traitor? My apologies, everyone. Wait for me in hell and you can punish me to your heart's content. But for now I'll have to ask you all to die ahead of me. Everyone trembles violently. Commander, the creature at his side bursts into raucous laughter. They're all dead meat, hey. Budakin, I drink their blood. I'm so thirsty. The commander picks up a still-beating heart. Every crew member here is a great martial master. You'd better savor their hearts. Hunting Dodgyu are free now. Then in a grotesque display, the creature unhinges its maw and laps everything up. Still not enough. Give me all of it. The commander nods in satisfaction. I was supposedly a special agent of North Beekdun, and here I am now, feeding a dog. The creature mutters continuously, its words incomprehensible. What do you want me to do? He extends his hand slowly forward. I don't need you to do anything special. Just go wild on Dazia's territory. Right now, Dazia has launched its reclamation of the lost cities. Their revival is the last thing North Beekdun wants to see. I need to get going now. If I linger, you might just tear me apart too. These great martial master corpses are yours, a feast for your first meal out of captivity. With that, the commander leaps off the aircraft. The creature quivers with elation. Before it was a hunting dog on a leash. Now it is a rabid beast unchained. Just mindless biting. You've sorely underestimated it. This thing wants to rip every last soul to shreds and devour them whole. It hurls every ounce of its strength into violent thrashing, shaking the very bolts from their housings. In the next instant, the bolts blast loose one after another. Finally, nothing can restrain it any longer. The colossal monster rapidly shrinks back to its normal form, a wildly exhilarated grin spreading across its face. First, I will acquire the complete Golden Gene and achieve true metamorphosis. Then I shall become a god. I want to see who dares call me a dog then. The scene cuts to the West City front. Alarm sirens blare. All units withdraw from the blast radius immediately. The warship is preparing to conduct a full-scale fire sweep. Through the wide area bombardment, draw the entire city's beast tied to this location. Once the surrounding forces are hollowed out, deploy the vanguard squad led by a Grandmaster-level martial artist to charge straight into the enemy's heart and behead the sovereign. The scene here erupts into utter chaos. The colossal monster was still tearing apart the aircraft when suddenly it sensed something was wrong. The magical beast burst into delighted laughter, brimming with joy-swapping prey for a different flavor. In the next instant, it lunged at the bird-type monster from moments ago. Tentacles erupted in rapid succession. The bird monster thrashed in agony and despair, its entire body seized and pinned by the appendages. In the end, it was nothing more than a morsel to the magical beast. Now, the magical beast had grown even more powerful. It burst into maniacal laughter. How rich this genetic ecosystem is. Me damaged body can fully recuperate here. This is the grandest all-you-can-eat buffet. Everything in West City has already collapsed. Explosions thunder in rapid succession. Damaged aircraft plummet from the sky and crash into the ground. Xiao Zhang reports urgently, Sister Liu, a downed aircraft over there taken out by a magical beast. We need to move in and rescue the survivors. Liu Hong responds sternly, Xiao Zhang, don't rush. The beast that destroyed that aircraft could still be prowling nearby. He answers with a grin, Sister Liu, you're a great martial master. We're still in West City's outer district. There isn't a single beast out here that can match you. The teammate beside him nods in agreement. She's right, Sister Liu. Xiao Zhang's got a point. If we don't dare push into West City's outer district, then don't even dream about venturing into the inner city. She hesitates with a trace of worry. Fine, but be extremely careful. The moment they lay eyes on the magical beast still feasting on a monster's corpse, both of them freeze on the spot. Xiao Zhang is taken aback. All those magical beasts drawn in by the crashed aircraft were all taken care of by a single person. Liu Hong's expression gradually turns grave. Was this person who slipped in during the chaos some kind of unhinged martial artist? Noticing someone approaching, the magical beast halts its actions and breaks into a wickedly sinister grin. Fresh prey has walked right into the trap. Before the group can react, tentacles burst continuously from the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Zhang charges forward, sword in hand. Martial technique Chi wind slash. But this strike proves utterly futile against the magical beast's tentacles. He gasps in confusion. It feels like hacking into soft mud. Without warning, a grotesque maw bristling with fangs sprouts from within the tentacle. It coils tight around his body and drags him inside. Witnessing the entire scene, his teammates are gripped by sheer terror. Xiao Zhang has been devoured. Perhaps driven by fury, Liu Hong immediately draws her sword and charges straight at the magical beast. Damn it, the creature shows no fear whatsoever. Martial technique Chi wind slash. The familiar move makes Liu Hong freeze in place instantly. This magical beast is clearly an extraordinarily dangerous creature. She hastily retreats to maintain a safe distance. The technique this martial artist just used, how could it be identical to Xiao Zhang's? A trembling voice echoes out. Sister Liu, she spins around in shock. Xiao Zhang, you're alive. But it turns out Xiao Zhang has already become part of the magical beast's tentacles. Sister Liu, distorted faces weep and plead without end. Save me, Sister Liu. The agony, I can't take it anymore, I'm dying. Sister Liu, save me. Liu Hong's face is suddenly overtaken by horror. You are all, it's already too late. The magical beast seizes the opportunity, striking from behind her. In the moments that follow, the magical beast claims Liu Hong's body. Though she was a bit older, the flesh was still surprisingly firm. I can sense the golden gene is in another direction of West City. While heading there, I'll infiltrate other martial artist squads along the way, in a place where everyone's faces are familiar. Suddenly turning around and devouring them, their expressions will surely be priceless. On this battlefield, I can still sense many powerful life forces. Those must be Grandmaster-level martial artists and sovereign-tier magical beasts, right? If I can devour genes at that level, then across the entire world, who would dare command me like a trained dog again? I have cast off my shackles and transcended into a demon. On another front, alarm sirens wail. Squad leader, a lord-tier creature, is charging in from behind. At that moment, Tianwu swiftly reassures everyone. Don't panic. He spurs his white steed toward the battlefield. With a single decisive strike, Tianwu unleashes his overwhelming might. Only after watching the creature collapse does he slowly offer his counsel. Facing an endless tsunami of monsters, the firepower humanity takes such pride in is nothing more than a candle flame amid a raging sea. It could be snuffed out at any moment. This man is Chen Tianwu, Dean of Hua University's Grandmaster Academy, and leader of the Vanguard Squad in the West City Reclamation Plan. He continues, only by relying on individual martial artists flexible and powerful to eliminate the high-tier monsters within the tide, can we scatter the horde and draw out the sovereign. Our 5-member Hua University Vanguard Squad shoulders this very perilous mission. A brief silence settles over the group. Dai Kaiming, Hua University Student Council President and member of the Vanguard Squad, slowly speaks up. Master, our route is clear. This path was scouted by Long Que's advanced recon team, the optimal route leading to the sovereign's lair. Tianwu listens and replies thoughtfully. The higher a martial artist's cultivation, The stronger their spiritual perception becomes so potent, in fact, that they can glimpse visions of their own death in the haze. Therefore, Kaiming must trust a martial artist's intuition. The entire squad halts and grows vigilant. He lowers his head in understanding. Yes, master. Moments later, Tianwu raises 2 fingers to his forehead. Sensing something, he announces calmly, "It's here." From the sky, a golden creature plummets at breakneck speed. A thunderous explosion erupts, dust and debris billowing outward. An irate insect sovereign stomps into the area. The 4 kings clearly laid out a grand reception for you lot in advance. Have you stopped? Gazing at the figure before him, Tianwu immediately announces, "Target confirmed, Golden Horn Insect Sovereign, West City's Overlord. Squad, assume battle formation in the West City combat zone." Everything in the vicinity seems to have been utterly annihilated. Tianwu charges forward, executing an Earth Fiend martial technique. His Thunder Dragon Spear thrusts toward the opponent. He intends to overwhelm the enemy through sheer force. The Insect Sovereign, however, regards him with utter contempt. "Puny, ignorant human, you think this parlor trick can wound me. Allow me to show you what true power suppression means." With that, it hurls a devastating punch to counter. Sensing something is wrong, the Insect Sovereign freezes on the spot. "What the—" On its arm, Elder Mew has already crawled up and whispers, "Earth Fiend martial technique secret art water dripping, stone-piercing hand." An arrow descends from above. Tianwu strikes decisively. Realizing the ploy, the Insect Sovereign seethes with fury. Cunning humances expected. A tactical squad assembled after studying this sovereign's traits. "I won't tolerate this any longer." It whirls around to attack. "I'll crush you first, old man." Tianwu raises his shield and warns everyone. Elder Mew retreats to the rear. The ground shatters completely under the ferocious clash. Immediately after, Kaiming gives the order, "Tian Tian, charge in." She instantly shifts into her combat stance. "Leave it to me." Yin-Yang Ancient Suppression. A magic circle materializes in the sky under Tian Tian's power, seizing the opening. Kaiming surges forward with his fist. He resolutely launches the Yin-Yang formation straight at the Insect Sovereign. Sensing an invisible wall pressing down on it, the creature is momentarily stunned. What kind of martial technique is this? It can actually seal this sovereign's movements. He swiftly decides to deploy his domain. At the same time, the Insect Sovereign realizes the space around it has changed. It whips its head around, scanning its surroundings. Could this be what humans call a domain? Everything is submerged in a terrifying, blood-red hue. While the Insect Sovereign is still trying to make sense of what's happening, Tianwu charges in, attacking with the 9 Heavens Primordial Thunder Purification, Divine Lord technique. Seeing this, the creature freezes for a few seconds, but quickly breaks into an appreciative laugh. "Your human cultivation system does have its merits." The Insect Sovereign's entire body feels as though it's being torn in half. With its final words, it lets out a sigh. "Perhaps the Emperor was right. We really should learn a thing or two." The 2 forces collide with devastating intensity, triggering a colossal explosion that blasts everything in its path to oblivion. The others are still scanning the surroundings. "Have we dealt with the Overlord? As if it were that easy. Wounding it grievously is already reaching our goal." The Insect Sovereign's entire body begins to tremble. "Not bad, human. If it were an ordinary Overlord, it probably couldn't have survived that strike. But sadly, even among Overlords, there are disparities, and this king far surpasses them all." Seeing it continue to transform, Elder Mew is stunned. It still has another rare metamorphic form. The Insect Sovereign has now acquired an entirely new body, Golden-Horned Insect Sovereign. In its second metamorphosis form, it vanishes from everyone's sight in an instant, reappearing just seconds later. "Kill the troublesome old man first." Everyone shouts warnings in panic. "Elder Mew, watch out!" But it's already too late. The Insect Sovereign strikes without a moment's hesitation. Elder Mew is sent hurtling backward, helpless at blinding speed. The creature lunges in to attack again. "Damn it!" Tianwu joins forces, unleashing the Thunder Dragon Spear. But it's painfully clear the 2 of them are no match for the Insect Sovereign now. Watching his comrade get swatted away fills him with utter helplessness. "Wu Huang!" The Insect Sovereign spins and drives a kick straight into the man's body. "Get lost, you beast!" Its hand clamps down on Gu Tianwu before he can react. A cold voice rings out. "Your little squad exhausted every last ounce of effort, and still couldn't handle a single Overlord like me. How do you expect to deal with the Overlords in West City?" His expression shifts instantly. "What? Could there really be other Overlords lurking in West City?" On the other side of the eastern sector of the West City combat, zone inside the command warship. A crew member frantically reports, Alert Level 1. Massive biological energy signature detected 1,000 meters underground on the battlefield end. It's surging toward the surface at breakneck speed. Computer analysis confirms the creature has reached Overlord class. Currently, no Grandmasters are stationed among the ground forces. Recommend immediate strategic withdrawal. How is this possible? Wasn't the only Overlord in West City already engaged by Dean Chen's Vanguard squad? The ship captain roars. Don't hesitate, order the ground forces to retreat immediately. The warships in the sky ascend higher, pulling away from the ground. Earth-penetrating nuclear bombs are armed and ready for deployment. At that very moment, a massive tentacle erupts from below, rocketing into the sky. As the tentacle closes in, everyone is gripped by terror. Ship captain, a tentacle is heading straight for us. He issues a cold command, electronic barrage fire. The tentacle is swiftly severed, crashing down toward the earth below. But in mere moments, the remaining stump reattaches and regenerates, growing back as if nothing had happened. The tentaclate regenerated. The ship captain screams a frantic warning. No more time to wait. Deploy the Earth-penetrating nuclear bombs now. Earth-penetrating nuclear bombs ready. The bombs lock onto targets below the Earth's surface. He continues barking orders, fire. 3 nuclear warheads streak downward toward the tentacles. The scene descends into apocalyptic chaos. Searing flames engulf the entire city. The ship captain lowers his head with a helpless sigh. The force of 3 nuclear bombs. I can only hope the warriors fighting bravely below can retreat safely. Sensing something wrong, a crew member shouts in alarm. Ship captain, Overlord's life sign readings haven't disappeared. The tentacles are still regenerating. What? The Overlord survived 3 nuclear bombs. He clenches his fists, his voice hoarse with rage. Damn it, does this mean the plan to reclaim West City is doomed to fail? Nuwa's voice chimes in. Report Central System Authority has been transferred. He lifts his head and stares forward. Transferred authority whom? The voice continues. Thank you to the forces of the West City Combat Zone for fighting with such fierce determination. Now, please hand the battlefield over to him. The ship captain still doesn't understand. Him? Who is him? Another crew member suddenly reports. Detected an intercontinental ballistic missile approaching from this vector. The ship captain whips his head around. An ICMA single missile descends from the sky. His expression gradually transforms. Wait, there's a life sign reading on top of the missile. A familiar silhouette slams into view. Yehi. The ship captain can barely believe his eyes. There's actually someone standing on it. Yehi has finally made his move. Several minutes earlier at Hua University. A surge of energy floods straight into Yehi's body. Nuwa approaches and announces, Yehi, congratulations on your breakthrough. This is the special nano battle suit that Long Que prepared specifically for you. He dons the armor and asks, Nuwa, how long ago did the West City Theater forces depart from Hua University? She answers calmly, they departed 5 hours ago. The number makes his expression shift instantly. That late? Get me a supersonic fighter jet. No. She shakes her head. A supersonic fighter is still too slow. Use an intercontinental ballistic missile and ICBM is faster. She nods in understanding. Understood. He sits there calculating. This mission to West City has 2 objectives. First, find the Mad Doctor and reclaim the Golden Gene. Second, kill the Overlord and obtain an Overlord rank monster core. Step 1 is the final stage of the monster template metamorphosis. It requires 90% compatibility or above. Aside from Lord rank monster cores, cores of any other rank are completely useless. But even a Lord rank monster core only provides a fraction of a percent of compatibility. I've already poured in massive resources just to grind it up to 99%. The Lord rank monster core reserves have been consumed to the point where Hua University's market has been completely drained. That final 1% of compatibility refuses to budge no matter how much I accumulate. Only higher grade genes can complete the last stretch. Once the ICBM is ready, Nuwa speaks. Yehi, the intercontinental ballistic missile is prepared for launch. Wishing you a safe journey. He leaps onto the ICBM and stares down at the creature. So it's you, 3 nuclear bombs and you're still breathing. Looks like that last 1% rides entirely on you. According to the database, a beast-type creature like you is classified as an Earth demon, right? Quite the domineering name. Oh, are you angry because I'm mocking it? The Emperor Sovereign sure has a fiery temper. One of Yehi's hands rapidly condenses a layer of frost, while the other slowly extends forward. He launches himself skyward, then unleashes the Emperor's demonic lash secret art combined with the core annihilation light sword slash. A chaotic battle erupts. The crowd erupts in cheers. Is that a great grandmaster from Hua University? We can liberate West City. Yes, the city is saved. The ship captain beams with elation. We can win this. He continues to barrel toward the monster at full speed. Looking at its current state, he smirks. You've been hiding your true power well. Let me finish you off in one fell swoop. Without a shred of hesitation, he surges forward to attack. A burst of white light erupts Semper's demonic lash secret art core annihilation sky tread. Yihi's power is nothing short of overwhelming. His kick alone sends shockwaves rippling across the entire world. Witnesses across the globe are left stunned and bewildered. That direction isn't that West City. What the hell happened over there? Blinding light intelligence reports an overlord has appeared in West City. Don't overthink it. Dazia will prevail. On the other front, Wu Huang's body has been utterly defeated. Tian Wu kneels helplessly on the ground. The bug lord strides forward with a sneer. What grandmaster? Just a piece of paper pierced through in an instant. However, you are quite formidable to force this king into his third form. His entire body trembles. This overlord still has 3 metamorphosis forms. Suddenly, he calculates, heavenly blood secret art cannot hold out much longer. Even if he wins this battle, he won't survive more than a few more years. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that this grandmaster, Chen Tianwu, must slay this monster right here and now. Kill. The bug lord's face breaks into an utterly smug grin. Your martial fate is too weak. Forced offense, the will-based techniques of you martial artists are vague at best, but in the end, they can never bridge the chasm of absolute power. Tianwu immediately unleashes his earth fiend martial technique heavenly blade lightning spear striking straight at the bug lord's body with every ounce of remaining strength, yet the creature blocks it with contemptuous ease. As it happens, the emperor has recently perfected the conversion experiments from the old civilization. As the only human this king acknowledges, after you die, this king shall submit your corpse for conversion. You shall be reborn with an even more powerful Feng Tai Xingan existence, beyond anything you can imagine. Tianwu lets out a desperate roar. Even if I die, I will cripple you. I won't let you interfere with the battle to reclaim West City. Though his strength is utterly spent, he refuses to surrender and charges back into the fray. The creature regards his efforts as a drop in the ocean, utterly unfazed. The tenacity of you humans is truly troublesome. You should have died 10 times over, yet you keep using some damned blood secret art to forcibly extend your life. But it doesn't matter. This king does not fear trouble. The 4 consorts held back to preserve the integrity of this powerful human's body, refraining from unleashing their full strength. But you won't receive such courtesy. You will be ground into paste. He's still gloating when Wu Huang suddenly appears. Quite the commotion on your end. I could sense the sounds of battle all the way from outside the city. The sight of that familiar face startles Elder Mu. Wu Huang, didn't you just die in battle? His entire body begins to tremble. Is that so, Elder Mu? Am I really dead? He doesn't know anymore. It turns out a monster beast has seized control of his body. That grotesque, distorted body keeps sprouting thorns and spikes all over. Elder Mu and the others who witness this are paralyzed with sheer terror. Wu Huang's body even begins to swell grotesquely, inflating like a balloon. Wu Huang's face gradually warps and transforms. How delicious! Even if this isn't the mount of a grandmaster, devouring a grandmaster would be even more wonderful. You all look extremely delectable too. May I have a taste? But in the very next instant, the bug lord disposes of the monster beast with brutal efficiency. The creature furrows its brow in disgust and curses. What sort of nauseating abomination is this? And yet it carries traces of the dark Vi-Star divergent demon's aura. Is this the mad creation of your humans? To think you dare lay your hands on those divergent demons. If that's the case, then it's all the more reason for us to conquer this planet. Suddenly, grotesque tentacles burst out from Wu Huang's body. The monster beast cackles like a raving lunatic. It turns its head toward the bug lord. Greetings, alien creature. My name is Yin Mo, and I've come to devour you. The bug lord responds with cold, contemptuous disdain. The city crumbles at a terrifying pace. The bug lord keeps handing Yin Mo brutal lesson after brutal lesson. The creature can't withstand a single blow. But something feels wrong. The bug lord realizes it. This isn't good. His blood and flesh are corroding my body. Alien creature, how far do you think you can stretch the distance between us? What stands before you is merely bait spawned by my true body. While still taunting, razor-sharp fangs erupt from the ground. Do you know what a human lantern is? Yin Mo transforms into a colossal fish, swallowing the bug lord whole into its body. In an instant, it engulfs everything into its cavernous belly. He excitedly rubs his massive belly with both hands. Truly an overlord-class creature. I actually can't digest and absorb it immediately, and it can still struggle inside my body while observing everything from afar. Elder Mu quickly speaks up, sees this chance to take Dean Chen and run. Kai Ming is about to say something more, but Elder Mu suddenly realizes Yin Mo has already spotted them. I haven't forgotten about you. You'd make the perfect palate cleanser after my main course. Just as Yin Mo is about to strike, he senses something is wrong. A beam of azure blue light shoots up into the sky from beyond. Elder Mu turns in astonishment. Such overwhelming energies, it another overlord. Kai Ming shouts frantically, it's heading this way. Everyone's attention snaps toward what's unfolding. Yin Mo stands frozen, staring blankly as he waits. A deafening roar tears through the air. The creature finally touches down on the ground. Elder Mu urgently gestures, protect Dean Chen. Kai Ming is still bewildered. It's not an overlord, it's targeting the other monster. The landscape before them has been transformed into utter chaos. He can no longer stay calm. I thought you devoured even the boss, making you one of us. But now you want to eat Dean Chen and the others. Then I absolutely cannot let you off. This black and red filth absolutely disgusts me. Without another word, he drops straight into combat stance. A torrent of devastating, slaughterous power rockets straight toward Yin Mo. Caught completely off guard, Yin Mo lets out a howl of agony. Before he can even react, he charges forward once more. I won't let you die that easily. He rockets toward his enemy like a missile. From afar, all anyone can see is he blazing across the ground at breakneck speed. His eyes burn with even deeper hatred as he roars, earth-shatter orb. The ground erupts in a cataclysmic explosion. Dust and debris blanket the sky. Where the earth once stood, a bottomless crater now gapes wide. He descends to the ground to assess the situation. System information flashes infinite monster template host. Rampaging Mothra template compatibility, 100%. Flame sovereign form unlocked. Use with extreme caution. He stands motionless, scanning his surroundings. He thinks it's over, but Yin Mo begins to regenerate. A grotesque, slimy mass slowly fuses back together. It seems he won't be defeated that easily. In fact, his power appears to have merged with the Bug Lord's. Such devastating attack power. You actually beat me until I lost consciousness. Since the day I was born, I've never been suppressed so relentlessly. This unexpected twist startles but Yin Mo only grows more ecstatic. But I should thank you. Your attack accelerated my digestion process. I've now successfully absorbed the genes of that overlord-class creature. As a token of gratitude, I'll keep you conscious so you can watch me devour you, piece by piece. Finally, the dust and smoke begin to dissipate. He grimaces and darts forward. Where's that barking coming from? Curved arc shot. He delivers a devastating kick, sending Yin Mo hurtling into the distance. The blow hammers Yin Mo's body deep into the ground. But the harder he's struck, the more excited Yin Mo becomes. Keep going, you can't kill me. I will become your nightmare. Dark, sinister energy erupts across the surrounding space. But he refuses to yield. This is the first time I've seen someone even crazier than me. Idiot, getting bigger only makes it easier to deal with you. Ultimate secret technique, imperial domination, Chi wave. The power obliterates everything in its path, sweeping the surroundings clean. Dai Kaiming witnesses it, and can't help but jolt in disbelief. Which grandmaster is that? With speed and power like that, even among grandmasters at the butterfly transformation stage, it would be hard to find anyone who could match up. Old Mew speaks calmly from the side. Neither he nor anyone else has ever heard of a blue energy wave like that. Thank God he's on our side. With a powerhouse like that in the Zicheng war zone, they can finally breathe easy. A force erupts like a detonation, shattering the ground beneath. The faces Yin Yi had consumed before now resurface, one after another. I told you, it's useless. No matter how powerful your attacks are, you cannot kill me. I can split infinitely. Splitvery biological potential in my body is fully unleashed, while your nuclear strikes keep tearing apart and annihilating my body. They simultaneously accelerate my cell division. Me splitting rate even surpasses the diffusion speed of atomic energy. Hearing those mocking words, Yi is absolutely furious. What an insufferable bastard. But my template compatibility has already reached its peak, granting me an extraordinarily powerful sense of blood and vital force. I may not be able to observe every microscopic change in every single cell like an electron microscope, but I can still sense, broadly, that this thing is constantly adapting to my atomic energy. While Yi is still processing, Yinya screams, "That's right, thighs is my ability, invincible evolution. No matter how strong you are, I will devour you in the end. You can never defeat me. I can feel the impossibly powerful genes inside your body. Compared to those genes, The Tier 3 host genes I just swallowed moments ago are utterly bland and mundane as dirt. Yinya's emotions shift once more. Why, I've devoured countless living beings, ceaselessly simulating and refining within my body to produce even more perfect bloodlines, and Genesect, I still can't compare to the man standing before me. Why, I must consume you. His rage transforms into a tsunami that swallows the entire city whole. Everything here turns apocalyptically terrifying. Dai Kaiming can't believe his eyes. Not just the powerhouse, even this monster is terrifyingly, overwhelmingly strong. Can that mysterious powerhouse even handle this? He strides calmly toward the creature. Talk all you want, you're nothing but a glutton. The genuine dragon armor frees one arm. A fist parts the sea, strike he suddenly pivots and hurls a decisive blow toward Yinye. The devouring wave that was swallowing the surrounding space is instantly shattered. Under Yihe's overwhelming power, Yinye cannot devour anything. He stares blankly as his own strength is crushed into nothing. How is this possible? How can you? His entire body trembles as everything reverts to normal. The sight drives Yinye into a maddening rage. How can your power still be rising? Yihe lets out a slow breath and nods in confirmation. That's right, my power will forever remain a tier above yours. Atomic bubbles materialize in the sky, followed by a massive detonation. The area is flooded with chain explosions, each blast scouring away the filth Yinye left behind. Yihe generates a personal barrier around himself, untouchable by anyone. He casually brushes the dust off his clothes, a smug grin spreading across his face. What made you so certain that this was my peak? Yinye keeps muttering in a daze the power of a Jinsi host. Death acid, molten iron skin. He even tried to ambush the divergent fire, only to get struck by consecutive thunder lashes. What the hell have I been eating all this time? I don't believe it. You can't possibly be more invincible than me. I am the perfect organism. Sound waves roar and rage. With that, he unleashes a barrage of energy streams at Yihe. But Yihe simply stands there, waiting, watching what the creature intends to do. Strike flails wildly against him. With that kind of offense, you're just making me laugh. Now it's my turn to say it back to Yao. No matter how you attack, you cannot kill me. After his physical stats were elevated, the actual fusion density of his spirit and flesh also surged to a plane far beyond his original state. Every stat of mine is now multiplied several times over my baseline. Whether your attacks can even scratch me at my normal state is questionable, let alone me, after all my stats have been amplified severalfold. To put it bluntly, even if you stood there hitting me all day, you probably couldn't get through my base defense. That string of words leaves Yinye reeling, his mind spinning. It can't be like this. Is it true that I really can't beat him? Even though every second, every minute I'm growing stronger, simulating more perfect genes. Yihe seals it with one final line, like I said. The gap in strength between us is too vast. Yinye tells himself if the distance between them were 100 meters, then even if he closed it by 1 or 2 centimeters, measured against that enormous scale, it would be as good as nothing. Damn it, if only I had more time to grow, to devour more powerhouses, to simulate more perfect Genesect. Sooner or later, I would surpass the bastard standing in front of me. But it's too late now. His mind races through calculations, cursed be it. It's all because that golden gene's aura was suddenly severed. If that hadn't happened, after I successfully completed the full gene synthesis and reached a more perfect state, then faced this monster, even if I couldn't beat him, I wouldn't be suffering this miserably. Thinking this far, Yinye lets out a helpless sigh. Fine, I admit you are in no way inferior to a perfect organism like me. At least for now, I have no way to kill you. But you also can't kill me. So how about this? From this city to this entire nation, I won't encroach a single inch further. I'll move on to other nations. For example, the Northern Federation of White Titan. That aligns with your doctrine too, doesn't it? Using external forces to balance power between nations. In the end, the two of us can split Langsing in half. I'll rule the Northern White Titan continent. Humans rule the Eastern and Western continents. Just get me a bit of blood from those world-class powerhouses. I can develop toxins targeting their bodies directly, helping you eliminate every enemy you face. Right at that moment, Yihe suddenly raises a single finger. Yinye stands there, bewildered, not understanding. What does that mean? Yihe continues to explain. 10 minutes? If you're still alive in 10 minutes, I'll take your surname. Those words enrage him. Then you might as well just clench your fist and be done with it. Yihe responds calmly, every little bit helps. Yinye's body begins its grotesque distortions once more. Kill me, you're joking. Even I myself can't manage to die. Every cell in my body is screaming to evolve. How could any of them allow me to perish? Yi closes the distance without a shred of hesitation. You'll find out soon enough. Yi's hand gently reaches forward and lifts off the ground. Within seconds, both of them rocket into the sky, their velocity a few degrees faster than a missile. Seeing Yi exert himself like this, Yin bursts into manic laughter. You can't kill me. Attacks this mundane don't even tickle. Yi continues hauling him higher and higher into the atmosphere. Something feels off. Yin suddenly freezes. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to throw me out of Langsing? Useless. Cosmic radiation and the vacuum of absolute zero-non of it can kill me. I'll keep absorbing cosmic radiation and evolving. And when I do, I'll slaughter every last person on Langsing. He suddenly stops in the vastness of space. This distance is just right. No one will observe what he's about to do, and it won't cause any catastrophic damage to Zicheng. Moreover, at this distance, he should have lost his connection to those spawned avatars by now, right? Yinya's eyes go wide, filled with stunned shock. How do you know that? Fu Yi's main body was never truly invincible the way he boasted. If it were, he wouldn't have been captured and imprisoned by Lei Shedio all those years ago. He is exceptionally difficult to kill, but every self-recovery and reconstitution drains his life energy. As that life energy is gradually depleted, he grows weaker and weaker. In the earlier battle against Divergent Fire, he burned through a full 30% of his total life energy. If one only considers the raw energy reserves stored within its body, it could even rival that of 3 ordinary overlords. The greatest advantage Fu Yi relied on when facing Yi, he was not his own regeneration count, but the derivative fragments split off from his body from the moment the golden-horned beast sovereign blasted his head clean off, to when Yi shattered every last tissue in his body. These body fragments, once separated from the main body, do not lose their vitality. Instead, they enter a dormant state. When Fu Yi's main body completely depletes its life energy, he activates the consciousness copies stored within those fragments, carrying out a form of unconventional rebirth. Unfortunately, this consciousness-splitting ability has not yet been developed to true perfection and remains limited by range. Yi cast a cold glance toward Yin. How do I know? Because I'm stronger than you. In his mind, he thought to himself, actually, it was by sensing the life magnetic field to detect the connection between the fragments split from that creature's body and its main form. Then, by observing the changes across the battlefield, he gauged the strength of that connection and deduced that the creature and its body fragments had a limited range. I really am a genius, he continued. In other words, you're down to your last life now. The two of them floated in the vast emptiness of space. Yin was shaken by those words, never expected to be seen through so completely. I can't die. If I die, I will never see the light of the sun again. With no other option, he suddenly fought back, self-destructing and splitting apart. This is my ultimate life-saving technique. You'll never catch every single piece of me. Yi's gaze burned even more terrifying than before. Are you afraid? The instinctive fear before death. Seeing the colossal hand he created drove Yin into utter despair. What the hell, you can even grow to giant size? He decisively used his power to crush Yinya's body together. No need to catch every piece one by one, just scoop everything into his palm. There was nowhere left to run. Not again. Seeing Yi ball up his body like that, Yinya screamed in despair. What the hell are you trying to do? Trying to devour me whole? Are you some kind of monster beast? You're actually thinking about eating your opponent. Arrogant fool. Aren't you afraid I'll devour you from the inside instead? Idiot, this is my path to survival from certain death. Yi ignored him and continued swallowing Yinya's body whole. Devouring you is just the first step in the plan to kill you. The next step, unleash the flame monarch. His entire body plunged into searing flames. Sensing something was horribly wrong, Yin screamed in despair. What is this place? How can any living being release temperatures at the stellar level? In my gene library, there is absolutely no transgenic trait that can adapt to a life-forbidden zone like the surface of a sun. Stop it, damn Yaudo, you plan to refine me into some kind of pill. I won't accept this. Yin could now only scream in utter despair, and finally, he gradually dissolved into nothing. I am clearly the most perfect being. Just give me time, and I will become a god. A surge of aurora-like energy radiated across the endless expanse of the universe. The scene rewinds to 10 minutes earlier. Dai Kaiming announces, this is the Zicheng Warzone Vanguard Squad, requesting acknowledgement. This is Dai Kaiming of the Vanguard Squad. Message from headquarters received. The voice on the other end spoke. Dai Kaiming. The mastermind behind the beast tide in the Zicheng Warzone has been completely suppressed. The encirclement and elimination operation is proceeding smoothly. Headquarters has confirmed that all overlords of Zicheng have been accounted for. The situation reports from your position have been received at headquarters, has a full grasp of the overall situation. Dai Kaiming spoke up. Without that mysterious powerhouse, our plan to reclaim Zicheng would have been nearly impossible. Headquarters, if the identity of that mysterious powerhouse doesn't require secrecy, please tell me. I will personally go to express my gratitude. Commander, please advise. He's a student of your Huadu University. Dai Kaiming was completely stunned. At Huadu, which dean or specially invited professor was it? How have I never heard of them? As the student council president of Huadu, I've met practically every teacher and faculty member, but none of them have ever displayed that kind of brilliant, devastating blue radiance in combat. The voice on the other end replied, because right now he's not a teacher or a faculty member. He's still a student. Dai Kaiming was completely frozen in place. A student, which final year senior in the Elite Heritage program. How have I never heard of a fellow student surpassing me to reach Grandmaster level? The commander's next words left him utterly speechless. He's 3 academic years below you. Meanwhile, Yahi is currently on his way back to land. The battle with Yinya left him feeling extremely annoyed. Not only was the enemy's appearance hideous, but the taste was god-awful too. The Flame Monarch's searing heat had already incinerated his entire battle suit. Now let's see how effective you really are. Fu Yi's tentacles continuously expelled from Yahi's mouth. At the same time, he could already feel the changes taking place within his own body. The dragon-demon bloodline, combined with the God Template's comprehensive evolution capability, allowed him to simultaneously refine Fu Yi and absorb his genetic abolitish had inherited that creature's black and red biological essence. It seemed this substance could not only simulate into equipment, but also heal the body damaged during the Flame Monarch state. Rather than calling it repair, it was more accurate to call it optimization. The feeling was like having free character customization in a game. Finally, Yi returned to his original position. He smiled as he gazed at the scene before him. The feeling was truly magical, words simply could not describe it. This ability was no inferior to a high-tier template. The scene transitions to the North Wiston Federation. At the Federal Military Command Base, a man stared in shock at the scene before him. He was Federation General Bittendoer. His voice carried a note of disbelief. What the hell is that thing? Damn it, Federation supercomputer, EVA explained from the side. At the boundary between the troposphere and the stratosphere above Zicheng's skies, the Xia nation has experienced a violent high-energy reaction. The blast radius reaches 600 kilometers estimated yield, equivalent to tens of millions of tons of nuclear explosives. Doer was stunned. Damn it, isn't the recovery operation underway right now? Then what the hell is this high-energy event about? A subordinate turned and reported, General, EVA has detected signs of life at the center of the explosion. He was stunned. Life, an explosion of that magnitude, even special S-rank masters would be vaporized. Zoom in on the satellite image. I want to see what the hell the Xia nation is doing. The familiar silhouette of Yi, he appeared on the screen. Doer's expression gradually shifted as he witnessed the scene. It's a teenager. The boy turned his head coldly. EVA on the side quickly translate. He's looking straight at Usthai's place. Is the North Wiston Federation military command base. Seeing Yihi's actions, Doer was furious. How is this possible? Our satellites are in orbit beyond Earth's atmosphere. How did he detect us? Run facial recognition on him immediately. Could it be that the Xia nation actually has a 4th great grandmaster? What does he want? The subordinate reported in fear. General, the reconnaissance satellite has detected energy rapidly converging. The moment those words left his mouth, the camera feed from Yi's position completely exploded. He let out a frustrated sigh and muttered, "Those North Wiston bastards. I'll blow up their satellite first. Let's see if they still dare to spy on us." The God template had been pushed to its absolute maximum. The life-sensing field expanded to an enormous scale enough to blanket the entire globe. Moreover, it could now perceive not only the life signatures of carbon-based organisms, but also machine-emitted signals, and all manner of special frequencies, all within its detection range. With Zicheng now reclaimed, an idea suddenly struck him. Those 11 S-rank life forbidden zones. Can I even set foot in them with my current life form level? Just rememberingly try once. As the spatial domain unfolds, the surrounding space begins to shift. A magnetic field wraps around the entire city. Yi stands calmly in place as the magnetic field envelops the entire Earth. Fu Yi's black-crimson matter, fused with the life magnetic field, constructs a complete regional distribution. Maplery City in Great Xia is rendered with perfect clarity and precision. Suddenly, he realizes something is wrong. His expression slowly changes. This is Kwangshan's city that fell to an S-rank secret realm. As expected, it failed, not surprising. Even peak-level powerhouses are overwhelmed by S-rank secret realms. The Kwangshan Forbidden Zone has already fallen. What about the rest? He extends the magnetic field across all of Great Xia, stretching it even further to the eastern continent of Blue Star, across the Great Pacific to the northern Witten continent, then the North Polar Ocean, and all the way to the Antarctic Wind Gulf continent. Everything is surveyed and reconstructed in a single sweep. The scene cuts to Xiaodong Island. In this vast expanse, this is the Imperial Palace of the Sun Empire. The old king coughs violently, alarming everyone around him. Your Majesty. He trembles as he raises a shaky hand outward. Give me the medicine. That sensing ability has already reached Eastern Japan. Which expert is this? Is it that old man Shi Jingwen from Great Xia, or Li Si's father from the Western continent? Could it be someone who hasn't appeared publicly in nearly 100 years? Has he seen through something? If he wants to probe this sovereign, I must refine the divine artifact quickly. The day this sovereign reaches the legendary realm shall be the day Eastern Japan conquers the western continent of Blue Star. Divine light of the celestial nation descends upon the holy capital's center, as the masses fall to their knees in succession. Everyone, look, the divine statue has awakened. A true God descends upon the mortal world. The church of the divine is real. The divine decrees are real. Those foolish mortals who refuse to believe in the divine church shall be cast into the bottomless abyss. O Divine One, please bless my nephew, suffers from a fatal illness. A woman steps forward and asks, Is it that arrogant fool who awakened you, my lord? The grotesque stone statue begins to shift. She gently places her hand upon it, as though performing some kind of ritual. The woman kneels and bows her head apologetically. This is your servant's oversight. Please continue your rest. The scene shifts again to the seas, off the European costa. Massive yacht sails steadily forward. The white-haired man steers the yacht, a surprised smile crossing his face. Is that sensing field Yehi's? I didn't expect him to advance this far in such a short time. Truly astonishing. It's all because of that freakish green-haired human. If he hadn't inflicted such severe damage on my mortal vessel, I wouldn't have been delayed this long recuperating. Fine, once I leave this place I'll come find you. High above, Yehi senses something anomalous. His life magnetic field has already blanketed all of Blue Star. Yet there are at least 12 more locations like Kwangshan black holes that swallow his perception whole. And some of those entities, after detecting his sensing network, they're actually trying to trace it back to his location. The waters of Blue Star run truly deep. A familiar voice rings in his ear. Yehi, is that you? He jolts in surprise. Is this voice Principal Shi Jingwen's? The old man's weak, strained voice warns him. Be careful, Fu Hongsheng. Great Xia entrusted its fate to you. The voice transmission cuts out abruptly. He desperately tries to trace the origin of Jingwen's signal. The signal originates from the Kunlun summit in Great Xia. The principal warned him to be wary of the marshal, Saint Fu Hongsheng. But wasn't Fu Hongsheng in seclusion, recovering from severe injuries? What happened at the Kunlun summit? Nuwa quickly materializes. Sir, I'm here. He asks, have you detected Principal Shi's location signal? After running a scan, Nuwa reports helplessly that she's still searching, nothing found yet. He grows increasingly anxious. Can the Dragon Finch Department's Qing Long channel trace Qing Long's signal? A mechanical voice responds, searching. Apologies, sir. No results found. However, Department Head Qing Long's last recorded departure was to the Death Valley of Kunlun. The specific reason Department Head Qing Long did not disclose. Hearing this, Yehi freezes. So those two were on the same side all along. Right at this critical juncture, Ruhin. They've just begun reclaiming Great Xia, realizes something is deeply wrong. He raises his head and stares into the distance. Could Fu Hongsheng have truly betrayed us? Yehi takes flight, muttering to himself. If Principal Shi Jingwen and Senior Qing Long have both vanished, and Fu Hongsheng is the enemy, then Great Xia has lost all of its top-tier strategists. Right now, we're in the middle of a massive territory reclamation red-aching fallen cities, which also means our forces are already stretched thin and critically weakened. If a sky-piercing giant like Great Xia falls, countless suppressed nations will rise up. The wolves and tigers that feast on the Titan's blood and flesh will grow mighty. The absence of top-tier strategists means Great Xia is now entering its most dangerous period. One misstep and they all strike at once. The Death Valley of Kunlun Peak, a place that suppresses the presence of martial artists, monsters, and even secret realms. Yet no traces of combat are detected. A battle between grandmasters would split mountains and cleave seas. If Principal Shi truly joined forces with Qing Long to confront Fu Hongsheng, then the entire Kunlun Valley should have been completely leveled by now. Only one option remains: go find Fu Hongsheng. But if Fu Hongsheng is the enemy, doesn't going to him mean exposing myself? Damn Ithai's cryptic puzzle-solving crap isn't my thing. I'm better off just fighting. Either way, getting stronger is the optimal solution. Right now, all 3 of my templates have already been maxed out. Ranking first in my cohort, plus the achievements from reclaiming Zichingthat's enough to earn me 2 more templates. And there's the golden gene, the Mad Doctor decoded. If Great Zia truly has no more Guardian-level powerhouses left, then I'll become the Supreme Sovereign. It seems Yahi is feeling quite exhilarated. The scene cuts to a commercial building somewhere in Zicheng. Yi tears through the entire space, letting out an irritated shout. According to my bloodline sense, that blood signature should be right here. Hiding so sneakily, what are you running from? He suddenly spins around and rockets forward, landing at an abandoned site. Before Yi stands a colossal, grotesque monster. The moment he lays eyes on it, his expression twists in disgust. Wasting no time, he directly unleashes a killing intent domain strike. Mind slash. In mere seconds, the monster is cut down. Yi sighs and steps forward. No wonder I couldn't find you. You were hiding inside the monster's gut all along. Mad Doctor, the old man hastily calls out, Master, you're here, wait, don't come closer, I'm covered in filth. He recoils in surprise. The man looks drenched in slime. What happened to you? Who were you hiding from? The Mad Doctor recounts everything helplessly. Master, the reason I hid inside this worm's body was to conceal my own Oran the golden genes. Lei Shediao sent a true apex predator to seize the golden gene. It's the ultimate life form. Every living creature in Zicheng will likely be devoured by it. Let's get out of here first. He quickly shows him Yin Ya's appearance. Is this the thing you were talking about? Sweat pours down his face. It's him as the master. Don't tell me you've already. He nods in confirmation. That's right, I've refined him. He thinks to himself using the word devoured would sound too savage. Refined sounds much more elegant. The Mad Doctor hurries to kneel. Their master has advanced yet another step. He waves him off. Where did you pick up those feudal customs? Just hand over the golden gene. Honestly, I wasn't all that curious about this thing in the first place. Heeding the words, the doctor hurriedly rummages through his belongings. Jiawuluda's entire body is covered in slimy mucus, so he has no choice but to use the creature's own ability to extract it. He stares silently at the item in his hand. So this is how golden gene is extracted. His body is craving it. The Mad Doctor watches him with worried eyes. Muz, won't you consume the golden gene? He replies calmly, now isn't the right time to use it. After absorbing that much energy at once, I'll undergo a metamorphosis, a deep, prolonged sleep. Zicheng is still a war zone right now, not a place where I can cultivate in peace. Mad Doctor, you've done well. The unexpected praise startles him. Master, this is only what I should do. Before he can finish, Yi strikes. Yi extends a hand, silently manipulating his power. He continues addressing the Mad Doctor. Your current abilities are too weak. When you face an enemy, you still have to run and hide. This is the black crimson biomass from Yin Yi. It can enhance your brain. At the same time, Yi generates hardened scales. On his own body, without a moment's hesitation, he grabs the hard scala, then, gritting through the pain, tears it clean off. He hands it to the Mad Doctor without hesitation, leaving the man frozen in shock. Master, Yi tells him there's also his vertebral crystal. Take it. How much power you can absorb from it depends entirely on your own level. These words, combined with the level of sacrifice behind them, leave the Mad Doctor completely overwhelmed. Within seconds, tears and snot stream down his face without restraint. Master, today you give me a single drop of blood. In the future, I will repay you with an empire. Yi blinks in surprise. How come I never noticed what a massive simp you were before? All right, get back to work. The Mad Doctor hastily wipes his tears, obeying the order. An eager, anticipating smile spreads across Yi's face. The beasts in Zicheng have grown far too urbanized. Next, it's time for a thorough cleansing. The scene shifts to the eastern district of Zicheng. A battle cry rings out, the Overlord is dead. The beast tide has completely collapsed. Brothers, wipe out every last one of those beasts in a single blow. Kill as many monsters as you can. Ones that still have some sense have already fled into the back alleys. Suddenly a voice cuts in. Leave the in-city cleanup to him. Everyone look, wait, who's that young woman? Could she be the one who took down the Zicheng Overlord? Following orders, all martial artists immediately pull back in an urgent retreat. While the monsters are still fleeing, A massive surge of power rushes in. Yi touches down on the ground, sending a shockwave rippling outward. His eyes grow increasingly resolute. Tentacles shoot forward, then within seconds, coil into a tight formation, all gun barrels already mounted, aimed straight at the beasts. It seems Yi came thoroughly prepared for this battle. Heavy caliber guns bristle along every tentacle of Yi's frame. He stares ahead with deadly focus. Let these beasts taste my new templateth firepower of the angel cannon. The moment he speaks, thousands of rounds unleash in a continuous barrage forward. The beasts never see it coming. They take hit after hit, tumbling and crashing to the ground. The battlefield descends into utter chaos. Yi is orchestrating a massacre of staggering proportions. Witnessing the spectacle, the fleet captain stands frozen. That guy is a damn monster, not a human. A one-man heavy weapons platform, and every single round carries precision-guided accuracy. His killing efficiency surpasses an entire military force. Seriously, where the hell did Principal Shen dig up this kid? A subordinate reports hastily, Captain Yi's attack has ceased. Through the billowing dust and smoke, the captain quickly deduces the cause looks like the weapons overheated. We need to buy time for Yi. Fill the gap while his weapons cool down. 360-degree mobile energy cannons prepare to fire. The warship snaps into full combat readiness. The captain issues the firing order. Warships unleash a relentless bombardment straight at the beasts. The beasts are forced to contend with the assault, growling in irritation. Damn if they've human weapons advanced again. This is unbearable. That aerial fortress is coordinating with the ground cannon. We need to figure out how to destroy that thing. If we don't, we won't even have time to retreat back to the Sin domain. A beast quickly proposes, then you charge in first, we'll follow behind you. Once the weapons finish cooling, Yi restarts instantly. Thousands of rounds thunder out, seizing everyone's attention. That cannon has started its second barrage. Low-level beasts have absolutely no chance of resisting. That thing needs to be destroyed now. Otherwise, the beast tide will be completely annihilated. Even the underground bunkers won't survive. It stopped. The cannon stopped, probably because of the sustained fire. Yi's heavy weapons can no longer continue. A three-headed beast roars, kill, while that abomination just finished firing and is reloading. Rush it. Destroy it now. If that thing isn't destroyed, not a single beast makes it back alive. A beast has already returned to report that Zicheng's stronghold has been seized by humans. We must hurry. On the human side, personnel detect something wrong. Alert: large energy signatures detected within the city. At least 20 Lord rank monsters converging. Once again, the beasts charge forward in a devastating wave. The young man shouts in alarm, "This is bad. Go cover that cannon. We absolutely cannot let those Lord rank beasts get through. Brothers, even if it kills us, we hold the line until the fortress begins its next concentrated fire barrage." Everyone rallies, steel blazing in their eyes. Don't even think about getting past us. At that exact moment, Yi slowly separates from his tentacle shell. High's power erupting in full. A wave of green light sweeps across the entire space, obliterating every beast in its path. The soldiers stand there, jaws dropped, completely dumbfounded. It's over, all gone, every single Lord rank monster. Just gone. Holy shit. All that hot-blooded resolve for nothing. They might as well have been background extras. Yi hovers in midair on his wings. Did you really think I could only stay rooted in one spot? The recapture of Zicheng is sealed. After tonight, not a single beast remains. A long day passes. Sunlight bathes the city. A triumphant smile spreads across Yi's face. Notifications flood in. Achievement unlocked. System achievement unlocked. Savior of Zicheng. Reward 1 template pull granted. Notice host detected participating in a major event. Contribution exceeds 50%. Achievement merge available. Guaranteed reward high-quality template. Draw minimum A rank. Reading these notifications sends a thrill through him. Now this move I know by heart. Isn't this just the gacha pull system from mobile games in my previous life? But now, it's time to switch to pulling some top-tier templates. Monster templates below B rank are worthless now. So after collecting all the reclamation achievements, it makes the most sense to hoard them all and do one massive pull. At the very least, it should be an A-rank monster template on par with the Emperor Ancestor, right? The anticipation is killing me. At the same time, the news has spread across the entire city. Great Zia's first reclamation campaign is a resounding victory. 3 cities reclaimed in a single day. The first city, Liancheng, was reclaimed under the leadership of Dragon Breath's Division 1. The second, Lancheng, was reclaimed by the martial artists of Zidu. And the third, Zicheng, was reclaimed under the leadership of Huadu Academy's Dean, Chen Tianyu. Great Zia's martial artists will continue reclaiming cities overrun by monsters. Than Truck watches the news from the side. Zicheng was supposedly reclaimed, thanks to Dean Chen. What kind of joke is this? That green beam of light definitely wasn't his. Scene shifts to the general command. Commander, Great Zia's reclamation plan. The officer quickly orders that Yi He's identity be classified at the highest level of secrecy. Earth-shattering nature of it would attract far too much attention from all sides. The staff member nods in agreement. Yes, Minister. At that moment he steps inside. Sir, I have a favor to ask. The man quickly bows his head. Don't you the one who should be called, sir? He asks curiously, then I'll just say it straight. When will I receive my official certification as the top graduate of Huadu Academy's first class? Hearing this, the officer quickly explains. He hears this and is surprised the student council president is here too. The door opens and he turns his head. You're the student council president. I'm before he can finish. Dai Kaiming rushes forward. The sudden closing of the distance startles him. The next second, Dai Kaiming breaks into a grin so wide it reaches his ears. Senior, thank you for saving all of us. On behalf of my master, I wish to express our deepest gratitude. He hastily responds, that's just what I should do. There's no need to be so formal. Besides, you look a few years older than me. No need to call me senior. The guy is absolutely ecstatic. Sir, on the path of martial arts, whoever possesses the strength is the senior. Seeing him this stubborn leaves Yi at a loss for words. Fine then. A system notification chimes in. System congratulations. Achievement unlocked. Top graduate of Huadu Academy's first class. Reward incoming. 1 template pull. Yi has been waiting for this chance. It's finally here. Next comes the moment to witness a miracle. The space around him transforms instantly. He stares silently into the void, slowly materializing before his eyes. Yi gazing forward with an expression brimming with anticipation. It's here. The reward he's been waiting for day after day has finally arrived at a B-rank Abyssal Star template. The sight freezes him for a few seconds. The Abyssal Star slowly opens its eye, a pitch-black iris staring straight at Yi. Information materializes bloodline ability. Eclipse Mad Star grants the ability to sense cosmic radiation and light energy, freely alter particle density, attract photonic energy, manipulate the directional flow of energy, and alter its trajectory and output. Great Dark Sky devours all things. Compatibility 1%. Before this gift, he feels more than satisfied. Thank God, it's an ability-type template, not one of those useless D2C duds that only increase body size or some other garbage. Moreover, if the Abyssal Star's light and energy manipulation can stack with the Emperor Ancestor's nuclear energy. If the two can be perfectly combined, then the potential for growth will be immense. He's already itching to max out this template and dive deep into its potential. Scene transitions to Qincheng, a fallen city. Wu Sen speaks up in frustration. Damn it, a whole day gone, and we've only reclaimed 2 districts around Qincheng. Another person quickly chimes in. We're the Overlord Slayer Squad, formed by the presidents of multiple martial arts associations, and we still can't even pin down the Overlord's location. Isn't it all because of those cowardly rats? The Qincheng Beast Tide is primarily composed of rat-type monsters, though there are almost no large-sized beasts. On the battlefield, they're an absolute nightmare to deal with. They've built an intricate tunnel network beneath the fallen city, waging underground warfare against the Martial Alliance forces. We wanted to use the same strategy as the Zicheng Alliance, bombard the outskirts with heavy firepower to lure the Beast Tide out, then send in the Spearhead Squad for a decapitation strike. But those rats are absurdly organized. Not a single monster was lured by the artillery fire. The entire Qincheng Beast Tide remains eerily silent, shrouded in deathly stillness. Every route into the city is completely undefended. The instigator continues, as if taunting the Martial Alliance come right in. The squad leader nods. They're clearly forcing us into urban close-quarters combat, our absolute weakest area. Otherwise, we wouldn't have managed only 2 districts, and instead, we'd have suffered catastrophic losses. Just then, the purple-haired one sighs and delivers the report. The news confirms that all 3 cities, Lion, Lan, and Zihave, been reclaimed. This only fuels Wu Sen's fury even further. Damn it, that Overlord hasn't even shown its face. That monster is definitely lurking deep beneath Qincheng. That means to face the Qincheng Overlord, we'd have to navigate through narrow tunnels and complex terrain, fighting past billions of rats. That's completely impossible. We have the strength, but no way to reach the target. There's nothing more helpless in this world. Scene transitions to Qincheng, a damp, pitch-dark place. Though he despises this place, he still decides to scout the situation. He sighs and mutters, coming to reclaim Kincheng. This time nobody can know about this. Right now, across the entire blue planet, no one besides me knows that all three of Great Zia's guardian grandmasters have vanished, and the mastermind behind it is very likely Great Zia's supreme martial artist, Fu Hongsheng. Why would Fu Hongsheng strike against three peak powerhouses of his own nation? In terms of strength, reputation, and status, he already stands at the pinnacle of Great Ziano of the entire world. He's a figure destined to be remembered for all eternity. But if he's already moved against Great Zia's peak powerhouses, then one of his goals must clearly be to weaken the nation. And with my rate of growth, sooner or later, I'll become a target for elimination. That means a battle between me and Fu Hongsheng is inevitable. If I want to stand against Fu Hongsheng, one called the Martial Saintai must accumulate even greater power. While building that power, I have to stay hidden, wait until he doesn't see it coming, then strike first. After all, my greatest advantage right now is the information gap. Fu Hongsheng doesn't know that I've already obtained intelligence from the principal's test, nor does he know about the growth rate advantage the infinite monster template provides. As long as I have enough time to develop, I won't fear any enemy. This city reclamation is the perfect opportunity to grow. Come to think of it, after entering the city, I used my biomagnetic field to scan the area. The signal density is incredibly thick. The number of life form signatures could reach the hundreds of millions. This level of interference severely disrupts my sensory detection. It's impossible to locate the Overlord. No wonder the Kincheng Martial Alliance can't crack this place. Even I can't find the Overlord's location. Truly cunning. It reminds me of the blood-eye black ape in Encheng. The more cunning and treacherous these high-level monsters are, the more they fuel one's killing intent. Too bad I have too many abilities. One way or another, there's always something in my arsenal to deal with creatures like you. Sensing something amiss, he stands still and scans the area. He sends his magnetic field creeping into every nook and cranny to probe. Finally, he discovers a swarm of repulsive rat creatures crawling through the sewers. Suddenly, one rat raises its head, as if it's detected something wrong. In unison, all the rats lift their heads and turn toward the magnetic field he has generated. The magnetic field instantly blankets the entire area. Tendrils latch onto every single rat, leaving them struggling in futility. Their bodies are slowly constricted. In the end, the rats can no longer resist. Now is Yihi's chance to absorb these rats. The space here echoes incessantly with the shrieking of rats. Outside, he's still sitting there leisurely, watching the show. He doesn't even bother acknowledging their desperate cries, probably because he's bored out of his mind. Yihi immediately yanks out his phone and rushes in to join the group beatdown. After a while, the magnetic field finally sweeps everything away. Only then can he comfortably advance forward. The rat monsters in the city have been almost entirely wiped out. The black and red substance has already spread 100 meters deep underground. It's about time you show yourself. Just as he predicted, the magnetic field continues to scout the surroundings. From within the darkness, a massive eye snaps open, glaring straight at it. The space here warps. A giant foot slams down onto the ground. At last, the Rat King reveals itself before Yihi. It gazes at him coldly. Human, is it just you alone? The Rat King had expected an entire squad of humans lying in ambush. Human, that black and red abomination of yours is formidable indeed, but it's completely countered by this king's sonic howl. This is the death road you carved for yourself. Yi casts it a calm, indifferent glance. What makes you think I only have one trick? He raises his hand high into the air. A swirling vortex of energy engulfs the entire city. The Eclipse Mad Star Rat King sees this and freezes in shock. What kind of power is this? Yi tears open a spatial rift larger than the Earth itself. A spiraling heavenly tribulation vortex materializes across the cosmos. In the next instant, the central beam of light rockets skyward. The Rat King roars in fury, charging forward. What the hell is that? This king is done playing with you? Yi casted a cold glance. Trying to run. A mere beast like you can't outrun the speed of light. The moment he finishes speaking, the purifying light strikes. Its entire body trembles as it whips its head around to stare at Yihi. Killing me won't be that simple. He calmly raises a single finger toward the sky. Descend. Thousands of attacks rain from the heavens, piercing deep into the earth. The Rat King screams in agony, thrashing wildly. The scene here descends into utter chaos. Yihi examines the Rat King's monster core with surprise. As expected of an overlord, though its body was blown to shreds, the monster core remains completely intact. I'll be taking this monster core. He steps forward, reaching to claim it. The center of the Rat King's monster core emits an eerie glow. Yihi immediately spots the anomaly. From the core's center, countless tiny rats burst outward, scattering in every direction. He seems to have anticipated this. Pulling on goo giant are we. Instantly, tentacles surge from behind Yihi, lashing out. The tentacles seize the rats attempting to flee. Not a single creature escapes his grasp, but the swarm keeps multiplying. Even Yihi can't contain all of them. Seeing the situation turn dire, he shuts his eyes tight. Clearly an overlord, yet all its abilities are cheap tricks. A rat is forever a ratite, can never become a true overlord. Jianyu Luda responds instantly. Jianyu materializes behind Yihi's back. It unleashes its ability, firing electromagnetic pulses at the fleeing rats. He observes from the side. Jianyu Luda's time stop has evolved to the point where it can sense biological core shatter each one, and they can no longer split apart. But if the monster core was just the rats in disguise, then where is the true monster core of Qin Cheng's overlord? This gutless rat still has one last trump card hidden up its sleeve. Though this rat is the weakest overlord-class creature I've ever encountered, its survival instincts are still impressive. It's a talent in its own right. Bad, what deserves to die must still die. After all, this rat has slaughtered an entire city. I won't waste the ancestors' blood converting it into a subordinate. In your next life, be born human. The scene shifts to the underground rat palace. Every single rat races in the same direction, looking utterly berserk. They all swarm around the Rat King. Sensing something amiss, it slowly opens its eyes. At the same time, it absorbs the power the rats are sacrificing to it. And so, the Rat King is reborn once more. Remembering what just happened makes its entire body tremble. I nearly died. I nearly died. Qin Cheng's stronghold can't hold. I need to rush back to the Sin domain immediately. Damn it, if not for the Emperor's orders, I never would have brought those low IQ beasts monster cores that haven't even grown brainstow fight humans to the death. I thought at the very least I could hold out for another month. As long as no human great grandmaster intervened, I could just stay hidden in this underground rat palace and stall the human forces in Qin Cheng forever. But who could have predicted that freak would show up? That masked human can not only project a mysterious substance that devours all monsters, but also wield psychic power. In the end, I still have no idea how he slaughtered every one of my clones in the blink of an eye. Lucky for me, I'm cunning enough to pull the golden cicada shedding shell trick. That foolish human surely didn't realize what he killed was only a spirit clone. The Rat King smugly slips through into another dimension. It can't help but burst into a gleeful laugh. Once I cross through this rift, I'll be back in the Sin domain. Human territory is far too dangerous after all. Time to scram. Sensing a pursuer closing in from behind, it whips its head around in terror. Impossible. Has that person already found me? Waves of energy roll across the ground. The others are still standing there, dazed and bewildered. Look, that purple pillar of light is attacking again. What on earth is that thing? Wu Shen exclaims in shock. Could it be a celestial-class energy weapon? Either way, there's no way someone actually summoned it, right? That would be way too insane. Even if it is a celestial-class energy weapon, why didn't anyone notify our Qin Cheng allied forces? With that, he leads the group sprinting forward. Let's go check it out. Before their eyes lies a scene of utter devastation, smoke and dust thick in the air. The lead scout is stunned. He can't sense those rats Enamorothy have completely vanished. Wu Shen speaks in confusion, not a trace of their aura. Could they have all retreated back into the secret realm? Or were they wiped out by those purple beams of light? Who could possibly command such a devastating weapon? On another front, people across the cities celebrate wildly. News reporters deliver the breaking story following Liancheng, Nancheng, and Zicheng. Qin Cheng has become the fourth city to be reclaimed. Long live Great Xia. Within a single week, 4 fallen cities have been reclaimed in succession. We will continue bringing you the latest updates on the Great Xia reclamation plan. The high-ranking officials of the Great Xia allied forces fall into a brief, stunned silence. A man speaks in bewilderment. Who exactly is responsible? The very next second, they erupt into heated debate. Who on earth is behind this? Exactly like Zichengthi clearly faced overwhelming odds, yet a mysterious figure appeared and solved everything for us. This time Qin Cheng is the exact same story, except the light turned purple instead. What's going on? It's like some kind of Mystery Brothers situation. But at least now we can confirm this person is helping the Great Xia allied forces. In theory, a mysterious expert of this caliber operating within our territory capable of shifting the entire war situation would absolutely be flagged by the Dragon Finch Department for investigation. We've already contacted the Dragon Finch Department. They said they cannot disclose the information, which means even they don't know. Whoever this person is, we must reclaim the remaining cities first. Otherwise, we'll look utterly useless. On another side, he turns remarkably. Leisurely, he ponders, silently calculating. Excluding the barrier-tier forbidden zones like Guanshan City, there are still 3 fallen cities that haven't been liberated. 2 of the fallen cities are currently under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Finch Department and Huada. Word is they've been racking up victories on the battlefield. Lately successful recapture is just around the corner. That leaves only the last city for me. Bakeng City is virtually invisible. Every day, the Bakeng Joint Forces file a battle status report at a fixed time. No major failures, no major victories. It barely ever makes the news. Previously, he primarily relied on the Hellstar template as his main ability. That signature purple celestial glow is far too conspicuous, needs to swap to a different avatar. He acts immediately. His hair gradually grows out, shifting to a stark white, while his face morphs into the visage of a monster beast. He has now fully transformed into a genuine creature of the wild. He reaches out and grips the sword. It's been ages since he last used it, but the blade is still as keen as ever. The blade needs a disguise too. He raises the sword high, then throws a few practice punches to gauge his current strength. He coughs a few times. This identity centers on the killing intent domain of martial arts. Only Master Gong Qi and Senior Qing Long know he possesses Ithai's cover should be airtight. He plays a song gun that still reminds him of her. A gentle melody drifts through the air. Night is about to fall, time to slip away quietly. The scene cuts to Bakeng. A voice rings out. Old Liu, get ready. We're heading to the battlefield. Zio Ming sighs. Fine, let me finish this meal first. Military rations taste like crap, not half as good as my wife's cooking. De Liu retorts, quit your whining. The battlefield isn't exactly a vacation, you know. Hurry up and pack. Command wants us to assemble. He replies, give me a second. Zio Ming stares at him in disbelief. What the hell are you, chicken or something? We're about to deploy, and you're still dragging your feet. I wonder if we'll make it back alive this time. My son was just born. Damn it, I'm supposed to be a martial artist. Why the hell am I such a coward when it's time to fight? Son of a... He observes everything from the sidelines, bewildered. Good grief, acting without props, no wonder something felt off. The overlord of Bakeng is truly pulling something massive. Has everyone in Bakeng been hit with illusion magic? This is far more terrifying than I imagined. He steps forward and strikes the back of the woman's neck with his bare hand. A sudden surge of energy erupts from the woman, catching Yehi's attention. She has already rotted away. The entire Bakeng Joint Forces were annihilated long ago. Every last one of them is dead. But the most terrifying part is this: they're dead, yet they don't know it. The flesh inside their bodies has decayed, but they maintain the appearance of the living. In their daily lives, they endlessly repeat the last day before their deaths. The Bakeng Joint Forces deceive themselves, and in doing so, they've fooled all of Great Xia. This mockery of life must be eradicated. He extends his hand forward, forming a tentacle. The woman is still fuming over his actions. Who are you? He thinks to himself. Blood-cursed technico-psychological hypnosis. He speaks, you're already dead. She hears this and screams helplessly, I'm already dead. That's right, I died on the battlefield. The Bakeng overlord is too terrifying. It slaughtered every guild leader and turned them into zombies. Only a great grandmaster can stand against that monster. As she finishes speaking, the woman opens her blood-red eyes wide, staring ahiddenly to realize she has already withered into a dried corpse. He lets out a soft sigh. The moment she realized the truth of her own death, the power sustaining her body simply vanished. Rest in peace, comrade. I will avenge you. Let's go. Back on the demon-slaying road, heading to the familiar Bakeng. He generates a magnetic field that sweeps across every direction. The life detection field blankets all of Bakeng, but he cannot sense the overlord's powerful life signature. Instead, every monster's life signature intensity is nearly identical, just like the Bakeng Joint Forces. They all seem to be mass-produced puppets. At that moment, he senses something wrong. He immediately sends tentacles sweeping in every direction. Fine then, I'll just have to drag you out. His tentacles spread to every corner of the city. All the captured monsters wail in despair. He stands motionless, scanning the situation intently, but still nothing. Then he suddenly detects something strange. He glances behind him as if he's discovered something crucial. I know where you are. What fills Yehi's vision is a mountain in the distance. Upon that mountain stands the mightiest warrior of the Alliancia Butterfly Transformation Stage, Grandmaster, the sect master of Hongwu Gate. Li Zhongshan appears, and he bellows at the top of his lungs to everyone present. All martial artists heed my command. The hypnotized forces have all been gathered in one direction. Li Zhongshan shouts his warning. The Bakeng overlord is right ahead and he's alone. Kill him and we liberate Bakeng. The crowd erupts in cheers for liberating Bakeng. A supremely smug grin spreads across his face. At that exact moment, a spatial gateway tears open in the sky. Everyone stares in confusion, unable to comprehend what's happening. What is that in the sky? Is it reinforcements? He descends from the spatial rift into this space. His bearing is utterly serene, yet his eyes burn with an inexplicable hatred. Rest in peace. The instant he finishes speaking, he unleashes his power, crushing the mindless mob in a single devastating blow. The surviving soldiers are thrown into utter panic. That human in the sky, why is he attacking us? Could an enemy expert be cooperating with the monsters? Damn it, ground forces fall back immediately. Against him, we're nothing but living targets. Air units, hold the line. A subordinate rushes over, commander for some unknown reason. Every fighter jet and missile in storage has vanished. He whips his head around in shock. Impossible. This is our first deployment, we haven't even used them yet. Logistics checked everything before we set out. Since when did we burn through all our ammunition? Sensing the situation spiraling, Li Zhongshan snarls in fury. How surprising this human has uncovered this king's arrangements. Pity, I was planning to use this opportunity to strike deep into the human interior. While he's still seething, a massive beam of light rockets straight toward him. Of course, Li Zhongshan shows not a shred of fear. Hongwu Gate's secret Art-Earth-Tier martial technique, savage wind slaughter slash. A sinister grin spreads across Li Zhongshan's face as he charges headlong into the devastating force without a moment's hesitation. Spatial rifts gradually crack open. Under his tremendous effort, Yihe's attack is deflected. At the same time, Li Zhongshan catches sight of Yihe. A wild, excited grin spreads across his face. The human expert's body is magnificent, and these transcendent techniques called martial arts are truly extraordinary. Before these provocations, Yihe remains silent and unresponsive. A deafening boom erupts. The battlefield descends into chaos. The more they fight, the more delighted Li Zhongshan becomes. Your attacks can't inflict a single scratch on this king's mighty body. But the real question is, can you withstand my punch? Recognizing his true power, Yihe's composure cracks. Too strong. Before he can dodge, the devastating blow smashes straight into his face. Li Zhongshan bursts out laughing, certain he's won. A direct hit bullseye. After the strike connects with Yihe's face, Li Zhongshan grins triumphantly. You managed to see through my scheme. You must be a top-tier talent among humans. Yihe's mask begins to crack and splinter. Unsatisfied, Li Zhongshan presses the assault. Excellent, you shall become my next puppet. You will understand just how powerless you are before absolute strength. Now daiquiring your regrets with you. Without hesitation, he savagely attacks Yihe's body. Li Zhongshan's colossal strength is overwhelming, so powerful that even Yihe is forced to scream in agony. Instantly, his body dissolves into the void. Only now does Puppet realize something is wrong. This isn't right killing intent domain. The slaughter moon wheel before him stretches a blood-red killing ground. His expression shifts. Ding! What comes next? While Puppet is still dazed, a surge of energy appears in the distance. Now Yihe launches his assault. A single slash and everything shatters apart completely. The familiar face of Yihe appears. As expected, an imposter is still just an imposter, nothing compared to the razor-sharp instincts of a true martial master. It couldn't even recognize the optical clone body I created. Puppet's hand bursts from the ground. It not only saw through my disguise, but annihilated the entire puppet army I created. Even this human vessel, stronger than most overlords, has been slashed with a wound. That proves you possess a first-rate body. Perfect, it belongs to me now. A hideous grin spreads across its face. Puppet can barely contain Itselfit lunges forward into battle. Despite its massive frame, Puppet moves like lightning. He doesn't hesitate either, raising his weapon high. An overlord seizing a rare human vessel, two collide head-on. This promises to be a brutal fight. Puppet lets out a delighted laugh. You can't break my golden ward, just hand over the body already. With its overwhelming power, Puppet sends Yihe flying backward. This only fuels its confidence in its own strength. Giving a peak martial artist's body to someone like you? What a waste. Let me show you the real Gaptru power. 1,000 sword strikes from Yihe rain down on Puppet in rapid succession. Dominant hand no force, off hand no finesse, reactions sluggish. Not a single response worth a damn. The likes of you thinks it can wield martial techniques. Dream on. I'll make you see just how weak you are, how utterly powerless. Puppet's fury catches Yihe off guard. The attacks suddenly turn razor-sharp. Dangerous? Even with Grandmaster-level butterfly transformation stage power and reflexes, I can't read all of its attacks. Conversely, it's as if Puppet has sensed something amiss. Unease rises in its heart. That Grandmaster has seen through me. You can alter your life electric field to disguise your position, but you can't hide your true nature. The thought fills Puppet with excitement. I've found you, but its mood shifts rapidly. How is that possible? It clearly has Grandmaster-level perception. Not good, time to fall back. Once I find a stronger vessel, then I'll fight you. How is this possible? Its body feels as if some immense force has locked it in place. It can't move. Sensing Yi's blade closing in directly, it breaks into pure terror. No, no, don't. Only Puppet's dying screams echo into silence. A system notification appears. System congratulations, host. Territory reclamation achievement progress exceeds 50%. Unlocked guaranteed minimum A-rank template pull. Yi extends his hand without a shred of hesitation. The moment he has been waiting for has finally arrived. His eyes widen in disbelief. This light, is it really the perfect S-rank he's been hoping for? It has appeared. Yi's body looks utterly minuscule before this template. System template analysis. 10-armed Ghana S-rank CH ability. Bloodline power condenses Earth's natural energy, generating 7 elemental attribute powers. Sacred Wood bloodline grants sacred wood cells, holding the essence of the divine tree. Karma I bloodline grants the ability known as the Karma Pool I. Upgrade status no. Compatibility 1%. Yi can barely contain his excitement. Holy crappled an S-rank? This is insane. Best RNG luck I've ever had. Yi gazes joyfully at his new reward. The 10-armed Ghana is an S-rank template. Any template entering S-rank automatically means possessing an extraordinary system. If he can push this template to 100%, in terms of raw destructive power, it may not surpass the Star Pillar Demon Mara. But in skill versatility, it is vastly superior. Similar to the Vampire template, this is a top-tier skill-oriented template. System detected. Host owns a template sharing a common origin. Fusion available. 10-armed Ghana template can be merged into the plant attribute mutation path of the Star Pillar Demon Mara template. Proceed with fusion. Warning, the 10-armed Ghana is a high-tier interface. After fusion, it may cause the Star Pillar Demon Mara template's final mutation to produce unpredictable changes to the Star Pillar Demon Mara template. He stares in surprise. A shared origin is it because the 10-armed Ghana and the Star Pillar Demon Mara both have plant-based attributes. So templates can complement each other based on their characteristics. Fusion, just like combining cards in a gacha game. But reality is far more complex than any card game. Both templates have limitless potential. Proceeding with fusion means the outcome is unknown. Success means 2 templates merge into one. Not only does it reduce the resource burden of upgrading templates, it grants a far more powerful super template. Failure doesn't mean the 2 templates are ruined. After all, both templates have excellent foundations and high starting points. Even a downgrade won't push them below D rank, but post-fusion, the growth potential and template rating may decline. He continues reading the information on screen. System host possesses the premium fusion material Golden Gene, capable of optimizing bloodline genetics, increases the probability of both templates developing in a positive direction during fusion. Yi's expression gradually changes. The Golden Gene, isn't this a bit too coincidental? Why does it feel like the Golden Gene falling into my hands, by chance, was all preparation for this exact moment? Don't tell me there's some author, figure in the space-time I can't see, pulling my strings. If that's the case, I have no right to refuse, and I won't refuse. If I'm going to fight Fu Hongsheng someday, I need to be 10 times stronger than I am now. 100 times stronger. The moment Yi finishes speaking, the 2 templates begin merging rapidly. Notifications cascade across his vision. Alert Star Pillar Demon Mara cannot fully digest 10-armed Ghana genes. Mutation initiating. Golden Gene template activating optimizing fusion process. Yi opens his eyes. The Elder gazes silently at the scene before him. The Elder suddenly asks, "You killed it?" Yi nods seriously in confirmation. That's right. In the Elder's eyes there glimmers a faint trace of hope. Then what about the martial artists from the 3 Cities Alliance? Yi lets out a heavy sigh, almost entirely wiped out. The Elder feels a bittersweet relief. Good, at least don't let our corpses be desecrated. That kind of beast shouldn't have been enough to defeat you all on the battlefield. Who was it that slaughtered the 3 Cities Alliance? The Elder uses his last ounce of strength to warn, you must be careful. That overlord-rank beast called itself one of the stellar emissaries. Its abilities surpassed even butterfly transformation grandmasters. Most importantly, it could wield a martial artist's techniques with absolute mastery. It even grasped a grandmaster's domain. Before it killed me, it said it was heading to Huadu. Those words seized Yahi's attention. Huadu, Great Zia has 36 grandmasters in total. Normally, at least 20 are stationed in Huadu. But now, under the Great Zia Territory Reclamation Plan, nearly all the strategic heavyweights have deployed elsewhere. Militia forces are scattered across reclaimed territories. The Dragon Finch Department has committed to the plan as well. To prevent enemy nations from exploiting openings, a wave of elite fighters has been dispatched to guard the borders. All great grandmasters are absent. In other words, Huadu is virtually defenseless. He is ordered to transfer to the Secret Realm base at the 9-Dragon River Garrison in Huadu. It is a rare rift-type secret realm hidden beneath the water. The Dragon Finch Department established an underwater outpost there. But strangely, over the past 5 years, the beasts within the secret realm have become exceptionally scarce, and their levels have plummeted. The danger rating dropped from B to D. The soldiers stationed here are lounging comfortably grilling meat, eating, drinking, and chatting. Man, this is the life. Holy crap, posting in Huadu is still the best. Warriors everywhere else got shipped off to fight, while we get to chill here with the easy gig. Drink, eat grilled meat, and still rake in a fat paycheck. Who told us we were born with golden spoons? Even if you're just a branch family member of Huadu's 9 great families, even if you never get real power or wealth in your lifetime, you can still live a carefree life. Old Zhao strolls over and joins in. Drink up, play some music, dance a little. Whoa, no way, old Zhao, you're here too. Aren't you supposed to be piloting the radar drone on patrol? He bursts out laughing. So what? I'm out here patrolling, while you lot sit around guzzling booze and chomping on meat. The group quickly settles into a carefree mood together. Come on, it's just the same old secret realm, what's there even worth guarding? Here, drink up with us. Only thing missing is a pretty girl. The space here remains peaceful as always, but just seconds later, the thundering footsteps of monsters suddenly appear. They charge toward this location, rampaging as they come. Wherever these monsters pass, their footprints scar the earth. The long-tongued beast grins as it speaks. Boss, the human garrison is throwing a party over there, still clueless that they're about to die. Another one chimes in eagerly. Charge in. Crush everything. Let the humans feel the Emperor's wrath. The leader immediately cuts in. Silence. They are among the 4 heralds of the Sin Domain Emperor. Usura, the leader, warns them with icy calm. This time, our Huanqiui unit has been dispatched to slaughter the top experts to eliminate as many surviving human powerhouses as possible. The strongest human among them, Fu Hengsheng's, already handed us a list. It records the locations of every human expert. If this is a slaughter, then efficiency is key. Don't waste time on these lowly humans standing before us. Both subordinates nod obediently, understanding their orders. Yes, boss. Usura strides forward with calm authority. Let's move. We shall bring this planet to its knees before the Emperor. The pitiful man Usura had previously beaten down follows behind, walking steadily to this place. Even if we don't kill them, these lowly creatures couldn't withstand it anyway. Just by walking past them, the wind pressure alone kills them. Pathetic. He continues to tear open a spatial rift and steps through to another location. The dimensional crack quickly warps under Usura's foot as he kicks it open. Once through, he grumbles non-stop. As expected, being this powerful means you face an insanely strong repulsion from spatial rifts. If not for this, the Emperor would have crushed this world ages ago. And we still have to rely on those remnants the demons left behind. Disgusting. Usura's hand grips a cubic artifact and holds it forward. The entire cube seems to dissolve into countless foam-like particles, forming a bizarre, surreal scene. He watches the spectacle unfold with a satisfied grin. The bubbles gradually envelop Usura's body. His feet slowly press forward. The moment his foot touches the ground, a faint tremor ripples out. He raises both hands and drives them straight into the spatial barrier before him. Feeling the resistance, Usura lets out a grunt, but he still slams his full force downward into the ground below. The demon-faced beast beside him asks, "Is the world on the other side the one called Earth?" The scene shifts to the Council of 9 Houses in Huadu. The group is still in heated discussion. Dragon Finch Department HQ has received Nuwa's warning transmission and has issued an encrypted emergency alert demanding all Grandmaster-level powerhouses return to Huadu immediately. If it weren't for an emergency of this magnitude, old fossils like us probably wouldn't get a chance to gather like this until the day we die. The long-haired elder suddenly remarks, "Enough joking. Fu Hengsheng still hasn't come out of seclusion. The imperial capital is on the brink of catastrophe. He can't keep hiding in closed-door cultivation. And where are Shi Jingwen and Qing Long? Why can't we reach them?" The bespectacled elder responds from the side. "Shi Jingwen and Qing Long have gone dark. As for Fu Hongsheng, I've already sent people to locate him. Another elder interjects urgently. And the elder sighs in response. No reply. Fu Hongsheng offers no answer whatsoever. The tension becomes unbearable. The elder strokes his chin and sighs. This situation could mean one of two things: either Fu Hongsheng has reached a critical stage in his cultivation and cannot afford distraction, or he's doing this deliberately. Consumed by fury, the bearded elder roars, "Damn it! Fu Hongsheng is nothing but a martial brute. Could he actually be plotting to seize central authority from Great Xia? He wants to destroy all 9 houses of Huadu. I've said it before, needed to suppress the privileges and prestige granted to martial artists. Otherwise, they'd inevitably grow more ambitious. This only deepens the long-haired elder's irritation. So what do we do now? Are we supposed to tell the 9 houses to fend for themselves against whatever apocalypse Nuwa warned about? Wouldn't that be walking right into Fu Hongsheng's trap? The powerhouses our 9 houses have spent vast resources cultivating were specifically meant to keep the domestic martial artists in check. They are our foundation. If they're all wiped out, if we win this battle, 9 houses will inevitably collapse. The Grand Elder, with a tied-up topknot, suddenly proposes. How about we execute a strategic withdrawal first? Wait until the nation's strongest return to the imperial capital, then make our decision. His words leave everyone present completely frozen. The scene shifts to Huiju at the 9 Dragons River. A massive tidal wave erupts from the river's surface, stunning every onlooker. Even the aquatic creatures below have died. Everyone look. The river's turned pitch-black fish are all dead, floating to the surface. Passing citizens stare in disbelief. What was that explosion? Could it be a secret realm rift? From the sky above, the familiar silhouette of Asura appears. He lands with flawless precision. The impact alone kills 2 nearby civilians instantly. The long-tongued beast laughs. Truly pathetic, they're so fragile. The demon-faced beast nods. Couldn't even survive a single shockwave. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Asura stands tall, unleashing a ferocious, blood-curdling roar. The sight sends a wave of terror through everyone inside the Dragon Finch Department's command center. They watch in helpless horror as an overlord-rank beast materializes inside the imperial capital itself. Moments later, their signal is severely destroyed by Asura. This sends Director Wang Zhiding of the Dragon Finch Department into a blind rage. Damn it! The elite operatives of the 1st Division are still guarding the border. Department Head Qing Long and Dean Shi aren't even in Huadu. We need to buy time at least until the Martial Guardian comes out of seclusion. Relay the order to every Dragon Finch agent in the Imperial capital. All units mobilize. A mysterious figure swiftly moves to the front. Huadu Lai Tingxiang, the owner of the Rishing Sun Martial Hall, steps forward. Lin Hong, the owner of the Rainbow Martial Hall of Huadu, joins him. 2 more figures appear. Wu Maquin, owner of the Grand Map Martial Hall of Huadu. Lin Zhongshan, owner of the Jinkai Martial Hall of Huaduol, arrive under orders. Asura spots the group of small fries strutting toward him and grins with excitement. Boss, look at this. A bunch of weaklings posturing right in front of us. Pathetic, wipe them out and be done with it. He steps forward. Listen up, humans, leave now. We are hunting for true powerhouses. Your strength is feeble, and your potential is completely depleted. There's no room left for you to grow. In other words, even if you survive, you cannot influence the Emperor's grand design. So run while you still can. At the same time, Ding Xiong responds from the side. The Dragon Finch elites will arrive in 3 minutes to prevent a demon like you from running wild during that window and harming the citizens of the imperial capital. The masters of Huadu's 4 great martial halls must hold you in check. All 4 simultaneously unleash their full power, generating a barrier to prevent Asura from advancing any closer to the city. The long-tongued beast watches the scene and bursts into laughter. Is that so? Then we'll respect your choice. The instant the words leave his mouth, a single punch from Asura rips the lives from every one of them. He even smirks with a hint of mockery. You had the courage that I'll give you, but without the strength to match. All that awaits is tragedy. Lin Hong's face drains of all color, white with terror. That fast, aerial assault frigates streak across the sky, activating anti-air cannons and locking onto the target. Close-range bomber reinforcements have reached their positions ready to fire. Target locked, fire mission confirmed. Asura stands calmly in the middle of the battlefield, opening his death domain. Countless weapons train their barrels on him. The crew realizes the grim truth. Not good ranged weapons can't penetrate the target's defensive field. Conventional firepower is useless against him. We'll have to rely on the martial artists. 2nd and 3rd divisions of Dragon Finch engage head-on. 4th and 5th divisions take flanking and support positions. The sight excites the demon-faced beast. Finally, one or two human experts actually worth hunting. Now we can slaughter to our heart's content. Crush them. Every Dragon Finch expert charges in without a shred of hesitation, deploying their finest weapons, and pouring every ounce of strength into holding Asura back. Inside the command room, a staff member turns around helplessly. He reports in despair. Division heads 2 and 3 have fallen in combat. 50 Dragon Finch department specialists across 2 divisions have been injured or killed. Divisions 4 and 5 are currently executing a fighting retreat. Summary: the Chief of Division 4 has heroically fallen in battle. The Chief of Division 5 has heroically fallen in battle. The President of the Lanfeng Martial Arts Society, the Chairman of the Yunhai Martial Alliance, and the President of the Laotian Martial Society have all arrived as reinforcements, but our battlefield situation remains unchanged. Asura continues striding toward the city center. Hearing these reports ignites a white-hot fury in Kai Din. How is this even possible? 4 grandmasters who had broken through the Ki-1EC3, NK-1EF3 barricade. Just like that. While he stands there, paralyzed by helplessness, the ground beneath him suddenly shakes. Kai Din spins around and bellows. Have we established contact with Mr. Fu Hongsheng, Chief Qing Long, or the Academy Principal yet? His subordinate shakes his head helplessly. No signal. Kai Din lets out a despairing roar. Then what about the 9 families of Huadu? Why have the 9 families only sent great martial masters and a handful of Xu Wu practitioners to intercept Asura? Where are the grandmasters, the ones who guard Huadu's 9 great lineages? Have they all been wiped out? Why hasn't the Huadu garrison made any contact with the Dragon Finch department? More and more innocent lives are being snuffed out in this battle with every passing second. Kai Din is completely and utterly desperate. At this rate, Huajuno, all of Great Xia, will fall. Damn it all, there's only one option left. Deploy the special contingency. Release the special contingency protocol. His assistant lunges forward to stop him. Director, those things can't be controlled. Kai Din has no other choice. This is Huadu's last stand. Release them if anything goes wrong. I'll take full responsibility. Asura still strolls casually down the ruined streets. A knight wielding a sword charges straight at him, swinging. You beast, where do you think you're going? A single flick of Asura's wrist sends the knight flying backward. The more he thinks about it, the more bored and irritated he feels. He'd expected the Dragon Finch department to be some fearsome organization. Turns out they're nothing but trash. To truly dirties my hands. Asura continues to grumble until a voice from behind catches his attention. A monster that likes cleanliness, huh? They released him to deal with this thing. It locks its gaze, determines the target. The mummy speaks in surprise. I never imagined Huadu would be reduced to this state. Absolutely wonderful. Too bad you still have to die. Kid. The long-tongued beast lets out a surprised laugh. We're being looked down upon, boss. The face demon responds from the side, seething with rage. Absurdly disrespectful. Kill suddenly. Asura senses something unusual. Wait, you 3 have some kill value, I'll admit, but not nearly as much as the one above. So I'll dispose of you quickly. The one in the sky is far more worth looking forward to. These words make the long-tongued beast widen its eyes in shock. Has Big Bro finally opened his eyes? How powerful must that expert in the sky be for Big Bro to actually take them seriously? Even the face demon can't hide its disbelief. But the mummy remains utterly confident in its own strength. Hurry up and deal with us already. Do you have any idea how many overlords this old man has killed back in the day? I'll beat that thick face of yours into a pulp in a moment. The face demon wastes no breath. It immediately chants strange, guttural incantations. The long-tongued beast mutters equally unpleasant words under its breath. 2 massive arms suddenly erupt from Asura's body. 2 more sprout from his left side. Now Asura looks even more terrifyingly monstrous than before. He calmly opens his eyes, gazing forward. The mummy domain activates in preparation for battle. Then he senses something is wrong. What? How does a beast know how to wield a martial domain? Before the 3 can even react, he tears open a rift of pure black void. The great black sky realm shifts toward the sprawling Huadu skyline. A spatial rift crackles into existence. The colossal Asura steps through. So this is the vaunted elite-tier strategy? Pathetically fragile. Long-tongue comments from the side. Everything in our path has been slaughtered clean, hasn't it? Humans truly are a fragile species. I can only hope the powerhouse in the sky that Big Bro has his eye on can deliver some real excitement. The face demon remains eerily calm, too weak. Finding a true strong one to fight would actually be fun. Asura's eyes flare wide, locking onto the horizon. Let's go. He crouches into a combat stance then launches himself skyward like a missile. The ground beneath him shatters completely. Asura rockets toward a city suspended in the sky. The city's protective barrier blares an alarm high-energy signature detected, approaching at extreme velocity. The energy magnetic shield engages at maximum output. Before this shield, Asura's expression is nothing but contempt. Useless. With his raw power alone, Asura punches straight through the barrier. Intruder detected. Anti-air missiles lock on and launch in rapid succession, streaking toward him. Even Long Tongue bursts out laughing at the spectacle. Have you humans still not figured it out? Conventional weapons can't even scratch us. The face demon nods in agreement, utterly bored. Pathetic. And so, Asura activates total annihilation mode. He suddenly notices something. His expression shifts to surprise. That powerful human's orate just vanished. Could he have fled? At that exact moment, Gong Qi appears directly behind him. The one who should be running is you, monster. With her lithe, supple body, she tears into him, dealing damage before he can even turn. Instantly, all of Asura's arms clasp together. He stares at his new opponent, then speaks words laced with incomprehensible power. Corrosive wind of death. Seeing this technique, Gong Qi's expression drips with disdain. Gross. The long-tongued beast asks in confusion from the side, "Hey, boss, I've got a bad feeling if our heads get completely severed. Even if the monster core isn't destroyed, wouldn't we still die? Finally, one with some actual substance. How exciting!" The face demon goes berserk with fury. She actually wounded us. But Asura alone stands perfectly still, silently registering the impossibly pure slash that just cleaved through his body. Human powerhouse, you are the highest value existence I've killed up to this point. Gong Qi smiles faintly, responding at her own leisurely pace. Well then, that's quite the compliment. Should I put on a little more hospitality for you? Domain-activated killing intent domain, she launches herself skyward in an instant. Asura's feet slowly peel off the ground beneath him. He glares at her with burning rage, then directly opens his own domain. But the surrounding structures don't vanish it, seems to merely overlay the domain onto physical reality, rather than constructing a fully independent martial space. Let's see what good it does you. She smiles back at him. Compared to that filthy, disgusting, corrosive aura of yours, mine is far more elegant. Asura charges straight at Gong Qi with his massive body, without an ounce of hesitation. No need for words. Martial technique, earth-killing art, fallen sun suppression, an enormous wave of destructive force slams toward her. Golden light erupts, completely engulfing the area. He can't see Gong Qi's figure anywhere. Asura is mildly surprised. Gone, I missed. Her voice echoes from directly behind him. A beast that actually knows martial techniques. I'll have to tell Zyro he about this later. It'll definitely make his jaw drop. He whips his head around in shock. Body replacement technique, or an illusion. She calmly extends 2 fingers forward. Now then, I'm about to get serious. Martial technique, Vajra art diamond finger. The surrounding space, WARPS instantly. Crimson blood-red energy envelops Asura's entire body. The long-tongued beast grows even more frenzied with excitement. These blood droplets are anything but ordinary. I can see it between every 2 drops of blood. A thin crimson thread stretches taut, linking thousands upon thousands of droplets together. Those interwoven threads form a blood net so dense that not even a needle could pierce through. This time, there's no escape for you. While Asura remained brimming with confidence, Gong Qi had already positioned herself high above, watching. She flashes a mischievous grin and winks, then begins to slaughter. Seeing her materialize in midair catches him completely off guard. Watch can unleash a barrage of slashes in the blink of an eye. His steel-hard body may shrug off a grandmaster's strikes. It can easily endure a single slash, but thousands of them raining down on the same spot in mere seconds. That's a different story. Even if those black particles can heal his wounds, they can't keep up with the relentless barrage of slashes that follows. Truly worthy of a good fight. Asura's body is now riddled with wounds, but if that's all she's got, it still won't be enough to satisfy him. Sensing something is wrong, he feels a flicker of unease. What the? His legs suddenly feel impossibly heavy. Countless tiny, grotesque faces crawl up his body, screaming and wailing. This unexpected turn catches him completely off guard. Hideous faces engulf the entire area. Asura is utterly stunned by the spectacle. He lets out a sigh and remarks, "For a mere human, your abilities are quite extravagant. With a killing talent of this caliber, if not for your damaged spirit preventing further breakthroughs, you would have posed no small obstacle on the Emperor's path." Upon hearing this, Gong Qi covers her ears. A turtle chanting Sutras is not listening. Seeing this, he sighs and decides, "Fine, we've wasted enough time already. There are still more experts to hunt down. Let's finish you off quickly. As his domain unfolds, she feels a surge of excitement, the aura of a martial force domain. Oh, she knows this one too. Better yet, she can record the whole thing now. She'll show it to Zio. He that brat has to see just how formidable his master really is. She thrusts her hand forward and opens her own domain martial spirit annihilation palm. The space around them warps under Gong Qi's control, and even Asura is visibly surprised. Great dark heaven suddenly, chains lash out and bind his body tight. But Gong Qi jolts in shock as she realizes her own form is dissolving. I'm disappearing. She thinks to herself she's not turning back on those dramatic close-up shots. Asura is still raging, screaming, "The great dark heaven will erase you completely. You've given me a truly wonderful combat experience. Farewell, human expert," she shouts in defiance. "You big brutal talk, aren't you? Watch me cut you down first." The executioner's blade comes crashing down. Asura's body takes a devastating blow. Gradually, everything returns to normal, and Gong Qi finally breathes a sigh of relief. "Goddamn me slender waist," and jade legs nearly got erased. The martial domains collide, simultaneously reaching their absolute limit. They shatter. He stands before her and appraises. "Compared to that human grandmaster Li Zhongshan, you're far stronger. It seems I'll need to go all out to cut you down. Human martial arts were never our forte, after all. Now let me show you our true power." His body erupts into a furious transformation. New eyes sprout continuously from his shoulders. Asura grips two of the eyes around him in each hand, wielding 6 terrifying blades. "And Yaoz, you deserve our full seriousness." Seeing this, Gong Qi frowns and thinks to herself, "This just got complicated. I'm a master of the killing field at least before my condition flares up. I can clearly sense the intensity of an enemy's killing intent and calculate my odds of cutting them down, or being cut down myself." When he activated his domain, perhaps due to my unfamiliarity with the unstable martial force, domain threat level Asura's killing intent, registered, was around a 6, so at the very least, I wouldn't lose in a direct confrontation. But now, everything is gradually blurring before Gong Qi's eyes. She looks up, despair creeping in. Is this the specter of death? This is a vision that only a grandmaster at the butterfly transformation, stadiumed with powerful spiritual perception, can occasionally glimpse. She forces herself to stay calm. "It seems I'm going to die here. This is fate then. Well, at least I'll die protecting Huadu. Little she will probably erect another sculpture of me at Huadu University, so future generations of students can pay their respects." Gong Qi envisions a grand statue being built in her honor. "Master, why must you leave like this?" Everyone offers their condolences. "Yehi, grieve if you must." She stares silently at the enemy before her. Even after living over 100 years, she still can't accept it. Every year, new masterpiece games come out that she has to play. Every month, there's an exciting anime she has to watch. Every day, there's a good novel she has to grind through. I still have another disciple. Zio Heir Master is about to die. You must take good care of yourself. With that, Gong Qi glares furiously at Asura. "I'll fight you to the death." The space around them shifts instantly. She's still charging forward. Sensing something amiss, she turns her head in surprise. Another expert. Who is it? A familiar cloak materializes in midair. Yehi, masked and cloaked, steps into the fray, the very person who once changed her destiny, transferring her into the inner ranks of the Dragon Finch department. Everyone is bewildered. What on earth happened at Huadu University? Could something have gone wrong in the battle between Gong Qi and Asura? Kai Ting clenches her teeth in frustration. Damn it. Why is the electromagnetic field in that area completely scrambled? We can't see a single frame of the battle. What in the world happened at Huadu? Something unprecedented has occurred. A child clings to his mother in terror. Mama, is the monster about to be destroyed? A bizarre vortex appears over the floating city, as if it's about to swallow the entire city whole. In the midst of this spatial distortion, Yehi has finally appeared. Asura points his blade toward him and roars, "Human strongman, state your name." He wastes no words, just one utterance, "Monster." Both Gong Qi and Asura freeze at those words. "Monster," Yehi introduces himself with a straight face. "I am a member of the Monster Organization. You may call me Demon Child." Thoughts race through Asura's mind. The Monster Organization. Demon Child. How strange. Fu Hongsheng's intelligence briefing contained no mention of this organization, nor anyone called the Demon Child. Is this an oversight, or did Fu Hongsheng have ulterior motives? Whatever, kill first, think later. With that thought, Asura launches himself skyward in an instant. Human strongman, prepare to die. Self-created martial technique, black desolation, destruction, slash. But before such a brazen attack, yet he remains utterly composed. He glides past Asura's body like a gentle breeze so fast that Asura whips his head around in shock. The slash felt wrong, it's still not dead. His calm voice echoes out demon residue. A stream of purple purifying light erupts. Even Asura's jaw drops before this overwhelming power. It's enormous, a massive explosion, erupts in the heart of the city. He stares down at the monster before him, although the compatibility of his first human genetic template is still in the preliminary stage, and his skill output isn't truly formidable yet. It's more than enough to handle a monster like you. Besides, the Imperial Constitution has already evolved. Get up, stop pretending. A monster of your caliber can't be put down that easily. Hearing Yihi's words, Asura slowly rises to his feet. Interesting. He rockets into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Perhaps he's finding this exhilarating. His body soars and weaves through the air in constant flight. Daihi's eyes snap wide open as he locks his gaze on Asura. Ever since I unlocked the 10-headed gene's passive karma eye, everything I perceive seems to slow to a crawl. But even Sothai's is something else entirely. Interesting. He considers for a brief moment, then makes his decision. You two will be the first opponents I face since unlocking my S-rank template, so consider yourself the whetstone for my blade. Cellular refinement. The moment the words leave his mouth, Daihi's body splits apart, birthing an entirely new duplicate. Witnessing this overwhelmingly domineering technique for the first time, Asura freezes on the spot. Before his eyes stand 100 identical Dai. He clones, leaving him completely dumbfounded. What shocks him even more is that every single duplicate is a perfect, carbon copy of the original. Daihi uses a ring formation of his own body to encircle Asura, leveraging holy wood crystal cells to generate each clone, then reinforces them all with dark red matter. Put simply, every single clone here possesses enough raw power to rival the combat strength of his main body. Of course, the cloned bodies are far more fragile than the original. Under sustained high-intensity energy output, their cells will eventually collapse and disintegrate, but even so, they remain absolutely terrifying, each one further enhanced with the Hell Crystal's light energy channeling capability, allowing them to stack layer upon layer of nuclear-grade energy for exponentially greater destructive force. Only now does Asura realize the situation has gone south. He needs to avoid the brunt of this storm first. It's already too late. Daihi's voice is calm, almost bored. An invisible force locks down Asura's entire body, can't move a single muscle. What kind of ability is this? Now it's time for the real counterattack. Asura is paralyzed, consumed entirely by fear. You're finished, Daihi announces flatly. This is what I've been preparing just for you. Grand Formation Juxian Particle Array. He unleashes a relentless barrage of energy straight at Asura. The surrounding void erupts into absolute chaos. Author's note: that's it for now, folks. If you want to keep following this story, smash that subscribe button and throw a quick like while you're at it. Thanks for watching all the way to the end. Bye-bye, love you all.